Volume 1 by Yungxian Yul. Prologue. Everyone has probably imagined it at least once. The lottery ticket that was bought a few days ago winning first prize and one thus becoming a billionaire overnight. Digging in the yard and finding gold or oil. Or some man dressed in an expensive suit coming and telling you you are the child of a famous chairman and that you are to receive an inheritance. But this kind of imagination loses its appeal as soon as one thinks about it. The probability is too low, and one already knows that such luck is not theirs. I was the same. I never expected that such luck would come into my life of misfortune. Of course, it's totally different from the scenarios I mentioned at the beginning, but even so, I rubbed my eyes and dazedly stared at the translucent screen floating in front of me. Equipment item, name Odin's Lost Eye, rating mythic, the eye given up by Odin, king of the Aesir, to gain wisdom at Mimir's well. When equipped, it can allow one to understand runes and use magic to disarm or destroy. The only mythic item in the world. Warning, bound once equipped. Effects: 1. Skill universal derivation. 2. With a complete understanding of runes, all kinds of powerful magic can be used without casting. 3. Blank cards can be consumed to copy another person's skills. When copying skills, penalties do not carry over. Blank cards in possession. 1. The only mythic item in the world. An item that I couldn't even name a price for fell into my hands. Is this real? Of course. Warning, bound once equipped, there was a slight problem. Chapter 1, Lucky Day Part 1. You crazy bastard, you're telling me to be a meat shield. No, Hyung, don't take it the wrong way. Besides, you said you needed the money, right? Even with Jaehyeon Min dissuading him, Min Jaehyeon shouted angrily. Jaehyeon's voice rang out through the interior of the cafe. Jaehyeon glared at Jaehyeon Min, who was standing in front of him while biting his lips in frustration. Damn, no wonder he said he'd take me along on a dungeon raid. He had wondered why Jaehyeon Min was contacting him out of the blue. Jaehyeon Min, Jaehyeon's partner from the raider agency. He was someone who took care of and distributed work to freelance raiders who weren't part of any guild. So when Jaehyeon was contacted by Jaehyeon Min, he thought there was work he could do for a change. But when he heard the request, damn, stand on the front line with a shield in a dungeon full of undead monsters. It basically meant that they would use him as a meat shield in a dangerous situation. Of course, it wasn't that Jaehyeon Min didn't understand where Jaehyeon was coming from. However, there was no other way. Min Jaehyeon was a lower mid-level D-rank raider among the awakened, and a warrior at that. It wasn't like he was more experienced or skilled than his rank implied. So the treatment Jaehyeon was currently receiving could be said to be natural. Jaehyeon sighed and lowered his volume. Why are there only jobs like this left when those with a lower rank than me get pretty good jobs? Well, you know how it is, Hyung. Nowadays, there aren't many places that like to hire warrior class Raider 7 if they have a high rank. So, are you insulting me for being a martial arts nut? Geez, I apologize for the grave sin of preferring the arts. Martial arts fanatic. It was basically a derogatory term for a raider who specialized in combat. Fundamentally, awakened raiders were classified as either warriors or magicians, but magician-class raiders could get quite a lot of commissions even if they had a low rank. On the other hand, the situation wasn't that great for warriors. Jaehyeon Min took a sip from the cup of coffee in front of him and spoke. In reality, that's true. Nowadays, the magicians are taking up all the jobs. Martial artists are pretty slow in completing tasks and have a higher frequency of injury, so they aren't the first choice for employers. That was the bitter truth. Compared to those who hunted monsters from the rear, martial artists who were in the front could only receive more injuries. And it went without saying how superior magicians were in large-scale combat. At Jaehyeon Min's words, Jaehyeon gulped down the iced Americano in his hand. Clack. Jaehyeon put the glass down with a bang and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I am aware. It would have been different if it was 10 years ago. But now, there is nowhere a martial artist can go. Damn, I should have chosen to be a magician back then, 11 years ago, back in his third year of middle school. Jaehyeon got a good score on the Awakening Aptitude Test and entered the Mila's Academy, which specialized in raider training. At the time, the score Jaehyeon got on his Magic Aptitude Test was a whopping 97%. Even the score of the current top magician in Korea, Cona, was merely 92%, so Jaehyeon's score at that time could be said to be out of this world. On the other hand, his combat score was just 34%. However, Jaehyeon still chose martial arts. He didn't have any great reason or grand purpose for doing so. There was just a tendency to disdain magicians at the time. Of course, it was the opposite now. Martial artists had waned and magicians were worshipped. If I had chosen to be a magician 11 years ago, would my life be better right now? Jaehyeon shook his head to get rid of useless thoughts. Normally, a raider's growth stopped in their 20s. In other words, even if Jaehyeon regretted it now, nothing would change. At one time, his talent was envied by all those who wished to be a magician. However, he was now a D-rank raider with nothing special. The difference between Jaehyeon's past and present was incredibly vast. After a moment of silence passed, the person who started the conversation again was Jaehyeon Min. Hyung, such opportunities don't come by very often. I was going to give this chance to someone else, but I remembered your circumstances. So I came to you first. Yi Hyun knew from the very beginning that he didn't have a choice. If he wanted to survive in his situation, he couldn't do so by avoiding rough work. A moment later, Yi Hyun spoke after contemplating the situation. I understand, I'll do it. You're making the right choice, Hyung. A smile spread across Jeong Woo-min's face. Then, I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock at the place. I'll text you the location of beforehand. Don't be late. What do you mean see you? You're also busy with stuff for the agency. Don't worry about it, just do what you have to do. At Yi Hyun's words, Jeong Woo-min laughed slightly and whispered in a low voice. No, I also have something to do there tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Hyung. The next day, despite what he said, Jeong Woo-min couldn't be seen at the entrance of the dungeon. Time quickly passed from the 8 o'clock he'd promised to meet Jeong Woo-min at, and it got closer to 9 o'clock. Yi Hyun strolled around the dungeon entrance by himself and mumbled, Jeong Woo-min, that bastard. He talked about meeting the next day, but I can't even see his shadow. It would have been better if he hadn't said he was coming. Then again, for Jeong Woo-min, it would be better to take care of those with better talent. He was merely a D-rank martial artist, but Jeong Woo-min was an A-rank magician, a rank that obviously received good treatment wherever they went. There was no way such a person could be dedicated to just him. To begin with, I don't know why such a guy is working in a mere raider agency. He could become a part of any guild. But to think he's wasting his time at the agency, it was not something Yi Hyun could comprehend. But since he was receiving help with this and that due to it, he didn't think too deeply into the matter. Everyone has their own circumstances after all. Yi Hyun let out a sigh as he observed his surroundings. As soon as he did so, he saw combat raiders in the same situation as him. There were a little over 40 of them. As they wiped their tiny shields, everyone's expression showed they knew they were facing their deaths. If they wipe it anymore, they might bore a hole in their shields. This time, he turned to look in the other direction. Unlike the indifferent laborers, the magicians had a cordial atmosphere with bright expressions. Even with just a look, one could see that it was a top guild filled with high-ranked raiders. It was worthy of its name as the Meteor Guild, which was becoming famous as a rookie guild lately. Seeing the view in front of him, Yi Hyun reflected on his own circumstance. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to participate in this raid. However, the deposit for the room he was renting right now was 5 million won plus 350,000 rent. Thinking about the money that goes out every month for food and armor repairing, as well as the little bits that go out for miscellaneous things, there was no other option except to go on a raid. Of course, seeing as he was still only 27, Yi Hyun could ask his parents for help. Above all, his father, Min Seong-ho, was an A-rank raider, one of the people envied by all citizens. But unfortunately, his father had no love for him. The same could be said for his mother, who had already passed away. Min Seong-ho, Yi Hyun's father, who physically and verbally abused the two of them, was so-called human trash. That was why he left home penniless the moment he became an adult. He wanted to get out of his father's shadow. But as a result, Yi Hyun ended up in poverty. It wasn't that he had never tried to do other jobs. But this was the only thing he learned at the academy, so he found that other jobs didn't suit him. He couldn't last long at other places and always came back. Well, the result was that he was now in a situation where he was repairing his shield to be a meat shield himself. A familiar voice could be heard from behind Yi Hyun, who was deep in thought for a moment. Huh, Yi Hyun, we're meeting here again, huh? Yi Hyun turned to look in the direction where the voice was coming from. Soon, the familiar face of a middle-aged man appeared in Yi Hyun's sight. Lee Myung-ho. Yi Hyun had met him a few times in dungeons as a scout since he was a combat raider like Yi Hyun. Myung-ho, Hyung, you came as well? Yeah. There's not a lot of work these days. These kinds of jobs may be a bit dangerous, but they pay a lot. Yeah, well, that's true, especially since there's no place for combat raiders other than this. Right. Anyway, kids nowadays don't have any love for the sword. What's so cool about sending out a fireball from the rear? What love? I am about to starve to death. Of course, he didn't let those words leave his mouth. He merely sighed and shrugged. Lee Myung-ho shook his head to show he didn't care about it much and put a hand on Yi Hyun's shoulder. Well, regardless, let's do our best this time too. So do you want to go drink soju after this? Yeah, sounds good. But I don't have much money right now. No can do. I paid last time too. At Lee Myung-ho's stern words, Yi Hyun's shoulders drooped and he made a pitiful expression. Lee Myung-ho looked at him with sympathy for a moment and then scratched his head as he spoke. Ah, all right, then I'll pay for it this final time. He's a really easy guy. Yi Hyun laughed internally. This was exactly the 8th time he was getting free drinks. Everyone gather at the dungeon entrance. We will enter in 30 minutes. At the sudden announcement from a member of the guild, Jaehyeon and Lee Myung-ho lost their spirits. The two quickly moved toward the area where the voice was coming from. At that moment, Jaehyeon abruptly stopped walking and turned on the phone he took out from his chest pocket. Jaehyeon, why aren't you coming? Seeing that Jaehyeon hadn't followed him, Lee Myung-ho turned around and looked at what Jaehyeon was doing. A smile promptly spread on Lee Myung-ho's face. Ha, are you looking at your smartphone again? You seem to always do that before going into a dungeon. What are you looking at so diligently? Are you looking at a picture of your girlfriend? It's nothing, let's go. Jaehyeon's stiff expression softened a little. Inside the old smartphone screen, there was a picture of his younger self and his mother, Lee Seon HWA. A slightly bitter smile appeared on Jaehyeon's face. I'll come back safely. Jaehyeon turned his phone to dungeon mode and stuck close to Lee Myung-ho. Without losing his smile, he was sucked into the dungeon along with Lee Myung-ho. Hey, tank, raise your shield properly. Keep the line straight, fuck. Why can't you understand human language? Maintain your position even if you die. The guild magician that Jaehyeon was guarding didn't stop with the curses and verbal abuse. Since it was a scouting mission with their lives on the line, the magicians were also high-strung. The warriors, including Jaehyeon, had their own task. While the magicians were casting, the warriors had to secure the battle line and block the monsters' attacks endlessly. The glittering lights of Ulfheim flames under Surt's command, destroy all enemies in sight during that time. The magicians would aim and shoot spells at the monsters using cringy casting. Crash. The monsters who were running toward the warriors became ashes in an instant. The hand holding his shield was filled with sweat. Jaehyeon panted as he returned to his position in the battle line. All the monsters that appeared in the dungeon this time were the undead type. They came back to life even when killed, so they had to be either cut down with weapons filled with holy power or hit with holy magic. They were monsters who were complicated to deal with. Kaak. However, displaying the power of a guild of magicians, the members of Meteor quickly disposed of the undead monsters. If it's going to continue like this, I don't have to worry about dying. Jaehyeon recalled what had happened yesterday and considered himself stupid for spending the whole day worrying. At the speed they were proceeding with, it wasn't too much to say that they could clear the dungeon by evening. The bitter fight against the monsters continued for 4 hours. The raid captain looked around the raised dungeon, then he stopped walking and spoke. This place seems roughly done. Let's rest for a while. Everyone heard that, right? We're resting here for a while before continuing. Raiders who were at the front, come back. At the words of the raid captain and guild member, those who were walking in front turned around. Lee Myung-ho, who was walking right beside Jaehyeon, began to speak. While any way you look at it, this place is massive. Yeah, with this size we could probably build a soccer field here. Jaehyeon said in agreement as he looked around. It truly was a huge dungeon. I'm not sure if it's because it's an A-rank dungeon, but it sure is enormous. The dungeon the Meteor Guild was currently trying to clear was A-ranked. According to a news article that came out recently, this was the first time a rookie guild attempted to clear an A-ranked dungeon so quickly. I don't want to admit it, but a guild of magicians truly is strong. A few doors that looked like cave entrances could be seen amidst the foggy darkness. One of those doors probably led to the boss room. Jaehyeon looked at the row of doors and gulped. However great of a rookie guild Meteor was, this was an A-rank dungeon where hundreds of elite raiders died every year. It was not a place that permitted carelessness. Is the boss room the only place left? Jaehyeon caught his breath as he sat on a folding chair at the edge and did some stretching. At that moment, all the strength in his body suddenly left him, and Jaehyeon started to waver like a sheet of paper. The Acer system is downloading. The connection with the user will temporarily be cut. The system is rebooting. What is this, a voice out of the blue? Jaehyeon focused on the machine tone in his ears with a dazed expression. Shouldn't the Acer system already be downloaded? There hasn't been anything like this until now. However, the confusing messages did not stop there. The Acer system could not reboot due to unknown reasons. Rebooting failed. The system downloading and the reboot failing were all things that were happening for the first time. The strange situations that he had never seen on the Awakened community's radar bulletin board continued. Jaehyeon's mind became blank in an instant. At that moment, a voice from an unknown source started to calmly spread inside Jaehyeon's head. Lightflow, an unknown presence is infiltrating the Acer system, returning to safe mode. Failed and unknown presence. What the hell was the voice from a moment ago did it say to follow the light? Jaehyeon, what do you mean? Nothing. Just now I thought I heard someone tell me to follow the Jaehyeon was unable to finish his sentence. Ooh woo wow, a firefly shining with a white light wavered in front of his eyes. This light was it saying that I should follow this light? Jaehyeon nervously swallowed. What on earth is happening right now? Chapter 2. Lucky Day Part 2. The Acer system has been downloaded. The status window could not be opened. It really won't open. Even after trying it numerous times, the result was still the same. The status window isn't opening. There are a few damaged files. Trying to recover the program with safe mode. Together with the program rebooting, the system's voice rang through his mind. Damn, what the hell is happening? Jaehyeon couldn't hide his confusion. Ever since he awakened at 10, the system had not crashed even once for the past 17 years. It had never recovered the system with rebooting or whatnot either. The voice I heard there is a large possibility it is related to the system crashing. It was a rational conclusion. The system clearly said an unknown presence had infiltrated it, but why? He could not be certain about anything at that moment. A system invaded by an unknown presence leading to a crash. A message from the mysterious voice to follow the light. Jaehyeon tried to keep his calm and stared at the white light in front of him. I've never read about a system crash on any forums for the awakened. Then there might be some changes in the Aesir system. The Aesir system was a type of living system based on mythology. The term Sir, referring to the Norse gods of Asgard including Odin and Thor, is said to have been the origin for this system, which was the last bastion of hope for humans at the end of despair. 20 years ago in 2011, which was called the Year of the Calamity, an enormous tree with untold height grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It sprouted overnight and covered the sky after growing for only 9 days. The true name of this tree, which was said to be a sign of the end of the world by some and a blessing by others, was Yggdrasil, the world tree that appeared in mythology. And on the 9th day, when the tree finished growing, a tragedy began. An unprecedented disaster of monsters spread rampantly all over the world. Monsters from mythology like giants and dragons appeared, and it took too long before people realized that all of these things had become reality. Half of the population lost their lives, and half of those remaining were killed by famine and plague. The monsters created more corpses than any epidemic or war. Humans resisted desperately, but the monsters were too strong. All products of science, including weapons, turned to ashes, and the armies of most countries were eradicated in the fight against monsters. But then, all of a sudden, a small hope brewed in humanity that had fallen in despair. Humans called the awakened, with the strength of gods, appeared. Those awakened held the power of the gods. That is, they started to kill monsters with the basis of the Aesir system, the awakened. Those among them that hunted monsters were called raiders. The strongest weapon used by the ones humanity considered heroes. A system regarding which no one knew when and where it was from or which existence had created it. That was the Aesir. However, a change is happening to that Aesir system. No matter what kind it would be, it was hard to think about it positively. As Jaehyeon was organizing his thoughts, Jaehyeon's feet, which were trotting busily, suddenly stopped. Because the light that had been floating in the air stopped in one location and grabbed his gaze once again. Jaehyeon raised his head and looked forward, then shock was visible on his face. An enormous door. In front of his eyes was a huge, rusted steel door. Giving off an unknown aura of intense pressure, it was a door covered in murals that were so old that they could not be identified. This is no way. The corners of Jaehyeon's mouth started to turn up, and a grin soon spread on his face. It's a treasure gate, a room that hid treasure with a low probability of appearing in high-rank dungeons. It was a place concealing a very special artifact or effective ingredient item. They said an item from a treasure gate was at least 100 million, I think. Jaehyeon placed his hand on the door with a delighted face and took a deep breath. If an equipment item that's at least A rank comes out from here, I can get out of this horrible life right away. Normally, an A-rank equipment item's price easily goes over $1 billion. In Korea, it was an amount that would allow one to get a good Jeon's house and live the rest of their life comfortably. T/N, Jeon's is a way of renting a house in Korea where you pay a huge amount of deposit to rent the house. Then you don't pay rent while you're living in that house. You also receive all or most of the deposit when you stop renting the house. Please, if there is a god, please let an artifact of at least A rank appear. Jaehyeon started to put some strength into the hand he placed on the door, and the door soon began to open. Kriyak, the interior of the treasure gate, began to enter his sight through the half-open door. Jaehyeon carefully stepped inside. To think there was such a place inside a dungeon, what they talked about on TV wasn't just an urban legend after all. Torches that lit up every wall and a mysterious altar could be seen. The figure of a small sphere shining brightly on the altar flickered before his eyes. Any way you look at it, that should be the artifact. Jaehyeon couldn't stop grinning. So let's see how great this hidden item is, shall we? Jaehyeon approached the altar without hesitation. A sound resembling a moving motor came from the rotating sphere that was emitting a white light. After taking a deep breath, Jaehyeon stretched his hand out toward the sphere. The moment Jaehyeon's hand touched the sphere, a clear voice rang out. The system succeeded in recovering some functions. A new equipment item has been acquired. Would you like to appraise the acquired item? Things are working out well today. The system even recovered at the right time. They did say that good things happen all at once, didn't they? He began to read the status window that appeared with excitement. Then, the pupils of Jaehyeon who had been reading the item's information contracted. Soon, a puzzled expression followed. Jaehyeon rubbed his eyes and dazedly stared at the status window that floated in the air. Equipment item. Name, Odin's Lost Eye rating. Mythic, the eye given up by Odin, king of the Aesir, to gain wisdom at Mimir's well. When equipped, it can allow one to understand runes and use magic to disarm or destroy. The only mythic item in the world. Warning, bound once equipped. Effects. Skill universal derivation with a complete understanding of runes. All kinds of powerful magic can be used without incanting. Blank cards can be consumed to copy another person's skills. When copying skills, penalties do not carry over. Blank cards in possession, one the only mythic item in the world. A priceless item had fallen into Jaehyeon's hands. He remarked in a voice filled with horror. Is this real? He looked at it over and over again, but the description was still the same. Rating, Mythic, the highest ranking that has appeared in the auction till now is S rank. Even that easily went over tens of billions of won at the auction house. Items related to magic can especially be sold at whatever price you state, but what? A mythic item, and the only one in the world at that. Ha ha ha, the laughs burst out of Jaehyeon's mouth uncontrollably. I don't have to go through all that suffering anymore. I don't have to be insulted by various guilds or become a meat shield in dungeons. I can have whatever I want and eat whatever I want. Filled with joy, Jaehyeon smiled broadly as he gazed at Odin's lost eye. Finally, spring had come for him as well. Jaehyeon tried to calm his beating heart and put the item in his inventory. As he was doing so, he suddenly had a thought. Since I got it, should I try equipping it? Sure, it's not every day I get to try out a mythic item. Traditionally, raiders all wanted to own high-ranked items. The high rank of an item could be a raider's pride. It could also save their life in a dungeon. Jaehyeon hardened his heart and opened his status window to equip the item. Then warning, the item Odin's Lost Eye becomes bound once equipped. Would you like to equip? And no, cancel right away, quickly. Not having read the warning because he was entranced by the mythic rating, he calmed his surprised heart. Phew, I almost blew away the mythic item I obtained with difficulty. Jaehyeon returned the Odin's Lost Eye to his inventory and wiped his cold sweat away. I don't have a reason to equip this. Just selling it will get me billions and billions of won. It was a mythic item after all. How would there be a reason to equip it? Over the past 7 years, Jaehyeon had faced numerous enemies. There were many instances where he was frozen in fear and several times when he almost died. For him, being a raider was something he had to do without a choice. He wasn't continuing to do it out of any love for the job. That was why he had no plans to equip Odin's Lost Eye. A big house and a foreign car, I can do whatever I want now. Jaehyeon left the treasure gate with a very light heart. It was time to return. Where did Min Jaehyeon go? We have to start fighting again in a bit. He will probably be back soon. It seems he went to the bathroom for a moment. Lee Myung-ho frantically made excuses, few seriously. The raid captain, Park Chan-hyuk, showed his impatience as he looked at his specially altered watch. The guild's budget was already low, so the loss in power with just one person missing was not small. Especially since those who stood at the rear were magicians that were weakest at close combat. If the monsters got even a little closer, the formation would be destroyed in the chaos. Let's try waiting a little. He's over there. Jaehyeon, come quickly. We are continuing the mission now. I am sorry for being late. Jaehyeon bowed his head with an embarrassed look. Park Chan-hyuk scolded him as he sighed. It's troublesome if you move by yourself like this. It would be best that nothing like this happens next time. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Jaehyeon apologized one more time. Fortunately, Park Chan-hyuk left without saying any more. Jaehyeon, don't feel too sad, huh? Haha, it's nothing, Hyung, I'm fine. And I'll pay for the drinks tonight. I can't keep getting free stuff. Lee Myung-ho tilted his head at Jaehyeon's untypical reaction. Did he finally go insane at the age of 27? Holding his shield in one hand and filing into formation, Jaehyeon's expression was bright. Phew, did he fall for it just now? Jaehyeon did not say anything about finding a treasure gate. He was still inside a dungeon. It was a lawless area with no one outside ever knowing whatever happened inside. Saying he found a good item in here was the same as saying he wanted to die, and Jaehyeon was not stupid. It won't be too late to sell the item after clearing the dungeon as planned. It's important not to needlessly attract suspicion right now. Lee Myung-ho shook his head to express that he couldn't understand, then he grabbed his shield as well and moved into formation. After checking that the newly formed frontline had no cracks in it, the raid captain shouted, "Akue, since the frontline has been reformed, let's start clearing." Boom. Bang 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 bang. In the next moment, a loud explosion almost burst their ears. Chapter 3, Lucky Day Part 3. Kaya, what is this sound? Did a bomb go off? Fuck, don't you know bombs are forbidden in dungeons? Which bastard was it? The defense line broke formation in an instant and noise filled the surroundings. What is happening? Jaehyeon quickly looked around inside the dungeon with dizzy eyes. However, there were no signs of an explosion anywhere. What on earth is it? I am sure it was the sound of an explosion at that moment. A strange black smoke started to rise from the ground. The smoke spread in an instant and blocked everyone's sight. Kek, cough, cough. What the hell is this? Jaehyeon immediately covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve and narrowed his eyes. The black fog that wrapped itself around them was not normal. This is poison fog, poison fog. Like its name suggested, it was a special kind of fog that had a poisonous effect on those who inhaled it. If I inhale too much, I'll die. I have to get out of here first. Jaehyeon, I think we need to get out of here quickly. This fog, however I look at it, it's dangerous. Lee Myung-ho, who had come to his side while he wasn't paying attention, said so while covering his mouth with his sleeve. Jaehyeon nodded as he yelled, "Everyone. We need to leave this place quick." Before he could finish his words, Jaehyeon had to close his mouth tightly. Myung-ho, beside Jaehyeon, a sharp knife was sticking out through Lee Myung-ho's chest. Jaehyeon bit his lips. This gear is not from the dungeon. Lee Myung-ho was not the only one. He could hear other people's screams from here and there. The coppery scent of blood filled the dungeon in an instant. I have to escape. Tap, tap, tap. Jaehyeon quickly left his position and tried to pull himself together. The sudden sound of an explosion, poison fog that filled the dungeon, and the people getting murdered. Instantly, Jaehyeon's whole body was covered in goosebumps. This is not done by monsters. Pant Jaehyeon barely escaped from the poison fog and the assassin's attacks and went deeper into the dungeon. At the same time, he pondered, what if the motive of the assassins was the massacre of Meteor Guild? It would be worse if he headed to the exit. There was a big chance that he would be murdered by the assassin team waiting by the entrance. In this situation, it should be safer to request for rescue from within the dungeon. Damn. What on earth is happening right now? Never mind, this is not the time to think like that. Jaehyeon took out his smartphone from his jacket and turned it on. If he could request for rescue right now, there was a possibility of him making it out of all this alive. Do you think I'll just lie down and die when I just got a mythic item after so much difficulty? The moment Jaehyeon was about to click on the emergency dungeon call app on his smartphone. Krrrrrrr, bang. An attack suddenly brushed past Jaehyeon's shoulder and lodged itself in the wall behind him. Jaehyeon fell to the ground. He rolled and barely avoided the attack. What is this? Who the hell? I knew that you'd managed to stay alive, Hyung. Hearing the voice, Jaehyeon quickly frowned fiercely. Jaehyeon spoke to the enemy standing in front of him with a shaky voice. Jeong Min, I told you, didn't I, that we'd see each other today. Jeong Min had a smile on his face as he slowly walked toward Jaehyeon. At a glance, one could see that he had a totally different aura from yesterday. The black hoodies and rectangular glasses gave off a feeling of unknown danger. Jaehyeon didn't take his eyes off of Jeong Min as he asked in a sharp voice. Did you plan all this, spreading the poison fog and murdering the Meteor Guild? Yes, that's right, Jeong Min admitted in a mild tone. There was no sign of guilt in his expression. Instead of his usual good-natured smile, there was only a provocative and unfamiliar expression on his face. Jaehyeon was bewildered, but he tried hard not to show it as he asked, "Why?" Well, that's because it was a request from my client. Plus, there are so many people who dislike the Meteor Guild. They have been looking down on the other guilds too much. You know what they say, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Jaehyeon bit down on his lips. Of course, he had heard that as the Meteor Guild expanded, they looked down on other guilds, especially those composed of warrior raiders. But to think they would be hit from behind like this. I thought it was merely a small argument between guilds. I miscalculated. Damn, Jaehyeon controlled his breathing. Unfortunately, he had to forget about the guild. He had to understand this situation first. The probability of murder inside a dungeon being known outside is 0. Even if a crime is committed, it ends with the testimony of a witness. Dungeon assassins, the name used nowadays to refer to those who misused a closed dungeon and committed murder inside. According to circumstances, the surprise attack on the Meteor Guild this time was perpetrated under such a blind spot. Damn. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth as he looked at Jeong Min in front of him. Blue mana emitted from his whole body. He isn't someone I can beat with my current skills. Jeong Min was an A-rank magician. He was part of the geniuses that composed the top 2% of the country. On the other hand, Jaehyeon was only D-rank. He wasn't particularly skilled, nor was he weak. He was just average. Additionally, Jaehyeon could not use the strength of the Acer system at the moment. I just have to keep my mouth shut. Then that bastard will have no reason to kill me. I was their goal to begin with. It's unfair, but there is no other way. Of course, if it were possible, he would have liked to get revenge for the dead members of the Meteor Guild and those who fought with him in the defense line. Especially Lee Myung-ho. But realistically, Jaehyeon could not do anything. As the Yggdrasil sprouted and the awakened appeared, the world was tragically intolerant of the weak. and Jaehyeon was in the lowest tier of that pyramid. Ha. It hurt his pride, but he could only bow his head down here. A moment later, organizing his thoughts, Jaehyeon opened his mouth with difficulty. Jaehyeon Min, ill pretend as if nothing happened today, so at that instant. Jaehyeon Min interrupted his words and took another step forward. But Hyung, do you know, scree. A yellow lightning attack extending from Jaehyeon Min's arm shortened the distance between him and Jaehyeon in an instant. Crash, boom. Jaehyeon avoided the extremely sharp lightning attack by rolling his body on the ground. Then he analyzed Jaehyeon Min's path of movement while breathing roughly. His arm and cheek started to bleed where the attack had brushed past him. If I'd reacted a little bit late, I would be dead for sure. Jaehyeon Min's attack happened in an instant, an attack filled with obvious hostility. It was too strong to say he was just joking around. Looking at Jaehyeon's stiff face, Jaehyeon Min smiled coldly. The target for this dungeon wasn't only the Meteor Guild. Bang, 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 the lightning chain flew around rapidly. It was possible for magicians like Jaehyeon Min above B rank to cast magic without saying the spells out loud. Runic language. They were able to do so because they had a higher understanding of this language, which was the basis of magic compared to others. Of course, it was not as strong as saying the spells out loud, but it was more than enough when facing a D rank like Jaehyeon. Looking down at his bloody self, Jaehyeon bit down on his lips. I have to think of something. I need to get out of this situation. Jaehyeon Min's attacks were coming toward Jaehyeon without pause. As he was avoiding the attacks with difficulty, Jaehyeon thought about who on earth would have commissioned his death. And at that moment, one person passed through Jaehyeon's mind. His whole body shook and his face twisted in an instant. Jaehyeon Min looked at the expression on Jaehyeon's face with interest and stopped attacking. Jaehyeon's gaze sharpened. Was it my father? Seeing Jaehyeon's contorted expression that he'd never seen before, Jaehyeon Min laughed with delight instead. You are really smart, Hyung, that's why I like you. Jaehyeon clenched his fists. A drop of blood escaped his tightly drawn mouth. His whole body shook with rage. To think that the one who had ordered his death was his biological father. Of course, he knew that his father didn't consider him his child. He knew that his father considered him trash for a long time. However, wasn't this too much? He hired assassins to kill his own son. Then an uneasy thought abruptly passed through Jaehyeon's mind. If that is true, no way. While contempt filled his whole body, Jaehyeon began to speak with difficulty. Let me ask one thing. Jaehyeon Min shrugged in the face of Jaehyeon's seriousness. It was an agreement of sorts. Did that person also commission something like this before? About 5 years ago, I didn't think you would get that one right as well. You're a really amazing. Thump. Jaehyeon's forehead twisted fiercely. It felt like he couldn't breathe. The violent beat of his heart resounded. Soon afterward, hot tears filled his eyes. 5 years ago, Jaehyeon's mother lost her life in a robbery. During a very cold winter, his mother, who had loved him dearly, became a cold corpse and was brought into the morgue. The autopsy concluded that she was murdered by someone. Jaehyeon, who'd only been 22 at the time, found it hard to believe. His tears fell without end. He had promised to pay back his mother's care in his youth. He was a son who had merely received and given nothing back. His mother had already left him by then. Right after the incident, Jaehyeon went to the police station every day to try and catch the murderer. But the killer was more meticulous than expected. He didn't leave a clue anywhere, and the case remained unsolved. Although 5 long years had passed, a loathing for his mother's murderer still remained in Jaehyeon's heart. It was a loathing that always filled him with killing intent immediately, and now he knew where to direct that loathing. Jaehyeon Min and his father, everything became clear. The one who killed Jaehyeon's mother, Lee Seon Hwa, was his father, and Jaehyeon Min, who was currently right in front of him. His insides were tingling. Truthfully, Jaehyeon had had a vague idea to begin with. His mom and father had never gotten along. However, thinking about his father as his mother's killer was incredibly brutal on him. He was the only family Jaehyeon had left. It scared him that the only one he could lean on would disappear. So he had decided to trust him, even though he had a doubtful character. But then the result of all that trust is this. Uncontrollable laughter burst out along with hot tears. He gnashed his teeth. Jaehyeon's father, who killed his only wife and now wanted to kill his son too. Jaehyeon Min, who affably called him Hyung and took care of low-ranked raiders like himself. Now I won't trust anyone. Jaehyeon Min left Jaehyeon deep in thought and started to release his mana to create his lightning attack again. It was Lightning Chain, a spell Jaehyeon Min was proficient with. FZZZZZZ, the attack that changed its form into a sharp chain, cried out as if it wished to quickly rip Jaehyeon's body apart. Well, that's what happened. Jaehyeon Min's eyes slanted down. Goodbye, Hyung. Chapter 4, Lucky Day Part 4, the chain-shaped lightning attack dispersed like a net in different directions and rushed toward Jaehyeon. The flow of such a fierce magic attack surpassed Jaehyeon's ability to overcome. But for some reason, Jaehyeon didn't dodge it. He merely stared blankly at the lightning chain headed toward him. Crash, boom, 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 the strike reached Jaehyeon. The lightning chain ripped his body over and over again. Jeong Woo-min's attack was fierce and quick. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth. Lightning chain was skinning Jaehyeon alive. He tried his best not to lose consciousness but fell to his knees in the end. Erg. Vomiting blood, Jaehyeon's body swayed and rolled on the floor. The lightning chain filled with magic swallowed Jaehyeon's body with a domineering sound. SZZZZZZZZZZZT. I really don't understand. A father murders his wife and then his son. Jeong Woo-min sneered as he tapped Jaehyeon's dying body with his foot. Isn't it baffling? Don't you think so too, Hyeong? Jeong Woo-min slowly stepped on Jaehyeon with an unchanging cold expression. A moment later, when Jaehyeon's body finally became rigid and stopped moving, Jeong Woo-min pulled back his magic and turned around. Unless there was a miracle, it didn't look as if Jaehyeon would be able to move. But at that moment, woo, the ground shook and started to break apart. Jeong Woo-min furrowed his brow all of a sudden. What is this magic? Min Jaehyeon is probably already dead. Even a flood of fierce magic was felt from behind. Jeong Woo-min got goosebumps all over his body at that instant. The magic is becoming more powerful. Jeong Woo-min quickly stopped walking and took a fighting stance. As he thought, the mana was flowing from Jaehyeon's body. Shining with a blue light, the life energy wrapped itself around his dying body. Jeong Woo-min's face stiffened. Jaehyeon's body was wriggling. What is happening right now? Jeong Woo-min shook his head and gathered his magic in his hands once again. He chanted the spell for lightning chain. This time, instead of casting silently, he chanted the spell out loud. He planned to end Jaehyeon's life in a single strike with a stronger attack. I have to end it for sure this time. He didn't know why, but he strongly felt this to be necessary. Jeong Woo-min quickly finished casting and got ready to send the attack toward Jaehyeon. Wuwang magic words that an ordinary person couldn't read were written in the air and soon started gathering in Jeong Woo-min's hand. A moment later, the words meshed with Jeong Woo-min's magic and turned into chains shining with a yellow light. Swoosh, please die for real this time. The lightning attack flew from Jeong Woo-min's hand to Jaehyeon's body. However, Jaehyeon didn't dodge this time either. He gazed blankly at the attack rushing toward him. Then, seeing Jaehyeon's face, Jeong Woo-min became puzzled. A soon-to-be-dead person is smiling. Words that he couldn't understand flowed out of Jaehyeon's blood-filled mouth. Equip Odin's Lost Eye. The item Odin's Lost Eye has been equipped. The item has been bound to the user. I know I can't sell you anymore. The active skill Universal Derivation has been acquired through the equipping of Odin's Lost Eye. Together with the system's notification, Jeong Woo-min's attack reached Jaehyeon's body. To be precise, it seemed like it would reach him. Woowang. Clink, Jeong Woo-min's expression intensified. He yelled, unable to understand what had happened in front of his eyes. How could this happen? The mana dispersed. The lightning chain that had been rushing toward Jaehyeon had been completely destroyed and dispersed like sand. The remnants of the magic floated around Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon looked at Jeong Woo-min's terrified face and raised his right arm. Jeong Woo-min, a new skill has been acquired showing skill information. Active skill, name. Universal Derivation Rating, X-Stat, analyses and deconstructs a spell's structure to understand and eradicate it. 1. Reverse engineers a spell to its base form and destroys it. 2. The mana consumed by destroying a spell with universal derivation changes based on rank. It'll kill you as painfully as possible. Jaehyeon's left eye was imbued with a golden light in an instant. The effect of Odin's Lost Eye has been activated. A blank card has been used, copying the skill Lightning Chain. He heard the clear sound of the notification. Soon, a yellow lightning attack started to form on the right arm Jaehyeon had raised. It was a spell exactly the same as Jeong Woo-min's Lightning Chain. Jeong Woo-min's eyebrows creased fiercely. How can a mere warrior copy my lightning chain? Jeong Woo-min stared with confusion at Jaehyeon who stood before him. Giving off a different aura from a moment ago, he was overflowing with intense mana. But the most surprising thing was that Jaehyeon had Jeong Woo-min's spell Lightning Chain wrapped around his arm. It was magic that took Jeong Woo-min, someone considered a genius, several years to learn. Moreover, Jaehyeon was a combat raider, so how was he able to use a high-level spell such as Lightning Chain? At the incomprehensible situation, Jeong Woo-min bit his lips. I don't know how you can use such a high-level spell, but do you think you can win against me with just that? Then Jaehyeon's silence broke as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. I don't know if I can or cannot. Jaehyeon smiled slightly. You decide for yourself. The lightning chain which had been expanding with fierce magic left Jaehyeon's hand and quickly rushed toward Jeong Woo-min. The attack was several times faster than the one Jeong Woo-min had shot a few moments ago. Q-Hook. Jeong Woo-min quickly gathered up his mana and opened a protective shield against Jaehyeon's attack. Damn, this is crash bang. Narrowly escaping the attack, Jeong Woo-min glared at Jaehyeon from across the chamber while breathing heavily. It's more powerful than my spell. Boom, boom, crash. Jaehyeon's attacks fell without a moment of rest. Jaehyeon Min used his shield to parry the chains and looked for Jaehyeon's blind spot, but Jaehyeon's strikes were unbelievably fast. Jaehyeon was using up his life energy to attack. It was truly like the work of a devil. Then at last Jaehyeon's chain was faster than Jaehyeon Min's shield and went through. Damn, I can dodge thy swoosh. 4 chains flew toward Jaehyeon Min. In such a perilous situation, he was unable to dodge Jaehyeon's attack in the end, and his body was pierced through by the chains. Jaehyeon Min became unable to move, and Jaehyeon walked toward him. Kyuk, kyuk, Jaehyeon Min struggled against the chains, but Jaehyeon, seemingly not wanting to listen to him any longer, lowered his raised arm. Swoosh. The sound of a chain was heard as it rushed through the air and pierced through Jaehyeon Min's chest. Kyuk, a strike that accurately aimed for the heart. After a short moment, Jaehyeon Min's body lost all strength. Everything is over. Although he won the fight, Jaehyeon's situation wasn't all that good. Having used up all of his mana to attack Jaehyeon Min, he didn't have even a single drop of mana left in his body. His stamina had also been used up, so he couldn't move at all. I just got a mythic item, yet I am about to die in vain like this. His luck did seem really good lately. Jaehyeon calmly accepted his fate and closed his eyes. Death, he had been forced to stare such a fearsome death in the eye numerous times while working as a raider. But now that he was facing it for real, it's so cold. Under his hazy consciousness and the depths of the dungeon, Jaehyeon closed his eyes. A new operating system has been downloaded. Would you like to run it? Once the new operating system is run, all injuries will be healed and time will be regressed to the period the user most desires. A strange voice from an unknown source was heard just before he lost consciousness. As his mind became hazy, Jaehyeon could not tell if the sound he was hearing was real or a hallucination. But he clearly understood one thing that the voice wanted to convey. You're saying you can save me. He had to make the decision before he lost his consciousness forever. Jaehyeon squeezed out all the strength remaining in his body and mumbled at the voice ringing in his head. Regress, was it? I don't know what that means, but okay, run it. The moment the words fell from Jaehyeon's lips, his body simultaneously fell to the floor. The new operating system Nornir system has been run. From now on, you are the adversary of the high-end mighty Aesir. Acquired the passive skill Absolute Eye of God. The gods against the Aesir are watching you. Reverted time to the period desired by the user. The current date is November 15, 2020. Succeeded in recovering 20% of your body's status. The restriction on non-combat activity has been removed. New quest rest is the mother of success. Has been accepted automatically. As he stopped feeling the tightening in his chest, Jaehyeon opened his eyes. And in the next moment he fell into deep confusion. What on earth is this situation? Jaehyeon sat up and looked around the bed he had been laying on. A comfortable bed and pillow. A warm atmosphere and room arrangement and the faint scent of coffee in the air. A pair of old but still wearable pajamas. The uniform he wore in middle school hung up on the wall. It was strange. He was sure that a moment ago he was dying after fighting against Jaehyeon Min. Jaehyeon pressed his temples with his thumbs to ward off his headache as he mumbled. How am I dreaming right now? I am sure this is the old house we used to live in, but the thing he found hardest to believe was the quest window in front of his eyes. Subquest, rest is the mother of success. You are a critical patient who miraculously survived. Get enough rest to fully recover. Restore vitality up to 80%. Level F Vitality 28/140 reward. Blank card 1. It's not enough that I returned over 10 years back. There's also a quest window. There were originally no quest windows in the Aesir system. Jaehyeon stared blankly at the status window floating in the air. He started to organize his thoughts to understand the situation he was facing. Let's start from the beginning. First, I didn't die in the fight against Jaehyeon Min. The reason is, surely it's because of the new system. Thanks to it, I've also returned to the past. Although it was hard to believe, Jaehyeon accepted it right away. It was a mentality trained beforehand from the appearance of Yggdrasil and monsters in 2011. It wasn't his first time experiencing such a weird situation. And if there was one thing Jaehyeon had learned from going through circumstances like the current one, it was the fact that quickly assimilating and making decisions was the most important. If the information told by the system is correct, it is 11 years in the past. The time I was in 3rd year middle school, reverting of time to the period most desired by the user has succeeded. The operating system has successfully changed to Nornir system. A notification rang once more. Nornir, is that the name of the new system? Honestly, I don't know what the hell any of this means, however. Jaehyeon thought again and again. What he was experiencing right now was a continuation of circumstances he couldn't understand. The betrayal by his father and Jaehyeon Min. His mother's death 5 years ago. A new operating system and returning to the past. Circumstances that didn't readily connect together. One thing is certain. Jaehyeon clenched his fists as he looked at the calendar on his desk. There November 16 was encircled and a small reminder was written. He did not have to read it. Jaehyeon already knew what it said. Application day for Milla's Academy, P.S. must become a warrior. For the past several years, Jaehyeon had regretted the choice he had made that day. The application day for Milla's Academy. The time he gave up being a magician which he had the talent for and chose warrior, a path he was ill-suited for. Jaehyeon's mouth tilted up into a smile. He erased the bottom line written on the calendar with a pen as he spoke. I won't make the same mistake twice. It was a priceless chance he gained again. Jaehyeon planned to be a magician this time. Chapter 5, Preparation to Leap Forward Part 1 Name, Min Jaehyeon Age 16 Level 7 Skills. Passive 1 Watched by the Gods New. Max Absolute Eye of God New. Max Trained Swordsmanship LVL 17, Quickstep LVL 15, Flexible Movement LVL 14, Emergency First Aid LVL 18 Active. Universal Derivation Lightning Chain New. Stats. HP 350/350 MP, 500/500 Strength, 4 Dexterity, 3 Mana, 10 Endurance, 5 Stat Points. 21 My level seems to have returned to what it was around this time. The stats have reset as well, so why did the passive skills remain? While Jaehyeon was thinking, an alert from the system was heard. Through the skill 1 Watched by the Gods, the passive skills prior to regression have all been maintained. 1 Watched by the Gods, one of the new skills at the very top of the window, 1 Watched by the Gods. Although he didn't know the exact details, it seemed this skill maintained his passive skills from before his regression. Jaehyeon quickly checked the skill's information. Passive skill, name 1 Watched by the Gods rank. X helps the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods. Effect after regression, all passive skills are maintained. Every time the user's level rises, all stats are raised by 1. The majority of the gods against the Aesir are watching over you. What? A skill that affects all stats, a skill that adjusted stats. He had never heard of such a thing. Every time you level up, you receive 3 stat points. If you add 1 point to all stats from that, that means you would grow more than twice as fast as others. It was a simple calculation. When others got 3 stat points, he would get a total of 8 points. Insane. Even as he felt happy, Jaehyeon couldn't erase the questions in his mind. The attention from those against the Aesir gods, what on earth does that mean? Let's first look over the other skills, too. The other new skills were also unusual. Jaehyeon checked the remaining skills marked new, one by one. Passive skill, name Absolute Eye of God rank. X penetrates through false illusions and sees the absolute reality. Active skill, name Lightning Chain rank. A mana consumed, 50 attacks the enemy with chains covered in lightning. Has a chance of inflicting a paralysis state on the attacked enemy. The mana consumed increases with the number of chains shot out. I don't know what kind of skill Absolute Eye of God is just yet. I've had to face the lightning chain directly before, but it's a really good skill. Jaehyeon nodded his head. Lightning Chain was without a doubt a good damage-dealing skill, and looking at the rank of Absolute Eye of God, it would be a great skill. The problem with the latter was that he still didn't know for certain how to use it, but it was a problem that would solve itself eventually. There's no need to rush things. After checking all of his new skills, Jaehyeon decided to distribute his stat points. Since I'll be a magician, strength isn't a stat I really need. I should keep dexterity at least at the minimum for evasion, and magic is key without a doubt. But the most important is, of course, endurance. Endurance wasn't a stat that raised attack power like strength or magic, but it slowed down the process of getting worn out when doing the same thing repeatedly. When stacked first, the change would be felt for certain when leveling up. Jaehyeon thought for a second, then he added 2 to dexterity, 5 to magic, and the remaining to endurance. Thanks to that, at just level 7, his endurance was already 19. Even if he entered Milla's right now, he would be part of the upper ranks. I've taken care of the pressing concerns first. Next is which skill to familiarize myself with. Jaehyeon looked at the blank card he took out of his inventory and was locked in thought. I don't need an attack skill right away since I have Lightning Chain. Besides, if I copy a high-rank spell unreasonably, I wouldn't be able to use it due to mana consumption. Jaehyeon spoke as he spun the blank card. As expected, what I need the most is a healing spell. In the present year of 2020, the treatment of magicians was way below that of warriors. But it was different for raiders who knew healing spells. They received royal treatment wherever they went. This was because even if they weren't a raider, they could work in any medical field, so there was high preference for them. If I start off with a healing spell, there's no reason others would look down on me. But the most troublesome thing was that it wouldn't be easy to meet an awakened who possessed a healing spell. Especially around the current Jaehyeon, there were almost no awakened. In addition, there wasn't a choice with Jaehyeon Min, but from now on, I have to use the blank cards as effectively as possible. I don't know how many cards the system will give, but it wouldn't just give out plenty of such an item that could break the balance. Lightning Chain was of course a good A-rank skill, but there was S-rank above that. Placed in front of the fact that there was a level above it, using a blank card to copy an A-rank skill seemed a bit wasteful. Jaehyeon planned to use this blank card a little more effectively, but that's easier said than done. Not to mention, he was supposed to not only find a healing raider, which are already hard to come across, and copy their skill but also find a skill that could break the balance. Nothing in the world is that easy. Damn, Jaehyeon sighed as he fell into deep contemplation. Is there no solution? At that moment, who could it be? Jaehyeon grabbed his vibrating smartphone and looked at the screen. The sender was Kim Yu-young. Jaehyeon's expression stiffened for a moment. Kim Yu-young was Jaehyeon's childhood friend. Since they lived next to each other, they spent a lot of time together, and having enrolled in Millas at the same time, they were the best of friends who worked towards becoming raiders together. However, Jaehyeon put his hand against his head at the intense headache that followed. His chest tightened with pain from deep within at the resurfacing of an old memory. Kim Yu-young, who was covered in blood with her eyes just barely open, and Jaehyeon at the side, who was the only one left alive. It seemed that the trauma from that day still remained with him. Jaehyeon took deep breaths to calm himself. It's all right. I can change it now. No, I have to change it. Together with his firm decision, Jaehyeon's face relaxed. As he was thinking, Kim Yu-young's messages continued. This girl's still the same as ever. Jaehyeon read the messages sent by Kim Yu-young with a tiny, bitter smile. What are you doing now? Saintess Yu Sung-yoon is in the city right now for a lecture. Want to go look at the Saintess with me? Replied quickly. Come if you want, or I'm gonna go by myself. Please let's go. Oh, that's right. Reading the messages, color returned to Jaehyeon's face. There was this person. As Jaehyeon smiled, a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. One of the only 200 S-ranked raiders in the world, Saintess Yu Sung-yoon. Jaehyeon grabbed his smartphone and quickly stood up from his seat. Mom, I'm going out for a second. Okay, be careful not to come back too late. After receiving permission from Lyseon HWA, Jaehyeon came out of the house and quickly sent a reply to Kim Yu-young. He'll be there soon, there's no need to worry about this much distance. A brilliant light filled Jaehyeon's eyes. He was thinking of copying the healing spell of Korea's best healer, Yu Sung-yoon's sacrifice. Vrum, a black van drove on the road. The voice of Yu Sung-yoon's secretary and manager, Park Sung-yi, came from the driver's seat. I'll brief you on what's left for today. In a moment, there is an outdoor stage encouragement lecture for raiders. After that is the raid of a B-rank dungeon in Seongbuk-gu, then an inspection of the station base in Wonju Field. Afterward, we have to go to America right away. As he reported the situation while driving, Park Sung-yi looked at the pale Yu Sung-yoon seated at the back and let out a sigh. He stopped his report for a moment and asked, "Are you really all right in that state? Guildmaster, you look worse than before." "I am all right, just a bit drowsy. It's because you've been taking up too much work for several months. You also overtaxed yourself in the dungeon yesterday. You also know it." Park Sung-yi paused for a moment and continued, "Your spell is killing you." Yu Sung-yoon kept her mouth tightly shut. There was nothing wrong in Park Sung-yi's words. The healing spell that put Yu Sung-yoon on the path of success sacrifice. This spell was so powerful that it could cure the majority of those near death at once, but it had a fatal flaw. It was that every time the spell was used, it reduced the caster's vitality. Usually, unique skills like sacrifice had a penalty. For example, snatching away the caster's vitality, requiring a payment for use, or acquiring a debuff. This applied to Yu Sung-yoon's spell sacrifice as well. Park Sung-yi slightly bowed his head out of the pity he felt. It would be nice if healing spells worked on her. The vitality lost from using sacrifice could only be recovered with spells of the same level or higher. The problem was that there were no healing spells more powerful than sacrifice. Saintess Yu Sung-yoon sacrificed the only unique skill for healing. A unique skill here was a skill that was at a level above S rank, which was called the highest rank. It could only be gained through blood inheritance or self-manifestation. Yu Sung-yoon was the only person in the world who gained a unique healing spell. Receiving healing from someone else was not a possibility. "We promise not to say those words, Sung-yi appa." Yu Sung-yoon laughed with a joking expression. Feeling miserable, Park Sung-yi held onto the wheel more forcefully. If things stay as they are, the guildmaster might collapse soon. If that happens, Park Sung-yi glanced at Yu Sung-yoon. She had stopped talking and was looking out the window with a composed look on her face. Truthfully, Yu Sung-yoon knew about her situation the most. The fact that there wasn't much time remaining wherein she could continue to work as a raider, that her body would soon reach its limit, but she had to continue. To protect the citizens who believed in her and the members of the Yeonhwa Guild, she had to endure a little bit more. Damn, Park Sung-yi looked at Yu Sung-yoon, who was drinking water with shaking hands, and sighed with pity. Chapter 6, Preparation to Leap Forward Part 2. You're here, let's get a move on. There's a ton of people ahead of us right now. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young were reunited after a few decades. Kim Yoo-young's voice was as clear as Jaehyeon remembered, as were her double-lidded eyes and her soft hair tinged with an orange color. While looking at the familiar sight, Jaehyeon answered while smiling unconsciously, "I know, so stop dragging me." Kim Yoo-young grabbed Jaehyeon's sleeve with a very nervous expression on her face. She had a dizzy look in her eyes as she looked around. Jaehyeon smiled as he retorted in a quiet voice. "Hey, be honest. You asked me to come with you because you were worried you'd get lost, didn't you? What is this guy saying? That wasn't it, Akare, you've got the wrong guy. Let go then." Kim Yoo-young held onto Jaehyeon's sleeve with more force and silence. Jaehyeon shook his head as he spoke. "How can a girl who's good at studying and sports keep having trouble finding her way? Hey, you get to come to the speech thanks to it. Do you know how rare the opportunity to see Yoo Sung-yoon Unni is?" Well, she's not wrong. Jaehyeon thought to himself as he smiled, "It would be of great help in the future if I copy Yoo Sung-yoon's sacrifice. Plus, if I do this well, I might gain a personal connection with the best in Korea." Woo-ah. As they came to an open area, they could see a complete view of the outdoor stage. The people gathered around the stage were yelling in extreme excitement. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young looked around and moved to a place where they could see the stage better. As expected of Yoo Sung-yoon, I guess, there were banners in several places which had Yoo Sung-yoon's name and praises written on them. The inspirational speech by Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon of Korea's top guild Yeonhwa. Saving the world and its people with healing. Yoo Sung-yoon's free lecture 73930. Yoo Sung-yoon really was treated like a goddess at this time. Yeonhwa Guild's master Yoo Sung-yoon. She was a top-ranked healer that almost everyone in the entire world knew. In a time when working as a raider was not yet commonplace, she was the person who tried to protect the citizens before any other. However, screech. As Jaehyeon was recalling everything he could about Yoo Sung-yoon, he heard the sharp mic noise and returned to the present in an instant. Soon after, Yoo Sung-yoon appeared on the stage with her long hair braided up. "Hello, everyone. My name is Yoo Sung-yoon." Wah! Thunder-like cheers roared, but Jaehyeon knew her painful secret hidden in the shadow of those cheers. In 2 months, Yoo Sung-yoon will go into critical condition during a dungeon raid and fall into a vegetative state. And Jaehyeon planned to heal her. 2 months from now, in the middle of clearing the Itaewon dungeon, Yoo Sung-yoon would fall into a critical state. The cause was none other than her healing spell, sacrifice. There is only one way to cure Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon. Jaehyeon nodded his head. The stage he was looking up at was filled with enthusiasm. Kim Yoo-young yelled with excitement, "Unni, please look over here, what an eyesore." "Shut up." While squabbling with Kim Yoo-young, Yoo Sung-yoon lifted the mic up. "I am so happy to see that so many people have come to such a meaningful place. As the representative of the Yeonhwa Guild, I will try my best to ensure that everyone has a good time." Yoo Sung-yoon cleared her throat and after a sip of water started the speech. "Everyone, we are currently in an unprecedented period of disaster marked by Yggdrasil. The appearance of monsters has taken the lives of numerous people." With her curiously charismatic rhetoric, Yoo Sung-yoon's words were being heard intently. Of course, with the appearance of the Awakened and Raiders a few years ago, things have become a little better. But only 20% of the Awakened are currently volunteering as Raiders when the number of dying people is always several times larger. The stage became as silent as the grave. Yoo Sung-yoon gave them a moment to think and then continued with her words. "As always, the world is at a point of survival. Numerous innocent people are losing their lives. What I wish to tell everyone as I stand before you is we need courage." Yoo Sung-yoon put more force into the hand holding the mic. "To all the awakened on the planet, your courage can change the world." Whispers sounded as Yoo Sung-yoon bowed to the audience. "Please become a raider. Please make the world a brighter place. The Yeonhwa Guild and I will help you make that a reality." The sound of applause once again rang throughout the whole outdoor stage. Kim Yoo-young murmured with a moved expression. As expected, Sung-yoon Unni is also a good speaker. Jaehyeon also nodded in agreement to Yoo Sung-yoon's words. "She's correct. Most awakened don't want to become a raider since it isn't easy to fight against monsters on the front line. Just before the regression, I myself wanted to live a free and leisurely life after selling the item becoming embarrassed for no special reason." Jaehyeon scratched his head. A moment later, the lecture ended successfully. Even after the speech, Kim Yoo-young's eye glistened with tears as she was unable to calm down. "As I thought, Sung-yoon Unni has the qualifications to be my role model. I don't think Yoo Sung-yoon would like to have such qualifications. Don't spoil the moment, Akare. Anyway, I have somewhere to go, so I am leaving first." At Jaehyeon's heartless words, Kim Yoo-young cried out in shock. "Hey, what about me? I thought you said you aren't directionally challenged." Kim Yoo-young's expression turned stiff and cold. She glared at Jaehyeon with a face filled with contempt. "You're seriously the worst. Are you a gangster by any chance?" Yi Hyun chuckled as he retorted, "It was a joke. I called your mom a while ago. She'll be here soon, just wait a sec. Hey, then let's take my mom's car back home together. Is it really something that urgent? Ah, right. I changed my career path to magic." Yi Hyun changed the topic with a grin. What? At Yi Hyun's sudden confession, Kim Yoo-young's face was colored with confusion. Yi Hyun replied as if it was something trivial. "Things happened, teach me some magic later, starting from theory." "No, that's fine, but hey, why did you change your career path? Shouldn't you tell me before you leave?" Min Yi Hyun. Leaving Kim Yoo-young's echoing voice behind him, Yi Hyun went out onto the main road. "I'm sure I saw them go somewhere over here." As Yi Hyun looked around, the black van that Yoo Sung-yoon had ridden came into his gaze. Yi Hyun quickly approached the car. A menacing man who looked like the manager was leaning on the side of the van. Seeing Yi Hyun approach, manager Park Sung-yi spoke in a tired voice. "I am sorry, but if it's a fan gift, now's not a good tea. I came to meet Yoo Sung-yoon." At Yi Hyun's unexpected words, Park Sung-yi speechlessly put his hands in his pockets. "Is it another extreme fan crazy about Raiders?" Park Sung-yi approached Yi Hyun with an expression mixed with annoyance. A physique that would already frighten a normal person loomed over him, but Yi Hyun didn't get flustered at all. Park Sung-yi spoke to Yi Hyun while straining his neck. "Hey, no matter how big of a fan you are, how can you come over so suddenly like this? If you act this way, Master Yoo Sung-yoon will be uncomfo. It's not for those reasons." "What?" Park Sung-yi replied with a blank expression. Yi Hyun didn't let go of his chance and quickly continued his words. "I know that Yoo Sung-yoon has an incurable illness." And Park Sung-yi slowly started to become astonished. Yi Hyun smiled as he whispered into Park Sung-yi's ear, "I can cure Yoo Sung-yoon's illness." A moment of silence followed. Park Sung-yi returned to his senses and frowned fiercely. He yelled furiously, "You! Where did you hear those words, huh? That the guildmaster is sick, where did you hear it?" At the voice that was loud enough to have people come over, Yi Hyun frowned. "I don't think anything good will come from yelling it out so loudly. You! Sung-yi Appa, just a moment." At that instant, a familiar woman who'd been resting in the van showed herself and interrupted them. A woman with black hair, pale skin, slim fingers, and dark green eyes, Yoo Sung-yoon. She asked as she approached Yi Hyun, "You, is what you've said true?" "Yes, I can heal the guildmaster's illness." Yoo Sung-yoon fell into deep thought for a moment, then she turned back to Park Sung-yi and spoke. "Opa. How much time is left before the next scheduled event?" "There's 2 hours." Yoo Sung-yoon smiled slightly and put her hand on Yi Hyun's shoulder. "Get on first, let's take this somewhere quiet, there's too many eyes on us here." A few moments later, inside Yeonhwa Guild Master Yoo Sung-yoon's personal office, with Yoo Sung-yoon leading the way, Yi Hyun moved into the top-secret facility of the Yeonhwa Guild. "Sit here, thank you." The three people sat on the sofa in the middle of the office, Park Sung-yi with anger on his face and Yoo Sung-yoon with interest. Yi Hyun didn't look like he'd lost his nerve. Yoo Sung-yoon crossed her arms and asked first. "Let's go through this in order first. How did you know about my illness?" "I apologize, but I can't tell you that. If you really want to hear it, I will tell you, but if so, I refuse to heal you. You're a pretty brave kid." "Akare, fine." Then next, Yoo Sung-yoon looked into Yi Hyun's eyes and continued. "Why have you decided to heal me?" Truthfully, Yoo Sung-yoon didn't really trust Yi Hyun. She didn't know how he knew about her skill, but there were too many uncertainties regarding Yi Hyun's actions to erase her distrust. Yoo Sung-yoon. She was the only woman who rose up to be a guildmaster in a macho group like the Raiders. Being deceived by sweet words was far from who she was. Yi Hyun crossed his arms and spoke. "I'll be honest with you, I plan to copy your sacrifice." "What?" Yoo Sung-yoon looked at Yi Hyun in shock. Park Sung-yi, who'd been holding himself back, couldn't suppress his anger any longer and ended up hitting the table. "There's no more reason to keep listening. Do you know what kind of skill sacrifice is for you to be saying those words? It is the guild master's unique skill. We ourselves don't have a way, so how could you?" Frankly, there was nothing wrong with Park Sung-yi's words. Unique skills couldn't be copied. The formula of other normal skills existed and could be memorized, but the formula of unique skills didn't exist at all. So unique skills ended up being monopolized by one person or family. These were the conventions of normal society. "Please sit down. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't have even tried to come here in the first place." At Yi Hyun's insolent words, Park Sung-yi frowned. "What the hell is up with this guy? This punk seems to be young. He doesn't shrink back when talking to either me or the guildmaster. Would this guy really have it, a way to cure the guildmaster's illness?" Seeing Yi Hyun's attitude, Yoo Sung-yoon first calmed Park Sung-yi down. "Opa. Sit down, it won't be too late to decide." After hearing him out, when Park Sung-yi sat down, Yoo Sung-yoon asked Yi Hyun, "What you mean to say is, you will heal me using my sacrifice, is that right?" "Yes." To heal the penalty from a unique skill or a skill with a higher rank was necessary. Most people would have a question at this point. Then can't someone cure themselves with their own skill? However, that was sadly not possible. The meaning within Yoo Sung-yoon's skill sacrifice was, as its name suggested, sacrifice. It could be considered an offering to the gods. Yu Sung-yoon was thus restricted from healing herself with her own skill, since there would be a defect in the idea of sacrificing one's life force to heal themselves. So what Yi Hyun was suggesting was that after he copied her healing skill sacrifice, he would use it to cure her. Theoretically, it was more than possible. Yu Sung-yoon laughed softly with her arms crossed, then prove it. As soon as Yu Sung-yoon finished talking, she concentrated on mana and started to cast sacrifice. Zzing. The quickening power of life radiated. Shining with a peaceful light, the green effect started to flow into Yi Hyun's body. Good, Yi Hyun started to smile. He took out the blank card he kept in his inventory. And at that moment, the effect of Odin's lost eye has been activated. A new skill can be acquired. Would you like to enter sacrifice into the blank card? Yi Hyun agreed without even thinking about it. The blank card started to shine with a white light. Yu Sung-yoon's and Park Sung-yee's gazes gathered on Yi Hyun. Soon after Yu Sung-yoon's spell demonstration was finished, a system alert rang again. Sacrifice has been registered on a blank card. Yi Hyun smiled slyly and spoke, "You probably don't trust me yet. Making you trust me should come first, right?" Using the skill sacrifice. Blessed revitalizing power is saturating the designated body. Yi Hyun cast sacrifice on Yu Sung-yoon. Her body, which was exhausted from the magic cast a moment ago, slowly started to recover. Yu Sung-yoon and Park Sung-yee looked at each other simultaneously with shock on their faces. In that instant, Yu Sung-yoon's body recovered as it healed her internal injuries. Yi Hyun then suddenly stopped the cure midway and slowly spoke as he looked at the two. "Now shall we start our negotiations?" Chapter 7, Preparation to Leap Forward Part 3, Active Skill. Name, Sacrifice Rank. Unique Skill Mana Consumption. 101 creates a wave of healing that helps the majority of the troops recover their vitality and status. 2. If used on undead monsters, it will change into the attack skill Light's Judgment. As a skill copied with the consumption of a blank card, the penalty does not apply. Yi Hyun grinned happily. As expected, the penalty of sacrifice, where the caster's life force is consumed, was completely erased. It was the effect of the blank card. Yu Sung-yoon smiled at Yi Hyun, who was reading the skill's information as she asked, "So what do you want from our guild?" A moment ago, Yu Sung-yoon, who'd seen for herself how Yi Hyun used sacrifice, had her interest piqued by him. Just the fact that he could cure her illness made him interesting enough. But what increased her opinion of him was his flexibility and his skillful way of communicating with others. How exciting! A smile spread on Yu Sung-yoon's lips. Yi Hyun spoke without any concern. "Please become my backing. Backing? To help you grow as a raider, something like that? That's correct. I have a pretty big dream right now. But to grow, I need money, comrades, and even social connections. I found out that I needed a lot of things. During these times, I would like Yeonhwa Guild to lend me its support." Yi Hyun already knew. The fact that no matter how great his aptitude and talent, he wouldn't be able to grow if his environment and those around him couldn't support him. And to think of a way to grow by himself, there were too many things he had to pay attention to. Yu Sung-yoon thought for a while, then she nodded. "Okay, if you have the guts to do something like this, you're worth the investment. You also have the talent, however I have a condition." Yi Hyun swallowed his saliva. He narrowed his eyes and stared intensely at the black-haired woman in front of him. To think she is that calm when she just found out that her illness could be cured, is it because it's Yu Sung-yoon? Yi Hyun questioned in a calm voice as he kept his eyes on her. "A condition? That's right, a condition." Yu Sung-yoon smiled brightly and continued speaking. "My illness is, as you also know, something personal. What I mean is that it has nothing to do with Yeonhwa Guild. But what you want is the support of not just myself but the whole guild. To support you for no reason is what you mean to say is that it is not an equal exchange. I will decide after hearing your condition. Either way, there's no chance that it would be an unreasonable condition. To begin with, there's nothing such a big guild would want from me. Well, I guess it would be along the lines of keeping her illness a secret. In any case, Yu Sung-yoon was the one who was suffering from being unable to cure herself, not Yi Hyun. In this kind of situation, it wasn't likely for the other side to give an unreasonable condition. But at that moment, something Yi Hyun did not expect at all came out of Yu Sung-yoon's mouth. Do you have a guild you want to join?" What, was there a problem with his ears? Yi Hyun was unable to quickly understand what she meant. No, he was bewildered by the question that was so absurd. In the eyes of Yi Hyun, who experiences many years as a raider, this was clearly a scouting request. "Are you telling the truth? You must already be aware that I am not someone who would joke about something like this, right?" Yu Sung-yoon's gaze became quite serious. Yi Hyun found himself embarrassed. He wasn't sure how to react. Even though Yeonhwa was a guild that would break up due to a certain incident soon, at this point in time, it was truly worthy of its title as the top guild in Korea. There was no reason to recruit a total newbie like him. After organizing his thoughts, he asked once again, Why? There is no reason for Yeonhwa Guild to recruit me, Yu Sung-yoon replied as if she had been waiting for him to ask. First, there's the fact that you found out about the illness of the guildmaster of Yeonhwa Guild. Although it was top secret information known to very few people, it would probably be correct to say that you finding out means your ability to acquire information is very high. Although it was really because of his trip back in time, it was not something he could say here. Yi Hyun had no choice but to continue listening to her words carefully. Second, you copied my sacrifice perfectly. I haven't heard of anyone being able to copy a unique skill until now. How many more skills you will be copying from here on? The possibilities are endless. There isn't a third, is there? The third is the most important. Yu Sung-yoon leaned her body forward a little as she closed the distance between herself and Yi Hyun. Third, you're not showing a drop of nervousness in front of me right now. A kid who is bold enough in front of the guildmaster of Yeonhwa, it's rather appealing. What do you think? I think all this is reason enough to recruit you, Yi Hyun thought frantically. If he entered Yeonhwa Guild right now, he was sure to receive good treatment and respect as he acted. And many said that one needed to enter a guild to truly grow. But one's cards should only be shown when one is at the highest position. This was the rule Yi Hyun had created for himself. Easily agreeing at this moment would only lower his own worth. Yi Hyun calmly met her gaze and spoke. As far as I know, making a contract between a guild and a student who is not yet a legal adult is illegal. At his words, Yu Sung-yoon's lips went up as if she had been expecting it. Have you heard of priority negotiation rights? Yi Hyun's pupils contracted. Is she showing her sincerity? Priority negotiation rights. It was the right of a guild to support the growth of raider cadets that were not yet adults, with the promise of the guild getting priority in signing a contract once the cadets became adults. Normally, it was a chance only available to those genius-rated monsters. At the unmerited suggestion that wasn't a part of Yi Hyun's destiny, he wasn't sure what to do. A day where I get such a recommendation also comes, huh? Before I came back, I was refused admittance into even the low-tier guilds. Yi Hyun smiled bitterly as he remembered the past. Normally, for a raider, being part of a guild was the safest and most efficient way to make money. But aside from a few government-established guilds, the rest worked like private companies. In a capitalist society centered around private interest, Yi Hyun, who was a low-leveled raider and a warrior at that, was not needed anywhere. As a result, he was naturally eliminated from every selection. Although he received a high commission, it was difficult for a lone raider to get work, but there was no other way. However, to him, who was so unwanted, the best guild in Korea that was worth its name, Yeonhwa, was recruiting him using priority negotiation rights. It's something others would criticize me for even if I said it was a dream. Yu Sung-yoon smirked after taking a look at Yi Hyun's face. Even so, he has a childlike side that makes him cute. We will send the contract to your house once you tell us your address. Think about it carefully and decide. Healing first, since it isn't finished yet, right? I look forward to it. Yi Hyun quickly changed his mind. This is clearly a good opportunity, but I don't need to decide right away. He still had a lot of time left. Nothing good would come from making a hasty decision. Let's concentrate on healing first. It's not too late to think about what to do next later. Then I'll start again now. Yi Hyun thus said with a resolute face. Yu Sung-yoon replied with a slight smile. Please, I can't follow what's happening. Park Sung-yi couldn't understand what was happening right now at all. Min Yi Hyun was really able to perfectly copy the unique skill sacrifice as he had said. There's no way to be suspicious since I saw it with my own eyes. What Yi Hyun showed was something that was not possible normally. How many healing raiders and doctors did they search for to cure this illness? It was an illness that even those who put their whole lives into healing could not cure. It was never something that could be easily cured. Here we go. Active skill sacrifice has been activated. A wave of healing magic is leaving your body. A wave of dark green healing magic left Yi Hyun's body and slowly moved to Yu Sung-yoon. Zzzzing the healing continued for several minutes, and some color returned to her pale face. Yu Sung-yoon shook her head in disbelief as she looked at her body that was slowly getting better. It's really recovering. The smile on her lips showed what Yu Sung-yoon was currently feeling. Park Sung-yi, who appeared beside him without notice, bowed deeply toward Min Yi Hyun. I apologize for what happened before. Please take good care of our guildmaster. It's fine. Even I wouldn't have believed a kid's words. I will truly apologize for my untoward actions at a later date. Park Sung-yi had been a little surprised at Yi Hyun's placid reply. Traditionally, it was normal for a male student in the midst of puberty to get angry at this point. But Yi Hyun calmly continued healing and did not say anything awful to him. A moment later, after Park Sung-yi's words, the welcome sound of the system was heard. You have succeeded in healing the illness of the targeted person. Passive skill emergency first aid has leveled up to 19. Yi Hyun made a satisfied face. He nodded at Yu Sung-yoon and said, "It's all done now, try moving a bit." At Yi Hyan's words, Yu Sung-yoon stood up, swung her arms and stomped her feet to check the state of her health. A few minutes later, with overflowing joy, Yu Sung-yoon tearfully spoke, "The symptoms all disappeared, thank you. But with this, won't you get the penalty?" "I am fine, the Kopid sacrifice does not have a penalty." At Yi Hyan's reply, Yu Sung-yoon and Park Sung-yi once again couldn't hide their surprise. A unique skill was Kopid, but its penalty did not apply. Yi Hyan unknowingly increased his worth. Yu Sung-yoon offered Yi Hyan her business card as she spoke. "I'll try my best to meet all of your demands, call whenever you want. And try to see the contract we talked about in a positive light." At her words, Yi Hyan paused for a moment, scratched his head and opened his mouth with difficulty. "The thing is, actually I have something I would like to request right away." What is it that you're having such difficulty speaking? Just say it. You're the one who saved my life. If it's something the guild can provide, we shall try to do so. Please lend me one of the guild's low-level dungeons." Yu Sung-yoon's eyes once again shone with brilliant light. Yi Hyan gathered his strength and continued, "And I want to enter the dungeon by myself. I put in the support fund already, so take a look." "Yes, thank you. No, I am more thankful." The next day, as promised, a message came from Yu Sung-yoon. "A support fund, how much would it be?" After sending a message thanking her for her consideration, Yi Hyan clicked on the phone banking app. Deposit, 100 million total amount, 100 million, 35,000 AA 100 million. As expected, the scale of Korea's top 1 guild is enormous. The feeling was refreshing, a huge amount of money he had never touched prior to returning to the past. VRRRR, this is only the support fund for now. There will be a supplementary living allowance of 5 million won every month. Not only that, it'll make it so you can use the guild's public resources. Your ID card will also be issued, so come get it in a couple of days. The messages that came one after the other did not enter his eyes at all. 5 million won every month, even if I don't work, if it's this much. Even if I give up being a raider, although it was just for a moment. Yi Hyan almost fell on a new path due to temptation. He shook his head as he reprimanded himself. "No, I finally got a mythic item in my hands. I can't stop at 5 million won a month. And I can't quit this job until I have gotten my revenge." Yi Hyan promised himself resolutely. Milla's academy gathers geniuses together and makes them compete against each other. To survive at that place, a confident smile spread across his face. "Of course, I have to level up." Chapter 8 Guild Dungeon Part 1. After the Aesir system was given, and the world became like a game. The level has come to serve as a decisive number Tha Dearman's he grade of an awakened person. Even if they are at the same grade, if their level is higher, they will be rated better because they have more states, and even if their grade is higher, lower-level raiders will have their annual salary reduced. It's a simple story. Unlike light games, leveling up their Aesir system is a very difficult, and in order to raise the level efficiently, a radar academy like the Curran Mills was opened. Thanks to this, it goes without saying that the level at the time of admission is important. This is because the level not only determines your initial grades, but also helps you grow faster at Mills Academy. It's similar to how big money attracts more money. "Please come this way." Jaehyeon's eyes widened as he entered the Yeonhwa Guild under Part Seongyi's guidance. As expected, the number 1 guild in the country, it's an overwhelming scale. A huge mana core running across the center of the stone statue in the shape of a hero, including the marble floor, was noticeable. A simple crime prevention system is installed at the front that recognizes your ID card to allow you to enter. Park Seong-yi suddenly opened his mouth towards Yi Hyan, who was looking inside the guild with renewed admiration. "I have prepared the items needed for recovery and simple dungeon attack tools in advance. I will lend you the extra equipment provided to Yeonhwa Guild members so you can use that first. Thank you for your concern." Park Seong-yi rummaged through his pockets as if he had something left to give to Yi Hyun, who greeted him. After a while, he took out a stone with a blue light leaking from his chest and handed it to Yi Hyun. "It would be safer to take this with you too. It is a warp stone. If you destroy it, you can return straight to the guild and rant, so you can use it if you encounter a dangerous situation." Yi Hyun paused for a moment due to Park Seong-yi's favor. "My heart is grateful. However, since it is such an expensive item, it is difficult to accept it willingly. In fact, the price of warp stones traded on the market is about 20 million. A rare item that drops with a low probability when you go through a B evil or higher dungeon. It was a rare item that even those working on radar rarely see. Is this going to pay off the debt?" But Yi Hyun desperately wanted to receive the warp stone right away, but he barely held back. "We will continue to hang out together from now on. There's nothing good about showing off your money. If you create the impression that you are easily swayed by money, others will treat you easily. Here I needed to take a step back and take what I wanted. I'm sorry, I cannot accept it. Then Park Seong-yi smiled softly and placed the warp stone back in Yi-hyun's hand. No, please accept it. I apologize for my rudeness yesterday. Above all, it is also an expression of my gratitude for treating the CEO. I hope you will accept it, if you say so. Thank you. Yi-hyun did not refuse any further and handed over the warp stone. This would have been enough to save my face, so I would not have left a bad impression. Yi-hyun laughed to himself. Even if that was not the case, I thought I'd buy at least one with the donations, and it worked out well. Dungeons are a place where the danger of death always lurks. In a place like that, not having even the bare minimum of survival plans would be suicidal, and Yi-hyun had no intention of dying. Anyways, are you sure you are Akare? Even if it is a low-level dungeon, it is dangerous to enter it alone. Is there a reason why you have to go alone? Seong-yi Park asked with a worried face. The atmosphere is quite different from yesterday. Yi-hyun waved his hand as if it was no big deal and said, just whatever. I want to evil up. At his answer, Park Seong-yi's face gradually became astonished. No only did a 16-year-old child ask to be allowed to enter the dungeon alone, but the reason was to level up. It was either a foolish or a bold choice, and in Seong-yi Park's opinion, Yi-hyun definitely fell into the latter category. Then let's go, I will take you by car. Seong-yi Park guided Yi-hyun to a low-level dungeon owned by the guild about 10 kilometers away from the guild building. E-class dungeon. It was a place where Yi-hyun often went and hunted monsters during his martial arts days. Susutsu. A slight amount of magical energy flowed from the blue gate that appeared to be the entrance to the dungeon. Yi-hyun lightly placed his hand on the dungeon to gauge its magical power. Are you Akare? This is definitely an E-level dungeon. Before entering the dungeon, Park Seong-yi once again asked Yi-hyun to be faithful. If anything happens in the dungeon, please let me know at any time. Yes, then let's go in. Yi-hyun gave a light greeting and then took a step into the dungeon, and the next moment, Yi-hyun had to find himself in a completely unexpected situation. You have entered the dungeon. The user is sent to a specific location by the Nornir system. What is it? What on earth does this mean? A similar feeling to when I found the lost Eye of Odin before. At the same time, Yi-hyun felt extreme dizziness and vomiting, a strange and terrifying sensation as if you were being sucked into somewhere. And finally, Yi-hyun arrived at a certain place. The current location is the site of He Dead in Helheim, Chop Rock. The sound of paper being turned is heard. This is a sound that can often be heard in the personal office of Yu Seong-yoon, the head of the Yeonhwa Guild. Yu was yawning while processing payment documents in her personal office. How I am, anyway. Would it be Akare for Min Yi-hyun to be in the dungeon? Yesterday, Min proposed to Yeonhwa Guild to rent an E-class low-level dungeon. Of course, I initially planned to oppose it on principle, because he is a minor and has not yet officially become a member of the guild. But at the same time, Yu became curious. What level of talent does this kid named Min have? Even if it is an E-class low-level dungeon, it is nearly impossible for an aspiring raider to overcome it alone. Even if you are born with a natural talent, you are still just a rough diamond. Min could not have known that fact either. And yet you asked me to let you enter the guild dungeon. Yu Seong bit her lip lightly. It was a habit that came out whenever something interesting happened. Perhaps Min knows how to conquer the dungeon. That's probably why he asked me to lend him a dungeon in complete secrecy. Thinking about it that way makes me even more excited. We have to somehow recruit Min to our guild. Showing strong while she put down the document she was lightly leafing though at that time, when a knock was heard, Yu said with a bright smile on her face. You are Seong-yi Oppa, right? Come in. The door opened and Park appeared. Yu asked in an excited voice. What did I ask for? Here it is. Park added, handing her a document file. This is a profile about Jaehyeon Min. Thank you. An interested smile spread across Yu's mouth as she accepted the file. Yu immediately opened the profile given to her by Park. A file containing basic information and special information about awakened person Jaehyeon Min. Park swallowed his saliva and looked at Yu's hands, turning the pages. It is rare for his CEO to scout out a radar candidate's directly. This must mean that a child named Min Jaehyeon has something special. Immediately after sending Min away yesterday, Yu asked Park to investigate his background. From basic profile to family relationships, the middle school you attended and the age you first awakened, Park has been scraping up any information that could be helpful in Jaehyeon's scouting. And in the process, he obtained two pieces of shocking information. Yu's fingertips, which were flipping those pages of papers and pursing the file, stopped at one section. Yu said in surprise, "What? Are you aspiring to martial arts? But how can such magic?" Park helped ut in a calm voice. I was surprised at first when I saw that session, but something even more shocking remains. Look at the back page. Hearing Park's words, Yu turned one more page with trembling hands. Yu, who was reading the profile, stopped at one section again. Soon her lips began to tremble. After a moment of silence, Yu slowly opened her mouth while looking at Park's face. Is this really true? If it is not a machine malfunction, I am sure it is. Yu shifted her gaze to a part of the file again. There was information written there that I could not believe. Awaken Min Jaehyeon. Magic aptitude 97%, as this is confidential information. Disclosure to outside parties is strictly prohibited. After a while, Yu said in a trembling voice, "Brother, please contact Min as soon as you leave the dungeon. Let's meet at some point." "Yes, suddenly I wonder what you mean." At Park's words, a meaningful smile spread across Yu's lips, a face filled with greed like a lion facing its prey. "I wanted to check it out for myself, Jaehyeon Min. That child's talent." User is sent to a specific location by the Nornir system. Current location is the site of the dead in Helheim. Wow, the feeling of extreme dizziness felt immediately after using a warp portal for a long period of time. The heterogeneous magical energy surged towards Min, causing him to vomit. A strange feeling as if one is constantly being swept away by the current in a submerged surface of water. Min barely calmed his rumbling stomach and looked around. As the system said, "This is the sigh of the dead. It is the middle of a cemetery lined with corpses. Shit. A little while ago the Nornir system brought me here to Helheim, one of the 9 worlds of Norse mythology, the world of the dead managed by Loki's daughter Hel." Min wiped his cold sweat with his sleeve and recalled the myths and reality he knew. The dungeon is modeled after the 7 worlds excluding Midgard and Asgard. Niflheim, the world of frost; Muspelheim, the world of flames; Jotunheim, the world of giants; Ulfheim, the world of elves; Svartalheim, the world of dark elves; Vanaheim, the world of Vana gods, and the last remaining world is Helheim. It was definitely E-class dungeon. Why did the system bring me to Helheim? Min frowned. In general, Helheim is one of the dungeons that are difficult for beginners to conquer. The fear of facing an enemy that comes back to life even after death is indescribable, and it is difficult to deal with it without possessing divine power. The situation was not good, but Min pulled himself together. It is better. Helheim is a perfect place to test out new powers. The Sil sacrifice obtained while treating Yu Seong-yoon. It is originally a recovery skill, but when attacking undead, it is a powerful skill that changes into a wide area attack skill, Judgment of Light. If you use Judgment of Light, you will be able to sufficiently defeat weak undead monsters. What remains is how to clear this dungeon. This powerful magic power, there is a boss at the end. The question was how to defeat the boss and get out. At the same time, Min was distracted by the boss energy. Ping, a sharp arrow fired from somewhere. Min noticed last minute and turned his body with minimal movements to avoid the arrow. Only then did the enemies come into Min's eyes. A wraith was glaring at him with a razor-colored scythe, a skeleton archer holding a bow, and even a draugr. Min swallowed his saliva. "I can't help it. I have no choice but to try it." The monsters all rushed towards Min. Chapter 9, Guild Dungeon Part 2, a room with an overall beautiful atmosphere that was neatly tidied. The blackberry diffuser on top of the drawer was exuding a delicate scent, and a large bromide print of Yu Sung-yoon was stuck on the wall. Kim Yu-young, who was reading webtoons as she rolled on the bed, suddenly lay down facing the ceiling. She mumbled with an expression of annoyance. "How could he suddenly throw me away and go, even if he'd already called Mom? When I went to his home to tell Auntie she'd gone out to meet a friend, just you wait, he'll really kill you this time." How could he leave her in such a crowded place when he knew she had no sense of direction? No wonder. He readily agreed to come to Unnie's lecture just to screw me over like this. After she punched the pillow she had been hugging to push down her surging anger, she let out a short sigh. Phew. After subsiding her anger, Kim Yu-young slowly recalled Jaehyeon's actions that day. "I really can't understand." Thinking about it again, there were parts she still couldn't understand about the way Jaehyeon had acted. He who hated crowded places readily attended Yu Sung-yoon's lecture, and this guy who usually took her around without any problems suddenly left her and disappeared. Even worse, to apply as a magician, what kind of nonsense is that? No matter how she thought about it, there wasn't a reason for him to suddenly change his career path. Jaehyeon had continuously trained to be a combat warrior at ordinary times. If there was a motive that could lead to changing his career path, it was something worth throwing away all of that training and suffering. Kim Yu-young nodded as she mumbled. The fact that he made such a decision means that there's a reason for it. The Jaehyeon that Kim Yu-young knew had a very prudent personality. Because of his difficulty when making a choice, when they went to the cafeteria together, it would take him over 10 minutes to get something. The personality of such a Jaehyeon had changed all of a sudden. He became another person overnight. Kim Yu-young got off the bed, still full of questions about Jaehyeon's actions. Then she lifted her phone up and started to send a message to Jaehyeon. "You haven't forgotten how you left me behind, right? You just wait. I'll kill you, grrrra." He suddenly felt a shiver up his spine for some reason. Was it just because of the monsters in front of him? Jaehyeon controlled his breath and looked around his surroundings. Hoo. Black smoke started to rise chaotically from between the graves. Kayayak. A different kind of ear-splitting cry was heard, followed by a scream and the sight of a half-decomposed corpse. Jaehyeon quickly turned his eyes and analyzed the enemy in front of him. 4 wraiths, a skeletal soldier, and a draugr. It was truly a good party. 1 tank, 4 dealers, and 1 long-distance dealer. Jaehyeon let out a laugh at the absurdity of the situation. It's better thought out than most parties. You're telling me to take care of this by myself. Of course, if he used light sacrifice, these enemies would be defeated in an instant. But relying on just a wide area spell would not lead to improvement. He might also run out of mana were he to meet a stronger enemy later. Jaehyeon first planned to assess the enemy's attack and the overall situation. Thankfully, I brought this with me. Jaehyeon smiled lightly as he looked at the staff clenched in his hand. Equipment. Name, staff supplied by Yeonhwa Guild. Rank, see a staff created by a blacksmith affiliated with the Yeonhwa Guild. It was a weapon he had just borrowed from the guild because of its good quality, with which hunting such low-level monsters shouldn't be a problem. Jaehyeon lightly poured some mana into the staff he was holding and conducted the magic. Zzzing, the staff, which was filled with mana, started to slowly emit magic. With the fierce impact of the conducted magic, Jaehyeon quickly shot lightning chain toward the enemy with a slight smile. SWWE-ish. A wraith at the head of the group that had been attacking Jaehyeon was struck by the chain. You have killed a wraith. You have received 70 experience points. An alert from the system announcing the death of a wraith rang. Jaehyeon nodded slightly as he put more force into the staff he was holding. If it was just this much, it was possible for even Jaehyeon to hunt with his low level. Graya. After that were 2 of the wraiths that attacked him one after the other. Tap. After Jaehyeon took a leap and closed the distance between him and the enemy, he turned his body lightly to dodge a sickle. Then SW-whoosh. He repelled 2 wraiths by moving the chain toward the wraith again. You have killed 2 wraiths. You have received 140 experience points, but Jaehyeon didn't stop there. He flew toward the skeletal soldier, who was at the rear shooting arrows using the momentum of his body. Jaehyeon put all his strength into the staff as he hit the skeletal soldier on the head with it. Crack. Jaehyeon let out an exclamation of surprise. You have killed a skeleton soldier. You have received 50 experience points. He clearly succeeded in killing the skeletal soldier, but a problem had occurred elsewhere. The item staff supplied by Yeonhwa Guild has been destroyed. Jaehyeon frowned. No matter how he used the staff as a blunt weapon, to break like that, a habit from his days as a warrior that came out without his knowing, had caused the staff to break. Damn, letting out a curse, Jaehyeon didn't have time to feel sad as he had to block an attack immediately. It was because the draugr swung its sword at him. A sword attack that fell cleanly from the upper left to the lower right. But after Jaehyeon lightly dodged the attack, he created some distance between him and the draugr by kicking it. About 4 steps away, the draugr and 2 wraiths glared at him. Jaehyeon calmed his breathing as he put some force into his legs and hands. Although he didn't have a staff, lightning chain was a spell that was quite powerful in and of itself. It was enough to kill a draugr and 2 wraiths at once. Graya, the enemies ran to him simultaneously. After Jaehyeon watched their movements until the last moment, he dodged the attack with a concise action. The next moment, swoosh. 3 chains that accurately targeted vital points hit the draugrs and wraiths' chests and heads. You have killed a draugr. You have received 100 experience points. You have killed 2 wraiths. You have received 140 experience points. You have gained 1 level. Pant. Right after killing all 6 foes, Jaehyeon exhaled loudly as he sat down with a thump. Fortunately, the vitality and mana consumed were restored by leveling up. Because of the level up, all his stats went up by 1 point, and 3 points that could be distributed were obtained. Jaehyeon put all the stat points into mana. After allocating the points, he opened his status window and checked if the points were distributed correctly. Personal profile, name Min, Jaehyeon, age 16, level 8, skills, passive, 1 watch by the gods max, absolute eye of god max, trained swordsmanship LVL 17, quick step LVL 15, flexible movement LVL 14, emergency first aid LVL 19 active. Universal derivation lightning chain sacrifice stats. HP 400/400 MP, 1000/1000 strength, 5 dexterity, 6 mana, 19 endurance, 20 stat points. 0. After Jaehyeon slowly stood up, he assessed the situation he was facing. The place I entered thinking it was an E-rank dungeon turned out to be Helheim. Enemies suddenly appeared and my weapon was destroyed. Once he said it out loud, the situation seemed more ridiculous than he thought. Although Jaehyeon wanted to return to the entrance of the dungeon, that was impossible. Suddenly being transported to someplace else in a dungeon is a pretty common thing. People call such dungeons transfer dungeons. The problem was that those who entered a transfer dungeon could not leave until they had cleared it. Until a certain outcome happened, it was a totally closed-off area which you couldn't leave. This place was such a transfer dungeon. Damn, should I use a warp stone? As he stamped his foot with an annoyed expression, Jaehyeon suddenly felt a frightening aura from somewhere. He furrowed his brows. What is it? Where's this terrifying mana coming from? Jaehyeon suddenly felt a tremor from underneath the graves. It was an aura that he couldn't quite name. Jaehyeon quickly got ready for a fight as he looked around his surroundings. Hoo, the surroundings became monotonous for a moment, then a bluish-black mana with a disturbing aura slowly seeped out from around him. Jaehyeon's face was filled with horror. Something is coming. SSSSSSHHHHH magic was suddenly felt from the ground. At the same time, Jaehyeon's body toppled over. Damn, I can't breathe. What was this? What on earth was approaching? To forcefully stop the suffocating feeling, Jaehyeon stretched his hand out toward a piece of the broken staff. In that position, he forcefully stabbed the piece of the broken staff into his thigh. He blocked the cry that impulsively came from his mouth with his hand. Jaehyeon decided that whatever was approaching, making his presence here known was the wrong choice. Pant. Finally able to breathe again, Jaehyeon's sight began to return to him. Then Jaehyeon's pupils narrowed. This is a shadow. Surprised, Jaehyeon straightened his body and moved his gaze. With an expression full of horror, Jaehyeon let out an exclamation of shock. A demonic shadow creature shaped like a giant was in front of his eyes. Soon, a shocking name slowly fell from Jaehyeon's lips. Nightshade. The dungeon boss Nightshade has appeared. The degree of difference in level with the user is danger. Warning, quickly escape from the dungeon. Warning, quickly escape from the dungeon. The warning alert came twice. While looking at the Nightshade exuding a dark aura, Jaehyeon let out a dazed laugh. He bit his lip as he felt his whole body tremble. Damn, what is a Nightshade doing on the field of an E-ranked dungeon? That was a monster that appeared in a dungeon at least C-ranked. I have to escape right away. Inventory. Quickly opening his inventory, Jaehyeon reached out to use the warp stone. However, at that moment Jaehyeon's pupils moved furiously. His wandering gaze looked around his surroundings dizzily. The Nightshade's shadow had suddenly disappeared. A sound of bewilderment left Jaehyeon's mouth. And at that moment, crash, the Nightshade that had appeared beside Jaehyeon without his knowledge struck him accurately in the stomach. Kyuhyuk, bang. At the unbelievably fast attack, Jaehyeon's body flew far and hit a wall behind him. Cough. Blood spurted out of Jaehyeon's mouth. The warp stone in his hand fell from his hand and rolled on the ground without his notice. Damn, caution, the amount of HP remaining has fallen to a dangerous level. Immediately use a recovery item. Almost all of his vitality had disappeared in a single hit. He only had 40 HP left. Boom, boom, the sound of domineering footsteps resounded. Jaehyeon tried his best to focus his shaky gaze and looked at the enemy approaching him. At the blazing, fierce purple gaze of the demonic creature, his whole body was trembling. What should he do? What should he do to survive? A situation where even the last bit of strength to move was leaving his body. Thud, thud, thud. In that desperate crisis, the Nightshade finally stood in front of him. Then it slowly lifted its massive fist and swung it violently. Whoosh. I can't dodge it. Jaehyeon clenched his own fist as he stared at the fist that was rapidly headed his way. It was coming at a speed he couldn't dodge. In the end, the Nightshade's attack hit him directly on the head. No, he had just thought it hit directly. What the hell? The Nightshade's movementas stopped. That won't do. No, that kid is an important guest I brought to this place personally after all. The next moment, he heard the sound of a woman's enthralling voice. Jaehyeon forcefully gathered up his remaining strength and turned to look at where the voice was coming from. Then there he saw a woman with half of her body covered, smiling with her eyes. The eerie face of the woman, half of which was so beautiful one couldn't dare to meet her eyes, while the remaining half was so disfigured one couldn't dare look at it, entered his sight. She smiled toward Jaehyeon. So it's you, the child who carries the fate of the adversary. Chapter 10, Guild Dungeon Part 3. So it's you, the child who carries the fate of the adversary. Jaehyeon stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared right in front of him. She, who was wearing an enchanting black dress, looked both beautiful and hideous at the same time. Half had decayed into a skeleton, while the remaining half was a woman of indescribable beauty. He truthfully couldn't describe it as anything but an eerie appearance. Who the fuck is this woman? He was losing consciousness due to the bleeding. The demonic creature's fist was paused in front of him as if it was a scene in a movie. Did you do this? Although it was asked after he'd overcome his fear, the woman didn't answer. She merely looked at Jaehyeon with interest and laughed softly. The woman pointed at his neck with a long, black fingernail and then crouched in front of him. The cloying scent of blood spread from her as she tilted her head. Soon after, her enchanting purple lips slowly opened, and Jaehyeon leaned his body a little more forward to hear her words. To think you are the adversary who will kill him. But aren't you just a greenhorn? Your build is also normal, although your magic is Akare. It's not enough to fight against the Aesir gods. The woman lightly propped her chin with her hand as she complained. Why did Loki choose such a kid as the adversary? It was a chilly tone of voice. Jaehyeon's whole body was covered in goosebumps. At the same time, his head was filled with all types of questions. Is this woman an enemy? If so, why did she save him from the night shade? And the term adversary, he thought he had heard it somewhere. Damn. Is it because I bled too much? I can't remember anything. Whoosh, a wind was blowing. The woman poked his neck with the nail she was pointing with. A thin line of fresh blood flowed from his neck and went into the skeleton. Looking at the line deeply pooled with blood, the woman's lips started to go up slowly. At the dizzying scent, he controlled himself with difficulty, feeling he might lose his consciousness otherwise. Wanting to hold on no matter what, Jaehyeon put more force onto the staff, piercing his thigh. If he fell here, all of his plans would collapse. His revenge against his father as well as his wish to succeed as a magician. All of it would collapse, so he had to endure. Even so, with a subtle smile, the woman brought her face closer to Jaehyeon's face. I like that look in your eyes, the woman chuckled as she looked at him. Even as Jaehyeon was in a desperate situation where he might lose his life, instead of being petrified, his will to survive was shining more brightly. Not becoming interested in such a human, that would be the stranger thing. But child, you are too weak. Ragnarok is approaching faster than you think. You have to become stronger more quickly. If you don't, you will fall back into that hell. Jaehyeon wanted to ask something, but his voice wouldn't come out. The woman took back the finger that poked his throat, then she grabbed his neck as she smiled slightly. I will kill you first. Kyuhyuk. Jaehyeon, who had already bled a lot, didn't have the strength to resist against the woman's overwhelming strength. He was merely trying his best not to lose consciousness. Damn, Jaehyeon was in the middle of stopping himself from being petrified. What the hell, this woman is Kyuhyuk. Around the time he felt a pain so great he couldn't breathe, the woman released the hand clenched around his neck. She spoke with a face showing mercy as she smiled at Jaehyeon. You are an important pawn to us. So I will give you a chance. The woman continued with a terrifying smile. Become strong, become stronger than you are now and defeat this night shade. If you do, I will give you a very special gift. However, as I said before, you don't have a lot of time. 2 months, defeat this guy in that time. The first main quest has arrived. Main quest Hell's Trial has been accepted. Main quest. Hell's Trial. Hell, the ruler of Helheim, has given you a trial. Get Hell's recognition by defeating the night shade within the time limit. Difficulty, see reward, Hell's gift. The content can be checked after clearing the quest. Remaining time. 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Failure penalty. Death. Jaehyeon felt bewildered at the system alerts that came even as he was dying. At a single word from the woman, the system gave him a new quest. It was even one called a main quest, which was something he hadn't heard before. Are this system and this woman related somehow? It was a reasonable deduction, but he didn't have the time to think about it deeply. SSSSSS. Together with the woman's slight smile, countless black hands came up from below Jaehyeon's body, grabbed him and started to slowly drag him down. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. What the hell? Jaehyeon felt an intense fear at the appearance of the hideous and grotesque black hands. Every time a hand came to wrap around him, his mind gradually drifted farther away from reality. At the same time, the woman's hazy voice rang out as he was losing consciousness. Remember, if you can't show me that you have grown in that time, you will die by my hands. In the dark and bottomless shadow, looking at Jaehyeon being dragged into the abyss, the woman turned around. Child chosen by the Nornir, I will kindly pray that you succeed in your battle. PZZZZT crash. A high-pitched explosive sound rang out as magic collided again and again. Almost at the same time, as an enormous wooden door closed with a bang, cries like the throes of death rang from the dungeon entrance. Kyuhyuk. Together with a slightly ridiculous sound, Jaehyeon unexpectedly opened his eyes. Haha, his whole body was wet. He was also out of breath. Like a diver who had spent too long underwater, there was pressure in his ears that made it difficult to hear, and his sight was blurry. Although he was dizzy and unable to understand his current circumstances, one thing was clear. This is the dungeon entrance. As he narrowed his eyes, his consciousness started to return. Jaehyeon looked at the huge, blue gate in front of his eyes, patted his abdomen and smoothed down his shirt a couple of times. Soon he uttered shakily, "This is." The wounds he had gotten from the night shade a while ago had completely disappeared. The injuries have been healed as if they were wiped away. Was it that woman's doing? His injuries were so horrible that it wouldn't have been surprising if he had died at any moment. The night shade's fist had accurately pierced through Jaehyeon's soft flesh, and he had to bleed a lot when he didn't even have much vitality left. What the hell was that? That woman. Jaehyeon furrowed his brow. Then the clear sound of the system's notification rang. You have accepted the first main quest, showing the details. Main quest, Hell's Trial. Hell, the ruler of Helheim, has given you a trial. Get Hell's recognition by defeating the night shade within the time limit. Difficulty, C reward, Hell's Gift. The content can be checked after clearing the quest. Remaining time: 59 days, 23 hours, 34 minutes. Failure penalty: death. Looking at the quest window, Jaehyeon's body started to shake. It wasn't a dream. Jaehyeon mumbled self-mockingly. A moment ago, he realized that the woman he had encountered was related to this Nornir system, and as such, was related to his return to the past. At the same time, the part Jaehyeon's eyes remained on was none other than the name of the main quest: Hell's Trial. Hell, it was a familiar name, the ruler of Helheim, one of the 9 worlds of mythology and the end of everything. Does that mean I just met a god? Although it sounded preposterous, he thought it wouldn't be too strange if it were true. In the current world that overlapped with mythology, that is. Additionally, the myths belonged to the Aesir gods led by Odin. That meant that the main characters of this story were not humans, the weak creatures of Midgard. If so, it was correct to assume that gods existed in this world as well. Of course, everything so far is a guess, but there is a high possibility it's true. In the midst of unclear circumstances, Jaehyeon started trying to organize his situation. A moment ago, with the help of the Nornir system, I was transported not to an E-rank dungeon but to Helheim, and there I almost died after an attack from a night shade. The one who appeared and saved me was Hel. Then wouldn't that mean that Hel at least judged that he was worth using? She had called Jaehyeon adversary, and she said that Loki had chosen him as the adversary of the Aesir gods. Before I returned to the past right after I got the Nornir system, I heard something similar. From now on, you are the adversary of the high and mighty Aesir. Everything is unclear. For what reason I was returned to the past. What the adversary that Hel had mentioned means, and what they want from me. However, even in the midst of confusion, Jaehyeon clenched his fist and decided, I am sure about one thing, he had to get stronger. Jaehyeon echoed his words. If everything Hel said was true, I must defeat the Night Shade in 2 months. If I don't, I will surely be killed by her. Hel had clearly given him a chance by saving him. But this meant nothing if Jaehyeon couldn't defeat the Night Shade during the 2-month grace period. Jaehyeon immediately stood up. A Night Shade in 2 months, it won't be easy, but it's nice to have a goal. With a slight smile, he mumbled. As he calmly analyzed his current situation, Jaehyeon realized his weaknesses. Everything from my basic fighting form is a problem. I am not yet used to fighting as a magician, and I haven't learned all the low-ranked skills yet. To improve from this point, there's nothing more important than the basics. After nodding slightly, Jaehyeon took out his smartphone and turned it on. And the moment he was about to send a message, the other person sent one just in time. Hello, this is Park Sung-yi. If it's Akoe, Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon would like to personally meet you. Would tomorrow be all right? She would also like to hear your thoughts about the suggested contract. Isn't this just the perfect timing? A greedy smile spread across Jaehyeon's face. He quickly typed a reply and sent it. Then I'll see you tomorrow. I am considering the contract with a positive mindset. If only you wouldn't mind listening to just one more condition. Chapter 11, Mana Cube Part 1. The next day, Jaehyeon followed Park Sung-yi into the Yonhwa Guild's gymnasium. Upon entering, one could see the Yonhwa Guild symbol on the wall. The huge lotus flower and oak tree engraved into the wall were eye-catching. They reached a secret training hall located below the public gymnasium. According to Park Sung-yi, this was a special state-of-the-art area built for Yu Sung-yoon and the other high-level raiders. In other words, this place was a very covert area where very few people had entered. Jaehyeon had an idea why Yu Sung-yoon would call him to a place like this. She probably wants to drag me into the guild in whatever way possible after seeing my awakened profile. A magical aptitude of 97 was an unprecedented number no matter how you think about it. It will be difficult to find such talent even if you consider everyone on the planet. Truthfully, before his return, Jaehyeon had received a lot of love calls from several raider academies due to his high magical aptitude. But the reason Jaehyeon chose to become a combat raider, even if he wasn't suited for it, was simple. It was his past indecisive attitude. NBC go bankrupt. And so his life started to become a mess as he chose to be a warrior instead of a magician with which his talents would have shined. He threw away the bright road of being a magician and tossed about at the bottom of the barrel as a D-ranked combat raider. Just thinking about the past is really remembering his experiences made indignation surge up within him. As he watched warrior raiders fall and magician raiders rise up, it would be strange if he said he hadn't regretted his choice. As Jaehyeon went down the middle of the stairs in the training hall and organized his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Yurei here." Jaehyeon bowed in the direction the voice was coming from. "Hello, Guildmaster, we meet again." On the other side of the stair landing, he could see a familiar face. Yu Sung-yoon, the Guildmaster of Yonhwa Guild, greeted Jaehyeon. "What do you think of the contract conditions? I think they suggest a positive outlook when you go over them." Yes, they were certainly great conditions. Yi Hyun could only nod at Yu Sung-yoon's words. The contents of the contract he had received from Yeonhwa Guild were honestly unbelievably good. A monthly living allowance of 5-10 million and an endless supply of guild equipment up to B rank without having to pay should the equipment be broken. Once clearing dungeons, profits were to be distributed with a ratio of 8-2 with the guild depending on the contributions, etc. It was a contract that gathered everything that would normally be favorable to Yi Hyun. The distribution ratio of dungeon profits for other normal raiders is around 6-4. This kind of contract is not easy to get. A contract offered to only raiders of at least A rank. It was a suggestion that would not bring any harm to Yi Hyun. It was none other than an exclusive contract with Yeonhwa Guild. Agreeing to the contract would surely be helpful to his growth. Moreover, for a raider to get permission for personal use of a dungeon was as difficult as picking a star from the sky. I have to enter a guild no matter which one. In addition, Yeonhwa Guild had a monopoly over about 50% of the high-ranking dungeons in the country. So this meant that for Yi Hyun to grow stronger, Yeonhwa Guild was the best place. No matter how high my aptitude is, if there is no right map, my growth will be stalled. From that perspective, Yeonhwa's conditions are indeed the best. I must not let this chance slip from my fingers, however. A smile started to spread across Yi Hyun's lips. Noticing the change in expression, Yu Sung-yoon focused on Yi Hyun's next words. I've already told manager Park Sung-yi, but I have a condition before agreeing to the contract. Yes. Of course there must be one, since you are a clever kid. I am speaking under the assumption you have already seen my profile. Originally, the perusal of a raider hopeful, in other words accessing a cadet's information, was not possible without personal approval if one excluded the training period. However, the person in front of Yi Hyun was Yu Sung-yoon, the guildmaster of the Yeonhwa Guild. It was Yi Hyun's opinion that checking the background of a mere awakened cadet would not be difficult for her. Probably because his guess was correct, a smile spread on Yu Sung-yoon's face. As you must have read, it has been even a month since I changed my career path from warrior to magician, so I am still unfamiliar with how to deal with magic. So my condition standing at the back, Park Sung-yi gulped as he looked at Yi Hyun. He is truly unique. He's not shaking at all in front of Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon. It's really surprising. Yu Sung-yoon and Park Sung-yi, the two people's gazes met for a moment. What on earth did Yi Hyun plan to ask of Yu Sung-yoon? The two of them looked closely at his expression as they concentrated on his next words. Yi Hyun's lips bent up, and soon, words that the two had not expected came from his lips. Is for Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon to teach me about magic herself, Yi Hyun said with a sly expression on his face. In his mind, there was already a plan for what he would do next. Park Sung-yi's bewildered expression and Yu Sung-yoon's face showing interest were clearly seen by Yi Hyun. The best card must be used when its effect will be maximized. That was what allowed Yi Hyun to survive as a raider for the past 7 years. Park Sung-yi looked at Yi Hyun in surprise and disbelief. To think he would request for the guildmaster of Yeonhwa Guild herself to teach him magic, where on earth did he get the guts to do so? First in the country, she was one of the few guildmasters revered around the world. Yu Sung-yoon. It wasn't like she who hadn't yet retired would need to raise a student on purpose. Even so, certainty still filled Yi Hyun's eyes, with an expression saying that they could not reject this condition. Yi Hyun spoke as if he was driving in a wedge. If you agree with this condition, I will sign a priority negotiation contract with the Yeonhwa Guild. Yi Hyun's daring words echoed. Yu Sung-yoon rebutted with a short laugh. That's a fun condition. The two people's gazes met for a moment, a negotiation that was already concluded before it really began. There was no room for any other compromise. Soon, Yu Sung-yoon showed her agreement by nodding. Okay, I'll agree to your condition. To start, I want to see your skills myself. I still have a lot to learn. I believe that the guildmaster will be of great help. Yeah, of course, but before that, curiosity filled Yu Sung-yoon's face. She spoke as she crossed her arms. I want to check your talent. That should be fine, right? Yi Hyun closed his mouth for a moment. I expected this. On Yeonhwa's side, they would like to check my skills accurately as well. Of course, just seeing the skill sacrifice which he had copied was more than enough to show Yi Hyun's worth. But the magical aptitude on his profile said 97%. This was very different from the standard no matter how you looked at it, wanting to confirm it was a matter of course. Yu Sung-yoon bit her lips slightly. Her two eyes were filled with greed. Park Sung-yi couldn't help the cold sweat flowing down his back at her expression. That expression of the guildmasters. I have to prepare myself very well this time too. Even in a pressing situation as this, Yi Hyun moved slowly, as if everything that was currently happening was as he expected and he had all the time in the world. Yi Hyun slowly started to talk. That's fine. You mean you want to test my abilities, right? That's right. What should I do? Should I take the aptitude test for the awakened here? Yu Sung-yoon disagreed with his words with a light laugh. No, all of that is just tricks with a machine. What I want to see is not just your natural aptitude, but the skills you currently have. Yu Sung-yoon lightly clapped her hands as if, just like Yi Hyun, she had also foreseen everything. DDDDR at the same time, a huge cube started to rise up from the floor of the training hall. The rectangular room was filled with the blue light of mana. Looking at it, Yu Sung-yoon laughed slightly. Mana cube, from now on you have to break this. Yi Hyun furrowed his brow. Break a mana cube. Yi Hyun pursed his lips in a tight line. A habit of his that appeared whenever he faced a bewildering/unexpected situation. Cold sweat started to fill his tightly clenched fists. To think it's a mana cube, are you serious? Why, I think it's just right. To be talented enough to sign a priority negotiation contract with Yeonhwa, shouldn't you be able to do at least this much? There was a smile on Yu Sung-yoon's face, but her inner thoughts were scary. She means to dampen my spirits a bit before we begin. Yi Hyun's face, which had consistently shown a relaxed expression, frowned for the first time. Normally, a mana cube was used by magician raiders of at least B rank who wanted to understand their mana sensitivity. For Yi Hyun, who was still lacking as a magician, this couldn't help but be a demanding test. The total number of raiders who can destroy a mana cube is about 7% of all awakened magicians. Would I be able to do it now? Yi Hyun spoke while laughing awkwardly. It sounds like you are trying to lower my spirits though. Yu Sung-yoon shrugged with a sly expression. Why would I do that? Even if you fail, there won't be a problem with the priority negotiation contract. There won't be a change in the conditions either. I, the guildmaster of Yeonhwa Guild, assure you of that. Lines of shade cast on Yi Hyun's face. No matter how great his talent as a magician was, destroying the cube was a whole other curveball. There were plenty of people who had worked as a magician for more than 10 years who couldn't do it. It was natural for Yi Hyun to worry about whether he would be able to do it. Although Yi Hyun thought about it for a while, he made a decision in the end. It's unavoidable. It's not good to back off now. Yi Hyun nodded with a resolute face. If he showed a lack of confidence in his abilities here, he wouldn't be able to stand on higher ground when negotiating with Yeonhwa Guild. Even if he failed, he had to keep going forward. With a satisfied expression, Yu Sung-yoon quickly turned her head. Then Sung Yi-appa, please make the preparations. Really? Guildmaster, a mana cube is a device that is difficult even for active magic raiders to destroy. To make Min Yi Hyun, who is still a child, do you think the kid in front of us is a normal person? He has the right to try. Yu Sung-yoon's expression filled with seriousness. At her decisive words, Park Sung-yi couldn't do anything but approach the mana cube and turn on the switch. The mana cube cried out angrily. The blue mana made dangerous sounds as it clashed within. Looking at the cube, Yi Hyun gulped. Mana cube, I'd seen it on TV before I regressed, but it's more powerful than I thought, now that I see it for real. To think that such a condensed whirlpool of mana is put in. Then shall we start? I expect good results. Do your best. I don't know. We'll know once we see the results. Zap, the sound came from the cube. Yi Hyun stood in front of it with his fists clenched. He took in a deep breath and then let it out. Looking at Yu Sung-yoon's face reflected on the cube, Yi Hyun pushed his body inside. The blue artifact drew an arc as it wrapped around his body, then it quickly swallowed Yi Hyun. Seeing his body sucked into the cube, Park Sung-yi let out a small sigh. How will it really be all right? I honestly can't help but worry. I fully understand why you have shown an interest in him, but he's still just a young kid. That kid will be able to do it. What? How do you know that? At Park Sung-yi's worried question, Yu Sung-yoon answered innocently with a bright expression. A feeling, what? Looking at Park Sung-yi's blank expression, Yu Sung-yoon chuckled as if she found it funny. She mumbled softly while looking at the vibrating mana cube. Now, how long will it take you to break the mana cube and come out? Chapter 12, Mana Cube Part 2, a transparent and deep space tinged with a blue light. The inside of a mana cube was like a deep ocean. Yi Hyun felt nervous for a moment at the wavelength of the concentrated mana he was encountering for the first time, but after getting used to it promptly, he started to look around. This is like a deep and wide ocean made with mana. Fortunately, I can breathe without any problems. I was worried I might get addicted to mana or something. Mana addiction. The term for the disease that appeared when one was exposed to large amounts of mana for long periods of time. Normally, mana was similar to oxygen in this world. It was necessary when using magic or skills, but being exposed to very concentrated mana for a long time weakened a person's cardiopulmonary functions. Experts called the prompted disease mana addiction. Normally, mana addiction caused a variety of symptoms like difficulty with breathing, vomiting, fever, etc., and it was notoriously known for slowly chipping away at a raider's life. And so, the fact that Yi Hyun was currently able to move freely meant that he was not under the effects of mana addiction. It was truly a fortunate thing. But there's nothing good about wasting time. It might just be that the symptoms haven't appeared yet. Of course, they said that a well-trained magician could still breathe easily even under extremely overwhelming mana. But the current Jaehyeon was the very definition of a beginner magician. The distance between him and those superhumans was unfathomable. After checking that his body could move properly, Jaehyeon lightly inhaled. He could feel the mana permeating his lungs and sending a tingling sensation all over his body. First, finding a way out takes priority. If I remember correctly, there is only one way to escape from a mana cube. Trying not to sink, Jaehyeon swam ceaselessly and examined his surroundings. Finding the whirlpool with the heaviest mana by diving into it, that is the goal of this mana cube test. Under his feet, countless currents and whirlpools were rushing against each other. Among them, there was only a single one connected to the outside world. He had to repeatedly dive into the whirlpools several times before he could find the right one to break this mana cube and escape out of here. In other words, the goal of a mana cube was to test how sensitive one was to mana. Few concentrate. I have to feel the wavelength of mana letting out a huke. Jaehyeon took a steadier breath than just a moment before and lay his body horizontally, then he carefully moved his arms and legs. Clearly remembering the sensation of his floating body, he focused all of his senses. From now on, I have to keep finding the weak mana signals and go into those fragments the moment Jaehyeon busily rode his arms and moved forward. He started to see something unbelievable. At the center of the sea of whirlpools, he found something foreign exuding magic. That's a crystal. Forgetting the fact that he was underwater, Jaehyeon mumbled. In the violent whirlpool before him, he found a small water fairy, a crystal emitting overwhelming magic, as if it was just like a water purifier in this sea. Guildmaster, Yurei speaking as if Min Jaehyeon will surely break the mana cube and come out. Of course, at Yu Sungyun's bright tone, Park Sung-yi almost scoffed. Although he hadn't explained it to Jaehyeon, the interior of a mana cube was quite dangerous. Being an abyss wherein almost 15 levels of deep mana of a mana room lurked, finding a very weak signal of mana was very difficult. To think that she's making a kid who hasn't even entered high school do it, Park Sung-yi's side without letting anyone notice. Of course, he too was aware that Min Jaehyeon was quite talented, but this was on a whole other level. He had seen numerous genius raiders who had to overcome various kinds of adversities, but there were not many in the world who passed this kind of test. It was true that he was wondering if Jaehyeon could do well, but what on earth is she thinking? One thing. If there was one thing he was expectant about in the midst of his worries, it was Yu Sungyun's actions. A woman with a good grasp of finding talents and pulling high-ranking raiders into her guild. A whiz who created the country's top guild, Yeonhwa. He thought that such a Yu Sungyun would not have asked that student to do something he couldn't. How long do you think he will take? Yu Sungyun's voice suddenly rang inside the silent training hall. Park Sung-yi made a slightly bewildered expression and murmured a short Yu Sungyun remained calm. In my case, it was about 40 minutes, and it was the fastest in the country. Speaking of her own record, it didn't sound like she was bragging. Park Sung-yi thought for a moment and answered, "It will probably be one or the other." Yu Sungyun's gaze turned to Park Sung-yi. He calmly continued, "He either won't be able to break the cube or he will break it with a new record." Park Sung-yi's expression stood solemn. If Yu Sungyun really saw an overwhelming talent in him, he should at least do this much to show his worth. They offered him the greatest contract, only given to ranked raiders after all. I think so too. But somehow I don't think Min Jaehyeon will crawl out of there desperately. Hearing the words strangely filled with conviction, Park Sung-yi got goosebumps all over his body as he looked at Yu Sungyun, and at that moment crack Sung-yi appa here. Park Sung-yi quickly turned to the direction Yu Sungyun pointed at. It was where the mana cube was, and at what was happening right before his eyes he mumbled softly, "There's a crack in the cube." With astonished expressions, the two looked at each other. Park Sung-yi quickly took out his phone and checked the time. It's been 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes there's a crack in the cube. Park Sung-yi and Yu Sungyun gulped and couldn't tear their gazes away from the mana cube. The two thought, at almost the same time, what the hell is happening in there? Inside the bluish darkness of the ocean, Jaehyeon was in the midst of examining the crystal he had discovered a moment ago. The crystal, shining with a weak purplish light, was giving off a strangely heavy smell of magic. Intuitively, Jaehyeon knew that this crystal was the source of this mana cube, and he realized that it was the root of the mana creating this place. "I can feel a thicker magic from this crystal than the one flowing out of this sea." Forgetting to even hold his breath, Jaehyeon mumbled as he stared at the crystal. "That means the one who is keeping this mana cube running is this crystal." There was a big possibility that the purplish crystal was an artifact created to control this sea, and that meant, if I break it I can go outside. There's no reason I have to look for the mana whirlpool. A smile slowly grew on Jaehyeon's face as he was thinking. Perhaps Park Sung-yi and Yoo Sung-yoon didn't think he would break the mana cube in this way, but Jaehyeon decided not to care about it. Yoo Sung-yoon told him to break the mana cube, but she didn't tell him a specific way of doing it. That meant if Jaehyeon used a slightly more expedient method, she would have to accept it. Jaehyeon endured the dizziness that slowly came and grabbed the crystal. This is an improper approach. Crack. When he put a little bit of force into his hand, the crystal cracked easily and shattered into fragments. You have succeeded in breaking the mana nucleus. Jaehyeon listened to the system alerts that came one after another with a slight smile, although it was very far from the proper method. Well, whatever, you have cleared the mana cube. Passive skill essence of mana application has been acquired, transporting to the real world. Crack. Soon as the mana cube stopped working, the blue gate outside broke into pieces. This showed that Jaehyeon had succeeded in breaking the mana cube. My god, Park Sung-yi stared at the spreading fragments of the cube with a dazed expression. Normally, the number of magic raiders who could break a mana cube was 7%. The average time it took them to break the cube was a little over 3 hours. Among them, those at B rank took 2 hours, those at A rank took an hour and a half. S rankers took about 30 minutes to an hour. But what Jaehyeon managed was a time that no one in the world had managed to do. Until now, the person who had managed to break the cube the fastest was Camilla from America. With a record of 36 minutes, she was a genius magician who was recorded in the Guinness Book of Records. But Jaehyeon had broken that record, with a difference of 26 minutes. No one would think this was possible. A kid still in his 3rd year of middle school breaking a mana cube in 10 minutes. Is there anyone who would believe this? But this was the reality happening right before their eyes. Park Sung-yi felt a tingling numbness from the tremors shaking his whole body. Thud, thud. A moment later, Jaehyeon appeared from within the machine. Looking at Jaehyeon's appearance, which showed no signs of addiction, Park Sung-yi once again started talking. He ran over to Jaehyeon, who was walking over, and almost yelled out, "Amazing, Min Jaehyeon, in just 10 minutes. You succeeded in breaking out of the mana cube in just 10 minutes. Huh, does that mean I did well?" Jaehyeon was quite bewildered. He had thought that he had found the mana nucleus quite quickly, but to think it took 10 minutes. He used to be a warrior, so he didn't know how great of a feat this was, but looking at their reaction, he guessed that he didn't get a very bad score. Well, there was a bit of luck involved. A good score is still a good score. At that moment, Yoo Sung-yoon asked as she approached Jaehyeon Min. "Jaehyeon, how were you able to break out of the mana cube this quickly, huh?" "That's at the end of the sea. I found a crystal for some reason." When I broke it, Jaehyeon slurred the end of his sentence as he scratched his head. That was because he wasn't very happy about admitting that he used an expedient way to break out of the mana cube quickly. Yoo Sung-yoon might also be a bit disappointed in him, but Yoo Sung-yoon's reaction was very different from what he expected. "What? You broke it, that crystal?" Yoo Sung-yoon blankly mumbled with a confused expression. The mana cube's nucleus is the bowl where all the magic is condensed. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to find it or break it. The fact that he managed to destroy it means that the mana Min Jaehyeon possesses is greater than that possessed by the whole mana cube. A shiver ran through her body. Yoo Sung-yoon looked at Jaehyeon with cold sweat flowing down her back. Soon, a smile filled with greed spread on her lips. "Awaken, Min Jaehyeon. Putting Yeonhwa Guild and my Yoo Sung-yoon's name on the line, I swear that we will help you become the greatest magician. Are you prepared?" Chapter 13, Secret Magic Lesson Part 1, a little past 10 p.m. Jaehyeon was going home in a deluxe taxi. Yoo Sung-yoon had called for him. Although he had adamantly refused, saying that he was fine with taking the bus and that she didn't have to, Yoo Sung-yoon had been stubborn. Proclaiming that since he was a member of their Yeonhwa Guild now, she stated that this much was natural. "Well, it did let me go home pretty comfortably." Jaehyeon propped his chin up and looked out the window. He recalled what Park Sung-yi had explained while spitting out his saliva. According to him, the fact that he had broken out of the mana cube in 10 minutes broke the current world record. Although it was an informal record, it was 20 minutes less than the best record of 36 minutes made by Camilla from the US. So Jaehyeon could only be dumbfounded. Well, how did things turn out like this? Hadn't he just used an expedient way by breaking the nucleus? Receiving such cordial treatment was a little embarrassing because of that. Well, whatever. It's fortunate that I didn't give them the impression that I was useless. This was what he was really worried about as he entered the mana cube, verifying the worth of his existence. If he hadn't managed that, he wouldn't have a position within Yeonhwa Guild, and as a result, it would weaken his right to speak and he would be pushed out by external influences. A world where the law of the jungle had become the basic law. In this place, those weaker could only remain alive with subservience. This was the same for the Jaehyeon of the past, clearly feeling miserable but desperately carrying on. Such was his past, filled with tragedy. "Now I won't live like that even if I were to die," Jaehyeon promised himself. His future would change depending on how much effort he put in right now. And to Jaehyeon, who had already felt what it was like to fail once, that effort was not a difficult thing to surface. However, before that, Jaehyeon turned his gaze to the window with his mouth tightly shut. Nightshade, how can I defeat that thing in 2 months? If I succeed, I might also find out more about the Nornir system and adversary thing. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and gathered his determination. Main quest. Hell's trial. Hell, the ruler of Helheim, has given you a trial. Get Hell's recognition by defeating the Nightshade within the time limit. Difficulty, see reward, Hell's gift. The content can be checked after clearing the quest. Remaining time. 58 days, 18 hours, 54 minutes. Failure penalty. Death tomorrow was a new beginning. Jaehyeon's still not here. It seems so. He's a bit late today. He's not answering his phone either. Leeseon, HWA, and Kim Yoo-young were talking as they waited for Jaehyeon in the alley in front of the house. It was because Jaehyeon, who normally spent most of his time at home and didn't wander around until late, hadn't come home yet even by such a late hour today for some reason. Of course, Kim Yoo-young had come over just a moment ago to have a showdown when Jaehyeon didn't reply. Anyway, what was certain was that the two were both waiting for Jaehyeon impatiently. Screech. At that moment. Both their eyes turned to the car coming down the alley, a black van for which just a glance showed it was a fancy vehicle. A moment later, the car stopped and a familiar face appeared from within. It was Jaehyeon. That's a really expensive car, isn't it? Why is Jaehyeon coming out of there? Kim Yoo-young asked with a dumbfounded look on her face. Leeseon, HWA, also looked bewildered as she asked Jaehyeon, who was walking over. I know by any chance Jaehyeon wouldn't have done anything bad, would he? Oblivious to the two's grave imaginations, Jaehyeon happily waved his hand at the two people waiting for him. It had been 10 minutes since he came home. Jaehyeon had gone into his room with Yoo-young. Although they were a male and female alone in a room together, there was not a speck of excitement to be found. Kim Yoo-young, who was glaring at Jaehyeon, asked first, so, you finished preparing? The contract's already been written. Being a warrior now would be excruciatingly tiresome. All this from a kid who until just a few days ago said that there was no future in magic or whatever. Did you eat something bad? Did you go insane by any chance? As Kim Yoo-young asked with a dissatisfied expression, Jaehyeon retorted sassily. Hey, a person's mind is normally like a reed. It changes easily. I never expected to hear those words from you of all people. At Kim Yoo-young's words, Jaehyeon calmly yawned as he asked, by the way, what are you doing here? Where are your parents? Did they go on a business trip again? Yup. So I came over to play, but Auntie asked me to just sleep over. How come you like it here more than at your own house? I can't understand. Why do you come to such a tiny place when you have a big house? Like Jaehyeon said, Kim Yoo-young was the only daughter of a pretty affluent household. Kim Yoo-young's parents worked on dismantling the corpses of demonic creatures and selling them to different countries. There was nothing to throw away from a demonic creature's corpse, and the monsters that appeared in each country were different, so there was a big profit to be had. As a result, there were a lot of instances where Kim Yoo-young was left alone at home. In the 12 months of the year, the time she spent with her parents only comprised 2 months. Usually she would just come hang out at Jaehyeon's house. Leeseon, HWA, and Kim Yoo-young's parents were close friends, and although Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young were always bickering with each other, they were good friends who always took care of one another. Jaehyeon quickly turned to Kim Yoo-young, who was sitting beside him, and spoke. Anyway, that's what happened. Teach me a little magic theory. As a favor, you're asking with just words. At Kim Yoo-young's joking words, Jaehyeon stretched out his hand and put it on her head in outrage. Then hand over the payment for staying over at our house. You stayed over for a few days last time too, who cares? Auntie is the one letting me stay over, not you. As Kim Yoo-young retorted, Jaehyeon let out a sigh as he fixed his posture. So, what is it you want? You should let me know so I can decide. Now that you ask, I haven't thought about it. Kim Yoo-young was silent for a moment, then she spoke with a bright smile, granting one wish. Whatever it is, refuse if you don't want to. It was an unbelievable suggestion. How would he know what kind of wish she would ask for? But Jaehyeon had no choice. It was impossible to find a magical theory tutor at this point, and although Kim Yoo-young was the way she was, she had never lost top honors when it came to subjects related to magic. Jaehyeon was surprised but nodded, thinking it wouldn't be a very difficult wish. Akue, but there's an expiry date of 1 year. If you don't use it in that time, then you get nothing. Understood? Hey, unfair. Well, Akue. Hearing her answer, Jaehyeon smiled. If it's a year, she'll forget again. Kim Yoo-young had a careless personality. She would probably not remember it in a year. Hiding his sinister thoughts, Jaehyeon put on a carefree expression. By the way, what kind of wish is it for you to be talking with such a serious expression? You really became uglier. I didn't know that was possible. What? Akue, you really want to die, don't you? Ah. You left me and just went away that day too. Akure, let's see how you die today. Kim Yoo-young clenched a fist and punched Jaehyeon's side with it. There was a genuine sound as he was hit. Jaehyeon shouted in a fit of rage. Hey, isn't it too much to hit me just for that? Shut up. Until Lysion HWA called them a moment later to come eat dinner, they spent the whole time bickering. It wasn't too bad of a feeling. The next day was the official start of his magic lessons. After receiving his ID card at the lobby, Jaehyeon was waiting for the two individuals. He didn't know when they had made his ID, but it already showed that he was a member of the Yeonhwa Guild. Though since I am still a minor, this kind of card probably doesn't have a legal effect. This was sort of Yu Sung-yoon's way of showing off. Since he was now a member of Yeonhwa Guild, it was a type of warning to stop him from meeting up with other guilds or doing things that go against regulations. Yi Hyan smiled slightly as he recalled how he had signed a contract with the Yeonhwa Guild. Before I returned to the past, I didn't have the ability to join a guild and had to crawl on the bottom. Even with the agency, I couldn't find a job, so it was really difficult. But in this life, he signed a generous contract even before he became an adult, so it might be normal that he felt the way he did. As Yi Hyan was locked in his thoughts, a loud voice rang in the guild lobby. "So you just need to give me a bit of time, Akue. Why is that such a problem?" A man was yelling in anger while holding on to the wrist of a woman sitting at the reception desk. Yi Hyan narrowed his eyes. That person is Yu Sun-yi. Having the same purplish-black hair as Yu Sung-yoon and a clear impression, Yu Sung-yoon's only blood-related family and little brother, Yu Sun-yi. In addition, before returning to the past, he was the culprit who took over Yeonhwa Guild the moment Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon fell into a vegetative state. Yi Hyan frowned as he watched from the side while Yu Sun-yi acted violently. Even as the woman refused, he didn't pay any attention and kept making a nuisance. "So no one will know if you leave for a moment and come back. Don't you know this is my sister's guild? If I explain, well, no, leaving my position without permission during working hours is completely forbidden. If you're done talking, please leave. Otherwise, you will disturb my work." Although she was replying calmly, the lady at the desk was trying to calm her anger internally. Yi Hyan shook his head as he watched Yu Sun-yi's grotesque behavior. It looks like this has happened more than once. I guess he was always a gangster-like playboy, as if his inborn personality would go anywhere. Yu Sun-yi was the person who controlled Yeonhwa Guild the moment Yu Sung-yoon fell into a coma. After he swallowed the guild, Yeonhwa fell to the bottom in just 5 years and disbanded, and after 10 years the guild was even forgotten from people's memory. However, in this life, Yeonhwa Guild's destruction will not happen. Yi Hyan laughed internally. Originally, after Yu Sung-yoon lost consciousness, the rights to Yeonhwa Guild would pass to Yu Sun-yi, and after that, Yeonhwa Guild would quickly fall to rock bottom and Yu Sun-yi would go behind bars. That was the original story. But now, Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon won't die. Why? Because I will make it that way. A time wherein that gangster of a playboy would get the rights to Yeonhwa would never come. As he watched Yu Sun-yi and the lady quarrel, Yi Hyan approached the two. He stopped beside the desk and spoke. I came for something, would you please help me?" "Huh, what kind of bastard are you? Don't you see that I was talking to her first?" At Yu Sun-yi's rude words, Yi Hyan smirked as he asked the receptionist, "I am sorry, did he come here for something important?" "No," a decisive answer. She must have been extremely tired of Yu Sun-yi. Yi Hyan smiled sickeningly at Yu Sun-yi, who stood in front of him and spoke. "If you're not here for something important, please scram. I am a bit of a busy person." Chapter 14 Secret Magic Lesson Part 2 If you're not here for something important, please scram. I am a bit of a busy person. The lobby became silent in an instant. No matter how much of a gangster-like ruffian that person wasn't he still Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon's little brother? There was almost no one who could talk like this to that person. The female employee sitting at the reception desk also looked at Yi Hyan wide-eyed. At Yi Hyan's confident attitude, Yu Sun-yi frowned severely. "What? This damned little bastard." Yu Sun-yi quickly grabbed Yi Hyan by the collar and yelled loudly. Do you know who I am? I am going to be the next leader of this Yeonhwa Guild." "All right, I apologize, but I don't think that will happen." "What?" At Yi Hyan's words, Yu Sun-yi paused for a moment. He didn't lose the opportunity and continued. "More than that, please let me go, if you don't want to really get it." At those words, Yu Sun-yi's hand immediately went up. And just before that hand touched Yi Hyan's face, Yu Sung-yoon's voice could be heard coming from behind. "Yu Sun-yi, stop, Nuna." Yu Sun-yi's face contorted. His gaze went back and forth between Yi Hyan and Yu Sung-yoon. "This kid is my guest. See what I do to you if you touch him." "Ha, really? How can a kid like this be called a guest? If you have time to take care of such a brat, you should take more care of your little brother. You didn't send me any money this month either. There's no reason I have to give you money every month. I think I told you before that you aren't my family anymore. Tusk." At Yu Sung-yoon's words, Yu Sun-yi clicked his tongue and spat on the floor. "Even if you do that, if you die, this place is mine. Do you know that? This place is mine. Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon won't die." The reply came from an unexpected source. Hearing the answer from beside him and not from Yu Sung-yoon, who was further away, Yu Sun-yi burst out in annoyance. He put more force into the hands holding on to Jaehyeon's collar and said, "What kind of a place do you think this is for a little bastard like you to interrupt? Do you know anything about our family's situation?" Jaehyeon had a smile on his face. After he grabbed Yu Sun-yi's left wrist, which was holding onto his collar, he added some force and twisted it back. With a crack, the sound of a bone breaking rang in the lobby. Arig, fuck, what kind of bastard are you? Are you one of those awakened or something? What are you going to do about it? Throwing Yu Sun-yi, who was yelling far away, Jaehyeon walked toward Yu Sung-yoon. Yu Sung-yoon spoke while covering her face. "I am sorry. That brat's my brother. I already broke ties with him before, but ever since the guild took a turn for the better, he's kept finding me to ask for money. It's not good for the guild's image to chase him away, so it's fine. I am used to things like this." Of course, he had meant that before returning to the past, he'd encountered lots of different weirdos and that he knew exactly how to treat them. But Yu Sung-yoon, who didn't know this fact, didn't think of it that way. Jaehyeon, does he have some kind of unfortunate family circumstance, and that's why he grew up so mature. As Yu Sung-yoon was guessing at Jaehyeon's family circumstances that weren't even in his profile and looking at him with pity, Jaehyeon was silently walking toward the training hall. Jaehyeon suddenly paused and looked back at Yu Sung-yoon as he asked, "Aren't you coming, or are you going to help your brother?" Yu Sung-yoon answered with a slight smile, "Why would I?" The floor of the secret training hall was not split open like the day before. He wasn't able to look around yesterday thanks to the mana cube, but it was enormous as expected. The floor was made with arc metal, a special material found in dungeons, so it didn't break easily. Even if it broke, it quickly returned to its original form. Because of its extremely high price, it wasn't used in any normal gymnasium, but such a thing was nothing for the special training hall of the Yeonhwa Guild. Yu Sung-yoon started the conversation as Jaehyeon looked around with an amazed face. "Before we start our first lesson, I want to see how good your battle sense and reflexes are. In other words, we'll have a sparring session." "A spar?" Jaehyeon asked while blinking his eyes in bewilderment. "Isn't this too much right from the start? I don't think that's something a kid who broke a mana cube in 10 minutes should be saying." Yu Sung-yoon added with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't be attacking you. That's good then." Jaehyeon said calmly as he fell into his fighting pose. Placing his left foot forward and folding his knees slightly, he then lowered his shoulders as much as possible. It was a posture that allowed him to move quickly in a basic fight. It was the typical sight of a warrior who was ready to dodge enemy attacks and make use of any openings. Yu Sung-yoon spoke with a bright smile. "Akare, now try to attack." Then thump. Without hesitation, Jaehyeon stomped on the ground and leaped toward Yu Sung-yoon to lessen their distance before stretching out his hand. Using all the reflexes and senses he gained from working as an active raider, he threw a punch. But Yu Sung-yoon easily dodged Jaehyeon's attack with a slight tilt of the head. Cold sweat flowed down Jaehyeon's back. "Just as I thought, she's fast. Even though she's a healer, the movements of an S-rank raider are at a higher level than I imagined." Hirk, without stopping, Jaehyeon immediately turned around and threw a punch at Yu Sung-yoon's torso. "However, I'll call you Jaehyeon informally now." The fist he put all of his strength into was easily grabbed by Yu Sung-yoon. Yu Sung-yoon let out a small sigh. "Jaehyeon, you said that you were originally a warrior, right?" "Ah yes, I think you still haven't been able to throw out your habits from your time as a warrior. How can a magician just recklessly run in like this?" The moment he heard that, Jaehyeon felt like someone had hit him over the back of his head. "Way of fighting, huh? It is something I have been wondering about." Previously, Jaehyeon had the experience of breaking a staff while in the Helheim dungeon. It was because he was unable to discard his movements as a warrior and get used to being a magician. Truthfully, that was also the reason he had reached out to Yu Sung-yoon and asked her to teach him. To think she saw all that in an instant. Is it to be expected of an S-rank raider? Jaehyeon once again realized what kind of person was standing before him. Yu Sung-yoon put her hand on his shoulder as she spoke. "Jaehyeon, what do you think is the biggest difference between combat and magic? It should be whether you face your opponent from a close or long range." Yu Sung-yoon nodded her head. "That's right. Magician-class raiders are normally the type to weaken their opponent from a long distance and then face them in a fight. But you are trying to close the distance with your opponent too much. If you fight like that, a magician like you who already has a low defense will quickly fall. Actually, this was something I've been thinking of too. But it's become a habit and isn't easy to change. I was too idle. I think there's a need to be a bit more serious. You need to properly experience being a magician." Whyeol Yu Sung-yoon gathered the mana in her body and stretched out her hand toward Jaehyeon. "This time, I'll also attack. Of course, it won't be enough to hurt you seriously. And besides, I am also a healer." Fixing her posture, Yu Sung-yoon smiled meaningfully at Jaehyeon. "I know that this isn't everything you've got." The mana Yu Sung-yoon had gathered traveled up her body and gathered in her fingers in the shape of thin threads. Yu Sung-yoon spoke while smiling brightly. "So do it properly this time." Soon, a blue light flashed from her hand, and immediately after, an explosion rang out. The threads gathered at a point and shot out like a laser. Jaehyeon quickly rolled his body and distanced himself from the blue effect. No matter how great of a healer she was it alright to attack a student so mercilessly? If it had hit him on the shoulder, it would have surely pierced a hole through him. That was close. Without even wiping off his sweat, Jaehyeon looked out for Yoo Sung-yoon's next move. As expected, going against this person while hiding my cards is impossible. Jaehyeon looked at her with a very strained expression. With a hand on her waist and a carefree expression, Yoo Sung-yoon waited for Jaehyeon to stand up. Your turn this time, try to attack first. Even before she finished her words, Jaehyeon filled his body with mana as well. FZZZZT PSZZZZ. Active skill lightning chain has been activated. SWWEish. A lightning attack immediately gathered in his hand. Jaehyeon controlled 4 chains at once and shot them toward Yoo Sung-yoon. Crash, 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 crash. Easily dodging the attack, Yoo Sung-yoon's face was filled with wonder. She looked at Jaehyeon with an expression of interest and spoke. An A-rank skill. And lightning chain at that, it seems you're hiding a lot of things like I thought. However, his breath was stuck in his throat. Right as Jaehyeon was about to attack again, he found himself in a state of tension totally different from the one in the mana cube. A white arrow suddenly floating in the air rapidly shot toward Jaehyeon's torso. Whoosh! Looking at the light arrow headed toward him, Jaehyeon lightly bit his lips. Damn, too fast, bang. The holy arrow directly hit Jaehyeon's torso. He looked to dodge the attack but had leaped back and merely hit a wall in the end. The training hall was filled with dust and smoke. Yoo Sung-yoon started to walk toward Jaehyeon while stretching. No matter how good of a skill, it's useless if you can't aim it. Isn't that right? She had pinpointed Jaehyeon's problems. Jaehyeon had a great skill. Lightning chain was a high-tiered skill even among rank skills. You could tie up your opponent with several chains, pierce through them with it, or use it in several other ways. Plus, there was an additional paralysis effect. But even with such a great skill, if he couldn't hit the target, it meant nothing. Jaehyeon was currently weak as a magician, a blank sheet with nothing on it. Without proper magic control, aiming an attack at an opponent or dodging theirs was difficult. Was I too harsh? Yoo Sung-yoon thought as she crossed her arms. Of course, the spell she had just used, Holy Arrow, wasn't that strong. However, it was different if one considered whether a middle schooler like Jaehyeon could handle it. Well, I'll know if I look. A moment later, after the dust settled, Yoo Sung-yoon looked slightly surprised. Different from what she expected, Jaehyeon was still standing. A smile spread across her lips. This is unexpected. Of course, I did lower the strength of the spell, but to think you would still be standing. As a desire to win filled Yoo Sung-yoon's face, the atmosphere in the room heated up. The moment she finished talking, 4 arrows made of light appeared simultaneously. Then will you be able to survive this? Slicing through the air, the arrows shot toward Jaehyeon. Damn. With his eyes wide open, Jaehyeon calmly observed the arrows flying toward him. Whoosh, 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 it sounded as if they were slicing through the air. Even so, Jaehyeon didn't dodge and kept his eyes on the arrows. Yoo Sung-yoon narrowed her eyes at his strange action. Is he not planning to dodge? What is he thinking? No matter how weakened the skill is, he'd be pretty hurt if he got hit. No way. As Yoo Sung-yoon looked on quizzically, a smile spread on Jaehyeon's face. Yoo Sung-yoon bit her lower lip with a covetous expression. It doesn't look like he's quitting. The 4 simultaneous attacks started to rush toward Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon quickly stretched out his arm and gathered his mana. His left eye was tinged gold as if it was burnt. Active skill Universal Derivation has been activated. Active skill Holy Arrow has been successfully destroyed. With the spell Universal Derivation, which had shown its use during the fight against Jaehyeon Min, Jaehyeon eradicated all 4 arrows flying toward him. Yoo Sung-yoon looked at Jaehyeon with a shocked expression. Did he destroy my spell? Chapter 15 Secret Magic Lesson Part 3 The smoky and dusty air cleared, and the broken fragments of the spell disappeared. In the special training hall of Yeonhwa Guild, a strange silence fell. The first to speak was Yoo Sung-yoon, copying skills and destroying spells. How much more are you hiding? There's no more, I've shown all my cards. At Jaehyeon's words, Yoo Sung-yoon smiled. Then, not missing the chance, Jaehyeon quickly counterattacked. SWE-ish, this time a chain rapidly rose up from the ground. Cold sweat flowed down Yoo Sung-yoon's back. Yoo Sung-yoon observed the chain rushing toward her with a little bewilderment. Crash, 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 a bluish force field appeared in her hand and blocked all of Jaehyeon's chains. As the lightning chain clashed with the force field, a loud and explosive sound was created. It's unbelievable that this power is coming from an untrained child. This level of skill can be used in a high-level dungeon right away. The amount of magic that Jaehyeon used against her was difficult for an ordinary magician to use. It was magic that would take at least a B-rank raider to use. But Yoo Sung-yoon was an S-rank raider. There was no reason to struggle with an attack like this, But even so, Yu Sung-yoon was feeling flustered for some unknown reason, and she soon realized the reason for it. Crash, bang, crash, what's this? How on earth that kid? He's using spells without casting. It was something she couldn't understand. Incanting was something that accompanied a magician as a rule. Of course, it was possible for high-level magicians to say the incantation internally and cast the spell, but Jaehyeon was still a beginner in magic. In addition, the rank of the spell he was casting was it's not a spell one can cast again and again without incanting. Then that means don't tell me. Yu Sung-yoon's eyes shone with interest. On the other hand, Jaehyeon had almost used up all his mana by casting lightning chain so many times. Only 100 MP was remaining. It was only enough to cast lightning chain 2 more times. Damn. I don't have much mana left. I thought I could at least match up to her since she's a healer, but she's a total monster. Without a choice, Jaehyeon diffused his mana and took a few steps back. It was to recover mana. At that moment, after putting away the protective force field, Yu Sung-yoon started to slowly walk towards Jaehyeon. You're really a kid with surprising talent. However, you're still too young. Boom, huh. As his sight spun around, his body turned a full circle in the air. His whole body was covered in goosebumps. In the very short time it took to blink, Jaehyeon's body was already rolling on the ground. What just happened? With his face stuck to the floor, Jaehyeon concentrated on Yu Sung-yoon's words. Smiling brightly, Yu Sung-yoon stretched a hand out to Jaehyeon. You didn't think you'd win, did you? At a construction site located near Yeonhwa Guild, Yu Sun-yi and a few young men wearing black clothes were having a conversation. So, what you mean to say is we just need to scold that little brat? A guy who looked to have a high position among the men asked while approaching. At his question, Yu Sun-yi answered while lighting up a cigarette. Yeah, if you complete the job well, I'll give you guys 500 each. By the way, be careful. That punk seems to be training to be a raider. Haha, why are you worrying about something like that? He's still a bag of blood. If the lot of us attack together, we'll finish him off quickly. The man in black clothes said in a voice full of confidence. Yu Sun-yi nodded with a satisfied expression. Good, I'll give you a bit more incentive. After you're done, I'll add 100 each, so take care of it perfectly, understood. Thank you, Hyunam, don't worry, we won't let you down. A breeze mixed with dust remained in the construction site for a moment before dissipating. Yu Sun-yi mumbled after stepping on the cigarette but he had thrown on the floor. I'll clearly show that shitty little bastard what happens when someone acts impudently in front of me. Are you feeling okay now? Yes, I am fine now. Jaehyeon had a dazed expression, but he was slowly returning to his senses. A few moments ago, he passed out on the floor after receiving Yu Sung-yoon's attack. In a very short instant, Yu Sung-yoon's movement had hit him without him being able to read it at all, and then he promptly rolled on the floor. While drinking some water, Jaehyeon looked at Yu Sung-yoon who stood beside him. Not looking tired at all and without a drop of sweat on her, Yu Sung-yoon was indeed a marvelous and skillful person. He pressed his lips into a line. This is the distance between me and a real raider. Jaehyeon took a rough breath in and calmed down his still shaking body. Seeing him like that, Yu Sung-yoon put her hand on Jaehyeon's head. By the way, I was surprised, suddenly using an A-rank skill and even destroying a spell. As expected, you're an interesting kid, that's a compliment, right? At Jaehyeon's question, Yu Sung-yoon quickly affirmed, of course. However, about what you did a while ago, you cast spells without incanting, right? How on earth did you do it? That's honestly, it's because of my skill. Saying it in more detail is a bit well, if it's like that, there's nothing I can do about it. Yu Sung-yoon seemed a bit unsatisfied at Jaehyeon's evasive answer, but still nodded her head. Different from a warrior who demonstrated their worth through physical talents and protective skills, a magic raider should not spread the spells they know and their unique skills. This was because spells had their own characteristics and traits, and they could expose a magician's abilities. Their ranks might have a difference of heaven and earth, but Yu Sung-yoon was still a magic raider. Yu Sung-yoon fully understood the reason why Jaehyeon would hide his skills. Yu Sung-yoon thought for a moment and spoke. A while ago, while looking at your fighting style, I had a thought. Yeah. I've thought about it theoretically before, but it's a fighting style that not a single person was able to achieve in reality. What do you think? Don't you think it's interesting? Jaehyeon tilted his head. Is there actually a style like that? Yes, a fighting style that only you can use. From now on, I plan to teach you about it. Something only I can do? What on earth? Jaehyeon asked while blinking his eyes. Yu Sung-yoon crossed her arms with a triumphant look. Call me teacher from now on, and congratulations on becoming my first disciple. On the way home after the spar, exhausted, Jaehyeon headed for the bus stop. He had rejected Yu Sung-yoon's offer of calling a luxury taxi this time. It was because there was a place he had to stop by. I think it was around here somewhere. The place Jaehyeon got off at was Yongsan Station. In the past, it was famous as a place where shops selling electronic devices gathered, but at present, it was a place more famous for selling magic tools and equipment. From the mana blade used by most raiders to robes with resistance properties or items taken from dungeons, it was filled with things that any raider would go crazy over. Let's see. What I need, Jaehyeon muttered as he looked through the list he had made on his smartphone. A copy of Defense Vector Field Magic Book, one of basic mana training, the horn of a mandragora, spring water from Jotunheim, the wing of an intermediate elf, and robes with darkness resistance properties. Is that roughly it? After checking over the whole list, Jaehyeon looked around with a determined face. I don't know if I can buy everything with the money I have, but if not, I can probably remove basic mana training. I can just borrow it from Kim Yu-young later. Yeonhwa Guild might provide one too. Making up his mind, he put his smartphone back in his pocket. Jaehyeon looked at all the stores and alleys with his arms crossed. The first thing I should buy are probably the ingredients for the Mana Enhancement Pill. Mana Enhancement Pill, like its name suggested, it increased the mana of the awakened who drank it. For a magic raider, it was an effective medicine and an essential item that made them appear as one with fire in their eyes. However, November 2020, no one knew how to manufacture the Mana Enhancement Pill yet. Jaehyeon smirked. The recipe for Mana Enhancement Pill was something that would only be shared in about 5 years. So that meant that right now, the only person who knew the recipe was Jaehyeon. Before returning to the past, the pill's recipe was shared free of charge by a world-class researcher hired by the country. While watching TV, Jaehyeon had learned about the recipe of the pill by chance, but looking into it, he remembered that the person who shared the recipe was the youngest son of the Lees, a prestigious raider family. As he shared the recipe free of charge, he said these words, "I hope to be of great help to the numerous raiders around the world." As Jaehyeon watched that interview, he scoffed. If it were me, I would never have shared the recipe without charge. I don't know if I should consider him to be great or stupid. Of course, he was working as a combat raider at the time, and the ingredients of the pill were so expensive that he couldn't even give it a try. It's different now. Magicians haven't risen in reputation, and I am the only one who knows the recipe. And if I am buying them now, the ingredients shouldn't be that expensive either. After buying the pill's ingredients first and brewing the pill, Jaehyeon planned to take regular doses and increase his mana capacity permanently. Although most magically engineered items or elixirs increased mana at the moment, they did not do so permanently. As a result, the asking price of items with permanent effects was easily in the hundreds of billions. So Jaehyeon wanted to ingest Mana Enhancement Pill a moment sooner. If taking it can increase my mana, I should take whatever it is. Recalling the recipe, Jaehyeon organized what he had to buy and roamed the whole area around Yongsan Station. Fortunately, he could easily find the Mandragora Horn, Jotunheim Spring Water, and the Intermediate Elf's Wing. Unsurprisingly, balance. 80 million. I've already used up 30 million won as expected. Even though it's not yet the world of magicians, high-grade items are expensive. Of course, if he had tried to buy those 3 items before returning to the past, he would have had to add another 0 at the end. Even if he did so, he might not be able to get any from piled-up orders, as they weren't things ordinary people like Jaehyeon could think about. Thinking about it like that, he felt better about the money he just spent. Although it still stung, Jaehyeon wasn't the type to save money when buying things like these. Then next is the darkness resistance robes. I don't know if there's a place that sells them. One of the essential items for a magician, robes. Among them, robes with darkness resistance were not easy to find. Ordinarily, robes with a resistance against the 4 elements were common, but resistance against special attributes like darkness or light was difficult to find. After a few hours, having gone through several shops selling robes, Jaehyeon was unable to find robes with a resistance against darkness. It was either that the price was too high or the resistance was too low. I need to prepare as much as possible before I can destroy the Nightshade. A Nightshade's attribute was darkness. If he didn't have an item that would provide resistance against its attribute, fighting with it would be quite difficult. But even so, finding an item in the normal shops was too expensive. For borrowing from Yeonhwa Guild, he had heard that since there weren't any robes with attribute resistance properties, it would take some time to get. Jaehyeon sighed as he scratched his head, but at that moment a shop that was piled with antiques entered Jaehyeon's eyes. The building that got Jaehyeon's attention was Rienu. That place was where items that were not appraised and items with unsure effects were sold. It was an extremely speculative shop, where one could gamble and get BC rank items every once in a while. Even A rank items could be bought for a cheap price, but most were items that were not worth it. Jaehyeon's eyes shone brightly for a moment before they dimmed. Hoping to get a great item for cheap from Rienu is probably hopeless. The probability of getting an item ranked higher than C among unappraised items was about 6%. It was realistic to think that it was impossible to do so after buying 1 or 2 things. In the end, as Jaehyeon was about to turn around, the clear sound from the system entered his ears. Passive skill Absolute Eye of God pierces through false illusions and judges the truth. Passive skill Absolute Eye of God's first low-rank skill has been opened. Skill detection has been obtained. Active skill. Name, detection rank. X mana consumed, 100 able to check the stat of unappraised items without assessment, invalidates an opponent's hidden skills. A face-splitting grin appeared on Jaehyeon's face. Right, that's how it was. Absolute Eye of God was an X-ranked passive skill he had earned just before regression, but it was one he was unable to use due to the confusing and difficult explanation. To think it would provide a secondary low-rank skill. With a grin, Jaehyeon stood in front of the store piled with antiques. Welcome. Together with the shopkeeper's greeting, Jaehyeon entered the shop. Inside, he could see rusty and discolored swords, armor, and various equipment. Among them, there were also a few robes like Jaehyeon wanted. The shopkeeper who approached Jaehyeon then had a smile on his face. As you can see, this shop sells unappraised items. What do you think? Would you like to test your luck? Chapter 16 Magical Engineering Shopping District. The interior of Rienu was just like an old shop selling antiques. Old weapons that were unappraised, covered in dust, were hanging on the walls and in display cases, and under them were rows of mannequins wearing protective equipment like rusty armor and panchos. Walking to the end of the hall, one could see assessment rooms that were prepared to appraise the unappraised items. And from those rooms, one could hear the small whirling sound of a motor running. Jaehyeon browsed through the brass-colored items that were piled according to their types and was locked in his thoughts for a moment. When I came here before, I lost 8 million won before I decided to stop, I think. In the past, there was a time Jaehyeon had squandered quite a bit of money at Rienu. He had almost lost everything because he had believed the words of a fellow raider who had luckily gotten a C-rank item. Thinking about back then, my teeth are clattering. As a shiver ran down his spine, Jaehyeon turned his gaze back to the items. At that moment, a man who looked like the shop manager approached him. Hello. I am the manager of this Rienu, Park Jincheol. With a salesperson's smile, Park Jincheol stood beside Jaehyeon before he realized it. He continued while pointing at the piles of unappraised items. As you can see, this shop sells unappraised items. What do you think? Would you like to test your luck? Jaehyeon replied indifferently to Park Jincheol's contrived words. If there are a lot of good items, of course. In this magic shopping district, there's no other unappraised item shop that handles items as good as our Rienu does. The shop manager Park Jincheol answered with a bow at Jaehyeon's unenthusiastic words. It was a weirdly sure and confident tone. Such a green young kid coming in here all alone, he must be a young master from a rich family. I can't lose this money bag. With an amiable smile on his face, Park Jincheol rubbed his hands as he chased after Jaehyeon. In Rienu, a shop selling unappraised items, Jaehyeon was an uncommonly young customer. This place sold items that were not yet assessed through legal channels. Mostly dealing with items excavated from ruins, seeing as how no one could know what kind of effect an item would have before appraisal, one could say that they were operating under the objective of gambling. It was mostly partaken as a rebellious act by young masters from rich families or entertainment for those in high positions. For ordinary people, there was no reason to come, and it was considered a place that they should not go. That was the kind of place this Rienu was, but the reason Jaehyeon entered this place was not just to gamble. A moment ago, the system told him that his skill Absolute Eye of God had generated a low-level skill. Detection. According to the description by the Nornir system, this skill could check the rank and ability of an unappraised item without appraisal. Although it's worrying how the system's message popped up at just the right timing and looking back, since the change from the Aesir system to the Nornir system, things like this had happened fairly often. The system gave advice when needed, or just like now, a low-level skill was revealed. Was it really just luck? But he didn't contemplate for a long time. Jaehyeon needed to fight and win against a Nightshade in 2 months. For now, he had to focus on becoming stronger. Pursuing an assured strategy for winning was the priority. I would like to look through the items by myself. Would that be all right? Did I make you uncomfortable? I apologize. Look as much as you want, and please tell me if you need anything. Scratching his head, Park Jincheol slipped away. From now on, Jaehyeon planned to actively look at the items while using his detection skill. Then active skill detection has been activated. Shwe concentrating for a moment on his eye and pouring in mana, items that looked like antiques in the pile started to shed their dirty appearance and revealed their true worth. Jaehyeon could only be surprised by the sight before his eyes. Like using a cheat key in a game, he started to see the ranks and descriptions of all the unappraised items. 2 C ranks and 1 B rank was it. After browsing through all the items in Rienu, Jaehyeon showed a bit of disappointment. If he could gain an A rank or even an S rank item now, he could give a better showing in the battle against the Nightshade. However, Jaehyeon quickly accepted the facts. But then again, the probability of finding an item over A rank among unappraised items is in the decimals. It was like Jaehyeon said. One could see a B rank item after appraisal every once in a while, but it was a fact that it was almost impossible to find an item A rank or above. An S-rank item, with the exclusion of Jaehyeon's Odin's Lost Eye, had the highest ranking for an item, and its price was at least in the tens of billions. It could even go for hundreds of billions. It was not an item that could easily be gained from a shop like this with its unappraised items. Excuse me, this and this one as well. Trying to keep the smile off his face, Jaehyeon spoke in a calm voice. With a happy face, Park Jin-cheol scanned the barcodes of the items Jaehyeon had pointed at. Oh my, you really chose great items. You won't regret a thing. That would be great. When Jaehyeon made idle remarks, Park Jin-cheol raised his head with an expression showing he had caught a big fish. I've caught a big fish. A rich third generation like this is usually a pushover that spends a lot. Park Jin-cheol yelled in delight internally and asked Jaehyeon, who was in front of him, now would you like to have the appraisal done here as well? Yes, please. Then 3 unappraised items are 9 million won plus the appraisal fee, so a total of 12 million won. Please charge it to my card. After Jaehyeon finished paying for everything, he followed Park Jin-cheol to the assessment room. Although it was a bit damp and dark in the assessment room, it was fully furnished. In an area with up-to-date machines, Park Jin-cheol started to appraise Jaehyeon's items. WHHEERL. As the machine rotated, it made a motor sound. After Park Jin-cheol put one item inside, he stepped back for a moment and spoke. The process of appraisal was truthfully quite simple. After placing the item in the machine, it was revitalized after using the spell appraisal on the item. About 5 minutes was enough to appraise all 3 items. A moment later, the anticipated 5 minutes passed and Park Jin-cheol shouted in astonishment. This? How can this happen? 2 C-rank items and a B-rank item. Something like this might only occur every few years or so. Ah, is that so? After replying in a calm voice, he checked the item's descriptions. It's exactly the same as what I saw with detection a while ago. The skill's effect is indisputable. Jaehyeon smiled with satisfaction. On the other hand, Park Jin-cheol's expression wasn't that great. A young customer who had suddenly come in picked out 3 valuable items. It would be strange if he felt good. You have a really good eye. Park Jin-cheol said those words with a crumpled face. Damn, it had to be a little brat who swept all the good items away. Although Park Jin-cheol spoke flatteringly externally, his thoughts were totally different. Already expecting the answer, Jaehyeon was simply marveling over the power of the skill. Is it because it is an X-rank skill? Normally, the highest rank a skill could have was S above it were unique skills. However, Jaehyeon knew of a rank above S rank that rivaled unique skills, like the universal derivation obtained after equipping Odin's Lost Eye and the generated low-level skill detection. All the skills related to the change system could be classified as non-standard skills considered X-rank. Each and every one of them were skills with powers that could break the balance. And Jaehyeon had several of these skills. Anyone who found out would be shocked. There wasn't a reason to tell anyone, but Jaehyeon was a bit frightened regardless. Here they are, these items have all been appraised. Park Jin-cheol seemed like he didn't want to give Jaehyeon the items. After receiving the items he bought, Jaehyeon checked their information. Equipment item. Name, Probationary Valkyrie's Earrings Rating. See earrings meant for a probationary Valkyrie. Magic, +10 set effect. 0/3 passive skill. Mana plundering set effect will be generated once worn with Probationary Valkyrie's necklace and Probationary Valkyrie's ring. Equipment item. Name, Probationary Valkyrie's Ring Rating. See a ring meant for a probationary Valkyrie. Magic, +10 set effect. 0/3 passive skill. Mana plundering set effect will be generated once worn with Probationary Valkyrie's necklace and Probationary Valkyrie's earrings. Equipment item. Name, Robe of Divinity Rating. Be robe made with fleece only cultivated in Ulfheim. It has resistance against darkness and grants the wearer a blessing of light that increases the power of spells with the holy attribute. Resistance, darkness, 50 holy attribute. 100. After checking the information of all the items, a smile spread on Jaehyeon's face. He had come to get a robe with resistance to darkness and almost went home after giving up, but finding one that could resist darkness and increase the power of the holy attribute was like icing on the cake. With this, the shopping trip is a success. Plus, looking at the 2 C-rank items again, the corners of Jaehyeon's lips went up. The 2 items were part of a set. Although each had a lower rank than Robe of Divinity, they had a set effect added to them. Mana plundering this much makes it a pretty useful skill. Mana plundering was a recovery skill that allowed its user to recover 1% of the mana they used as they fought. It was quite a great passive skill for a magician. Especially for Jaehyeon, who had skills like lightning chain and sacrifice that consumed a lot of mana, the skill was like timely rain during a drought. Then I'll be going now. Yes, thank you for your patronage. Park Jin-cheol replied dryly. Jaehyeon quickly came out of Rienu and roamed around, looking for the remaining set item. Now he just needed to get probationary Valkyrie's necklace to complete the set. Of course, it was a great item that would increase his mana simply by equipping it, but it was more part of a human's mentality that wished to attain all three now that he already had two. After 2 hours, Jaehyeon started to look for the remaining necklace while combing through the whole magic shopping district for a long time. Just as he was thinking of quitting out of exhaustion, he heard loud voices soliciting people. Everyone. In a moment, the magic shopping district auction will begin. Those who wish to participate, please take a number and wait in the central square. What is the list of items for this auction? That's Dark Elf's helmet, Orc's iron club, Goblin's dagger, and probationary Valkyrie's necklace. Jaehyeon's eyes widened at the last item he heard. He was wondering where on earth the last item had gone, but it seemed that it got stuck in the auction. Jaehyeon chewed on his lips. Since it's an auction, it will easily go for over 10 million. He still had a bit of money in hand, but one should be careful the more they have. After thinking for a moment, Jaehyeon turned around thinking it couldn't be helped. It's better to spend some money rather than getting killed by the night shade. It was a simple conclusion. After receiving a number from the person advertising, he headed for the central square. In a crowded place, rich-looking men and women were sitting in rows. They all look like they're swimming in money. While thinking so and watching as ordinary items were traded for hundreds of millions, Jaehyeon sat up when he realized that it was almost his turn. Now then, we will start the auction for the 21st item, probationary Valkyrie's necklace. Here is the item you have bidded on. As Jaehyeon got the item from the middleman, he had a slightly bitter expression. I succeeded in bidding for it somehow, but if you had money, it wasn't difficult to buy an item from an auction. In addition, although it was a C-rank item, probationary Valkyrie's necklace was exclusively for magicians. It would be different if one had the other two set items like Jaehyeon, but there wasn't a big merit to it otherwise. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon could buy the necklace at a price that wasn't too high. Even so, it was still 15 million won. It was a bit wasteful. Of course, as mentioned before, it wasn't expensive for a C-rank item. However, thinking about the two items he bought from Rienu for a total of 6 million won, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Why of all places did the remaining item have to be in an auction? Either way, Jaehyeon had succeeded in bidding and immediately equipped it. Then he opened the skill window. Passive skill, name, mana plundering rank, B stat. Whenever dealing with an opponent, recover a maximum of 1% of mana. It's also a useful skill when dealing with mobs. This much is satisfactory. Jaehyeon nodded with a satisfied expression. He bought all the items he wanted, and he also received magic lessons from Kim Yu-young and Yu Sung-yoon. Going forward, the speed of his growth would only increase. At this speed, he could expect to get good results even against the night shade. Ding! At that moment, a message from Kim Yu-young came. Hey, did you forget that we have class today? If you don't want to get scolded by the teacher, come quickly. Oh right, buy some ice cream when you come. Hajin Daz got it. Jaehyeon scratched his head while sighing. This girl, should I just hit her once? Anger boiled up inside him, but there was nothing he could do. Kim Yu-young was a well-versed genius when it came to magic theory. To Jaehyeon, who was in a hurry, it wasn't easy to get such a great magic tutor on such short notice. In the end, he went to a convenience store as he let out a huge sigh. A moment later, he held a transparent bag containing ice cream and a few of Kim Yu-young's favorite snacks in his hand. Chapter 17, a prestigious raider family's youngest son. Part 1. After Jaehyeon left, Rienu's shop manager Park Jin-cheol received a few more customers. Most of them were all rich second or third generations with inflated self-esteem and a love for spending money. They thought of the legal gambling of unappraised items as a fun game. Well, that's how I am able to earn my living. Park Jin-cheol sold items to them by outwardly acting amiable while inwardly scoffing at them. However, there were also customers who were hard to deal with. One of those was Jaehyeon, who is currently browsing through the shop. The state of the items today doesn't seem to be very good. Is this everything? Yes, that's right. These are all the items that were brought in today. That can't be. Jaehyeon muttered while crossing his arms. The woman who was the guildmaster of curator had the unique skill insight that could discern precious objects. Based on her unique skill, she helped the curator guild make great progress and grow into one of the top 5 wealthy merchant guilds in Korea. Although it wasn't a guild that fought on the front lines, her guild had also brought great influence to the country. Recently, thanks to their gaining fame abroad, the evaluation of their guild was rising with each passing day. Although she had such great fame, for some reason she didn't look very happy today. It was because of the items displayed in the shop. No matter how I think about it, it's strange. She crossed her arms and thought intently, but she still couldn't understand right away. Baek Jaehyeon usually visited Park Jincheol's shop Rienu to buy items. It was because using her skill allowed her to quickly find good items in Rienu, and those items could also be used in business. But today, no matter how she peeled her eyes open, there were no items that gave off a good aura. Why was that? Baek Jaehyeon carefully looked around while chewing on her lower lip. It was something she couldn't understand at all. Normally, at least 1 or 2 C-rank to B-rank items would be displayed. At this juncture, there was a 6% chance for C-rank or above items to appear. At this time, there should still at least be some C-rank and above items remaining. It really is strange. Just looking around for a moment could show that there were almost 100 items in the store. Did it make sense that there wasn't even one C-rank item among them? After contemplating for a moment, Baek Jaehyeon strode over to Park Jincheol. Looking like he had seen a ghost, Park Jincheol hesitantly shrunk back. That woman, what mess is she going to make this time? Because of her ferocious temper, Baek Jaehyeon usually caused incidents wherever she went. There had been a time in the past when Baek Jaehyeon harassed Park Jincheol over the fact that there weren't any items in Rienu that she liked, making him deathly afraid of her. Baek Jaehyeon asked Park Jincheol, who was smiling while trembling, in a fierce voice, "There must be a person who came before me and bought items here, and one that swiped all the good items at that." "What?" At Baek Jaehyeon's cold stare, Park Jincheol fumbled and continued to talk with a look of bewilderment. There was one, but it isn't something that Miss Baek Jaehyeon should pay attention to. That's for me to decide. That person who swiped all the items here. Who the hell was it? Even if you are a guildmaster, asking me to expose someone's private information is. Baek Jaehyeon narrowed her eyes at Park Jincheol's ambiguous words. At the same time, the air turned cold and war clouds hovered in the store. "Ayok, this crazy woman is at it again." When he took a few steps back in alarm, Baek Jaehyeon approached him again with a sadistic expression and shortened the distance between them. "It seems that you are looking down on our curator guild." Hyuk, it was clearly a threat. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from Park Jincheol's forehead. I understand. PL, please calm down. I'll tell you, according to the law, it was illegal to give out the private information of buyers. But in a world where strength had become everything, getting marked off by a top guild's master was the same as never opening shop again. In this situation, the only choice was to bow one's head. Folding his body in half, Park Jincheol spoke in a very shaky voice. Min Jaehyeon, that was his name. Blub blurp blup blup. The sound of boiling came from a stainless steel pot that contained medicinal stuff. The purple, cloudy solution seemed to imply that something was wrong at first glance. A pungent, sour smell added to the image, giving off a grim atmosphere. Jaehyeon finally shouted at the pot as he couldn't calm his stomach any longer. "Damn it, how many times has this been?" Clack. The ladle he threw made a weak sound as it rolled on the kitchen floor. If Lee Seon-hwa had seen it, she would have made him listen to a long sermon, but Jaehyeon was fortunately alone at home at the moment. This was because Lee Seon-hwa left some time ago saying she was going to a reunion. But somehow, is this a joke? I've already used up 3 of the ingredients. Do you know how much all of this was? Huh. He even pointed his finger at the pot as he yelled, but nothing changed. Jaehyeon let out a big sigh and slumped down on the spot. The Mana Enhancement Pill was a legendary elixir that could only be produced after successfully completing all the complex procedures that were divided into several stages. But there was no reason a warrior like Jaehyeon would know that. He just thought that he had to put the ingredients in and boil them as he saw on TV. Thanks to that, he continued to blow through all the ingredients and sighed. "Hey, if I continue like this, I'll just be blowing 30 million won away for nothing." The situation seemed hopeless in every way. No matter how much of the ingredients he had, it was all useless if he couldn't brew the pill. I am sure that the pot should turn white at the first stage, but in Jaehyeon's pot, only a cloudy purple color was seen. It was something that even a person with a strong stomach would be reluctant to consume. It was really not a color that should come out in food. And I am the only one who knows the recipe for Mana Enhancement Pill. It was as he said, this pill would not be invented for another 5 years. Jaehyeon was the only one who currently knew what ingredients went in and how the pill was made. This meant that it was impossible to give the ingredients to someone and ask them to make it for him. Jaehyeon slumped on the kitchen floor with the purple liquid behind him. "It's not like I can take this to the person who invented it and ask him to make it, huh?" Jaehyeon suddenly stood up from the floor he was lying on. That's it. I can ask the inventor to make it for me. Why didn't I think of that earlier?" As soon as he said that, Jaehyeon threw the boiling hot contents of the pot into the sink. He quickly got ready to leave, changed his clothes, and went to the front door with a smile. "Lee Yi-sang, I can ask that person. Even if he can't make the medicine because of how unlucky I am, I'll be able to make use of any connection I build with him later." The Li Yi sang that Jaehyeon had in his mind was a talented person who would make a big mark in the alchemy world in the future. Born into the prestigious Li family with its many raiders, he was treated badly for not having any combat talent, but his real talent was recognized by a training guild which allowed him to grow. In addition, he was a year older than Jaehyeon and was currently attending Milla's academy. Of course, he isn't an easy person to meet, but that's not a problem for me. Li Yisang had a weak nature and a stutter, so he had trouble easily getting close to people. However, Jaehyeon knew how to handle people well. He was confident that if he put his mind to it, he could bring Li Yisang to his side whenever he wanted. If I do this well, I might get the pill and a good connection at D be killing two birds with one stone. Opening the front door and going out, Jaehyeon had a smile on his face as he walked. His destination was none other than the main entrance of Milla's academy. Ding 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 ding. With the sound of the password being input at the front door, Lee Seon HWA, who had gone to a reunion, came back into the house. And in the next moment she couldn't help but lift her smartphone in shock. Should I call the police? Lee Seonhwa panicked as she looked through the messed-up kitchen. An unknown purple solution was spilled in the sink, and a scorched pot and ladle were scattered on the floor. What on earth had happened? She looked in other places, but nothing was missing. Was there a burglar in this world who only messed up kitchens? Lee Seon HWA carefully took the frying pan hanging from the wall and walked out of the room, just in case she were to meet the burglar who made the mess in the kitchen. Shortly after Yggdrasil rose up and monsters poured out, a few families established themselves the quickest. One of those was the Leis, which was the family Li Yi Sang who Jaehyeon was looking for belonged to. Li Yi Sang's family was originally one that ran a small company. But as his family produced Li Yixin, an S-rank raider, they began to gain overwhelming power. Li Yixin, the first S-rank raider in Korea, Jaehyeon gulped. The person he was going to meet was that Yixin's youngest son, Li Yisang. Just his abilities made him a worthwhile connection to have, but if he could use Li Yisang as an excuse to get closer to the Li family while helping them reduce their shameful burden, he would be able to obtain a better card. The problem was that to meet the current Li Yisang, he had to go to Milla's academy. Milla's academy is an exclusive area, outsiders aren't allowed in at all, but this didn't apply to Jaehyeon. He had already proudly passed as a prospective student at the academy. There were few certificates that were as effective in this world as a Milla's ID. I should take a portal. After arriving at the station, Jaehyeon talked to the guide so he could take a portal. Hello, I would like to take a portal. Where would you like to go? To Daegu. At his answer, the employee looked a bit surprised but quickly put on a bright expression. That was something he expected. In this world, Daegu was already closed off due to demonic creatures. The current Daegu was a place where magic poured out from all sides and where you'd have to worry about your life the moment you stepped in. But there was a single reason people still went to Daegu. Are you a student at Milla's academy? No, I am still a prospective student. After simply confirming his qualifications with a smartphone app, Jaehyeon took the portal. With a bit of motion sickness, his mind blinked out like a lamp before returning quickly. It was very momentary, but from the perspective of the person going through it, the portal was quite befuddling. Like with seasickness, one felt waves ripple through the mana in their body. A moment later, the portal took Jaehyeon to the portal station in the center of Daegu. Surrounded by a blue light, he took a step forward as he muttered, "It's been a while coming here." Jaehyeon looked around with a sentimental expression. The place was as gloomy as he remembered and dotted with a disgraceful past. A plant growing randomly stuck out from a crack between an abandoned building and the concrete. It was akin to an apocalyptic setting that appeared in games after a nuclear war had gone off. After a moment of hesitation, Jaehyeon cleared his mind and took a few steps. A little further from where he was the main entrance of Milla's academy, a place which to him was very familiar and filled with memories. Jaehyeon took quicker strides and muttered in a calm voice, "Now shall we go in?" He didn't have the luxury of spending a long time being immersed in memories. Jaehyeon quickly got out of the portal station and walked to the main entrance of the academy. Although the area was shielded by temporary magic, it was nevertheless dangerous. This was because there were still a lot of demonic creatures roaming all around. In a kind of instinctive action to avoid being noticed by demonic creatures, Jaehyeon slowed his breath. Having arrived at the Milla's academy after some time, it was still emitting a high-pressure atmosphere. Jaehyeon squeezed between tall buildings and headed to the main gate. The time was currently 1 p.m. The academy was also on winter break, so classes should already be concluded at this time. It should be any time now. Jaehyeon stood in front of the main gate of Milla's academy and put his hands in his pockets. Lifting his head and looking up, his sight was caught by the tall building in front of his eyes. It was on an enormous scale that made it look like it combined 5 to 6 large university buildings. Milla's academy occupied all the restored area in Daegu, an abandoned city destroyed by the creation of magic, so the size was overwhelming. While he was busy admiring, Jaehyeon heard the voices of the cadets leaving school. He looked at the faces that were returning to the dormitory from afar. 30 minutes passed in that manner and then an hour. Jaehyeon waited for a long time, but he couldn't see Lee Yi-sang's face anywhere. Where is this bastard? Jaehyeon stood right in front of Milla's academy's gate while scratching his head. There was no other way right now. He had to go in and look for Lee Yi-sang. Hiding an annoyed expression, Jaehyeon talked to the security guard guarding the gate. Good afternoon. With a face of innocence he rarely showed, Jaehyeon tried his luck. Chapter 18, A Prestigious Raider Family's Youngest Son Part 2. Hello. With a smile on his face, Jaehyeon carefully spoke to the security guard. The reason was simple. To enter Milla's academy, he had to get the permission of the guard at the entrance. The memorable security guard with his grizzly white hair and messy beard was Park Ho-cheol. He was, of course, a familiar face to Jaehyeon. As a military establishment, Milla's academy is off-limits to irrelevant parties. Please show me your ID, a proper response taken from the manual. But Jaehyeon smiled while looking at Park Ho-cheol's familiar face. Thankfully, Mr. Park Ho-cheol is the one on duty. This should be simple. Normally, the security guards at Mill's academy changed once every 2 days. The permission to enter was given based on the security personnel's decision, and of course, not everyone abided by the regulations. As a rule, if there were people who were difficult to deal with, there were also those who were easy to deal with. Park Ho-cheol was the easiest to talk to amongst the security guards. Jaehyeon knew he should be getting a pass from him without having to speak for too long. With a law-abiding expression, Jaehyeon bowed in greeting toward Park Ho-cheol. Hello, I'm Min Jaehyeon, a prospective student of Milla's academy. I came because I wanted to have a tour of the academy. Would that be all right? Jaehyeon showed Park Ho-cheol his Milla's entrance certificate with his smartphone. Park Ho-cheol stroked his messy beard and then nodded his head. Aha, in that case, you're more than welcome. Since I've checked your identification, you can comfortably look around. In the meantime, I'll give you a temporary pass, so please wait a moment. As expected, a cadet's ID really is useful. After taking out a piece of paper the size of his palm, Park Ho-cheol scribbled something on it with a pen. Turning his head and looking at it, Jaehyeon saw that temporary entrance permit was written on it. Park Ho-cheol ripped the paper out and handed it to Jaehyeon. You can look around for about 2 hours. Please keep track of the time, and if you need to stay longer, please come find me. You probably already know, but making noise or disturbing the other cadets is not allowed on campus. Yes, I understand. After giving Park Ho-cheol a deep bow, Jaehyeon walked into the campus. Although it was a scene he was seeing for the first time since he graduated 7 years ago, it was not an unfamiliar sight. Entering the light gray building, he saw the 4 classrooms used by the first years. There was a high possibility that Lee Yi-sang was in one of those rooms if he was studying. It was because although Lee Yi-sang wasn't very talented, he was under the magic department and he didn't like to fight. Such a Lee Yi-sang making use of the sparring hall at Milla's academy was extremely rare. Anyway, is it okay for me to just open the door and go in? As Jaehyeon was hesitating with his hand on the doorknob, fuck, look at this stuttering bastard. Are you scared? Why, try to be cheeky like before. Yeah, fucking bastard. Come on, questionable cursing came from inside the classroom. Jaehyeon furrowed his brow. If what he heard was accurate, the stutterer those people were talking about was Lee Yi-sang. The great Lee Yi-sang was an outcast at Mill's academy in the past. There was a time he confessed to it on TV after all. Jaehyeon nodded with a determined expression. If it was just a little bit, it should be all right to make some noise. Of course, he had promised Park Ho-cheol not to be noisy, but it was beyond his control this time. Drrrrrrk. Jaehyeon quickly slammed the door open. The miserable sight in the room entered Jaehyeon's eyes. Hyuk inside was a boy with a small physique slumped on the floor, gasping for breath. And sitting on top of him was Gangster 1 with eyebrows like seagull wings, with Gangsters 2 and 3 on each side egging him on. Among them, the one who grabbed Jaehyeon's attention was the boy flat on the floor. Although he had been beaten bloody, he was hanging in there with a blank expression, as if he was used to such things. The corners of Jaehyeon's lips bent up until they resembled a crescent moon. I found him, Lee Yi-sang, at that moment. Seagull Eyebrows, who was sitting on top of Lee Yi-sang and waving his fist, made eye contact with Jaehyeon. Seagull Eyebrows yelled fiercely, "What do you want? Fuck, why don't you scram? Do you want a beating?" At those words, Jaehyeon smirked. Even if she was a healer, Jaehyeon had been sparring every day for the past few days with an S-rank raider. On top of that, before returning to the past, he had survived for 7 years in dungeons overrun with monsters. Would that Jaehyeon be afraid of some mere hoodlums? Fuck no. Jaehyeon ignored Gangster 1's words and moved his gaze to Lee Yi-sang, who was lying on the floor. By the way, they have quite some guts. They dare to touch S-rank raider Li Yixin's son. Of course, at the moment Gangster 1, 2, and 3 probably didn't know that Li Yisang was Li Yixin's son. Li Yixin considered his youngest son as the black sheep of the family after all. However, no matter how big of a shame he considered him, Li Yisang was still his son. There was no way he would leave it be when he hears that his son was beat up somewhere. If Li Yixin found out that those guys beat up Li Yisang, even after some time, he might cripple them at best and kill them at worst. If one became an S-rank raider, they were people beyond the reach of the country's laws. But well, that's your problem, Jaehyeon said lightly as he took a few steps forward. Seagull eyebrows shouted fiercely, "Fuck. Didn't you hear me tell you to scram? Stop hanging around here, you shitty bastard. Yeah, why don't you quickly fuck off? Do you want to die with this guy?" Gangsters 2 and 3 added from the side as they considered Seagull eyebrows' mood. "Do you guys know who that guy you're beating up is? Well, there's no way you would, you're just ruffians." Seagull eyebrows furrowed his brow deeply. The eyebrows were now almost a unibrow. "Fuck shitty bastard." The gangsters became furious at Jaehyeon's unexpected rough answer. Seagull eyebrows' face creased into a fierce expression. He then let go of Li Yisang's collar and stomped toward Jaehyeon. He grabbed Jaehyeon by the collar and put some force into his grip. "Do you want to die? Ha, why are there so many situations where people grab me by the collar nowadays?" Seagull eyebrows tried to put more force into the hand gripping Jaehyeon by the collar to push him back. However, he had put all his strength into his hands and tried to shake Jaehyeon, but Jaehyeon didn't move at all. That's when Seagull eyebrows realized that something was wrong. Jaehyeon smirked and asked toward Li Yisang, who was lying on the floor, "These bastards, they don't seem to be your friends. Would it be alright to beat them up a bit?" "Since stop, we were wrong, Kyuhyuk. Fuck, ah. It hurts, stop hitting me." Pow bam, the sound of something being hit at regular intervals rang in the classroom. "Ack, please stop." Jaehyeon suddenly grabbed Seagull eyebrows, who was yelling, by the chin and whispered, "Be quiet. The sound is escaping outside. Will you take responsibility if you ruin my hopeful chances at a joyful academy life?" Hyuk. The 3 gangsters who couldn't make a sound due to fear were beaten up for around 10 more minutes before they knelt in front of Li Yisang and apologized. They were now lying on the classroom floor and only blinking their eyes. In that state, they probably won't be able to stand up anytime soon, will they? Jaehyeon left the gangsters without a care and approached the trembling Li Yisang. "Hello, Senior Li Yisang, I'm correct, right? I came to find you due to a request." If it's a request, no way. I'm sorry, B, but I don't have any money." Li Yisang stuttered and yelled out toward the approaching Jaehyeon from where he was slumped on the floor. Jaehyeon scratched his cheek with an embarrassed expression. He seems to have a huge misunderstanding. Welp, it doesn't matter. With how easy his movements were, it seemed that he might have beat them up too much. Jaehyeon decided not to care about it. Anyway, he had come looking for Li Yisang to ask him to make the pill, and he could get rid of the misunderstanding as they interacted. But Li Yisang thought differently. He wouldn't beat me up like that too, would he?" Li Yisang's teeth clacked together with terror. He had more trouble speaking than normal. I need to escape." Jaehyeon arrived in front of Li Yisang and spoke blandly. "Should we go outside first?" Jaehyeon was smiling brightly, but to Li Yisang, it was no different from a scene in a horror movie. Didn't they say that it was scarier when a handsome actor took on the role of a villain? Jaehyeon gave off exactly that kind of feeling. He looked as pretty as a girl, but something about his face gave off a feeling of terror. "Why, yeah." Li Yisang could only answer lifelessly with teary eyes. It was the only method. Even if he tried to escape, he'd only get caught, and he hadn't been hit just yet. Just yet. On the other hand, Jaehyeon nodded in satisfaction at Li Yisang's answer. "Let's go then." Li Yisang followed behind Jaehyeon while shaking all over. He gathered every ounce of courage he had and asked Jaehyeon, "BBB, but who are you?" "I'm Min Jaehyeon. I'm a junior that is about to enroll in Milla's academy soon." A moment later, Jaehyeon and Li Yisang moved to a bench located close to Milla's school gate. It had an ebony-colored roof, but it was a place others did not come to very often. Jaehyeon had chosen this place on purpose, since the information regarding the mana enhancement pill they were about to talk about was from the future. Fortunately, he didn't feel the presence of anyone around them. It was because school had ended for all cadets and they had already moved to another building to make use of special equipment. There was a moment of silence. It seemed he calmed down a little as Li Yisang asked first. I don't know who you are, but did you come because my dad asked you to?" "No, how would I know who your father is, Senior?" Jaehyeon said very surreptitiously. Jaehyeon was surprised at how great his own acting skills were. Li Yisang asked again with a slightly stiff expression. Then why did you come looking for me?" "I wanted to ask you to make a pill for me." "Pill?" "Yes. I would like to commission you to a certain pill for me. I also plan to procure all the ingredients and equipment necessary as well. My conditions won't be too bad for you." At Jaehyeon's words, Li Yisang seemed to be very confused. To think that an incoming student who he wasn't related to in any way suddenly came and asked him to brew a pill, but Yi Hyun's next words were even more shocking. I know that you want to be an alchemist. And if you want, I can help you a bit. Lee Yi-sang froze with a shocked expression on his face. At this moment, only a single question clearly went through his mind. How does Min Yi Hyun know that I want to be an alchemist? Chapter 19, A Prestigious Raider Family's Youngest Son Part 3 in the regular training hall of the Yeonhwa Guild. It was chaotic due to the aptitude test for the newest guild members. People ranging from C rank to A rank who were wanted in any guild were present. But Yoo Sung-yoon's and Park Sung-yee's critical eyes were predicting the newbies' movements accurately and picking out their mistakes. Raider Park Woo-jin, your balance is off when you swing your sword. Raider Kang Jina, your incanting is slow. Your colleagues will die if a heal doesn't reach them in time in front of an enemy. Concentrate. 4 hours of strict commands and posture fixing for the new recruits passed. Park Sung-yee watched their movements, which had quickly changed from a moment ago, and nodded his head. Considering they are new, this shows they're not that bad. The average rank is also higher than last year as expected. Guildmaster's discerning eyes are accurate. Oh, stop it. Are you saying that because your pay is lacking, Oppa? As Yoo Sung-yoon answered lightly, a smile spread on Park Sung-yee's face. Then I'll be leaving first. He should be here soon. You're talking about Yi Hyun, I understand. I can take care of things from here, thank you. After that conversation, Yoo Sung-yoon headed to the secret underground training hall. Now then, how should I train you today? Truthfully, it was an enjoyable worry for her. At first, she was only curious, but now she was enjoying teaching Yi Hyun. She had never seen a raider learn and familiarize themselves with magic so quickly before. If another S-rank magician is to appear in the future, it will surely be Yi Hyun. A smile spread on Yoo Sung-yoon's face. Until now, the only S-rank magician in the country was Yoo Sung-yoon. The fact that she was a healer made evaluating her fighting ability a bit difficult, but if Yi Hyun suddenly appeared like a comet right now, Yeonhwa Guild would have 2 S-rank magicians in Korea. In other words, the guild could achieve a higher tier. Well, unrelated to that, it's fun just to teach him. Thinking about sparring with Yi Hyun in 30 minutes, she was already feeling happy. Yoo Sung-yoon gathered her mana as she watched the unmoving clock's hands. She was planning to teach him something a bit different today. Lee Yi-sang's workroom about 10 km away from Milla's academy. According to Lee Yi-sang, he had secretly used this place as his workroom since a year ago. In the musty and damp interior, different types of ingredients and tools were hanging on the wall. Inside was a desk on which were books that looked difficult with just a single glance. Further toward the back was some carefully arranged shiny equipment that showed signs of use. Not bad for a place belonging to an academy cadet. But if one considered that he belonged to the prestigious Lee family, everything was merely a trifle. Well, at this point in time, even Lee Yi-shin wouldn't know that Lee Yi-sang is studying alchemy. This seems to be the limit without any help from his family. Lee Yi-sang pointed at an old sofa to Yi Hyun, who followed him to his workroom. Located in the center, it was a dark brown sofa that was frayed at both ends. After taking a seat, Yi Hyun spoke as he looked around the neatly organized lab. The workroom has a nice atmosphere. Thanks. B, but before we talk how do you know? You're asking how I know that your dream is to be an alchemist. Right, senior? Lee Yi-sang nodded his head. Yi Hyun smiled slightly as he replied, I saw you sell things like these. Yi Hyun said as he took out a bottle of blue potion and showed it to him. A tremor went through Lee Yi-sang's body. The one who put this up in the black market is you, right, senior? How Lee Yi-sang couldn't help but be shocked. With a satisfied smile, Yi Hyun looked at Lee Yi-sang's surprised face. It seemed he hadn't thought about it until this point. It worked. Meanwhile, Lee Yi-sang looked at the potion Yi Hyun was holding up with a tearful expression. On it was a distinctive triangular logo he had put as his signature. It was the exact same one he had made. How on earth did he find out? The black market is a place where secrets are secure. Since about 2 months ago, Lee Yi-sang started to sell the potions he brewed on the black market. It would reduce the astronomical amount of expenses he needed to study alchemy, and he also hoped that the potions he made would be of help to others. But it was impossible to sell his potions at a public site, because no one in the Lee family, including Lee Yi-shin, knew he was studying alchemist. Lee Yi-shin wanted to raise his children as high-ranking raiders and hold all the power in the country. Holding absolute power in his hands, that was the goal Lee Yi-shin was working toward. But his youngest son wanted to become a mere alchemist. If he ever said Itzin or not, he was dead. In this case, even if the black market took a bigger share of the profits, it was safer, since there was no way anyone would find out about it. The black market thoroughly guaranteed the anonymity of sellers and buyers. But Yi Hyun figured out who he was and came to find him. How on earth did this man find out that he was selling potions on the black market? Lee Yi-sang forced the shaking out of his voice as he spoke. I heard that the identity of a SSS seller at the BB black market wouldn't be told to anyone. I know a person who works at the black market, so I asked for a favor. Asked for a favor. It was difficult for Lee Yi-sang to believe Yi Hyun's story. It was impossible for even the current government to guess that he was a seller at the black market, but a single guy found out who he was with just social connections. Yi Hyun proceeded to look at the potion from different directions with a calm face. The quality of the potions you made was really good. Mana is recovered pretty quickly and it tastes good. PPP, please keep it a secret from my F family. Lee Yi-sang, who had become very pale, stuttered out worse than usual. Yi Hyun replied with a tranquil face. I didn't mention this to threaten you. As I said before, I want to make a pill. I also want to invest in you, so please agree to my suggestions. WHWHWH, what is the P pill you want to make? Mana enhancement pill. It's something that has never been seen in the world yet. It is a pill that permanently increases a raider's mana as soon as they drink it. WHWHWHWH, what? P permanently increase. Is that even possible? Of course it is. This pill was something that you invented. Yi Hyun smiled. Lee Yi-sang succeeded in creating this pill about 5 years from now. If it's something like that, asking other alchemists who know. I want to ask you to make the pill. As he said so, Yi Hyun smiled virtuously. Of course, with the recipe, it was possible that other alchemists might be able to brew the pill. But the one who had greater talent than them was Lee Yi-sang. If he entered other dungeons and needed potions, Lee Yi-sang would be of great help to him. If I need to invest somewhere, it's better to invest in him. Meanwhile, Lee Yi-sang fell into thought with a dark expression at Yi Hyun's words. It was impossible for him to reject this offer. Although Yi Hyun said that he wouldn't tell his family, he didn't know when things might change. The only reason Yi Hyun wasn't threatening him to make the pill right now was to put him at ease. If Lee Yi-sang rejected Yi Hyun's suggestion, he could change his mind on that at any moment. Even without this, the one who was treated like an abandoned child by the family was Lee Yi-sang. Such a Lee Yi-sang didn't want to be a raider but an alchemist. If his family found out about this, he wouldn't just be treated as an abandoned child. If Dded finds out about this, I might die. Lee Yi-sang trembled in fear. Watching him, Yi Hyun slowly spoke. My offer, you will agree, won't you? Do you know all the required ingredients? Yes, I remember everything, but maybe because I am not skilled at it, I keep getting stuck at the first stage. See, can you show me the ingredients? Of course. Yi Hyun quickly told Lee Yi-sang about the ingredients that went into the pill. Reading the list, Lee Yi-sang flinched in surprise and shouted in shock. Handling so many high-class ingredients is too difficult. I also don't have all the equipment. If it's equipment, I will procure them for you. Senior, you just have to focus on brewing. But it's too expensive for a S student to buy everything. About how much do you think you would need? At Yi Hyun's calm question, Lee Yi-sang couldn't hide his surprised expression. To brew the pill, he would have to get rid of all the equipment he was currently using and master various professional books. It was natural that such a process would cost a lot of money. Lee Yi-sang fidgeted for a moment, then spoke. At least 20 million WW would be needed. A normal cauldron and ladle CCCC can't handle high-level ingredients, so it can't be helped. 30 million won. Huh. At Yi Hyun's quick response, Lee Yi-sang became dazed. Yi Hyun remained unconcerned. Including 10 million won as labor fee, what do you think of 30 million won? In return, you can't tell anyone that I made such a request and you must keep the recipe a secret. What is your account number? I'll first give you a deposit of 20 million won. Looking at Lee Yi-sang's bewildered face, Yi Hyun smiled slightly. He's almost fully convinced. It's best to just push through in situations like these. After a moment of silence, Lee Yi-sang peeked in Yi Hyun's direction and nodded shallowly. It was an action that showed his determination. Oh, okay, I don't know if I'll succeed, but it's okay to fail. Yi Hyun was being honest. He would lose a not-so-small amount of money if he failed, but at least he would have gained Lee Yi-sang. After 10 years, no amount of money would help him become friendly with the big shot Lee Yi-sang, but it seemed Lee Yi-sang himself didn't think so as he nodded with tears in his eyes. A moment later, Yi Hyun transferred 20 million won into the bank account Lee Yi-sang disclosed and handed over all the ingredients and the recipe he had. After that, they wrote and signed a contract. Though Lee Yi-sang scanned the document nervously when it was brought out, there was nothing in it that was unfair to him. It was to the point that Lee Yi-sang was the first to ask about the contract. Are these conditions okay? If it's like this, if I failed to brew this pill, it would be a loss to you. I'm investing in you because I think you have talent, senior. How can investing be easy? There are also times when one fails. Yi Hyun said so without a concern. Besides, if Yi Hyun kept doing it, he wouldn't succeed at even the first stage his whole life. Moreover, he felt better after passing the work to someone else. I look forward to working with you. Why yeah, when Jaehyeon stretched out his hand, Lee Yi-sang grabbed it with an expression of being slightly moved. Jaehyeon smirked slightly in a way the other couldn't see. Success in making a connection. Chapter 20, a prestigious raider family's youngest son. Part 4. Lee Yi-sang looked at Jaehyeon with a shocked expression at the words that fell from Jaehyeon's lips. I am investing in you because I think you have talent, senior. How can investing be easy? There are also times when one fails. For some reason, he could feel his heart beating quickly. Had he ever received such respect before in his life? Until now, Lee Yi-sang had been living in pain since he was born into the Lee family. It was because he wasn't as skilled at battle as his siblings and was more cowardly, and because his mother had passed away early, and also because he couldn't receive his father's acknowledgement. For these reasons, he had lived while blaming himself. As such, having someone believe in him was something that Lee Yi-sang couldn't even imagine. However, to him who was always ignored and compared to others, Jaehyeon had said the opposite. It was alright to fail. Those words had the biggest effect on Lee Yi-sang's mind. Lee Yi-shin and the Lee family had always taught him that failure was not acceptable, that he had to put others below him. They told him that he must always be better than others. But what did Min Jaehyeon do? He told him that he would invest in him and that it was okay to fail. And he praised the elixirs he had sold in the black market as ones of great quality. Pill, won't you make it for me? Jaehyeon asked carefully. Lee Yi-sang recalled the words Jaehyeon told him and remained dazed for a moment. Until now, he thought that others having expectations of him was nothing but a burden, but currently it felt different. In a way, a not-so-bad beat ran through his body. Soon, Lee Yi-sang's face relaxed for the first time and determination filled his eyes. I'll try to make the pill once. Thank you, senior. I'll also come visit every day, so if there's anything I can do, just tell me. And here. Jaehyeon ripped out a piece of paper that had his phone number and stretched it out toward Lee Yi-sang. This is my number. If there's any item or equipment you still need or you get attacked by ruffians like earlier, just give me a call. At Jaehyeon's words, Lee Yi-sang was moved. While looking worried, he asked, but if I did that and why you got punished, it's okay. In any case, those gangsters would also be punished because of what they did to you, right? That's true, but don't worry. If they want to report me, they would have to be ready to be punished themselves. There's no way they would take the chance with how difficult it is to enter Mila's academy. And Lee Yi-sang seemed quite surprised by Jaehyeon's sly expression. Jaehyeon added with a smirk, I have a trustworthy backer. At the same time, sitting on a bench in the training hall, Yoo Sung-yoon felt her nose itch. The sensation which traveled up inside her nose resulted in a chew. Guildmaster, did you catch a cold by any chance? You're even sneezing, Park Sung-yi said as he quickly took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. Yoo Sung-yoon covered her mouth with the handkerchief and sneezed one more time. She answered in a stuffy voice. No. I think it's just random sneezes. Haha, it seems like someone is saying bad things about you, but there's no way that's true. Haha, with a flinch, Park Sung-yi quickly added the second comment at the dark glare Yoo Sung-yoon started to send his way. But he seemed to have reacted too late, as Yoo Sung-yoon pinched his arm with narrowed eyes. Although she didn't put a lot of force, it was still a pinch from an S-rank raider. Park Sung-yi tolerated the pain as he looked at Yoo Sung-yoon, who was glaring at him dully. It sounds like I did a lot of things people might curse me about. Is that right? That isn't what I meant. Yoo Sung-yoon turned away from Park Sung-yi, stood up from her seat and gathered her mana. Park Sung-yi shivered at her voice, which brought out feelings of terror for the first time in a while. It might take 2 days this time. With cold sweat flowing down his back, Park Sung-yi wondered about what to eat for dinner. It was a time-honored fact that women had a weakness for food. Jaehyeon, who came out of Lee Yi-sang's workroom, took another portal back to Seoul. Afterwards, he met Park Sung-yi and Yoo Sung-yoon, who had an ambiguous air around them at Yeonhwa Guild. The spar took about 2 hours, which wasn't very long, but he was dead tired. However, signs of exhaustion could not be found on Jaehyeon's face. The curved-up corners of his lips showed no signs of coming down. I succeeded in bringing Lee Yi-sang to my side. It's a good start. It would be great to have him become my potion/elixir shuttle. After Yoo Sung-yoon, he added another card in his hands, which would be immensely helpful. If Yoo Sung-yoon is someone who can help me in the present, Lee Yi-sang will be of great help in the future. As expected, my silver tongue really is great. Jaehyeon nodded slightly with a triumphant expression. In fact, the thing that decisively convinced Lee Yi-sang was praise. Since, to Lee Yi-sang, who was born as the youngest in a prestigious family but was more used to criticism, it was priceless. Jaehyeon used such a gap toward Lee Yi-sang. It was fortunate that I thought to buy a potion Lee Yi-sang brewed from the black market ahead of time. Before encountering the nightshade in the past, Jaehyeon had bought some mana recovery potions created by Lee Yi-sang from the black market. It was because the potion, which cost at least 1 million won in an open market, was not even half that price at the black market. Even among those, Li Yisang's potions were especially clear and inexpensive. The potion he showed Li Yisang today was the only one he had left. Of course, at the time he bought them, he hadn't dreamed that it would be used this way. Unlike his father, Li Yisang didn't have any talent as a raider. Although awakened, he was only a little better than a normal person. But even so, to kick out his son like that, Li Yixin and the rest of the Li family coldly drove Li Yisang out when they found out he had no talent as a raider. They helped him until he enrolled to Mila's academy but didn't provide him with anything more after that. His father and siblings who were blood-related to him all turned their backs on him, and Li Yisang had nowhere to return to. It was as if he had suddenly become an orphan. In such a tragic situation, Li Yisang found his talent, alchemy. While handling elixirs and medicinal materials, he felt joy that he'd never felt before. Although an alchemist didn't personally fight against monsters on the front lines, they played a big role in the survival of those that did. Rather than attacking and injuring, Li Yisang preferred to heal those who were injured. That was why he was learning alchemy behind his family's back. As expected, nothing works better than using the chips in a person's armor when trying to win them over. As a result, Jaehyeon succeeded in winning Li Yisang over. Afterwards, he planned to earn money and help him set up an apothecary if they got along. Of course, with the condition that the profits were shared 1-1 between them. I can probably gather all my money and invest in this. Walking busily as he thought of his plans for the future, Jaehyeon suddenly stopped. At the last corner in the alley leading to his house, he was able to have an unexpected encounter. As if they had been waiting for him, 4 young men wearing black suits and sunglasses surrounded him as they asked, "Are you Min Jaehyeon?" When Jaehyeon didn't answer right away, they started to take out magic tools from their clothes, clearly the act of an enemy. But Jaehyeon merely sighed as he watched the men take out magic weapons. "I'm not sure what this is about, but I don't think they'll let me go home quietly. I'm already pretty tired too, so annoying." The 4 men who surrounded Jaehyeon pointed their daggers at him. Jaehyeon scoffed. "Is that D-ranked warrior equipment? Are they planning to attack a Mila's Academy cadet with something like that?" Of course, he was still a prospective student, but Jaehyeon was already a lot stronger than the average cadet. Just this afternoon, he had easily defeated cadets much older than him while helping Li Yisang. But the men in front of him, though adults and larger, were weaker than those cadets. Although awakened, they were at a level so weak that he almost couldn't feel their mana. It was only natural that Jaehyeon thought the situation ridiculous. After letting out a sigh, Jaehyeon yelled without a change in his expression. "How can you block the road? It's not like it belongs to you. Why don't you move aside while I'm asking nicely?" Jaehyeon, he seems like a short-tempered brat like we heard. "Why, you're right. He's insane, just like Sun Jaehyeon said." Sun Jaehyeon, that's when Jaehyeon realized who had ordered these guys to attack him. Yu Sun Yi. Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon's little brother, whom he had an argument with not long ago, was going as far as hiring guys like this when he'd just hit him once for being noisy. That bastard Yu Sun Yi really is such a loser. To think he sent some gangsters after me for hitting him, it's not like he's a toddler. To talk about our client that way, you have guts, brat. Looking at Jaehyeon scratching his head in annoyance, the man in front shouted. "Beat him up right now." Swip daggers cut through the air and flew toward Jaehyeon's shoulder and leg, but Jaehyeon merely rolled his eyes and smirked. "Really, so goddamn slow." After dodging all 4 men's attacks, Jaehyeon counterattacked with his fists. The shocked expressions of the gangsters were not hidden. "Kyuhyuk, he's still just a little brat. How the hell is he attacking at such a speed?" Counterattacks that were precisely aimed at vital areas rained down. Kyuhyuk, kyuk, kyuk, kahyuk, crash, 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 crash. The gangsters who were stuck in the wall each let out distinct moans. Jaehyeon was speechless at the absurdity of the situation. Even if they were also awakeners who used mana, they couldn't compare to a Mila's Academy cadet. Normally, Mila's Academy cadets did things differently compared to the average awakener. It was normal for them to possess several times more mana. That was the standard of Mila's. If he was going to send someone, he should have at least sent an active raider. Thinking of how Yu Sun Yi's deceitful face would be twisted in the near future, Jaehyeon smiled somewhat cockily. He walked toward the guy who led the attack a moment ago and asked, "Hey, you the leader, let me ask one thing. Kyug, G go away. Do you think we'll just go along with what you saw? Kyuk, pow pow bam." Indiscriminate attacks came one after the other. In about 10 minutes, the man's body was tattered like a rag. Jaehyeon continued to kick the guy for exactly 2 more minutes. Then the guy raised his hand and quickly yelled, "Sin, stop. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything you want to know, so just stop hitting me. Just stop. Please, please stop hitting me." Jaehyeon nodded at the respectful tone in satisfaction. A beating is the cure for guys like these. Besides, he had attacked not innocent people but gangsters who were trying to rough him up. There wasn't any reason to be nice about it. Of course, beating these guys up just a little and passing them to the police was a way of solving things. But Yi Hyun thought of a slightly more interesting alternative. He crouched down and asked in an apathetic tone, "You Sun Yi, how much did he give you for beating me up?" That's it was 6 million won per person, sir. That's quite a bit more than I expected." Yi Hyun simply admired his generosity. He even felt respect toward Yu Sun Yi, who spent 24 million won just to beat up a middle schooler. If it's 24 million for 4 people, well, it's not bad. Then Yi Hyun continued after stepping on the guy's chest. "You guys succeeded today, that's what you tell to Yu Sun Yi," and Yi Hyun's face instantly filled with greed. 24 million won, bring every single cent to me. If you do, I'll let you live. Chapter 21, A Prestigious Raider Family's Youngest Son Part 5. In a construction site near Yeonhwa Guild's office, sand and dust floated in the air for a moment before scattering. Yu Sun Yi was handing a bag full of cash to the 4 men with a look of satisfaction, as expected of trustworthy talents. "To think you would finish the task this quickly." "Oh, of course, who do you think we are, Hyunam?" At the words of the man in front, a man standing beside him elbowed him in the side. It was a gesture telling him not to brag too much in case the truth came out in the future. "Well, whatever. I put some more thought into it since you took care of the job so neatly. Take a look, thank you. If there's something like this in the future, it'll look for you." "What?" At the man's flustered words, Yu Sun Yi's expression stiffened for a moment. The customer was kindly telling them that they would be given a job in the future, yet they were reacting like that. Was there a problem with this job by any chance? "That's we caught the police's eye this time, so haha, I don't think we can take on any more jobs for the time being." "We'll be leaving first then." "Oh, okay." Watching the 4 men get in their car with bitter expressions, Yu Sun Yi dropped the cigarette he'd been smoking. Well, it didn't matter. It was his principle that he had to stomp on anyone, kid or not, who went against him. Yu Sun Yi took out another cigarette and started smoking it with a satisfied expression. It was quite a refreshing feeling. "It's been deposited. Exactly 24 million won as we received." The message arrived the next evening. Yi Hyun, who'd been resting at home after a spar with Yu Sung Yoon, quickly checked his bank account. Just like the gangster had said, exactly 24 million was deposited. As a result, Yi Hyun was not as cash-strapped as before. The other side came at him first, so he even gained some money from it. A smile hung from Yi Hyun's lips. "Thanks to those idiots, I got an unexpected bit of income." Ring. The message notification rang again. Yi Hyun was a bit worried that the gangsters were asking him for 1 million won as a labor fee, but thankfully it was just from Kim Yu-young. "Hey, you're 5 minutes late to our tutoring class. Are you not going to rush over?" "Ah, right." It was the day he was supposed to get theory lessons from Kim Yu-young, but he'd totally forgotten because of the money. Yi Hyun quickly stood up, put on a jacket, and headed to her house. Battle spells, buff spells, heal spells. There are many more categories that spells can be separated into, but these 3 are the most important. Kim Yu-young spoke in an imposing tone with her hands on her hips. She was even wearing circular glasses as if she was cosplaying or something. Yi Hyun had smirked at her appearance, but he showed great enthusiasm for the class. Contrary to his worries, Kim Yu-young's magical theory lessons were very interesting. Yi Hyun mostly learned about the basic formulas and calculations of magic. Of course, using Odin's Eye, I can easily copy spells, but the problem is that it uses up a blank card. Low-rank spells will be useful to learn too. Your understanding of derivations has increased. The user's magic efficiency has increased by 5%. A welcome sound rang while he was listening to Kim Yu-young's explanation. The system informed Yi Hyun with such alerts whenever he achieved something. The same was applicable when sparring with Yu Sung Yoon or during theory lessons with Kim Yu-young like at the moment. The goal of the system is probably to make me grow as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Kim Yu-young seemed surprised at how fast Yi Hyun was learning about magic. "At this rate, y'all probably finish learning about beginner spells in 2 weeks. I am honestly a bit jealous." Kim Yu-young smacked her lips while looking at Yi Hyun. She liked magic, and it was the reason she chose to be a magician. She knew the growth rate of other ordinary people, and she also showed great talent when it came to learning magic. But Yi Hyun was learning magic at an unbelievable rate. Spells that would take other people a month to learn only takes him 2 days. This guy, what on earth is up with him? At that moment, Yi Hyun gave a vague answer. "What are you saying?" "Teacher, you also said that you learned it in 3 days. Do I really have to keep doing this?" "Of course, it's music to my ears." Yi Hyun turned away with a gloomy expression. For the past few days, Yi Hyun had been calling Kim Yu-young teacher during her magic theory lessons because of her threats. Using polite speech on top of that, it was painful and disgraceful, but Yi Hyun gritted his teeth and endured. The reason for it was simple. T-10 days battle with the Night Shade. If I don't endure this, I might die in the dungeon. There's nothing I can do about it. Rather than getting ripped apart by the night shade, it was better to talk to Kim Yoo-young politely. It had already been a month and a half since he started receiving lessons from Yoo Sung-yoon and Kim Yoo-young. It was time for him to slowly prepare for the dungeon battle. Jaehyeon nodded as he strengthened his resolve when Kim Yoo-young suddenly asked, "By the way, it's been over a month and a half. Are you getting practical lessons somewhere else?" "Ah, yeah. Another teacher is helping me with the practical part." "A bit impolite, don't you think?" "Yes, Mom." With difficulty, he pushed down the wish to immediately stop this nonsense and continued to listen to the remainder of the class. Kim Yoo-young smiled wickedly while she looked at Jaehyeon. It was now time to stop the class, as could be understood from the clock. The two quickly reviewed what was learned and summarized the spell derivation method. As they were doing so, a message that Jaehyeon had been waiting for arrived. Sender. Lee Yi-sang, I succeeded in making the medicine. Jaehyeon smiled slightly. He doesn't have a problem with messages, huh? It would be great if he could fix his stutter soon, though. In 10 years, Lee Yi-sang would completely fix his habit of stuttering when speaking. Although it was still far in the future, Jaehyeon hoped that it would happen a bit sooner with his interference. Jaehyeon quickly sent a reply. "It'll be there soon. How's the effect?" "Don't worry, it's way better than what you expected." "You've worked hard, then I'll see you in a bit." To think that it came out better than what was expected. As expected, Lee Yi-sang was a talented genius. Of course, the recipe for mana enhancement pill was something he invented in the future, but at the original pace, it would have taken at least a few more years. Thanks to the materials and equipment he had supplied, the research gained momentum. Jaehyeon also visited every once in a while to check on his mental health. Well, it wasn't that difficult to take care of someone on the verge of a mental breakdown. For Jaehyeon, who was skilled at socializing, it was easy to manipulate a single Lee Yi-sang. He had convinced people with more serious problems to his side numerous times before. Jaehyeon stood up after putting his smartphone in his pocket. Then Kim Yoo-young asked in curiosity, "You're leaving a bit early today. I have something to do." Unsatisfied with Jaehyeon's answer, Kim Yoo-young asked with narrowed eyes, You've been going out after checking your phone a lot recently. Did you get a girlfriend or something?" "Huh, no, not only was it a ridiculous accusation, it was false." Did it make sense for her to mistake Lee Yi-sang as his girlfriend? Fury rose deep in his heart, but he had to endure for now, since the person in front of him was the teacher responsible for his magic theory lessons. Jaehyeon strongly denied the accusation one more time before he put on his jacket. "It's not like that. I'm going first now, okay, see you tomorrow." Jaehyeon promptly left. Kim Yoo-young looked at the leaving Jaehyeon absent-mindedly and took out her smartphone. She then started to send a message to someone. "Auntie, I don't think it's a girlfriend no matter how I look at it." The recipient was Lee Seon HWA. Lee Seon HWA strongly believed that since her son had been going out more and become more mature recently, he would have gotten a girlfriend. Since it was a bit difficult for her to ask her adolescent son about it, she had requested Kim Yoo-young to ask him if he had a girlfriend instead. But the result was not that at all. Jaehyeon was just very focused on becoming strong before starting at Milla's academy. At present, dating would be something in his far-off future. "I see, that's a shame. Jaehyeon's an okay guy, but he just doesn't seem to have the luxury. He's always so busy." Kim Yoo-young sent the truthful message. In reality, Jaehyeon was actually very popular. He was pretty tall and he had a handsome face. It would have been stranger if he wasn't popular. Kim Yoo-young had gotten a lot of requests from her friends to introduce them to Jaehyeon. But every time that happened, Jaehyeon immediately rejected the offers. Kim Yoo-young didn't know the exact reason for it either, but there must have been a reason. That was what she thought. After sending the reply to Lee Seon HWA, Kim Yoo-young lay sprawled on her bed. Jaehyeon had really changed a lot recently. He didn't indecisively contemplate like in the past, but instead headed straight forward toward his chosen career. Without stopping or slowing down, simply in silence. Things that he wouldn't have been able to do in the past, he could now do with ease. Something changed, just like Auntie said, but why? It wasn't uncommon for someone to suddenly change from what she had heard. But it was usually for reasons like having experienced a life-or-death situation or the death of someone close, like family or a friend. But Jaehyeon had not experienced anything of the sort recently. Then what on earth could have caused this sudden change? While lost in thought, she got annoyed as she saw her desk when she turned her head. Min Jaehyeon left without tidying up the desk again. TRing. At that moment, a message came from Jaehyeon. "Oh right, you can clean up the desk, and can I stop using polite speech? Probably not right." I know. I just thought I would ask, just a thought." Kim Yoo-young burst out in laughter as she read Jaehyeon's messages. After throwing her smartphone on the bed, she closed her eyes. She suddenly felt sleepy. It couldn't be helped. She could just have Jaehyeon clean the desk when he came tomorrow. Kim Yoo-young fell asleep with those thoughts. After coming outside, Jaehyeon hurriedly took a portal and headed to Lee Yi-sang's workshop. Fortunately, there weren't that many people in line and he could take the portal in no time. After about 30 minutes, Jaehyeon arrived at Li Yisang's workshop. When he got there, Li Yisang was waiting for him with an exhausted look. Jaehyeon, why you're here? Yes, you've worked hard, Hyung, Jaehyeon added in a gentle voice. Li Yisang looked half dead as he rubbed an eye with deep dark circles under it. He quickly opened a safe with a key and took out a box shining with a golden light. This is at Jaehyeon's words, Li Yisang nodded while yawning. Jaehyeon gulped. The box in front of his eyes contained a famous pill that couldn't be bought with any amount of money 10 years in the future, an essential item that magicians needed to permanently increase their mana capacity. Jaehyeon had succeeded in creating one with merely 60 million won. Now shall we test it out? Jaehyeon was grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 22 Nightshade Part 1 As he opened the box, the medicine slowly started to appear in his sight. The pill's round form made it look like a starlight medicine ball. Jaehyeon smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the finished item. This is what I wanted, you've worked hard, Hyung. As if relieved by Jaehyeon's words, Li Yisang replied in a shaky voice. Th, that's good, it's still a prototype B, but look at this, Hyung, you're really talented. At the calmly spoken words, Li Yisang instantly became teary. It seemed like he'd opened up to Jaehyeon quite a bit over the past month. Thanks to spending time every day brainstorming in the workshop, the two could be said to have gotten quite close. Li Yisang's attitude toward Jaehyeon had also softened a lot compared to how it was in the beginning. Jaehyeon nodded slightly as he checked Li Yisang's expression. I've succeeded in bringing Li Yisang over to my side. He achieved his most important goal. Li Yisang was a genius among geniuses who would turn the country upside down in a few years. Winning him over at this time was a great victory for him. What's left now was checking the medicine and consuming it. Now then, shall we see how good it is? Jaehyeon quickly unwrapped the individually wrapped medicine. Like he saw on TV, the medicine was a dark brown and had a slightly tart smell. This is the medicine I've only ever heard about, mana enhancement pill. Filled with joy, Jaehyeon heard the familiar sound of the system notification. Consumable item. Mana enhancement pill, a pill that permanently raises the magic stat of the user. The best effect appears when taken regularly for a month. Every time one is taken, the magic stat increases by 1. After a month of consumption, the magic stat increases by an additional 15. Only works during the first month of consumption and will not have any effect afterwards. Jaehyeon was grinning from ear to ear. This isn't at the level of a prototype. Originally, Mana Enhancement Pill only increased the magic stat by 10 after a month of consumption, but the medicine Li Yisang created added 15 points. Li Yisang, he's as great as I expected. I gained a far greater item than I thought I would. Alchemy was fundamentally a profound and difficult science. Even when making the same item, its level could differ greatly depending on who made it. If he had given the items and ingredients and asked another alchemist to make the medicine, they probably wouldn't have been able to create an item that would increase magic by 5, let alone 15. Would it be alright if I ate it right now? Oh, of course. Although he was still stuttering, there was confidence in Li Yisang's expression. Jaehyeon tossed the pill into his mouth with a glad heart. Once he chewed the round pill, a bitter smell hit his nose. It's a bit bitter, but not so much that it's hard to take. Well, if it can increase my magic permanently, Jaehyeon wasn't the type who enjoyed bitter food. It went against his principles to add an extra shot of caffeine to his coffee, but it was different this time. The medicine he was eating right now was a priceless one that cost at least billions of won. Before he regressed, it was a great medicine that couldn't be bought even if one had all the money for it. It was even normal for it to taste a bit sweet. When Jaehyeon was about to swallow the medicine after chewing, he heard a clear voice. You have started taking the Mana Enhancement Pill total of 1 day. Your magic stat has increased by 1. Just taking the medicine once had already increased his magic by 1 point. A medicine that costs billions of won really is on another level. After he ate the medicine, he stood up and got ready to leave. Li Yisang, who had been watching from the side with a proud expression, spoke hesitantly. It's all because why you believed in me, thanks. I should be the one saying thanks. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Okay, then I'll be leaving now. After saying goodbye, he left the workroom. Bye. Li Yisang watched him go while waving his hand. It had been a long time since the terror from their first meeting had fully disappeared. Jaehyeon hid his slight smile. Now I've also gotten the medicine. I guess only the final preparation check is left. Crash, bang, screech. As the protective barrier was reflecting the attack, the sound of something breaking rang from the gap. A blank silence came in the secret training hall of Yeonwoo Guild. Yu Sung-yoon furrowed her brows and looked at the blue barrier she was holding up. To think he already made a crack in the beginner-level barrier. He's grown a lot in 2 months. Without even the time to feel proud, Jaehyeon continued to attack again and again. Lightning Chain and a basic spell he learned, Magic Spear went toward Yu Sungyun hoping to catch her unaware. But it seemed like Yu Sungyun didn't plan to go easy on him, as she put some force into her thighs and kicked off the ground. Thud. After creating some distance from the rapid attacks, she sent 3 shots of Holy Arrow forward. Swoosh, 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 it's coming. Jaehyeon quickly rolled to dodge the first arrow, then he stood up and sent the second and third arrows in opposite directions. Truly accurate acts with no mistakes came one after another. Few they met each other's gaze, then running toward each other simultaneously, they gathered mana in their hands for their final attacks. But at that moment, wrap it up, Park Sung-yi said as he stood between the two. He tapped his watch to show them that the time was up. Jaehyeon and Yu Sungyun stopped their attacks at the same time. Dispersing their mana, the two people stomped over and sat down. You've both worked hard. Today's spar was also very successful, Park Sung-yi said as he passed to them the towels he'd prepared. Jaehyeon and Yu Sungyun both seemed to be regretful over not being able to finish the last attack. But if no one had interrupted them in the middle, there was a high chance that the field would have been destroyed. Stopping them mid-battle was the best Park Sung-yi could do. Even if the secret training hall was made of arc metal, it would take quite a lot of mana to repair the destroyed area. Thinking about it, Yu Sungyun suddenly asked while looking at Jaehyeon. Oh right, Jaehyeon, it's tomorrow, right? Dungeon Revenge. Dungeon Revenge was a term referring to situations wherein a raider tried to clear a dungeon they were unsuccessful in clearing previously. The last time Jaehyeon went into a dungeon to level up, he was dragged into Helheim and met a nightshade that didn't even suit his level. As a result, he only suffered terribly in the dungeon and barely managed to come out with his life. Jaehyeon fidgeted slightly, then replied in a resolute voice while looking at the floor. Yes, I was thinking I couldn't put it off any longer. It's also important to gain actual experience out in the field. At his words, Yu Sungyun smiled brightly. Okay then, it's your choice. With your current skills, an E-rank dungeon will be a breeze. Do your best. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Jaehyeon smiled bitterly as he replied to her words. Yu Sungyun didn't know that he had been taken to Helheim by the dungeon and met hell there. There was no reason for her to believe him if he told her, and he thought that it was better to hide it as a personal secret. So Park Sung-yi and Yu Sungyun thought that the dungeon he was clearing tomorrow was E-rank. Phew, how nice it would be if it really were an E-rank. Jaehyeon sighed as he thought so. He had never tried to defeat a C-rank boss monster even before returning to the past. It was because as a D-rank warrior there was a limit to how much power he could use. Can I do it? Jaehyeon contemplated for a moment. But he quickly cleared his mind and slapped both of his cheeks with some force. His mind instantly cleared up as he carefully recalled his goal. I've finished all the preparation. Now there's only the actual battle left. I have to succeed no matter what. Jaehyeon nodded slightly with immense determination. It would finally be tomorrow. Jaehyeon was heading to the dungeon to defeat the Nightshade. You have entered a dungeon. Due to the Nornir system, the user is transported to a specific area. The current location is Helheim's Land of the Dead. The dungeon he returned to didn't feel as overwhelming as before. It was still as dark and creepy, but it didn't feel as terrifyingly dangerous. It probably meant that Jaehyeon had grown that much stronger. From that day on, he had trained himself every day. He studied magic knowledge and gained practical experience. He also trained his reflexes and the basics through spars with Yu Sungyun. Trembling at a dungeon of this level, especially Helheim, was usually unavoidable. But Jaehyeon only had his nervousness to face. I didn't feel it before the terrifying mana from inside. It's probably the Nightshade. I don't know for sure if I can currently defeat it, but Jaehyeon gulped. A shudder ran through his whole body. I have to succeed. He started to walk forward determined. The time left for him to clear the main quest was merely 9 days. The woman who had the power to send him out of the dungeon and walk around after stopping time for the Nightshade probably meant it when she said she was going to kill him. Hell, I don't know why she decided to appear before me, but the system I currently have, I am sure it's deeply linked with her. For what reason did Hell and the Nornir system call him the adversary of the Aesir? Aesir was the system used by all Awakeners with the exception of Jaehyeon. What did it mean to be its foe, and how did he get caught up in it? Everything was unclear and riddled with questions, except for one thing. The enemy was approaching. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and then he scanned the movements around him. The creepy and terrifying sounds coming from the graveyard he had returned to were now already something familiar to Jaehyeon. Okay, that's how it should be. How can I show what I've learned otherwise? It seemed there were more of the wraiths and skeleton soldiers that began to climb up from the graves at a time compared to before. There were probably around 20. But Jaehyeon didn't get flustered. He knew that he was several times stronger than them and that this wasn't a fight he would lose. These guys are clearly weaker than me. They were opponents he didn't have much trouble defeating before. Not to mention Jaehyeon's current level was personal profile. Name Min Jaehyeon age 16 level 15 skills. Passive 1 watched by the gods max, absolute eye of god max, trained swordsmanship max, quick step LVL 18, flexible body movement max, emergency first aid LVL 19 active. Universal derivation lightning chain, sacrifice lights judgment, flash bomb new, magic arrow new, blaster new, flash new, magic guard new, mono weapon new. Stats HP 750/750 MP, 330/330 strength, 18 dexterity, 28 plus 5 magic, 66 plus 35 endurance, 28 skill points. 0 thanks to the passive skill 1 watched by the gods, which caused all his stats to gain a point every time he leveled up. Jaehyeon's current stat had grown enough that he could easily grab the flying fists of most warrior raiders. His magic stat was over 60 thanks to the set equipment. He'd also learned quite a few low-rank spells that were helpful in battle. With this, it should be enough to clear a low-rank dungeon by himself. Swish. With a grin, Jaehyeon looked at the scythes rushing toward him. The wraith's fierce attacks were flying toward him as if to rip him apart where he stood. However, clink, the thin steel broke and the sound of it shattering rang in the air. The scythe that flew toward him was held in Jaehyeon's hand, broken into pieces. A smile spread on Jaehyeon's lips. Shall we get started? Chapter 23 Nightshade Part 2 Crash. The scythe swung by the wraith lay easily crushed in Jaehyeon's hand. A smile appeared on Jaehyeon's face together with the scattering fragments of the scythe. He grabbed the wraith, which had lost its weapon and was backing away, by the neck. Grrrrea, the wraith's horrible screams rang in the air. Jaehyeon put some force into his hand and snapped its neck. Then he looked around at the remaining monsters. The monsters merely stared at him fiercely and showed no signs of attacking. Jaehyeon clenched and unclenched his fist with a satisfied expression. Good, I really have grown stronger. It seemed apparent that the effect of the tutoring classes by Yu Sung-yoon was showing itself. It was almost impossible for an ordinary magician to crush a scythe coming at them. But through Yu Sung-yoon's lessons, Jaehyeon had learned a new fighting style that other magician raiders didn't even try to emulate, being a close combat magician, otherwise known as a battle mage. To explain in simpler terms, the magician reduces the casting time as much as possible and attacks from the vanguard while dodging attacks, healing themselves at the same time. It could be considered as a hybrid fighting style. The problem is that I am the only one who can fight like this. That was the problem. Excluding Jaehyeon, who possessed the mythic item Odin's Lost Eye, there was no magician who could overuse high-ranked spells without incanting. Incantation was a spell's foundation, and how magicians poured mana into the spells. A spell becoming weaker without the incantation was the obvious result of such an action. But Yu Sung-yoon succeeded in creating such a fighting style through Jaehyeon when numerous magicians merely speculated about it. Of course, it was still incomplete at the moment. But if it was perfected, Jaehyeon would grow to be an unprecedented raider. Grrrrrrr swoosh. This time, a skeleton soldier swung toward Jaehyeon's shoulder. He quickly dodged the attack and then used the momentum of the act to accurately crush the skeleton soldier's face with his fist. Crack, the sound of bones shattering rang in the air. You have killed a skeleton soldier. You have received 50 experience points. My body feels a lot lighter than last time. Now, wraiths and skeleton soldiers were not Jaehyeon's opponents any longer. Jaehyeon raised his head for a moment and looked at the pitch-black interior of the dungeon. There, my goal is there. The nightshade that he had loathed so much for the past 2 months was in there. He put on a confident expression as he looked at the enemies that were surrounding him. What are you doing? Attack quickly. It'll take forever if I want to test the rest of my skills. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr on the ground and gathered his mana. From then on, it was a one-way massacre. At the E-rank dungeon entrance, Park Sung-yi was loitering around the exterior of the dungeon Jaehyeon had entered a few moments ago. He was waiting for Jaehyeon to clear the dungeon at Yu Sung-yoon's request. Would that child Min Jaehyeon really be able to clear a dungeon by himself? Park Sung-yi muttered with a worried face. Of course, if one simply looked at his skills, an E-rank dungeon wouldn't be that difficult, but although Park Sung-yi believed in Jaehyeon's abilities, he couldn't stop worrying. Dungeons were always full of variables. Many C-rank and B-rank raiders also died in low-rank dungeons. Letting one's guard down was dangerous, and for Jaehyeon, who was a beginner, an E-rank dungeon was a very dangerous place. It's only been an hour. Well, it should at least take 6 hours, Park Sung-yi mumbled while looking at his watch. The amount of time it normally took to clear a dungeon was about 6 hours. It had been about an hour and a half since Jaehyeon entered, and since he was alone, it should take him longer to clear the dungeon than a party with several people. So it was correct to think that clearing the dungeon would take 6 minutes 10 hours. Park Sung-yi crossed his arms anxiously. It would be bad if he got hurt. He was someone the Yonhwa Guild brought over with a first priority contract. He was also currently the only person who could treat Yu Sung-yoon's illness. Yi Hyan's true worth had not yet been fully revealed. Plus, even if only connected through a contract, Min Yi Hyan is the guildmaster's only student. There should be no problems that occur on his person. Park Sung-yi nodded resolutely. Since he had given him a warp stone in the past, Yi Hyan would escape from the dungeon if there was any trouble. There shouldn't be a reason for him to worry too much. Just as he was about to stand up while shaking the thought away, a familiar voice rang from somewhere. Ah, Sung-yi Appa, you were here. At those words, Park Sung-yi narrowed his eyes. Huh, Yurei Yeonju, right, why are you here? What about your guild? The woman who spoke to Park Sung-yi was none other than a junior from college, Kang Yeonju. Currently, she was a well-respected and talented member of the Merchant Guild Curator, me. Well, I had something to do in the area and came by to visit when I saw you. Right, it's nice to see you, it's been a while, but are you managing this dungeon, senior? Ah, yeah. Pausing for a moment at Kang Yeonju's question, Park Sung-yi mildly nodded his head. She crossed her arms and asked with a face full of curiosity. That's strange. Dungeon management is not usually a part of your responsibilities. Did you get demoted or something? I'm just taking care of it this time, Park Sung-yi replied vaguely. No matter how friendly he was with Kang Yeonju, this was an order given personally by Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon. It was a given that it was to be kept a secret from outsiders. Kang Yeonju narrowed her eyes. She stared at him for a long time before she continued. Senior, there's actually something I'm curious about. Huh, what is it? The rumor that Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon is sick, is it true? They said it was terminal. The sensitive question had come suddenly. Park Sung-yi frowned. It seemed that Kang Yeonju didn't come to visit her senior with light-hearted intentions. Park Sung-yi replied as calmly as he could, of course it isn't true. More than that, where did you hear that, Yeonju? Well, you know the Guildmaster's little brother, Yu Sun-yi. That person seems to be secretly spreading rumors to reporters that the Guildmaster is sick, saying that he would swallow the guild afterwards. At Kang Yeonju's words, Park Sung-yi gritted his teeth in anger. To think that her little brother is actually the one slandering her so. Annoyance and fury filled him, but he forced the emotions down with difficulty. Kang Yeonju stood with a calm expression. Anyway, I wanted to tell you to be careful since those rumors are circulating around. It would probably be troublesome if your guild's stock fell. Thanks for letting me know. Park Sung-yi replied to Kang Yeonju's words with slight annoyance. The reason Kang Yeonju came looking for him was probably to verify the truth behind this rumor. To begin with, Curator was a merchant guild that sold information and relics. Curator also held quite a bit of Yonhwa Guild's shares. If they learned that Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon was truly sick, they would probably withdraw the investments right away. Their plan was very obvious. Curator Guild likely sent Yeonju to me to check if Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon was really sick. Since we're acquainted, they probably thought that it would be easy to dig up information. Park Sung-yi smirked. He had also worked in this field for a long time. How could he simply suffer from such an obvious ploy? But he couldn't help but be surprised by the next question Kang Yeonju asked. And one more thing. Do you happen to know a kid named Min Yi Hyan? What? Park Sung-yi's poker face showed signs of cracking for the first time. As if Kang Yeonju had been expecting his reaction, she had a placid expression up. He's a kid our guild has been looking for recently. But it seems that the kid has been coming to Yeon HWA Guild a lot recently. I wanted to ask if you knew the reason for it. Well, I am not very sure. Park Sung-yi replied with a slightly stiff face. Kang Yeonju contemplated for a moment, then she put her hands in her pocket with a sigh. It seems that we're both bad at lying, don't you think so? Why is Curator looking for Min Yi Hyan? That's also a trade secret. Kang Yeonju stood up again and headed outside. She paused for a moment in between and spoke with a smile on her face. You're not thinking that you can keep holding on to him at Yonhwa Guild, right? Park Sung-yi laughed despondently and watched her leave. So that's what she was after from the start. Min Yi Hyan, to think he had also gained the attention of the Curator Guild. What has he been doing? In the past, Yi Hyan had benefited from Yonhwa Guild by first approaching them to cure Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon. In that time, he gained a connection with Yonhwa through priority negotiation rights, while also learning magic through personal lessons from Yu Sung-yoon. But before signing the contract, he clearly said that he had no contact with any other guilds. In addition, Yi Hyan had signed the contract with Yonhwa Guild 2 months ago. There was no reason for another guild to come asking at this point. So why, for what reason? I don't know what other cards Min Yi Hyan is hiding, but one thing that's certain is that Yonhwa should not let him go. I have to tell the guildmaster right away. The Curator Guild had tremendous capital strength. If such a guild started to make contact with Min Yi Hyan, even the Yonhwa Guild has to face the chance that he would be stolen away. Park Sung-yi quickly took out his smartphone and dialed a number. A moment later. With a click, the line connected. Hello, Guildmaster, it's me, Park Sung-yi. I know that from your voice even if you don't explain, okay, why did you call? I am currently working. It's because of Min Yi-hyun. Yu Sung-yoon's mischievous tone instantly turned frigid. The atmosphere had turned cold due to Park Sung-yi's serious tone. Did something happen to Yi-hyun? No, there's nothing wrong with him personally. It's just Park Sung-yi thought for a moment, then he spoke while nodding his head. The Curator Guild seems to be planning on contacting him. Phew, does this make 27? The dungeon filled with wraiths and skeleton soldiers was not that difficult by itself. Thanks to having somewhat familiarized himself with the new fighting style, it was easier to move around. The problem is the Night Shade. Yi-hyun looted the remains of the monsters he killed for mana stones and anything useful, and then he stood up. Stretching his stiff back, he looked around. It was a devastated graveyard with several fallen bodies strewn around. Mana plundering truly is a useful skill to have. Thanks to the skill gained from probationary Valkyrie's 3-set equipment, mana plundering, Yi-hyun could save 6 more of the mana potions he brought than initially expected. He checked his skill window with a satisfied expression and took a deep breath. Phew, now then, shall we continue? After letting out his breath, he slowly started to walk forward. The sound of his footsteps rang in the dark and desolate Helheim. How much time passed that way? Yi-hyun, who arrived at the end of the cemetery after walking through a long dark passage, let out a small sigh. It was due to a huge door in front of him. This is probably the boss room. Yi-hyun gulped at the eerie anxiety he was feeling. Facing the door at the end of a dungeon and the tremendous magic flowing out from inside, he didn't have any hesitation. Yi-hyun put his hand on the rusty doorknob and pushed. The door let out a creak as it started to open with difficulty. Crrrriak, it was a hair-raising sound. Yi-hyun narrowed his eyes. Through the opening, the face of the swaying black shadow appeared in his sight. At the same time, the boss room has been opened. You have encountered the dungeon's boss, Night Shade. The system's message rang in his ears. Chapter 24, Night Shade Part 3. Boasting a formidable physique that was around 2 meters tall, the Night Shade's dark, endless eyes glared down at Yi-hyun. Yi-hyun didn't flinch away. He met the Night Shade's gaze. It was a horrifying experience akin to staring straight into the depths of an abyss. The rapid torrents of its thick, dark mana was like the vast ocean within the mana cube. It's giving off such a strong mana that it's giving me goosebumps. If hell hadn't sent me out of the dungeon that day, I would surely have been killed by this guy. An overbearing and ominous storm of mana flowed out of its whole body. Yi-hyun paused for a moment upon seeing the Night Shade but quickly regained his focus. This is a dungeon. I have my hands full just concentrating on the monsters right in front of me. Jirarea, together with the Night Shade's loud cry, Yi-hyun stomped on the ground. Oof. He rushed forward without a second thought and shortened the distance between them. A Night Shade could freely stretch out its fingernails and use them to attack enemies at long distances. So there was no reason to keep distance in this fight. The fighting style teacher taught me that only I can use. If I don't use it, I can't win. The fighting style he learned through continuous sparring with Yu Sung-yoon. Theoretically, the mixture of combat and magic was close to invincible. If not for this, it would be impossible for Yi-hyun to defeat the demonic creature in front of him at his current strength. Yi-hyun controlled his breathing, then he swiftly moved behind his opponent. Boom, boom, the Night Shade, which had somehow realized what he was doing, swung its nails at Yi-hyun. Yi-hyun quickly stepped back and dodged the attack. Then he punched it in the torso with all his strength. Pow, Gaia the Night Shade stepped back after swaying for a moment but stood unharmed. As expected, just a powered punch won't do anything. Yi-hyun had strengthened his punch through Mana Weapon, a new skill he had learned. As a result, it was possible to hunt down the wraiths and skeleton soldiers with his fists and kicks like he did when he was a warrior. But this method wouldn't work on the Night Shade. There's not a lot of damage I can do to this guy with physical attacks. The Night Shade was originally a boss monster with a high resistance to physical damage. So Yi-hyun had used as little mana as possible when fighting against other monsters for this moment. He had also saved a few mana recovery potions, so the situation was currently fine. After Yi-hyun quickly gathered the mana in his body, he shot it toward the Night Shade. Active skill lightning chain has been activated. Zap! 4 chains rose from the ground and rushed toward the Night Shade. The Night Shade lightly parried the attack with its long fingernail, but Yi-hyun clenched his fist and continued to control the chains. Zap! The parried chains started to wrap around the Night Shade again. The Night Shade let out a short cry and shook its body at the continuous lightning attacks, but Yi-hyun gritted his teeth. It's not enough just yet. His opponent was still fine. The Night Shade screamed fiercely while glaring at Yi-hyun. It was a truly creepy and domineering sound. At that moment, the Night Shade's smothered mana flowed out. Jirarea, pulling the chains, the Night Shade started to stomp towards Yi-hyun. Just like Yu Sungyun had taught him, Yi Hyan calmly glanced at his opponent's path. 5 steps to the left. Crash. Together with that thought, Yi Hyan accurately moved his body and dodged the Nightshade's attack. 2 steps to the right. In the next moment and the next, it was still the same. Yi Hyan dodged all of the Nightshade's attacks with the least possible amount of movements. I can't destroy the Nightshade's attack with universal derivation. This guy's a demonic creature with high physical attributes. I have no choice but to fight with my skills and physical abilities. Yi Hyan's body, which was kneeling for a moment, shot into the air. The Nightshade also missed his move for an instant. Heya, together with the shout, he shot out several magic arrows. It was one of the most basic spells, and though it couldn't do a lot of damage, Yi Hyan wasn't intending on that to begin with. What he was aiming for was the Nightshade's vital point, its eyes. Jarararea, crash. As the attack hit its target, a crack appeared in the demonic creature's deep pupils. At the same time, warning. The boss monster Nightshade has entered a berserk state. Landing on the ground, Yi Hyan narrowed his eyes. He felt a chill at the system alert. Berserk was a skill that only a small number of monsters above C rank had, and it was automatically activated when their HP was reduced to less than half. It was a terrifying skill that increased a monster's strength and agility by 1.5 times. Yi Hyan gulped. Boom, clank. Sure enough, the Nightshade, which had broken the chain, roared loudly at Yi Hyan. Giarararea. The boss monster Nightshade has used its active skill. The penalty sudden death has been applied. If the boss is not defeated in 10 minutes, the user will lose their life. Sudden death penalty. I've never heard of anything like this, though. Pretty flustered, Yi Hyan looked blankly at the status screen that appeared. I've never heard of a Nightshade using sudden death in any of the other communities and information bulletins. Does this mean that this guy is different from other Nightshades? Yi Hyan chewed on his lips. The Nightshade swung its heavy fist at him as he was standing in confusion. A series of indiscriminate attacks launched. Bang, 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 damn. It became faster. He could feel that its stamina had fallen quite a bit, but Yi Hyan remained calm and predicted its next moves by observing it. But contrary to his expectations, the Nightshade didn't rush toward him. It merely attacked him at a distance with its fingernails. That guy, it's not attacking with a lot of power. Well, it will win if it just holds on for 10 minutes. As expected of a C-rank boss, its intelligence is surprisingly high. Giarararea. With the creepy cry that rang out once more, the Nightshade's terrifying voice rang loudly inside the boss room. Just hearing it is making me lose my mind. Is it an additional effect of the skill sudden death? The time remaining until the penalty of sudden death, 8:32, the hair-raising system alert rang out once more. Yi Hyan took deep breaths to maintain his calm and stomped on the ground. At that moment, Giarararea. The Nightshade let out a much louder roar. At the same time, Yi Hyan felt his strength leave his body and started to sway. You have temporarily acquired a fear debuff. You have failed to resist. What? Yi Hyan furrowed his brow. Swoosh. Having its opponent lose his strength midair, the Nightshade swung its fist at Yi Hyan. Boom, Kyuhyuk. Yi Hyan let out a cry as his body hit a wall after getting flung by the attack. Although it wasn't enough to kill him, a third of his HP was shaved off. High risk, high return. Yi Hyan had been investing all the points he'd gotten from his recent level-ups into his magic and endurance. Normally, he would have distributed the points to all his stats, but he thought those two were the most important if he wanted to survive against the Nightshade. Bang, bang. After dodging the series of attacks, Yi Hyan stepped away from the wall and checked the state of his body. A moment ago, his body had stiffened and his movements became sluggish when he heard the Nightshade's cry. Yi Hyan immediately realized what that meant. Is it a CC? If it weren't for the Robe of Divinity, it would have been fatal. 1. Robe of Divinity, the item he had gotten from the magic shopping district. If it weren't for its ability to resist darkness, at least half of his health would have currently been gone. He could have been ripped apart and swallowed up into the Nightshade's stomach by now if not for the item. The thought made a chill go through his body. Moreover, it's really strange. Of course, he knew that boss monsters could use a variety of CC skills, but for the boss of a C-rank dungeon, the skill came too quickly without any warning. Damn. The fear debuff has disappeared. Bang, 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 tooey. After spitting out a glob of blood, he moved further away from the wall as he dodged the Nightshade's attacks. While quickly dodging the rapid attacks that rushed toward him, Yi Hyan swiftly moved behind the Nightshade. The time remaining until the penalty of sudden death. 4:11, only 4 minutes remained until the penalty of sudden death. Even in such an extreme situation, Yi Hyan stayed calm and thought of a plan. A while ago, that bastard got hit by an attack in both of its eyes. That's where the bastard's condensed mana core is. Its line of sight is probably narrower than before. If so, that means Yi Hyan's thigh muscles swelled as mana gathered there. Feeling each cell and all the nerve endings, their active skill wind boost has been activated. The power of wind fills the user's body. Movement speed has increased by 50%. I need to quickly move to this bastard's blind spot. Fwoosh, he immediately moved to the demonic creature's blind spot. Bang, bang, the Nightshade's continuous strikes were launched, but Jaehyeon dodged those attacks at the very last moment on purpose and smirked. Gah. As the monster turned around, its heavy fist quickly rushed toward him. Jaehyeon stared at the Nightshade's continuous attacks with his hand on the ground. He already knew that the monster's attack would not be able to reach him. Active skill Flash Bomb has been activated. An explosion of holy light has temporarily blinded the enemy. Crash. The explosion rang out almost simultaneously with the system alert and swallowed up the Nightshade. In the very short time the attack hit, active skill Lightning Chain has been activated. Zaap. Looking at the chains that let out a domineering sound as it wrapped around his opponent, Jaehyeon smiled slightly. I can do this. Jirararea, the Nightshade's shout filled the boss room. The time remaining until the penalty of sudden death, 216 Hoap, Jaehyeon started to run toward the Nightshade to hit it with a final blow. And then VVVVRRRR. KRRRK Kaya. A magic circle appeared on the floor of the boss room, and soon monsters with a lower level than the Nightshade filled the space. Skeleton soldiers and wraiths, which he fought a while ago, and a group of Draugr, but Jaehyeon didn't get flustered. On the contrary, he smiled and muttered, I knew this would happen. All bosses use this dirty tactic. Demonic creatures had instantly surrounded him. However, Jaehyeon merely smirked as he watched the monsters rushing toward him. A golden tint filled his left eye, and a holy aura flowed out of his whole body soon after. Active skill Sacrifice has been used. Undead monsters have appeared on the field. Sacrifice has changed into an attack skill. Active skill Light's Judgment has been activated. KRRRK. Light's Judgment, a wide area damage-dealing skill that consumed as much as 500 MP. Against undead monsters, this skill showed extreme force. Furthermore, Jaehyeon was increasing its effect with his Robe of Divinity. Taken aback by the powerful mana flowing out of Jaehyeon, the monsters recoiled. But it was already too late. A light filled with holy aura started to fall from the ceiling before quickly reaching the ground. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr pillar of light. Jaehyeon smiled slightly. This skill, Light's Judgment, is ba 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 bang. Invincible against the undead. The undead monsters, purified by the pillars of light one by one, disappeared. Jaehyeon smirked as he looked at the night shade rendered immobile by the chains wrapped around it. The time remaining until the penalty of sudden death. 023 standing in front of the night shade, he quickly lifted his head. Then ba 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 bang, the strands of light from the ceiling shot straight toward the night shade. Jiarararea, a desperate yell rang out. Unable to move with chains wrapped around it, the night shade was slowly purified and lost its form. Watching it disappear, Jaehyeon smiled with bloodthirst. The long-awaited showdown with the night shade, he had won that fight in the end. 2 months ago, he had lost consciousness and almost all his HP from a single punch, but he survived and finally won. I did it. The night shade, I defeated it. Looking at the field which instantly cleared itself, Jaehyeon let out a deep breath. Only happiness and a sense of accomplishment could be seen on his face. A moment later, as the pillar of light finished purifying the final boss monster, he heard the voice he'd been waiting for. The time remaining until the penalty of sudden death, 003 T-ring. You have defeated the dungeon boss Night Shade. You have received 3,000 experience points. You have obtained the crafting item Night Shade's Core. You have obtained the B-rank equipment item Shadow Armor. You have obtained the title One Who Has Overcome the First Trial. All items you've obtained have been automatically placed in your inventory. You have gained 3 levels. The user has been transported to the secret chamber Hell's Temple. Chapter 25 Hell's Temple. The user has been transported to the secret chamber Hell's Temple. Jaehyeon's surroundings slowly started to break apart. The whole dungeon cracked like fragments of a broken mirror. The objects in the dungeon scattered like shards in the wind, and Jaehyeon dizzily balanced himself on the ground. His surroundings shook disturbingly. Hell's Temple, I can meet that woman again if I go there. Jaehyeon calmed himself down and started to ruminate on his situation. A moment ago, the Nornir system told him that he would be transported to Hell's Temple. He was unsure of the true intention of the one who had saved him in his first fight with the Night Shade. According to the Nornir system, her name was Hel, the owner of Helheim and the goddess of death. It was absurd, but Jaehyeon had no choice but to believe it. There is a possibility it is true since she has the ability to meddle with the system. She also seems to have some effect on the main quest. Plus, the tremendous power back when she stopped the Night Shade. At the very least, she isn't human. Jaehyeon continuously organized his thoughts amidst the chaotic magic around him. His conversation with Hel was after his return to the past. This might be a chance to have the questions he had kept in mind answered. A moment later, He found himself at a dark plateau where there wasn't even a single ray of light. At the border between life and death, Jaehyeon had arrived at the temple where everything looked monotonous. As if sucking the life out of its surroundings, the temple was giving off a chaotic energy. The stained glass with complex patterns high up in the ceiling and thorny vines wrapped around the building added to its eeriness. This is Hell's temple. Jaehyeon looked around his surroundings with a calm expression. It was a location that simply didn't look like it was somewhere an ordinary god would stay. It also felt as if it was a temple where an evil god was worshipped. Jaehyeon took a deep breath. He had to calm himself down and prepare. The one he was about to meet held a status too high for him to compare. Although he was only beginning to understand, Jaehyeon clearly knew this. If Hell wanted it, someone like him would instantly be pulverized. But Jaehyeon also knew that something like that wouldn't happen. Surely, there is a reason why the system brought me here. Hell had said so before. Jaehyeon was a necessary knight to defeat Odin. Looking back, the Nornir system had never done anything that had a negative effect on him. It brought him back to the time he wished for, helped him grow stronger with numerous X skills, and although half coercive using the Night Shade as a goal gave him a reason to push himself. I did very well in clearing Hell's trial. It's now time for Hell to answer my questions. Hell, I've come to meet you, Jaehyeon shouted loudly, tap, tap. Together with the sound of heels clicking on the floor, a tremendous aura swooped over Jaehyeon. The pressure was as if someone had hit him in the torso with a hammer. Although Jaehyeon hadn't felt any signs of addiction in the Mana Cube's ocean of mana, this time was an exception. Q-Huke. To endure the pain of being choked, he gathered his mana and circulated it within his body to catch his breath. It was a mana level so high that it could not be compared to the Night Shades at all. Hell walked toward Jaehyeon without hiding her true strength. Soon her eyes turned up like crescents as she put her hand on her hips. Truly, I didn't think you would have succeeded. Jaehyeon's eye twitched slightly. Just like before, Hell, who was somehow already standing in front of him, showed an enchanting and bloody facade at the same time. A woman with a body that was half beautiful and half ugly, with a fascinating voice. Hell tilted her head to the left and rested her chin on her hand as she smirked. Congratulations. You are a child born with the fate of an adversary. To think that you actually defeated the Night Shade after 2 months. Mimir's words don't seem to be mistaken at all, it seems. Mimir. Jaehyeon blinked his eyes. Another familiar name fell from Hell's lips. Mimir. A giant from Northern Europe's mythology who guarded the Well of Wisdom. Why was that name suddenly appearing right now? Hell continued as she chuckled, seemingly finding Jaehyeon's reaction funny. Oh right, Mimir is also the one who created the Nornir system you possess. He's always been a bit eccentric. He created the Nornir system. Jaehyeon frowned to show that he was having trouble understanding what she meant. Mimir. The giant of wisdom had created the Nornir system and sent him back to the past. Now that I think about it, there was something that made all this believable. According to Norse mythology, Odin visited Mimir's well to gain wisdom. There, he requested that he be allowed to drink from the Well of Wisdom, and Mimir asked for one of Odin's eyes as the price for doing so. In the end, Odin drank from the well. One of his eyes had been put up as a sacrifice. Jaehyeon recalled the item he gained from the treasure gate before his return to the past, Odin's lost eye. If Mimir truly had created this system, then wouldn't giving him this item also have been his choice? Jaehyeon felt his head become filled with complicated thoughts in an instant. He asked while putting a hand on his face. Why? Creating the system and sending me to the past, what is the reason for doing so? To have you grow as an adversary. The adversary of the high and mighty Aesir, that was what the system told me when it first chose me. Jaehyeon fought against the mana pressuring him and stood up straight. Please tell me the reason why I have to be your plaything. It was pretty far from the attitude one should have in front of a god. But Hell seemed amazed by Jaehyeon's behavior and laughed. It's because you were born with such a fate to begin with. Born with such a fate, the adversary of the lofty Aesir, the one who will kill the great god Odin. That is who you are. The one who will kill Odin, adversary. I couldn't follow your words from the middle. There's no reason to understand. We didn't have any hope from the beginning. Hell continued as if it were not something significant, but remember this. This is not only about us gods who are against the Aesir. Jaehyeon could not understand it at all. Why on earth were those who called themselves gods suddenly asking for the help of a mortal? The world is heading to its end. The Aesir and Odin wish to have everything under their feet. To stop this, the strength of the prophesied adversary is needed. Hell smiled slightly. I cannot tell you anything more specific. But you must continue to safely go through numerous trials and become the god slayer. With a delicate expression, Hell continued in an alluring voice. Now then, adversary of the Aesir, I wish you good luck until the day we meet again. W8 Hell, I still have more questions to ask in the end. Jaehyeon was unable to finish his words. DDDDDRRRRR. A single ray of light amidst the darkness wrapped around Jaehyeon's whole body. Under the light, numerous black hands appeared and swallowed Jaehyeon, before the ground rippled and his vision anxiously shook. DDDDDDDRRR, everything in sight started to crack into fragments once again. As he felt himself get dragged to a faraway place, he lost consciousness. When Jaehyeon opened his eyes again, he saw Park Sung-yi's grim face. What's this? With blurred eyes, Jaehyeon felt a severe dizziness. He stood up with difficulty. Jaehyeon spoke as he looked around. This is Jaehyeon, are you awake? His blurry eyesight finally returned to normal. Jaehyeon's body had already been transported out of the dungeon. Did hell send me back out again? Returning to his senses quickly, he recalled what had happened a few moments ago. Mimir, the giant who created the Nornir system, the god slayer who must defeat Odin. The high and mighty Aesir's adversary. Although he couldn't understand everything clearly, Jaehyeon clenched his fist and promised himself. If those gods who were against the Aesirs, including Hel, tried to use him as a chess piece, he would also use them and get what he wanted. To begin with, he was supposed to die at Jaehyeon Min's hand that day in the dungeon. The only thing that allowed him to live was Mimir and the Nornir system. It's not bad to go on an adventure for once. Jaehyeon truly thought so. And at that moment, T-Ring, you have received Hel's gift. You have obtained the passive skill Hel's Blessing, showing the skill's information. Passive skill, name Hel's Blessing, rank X stat, all abnormal inflictions on the user are invalidated. There's nothing physically wrong with him. On the contrary, he is very healthy, you have nothing to worry about. But just in case, don't push yourself, Mr. Jaehyeon. Thank you very much, that's a relief. Right after Jaehyeon woke up in front of the dungeon, Park Sung-yi brought him to a nearby hospital. It was to check if anything was wrong since he had lost consciousness, even if for a very short while. Yoo Sung-yoon, who had received the news, also pushed aside her other duties and ran to the hospital. It was because she was worried about the health of her one and only student. Fortunately, the doctor said that there was nothing wrong with Jaehyeon and even told them that Jaehyeon was fit as a fiddle. Jaehyeon scratched his head sheepishly and spoke, I am sorry. Because of me, you had to run all the way here for no reason. Don't say that. You're an important asset of our Yeonhwa. I hate people who try to restrain me. Seeing how cheeky you're being, you must really be fine. Yoo Sung-yoon laughed with no regard to his words and messed up Jaehyeon's hair. A moment later, Park Sung-yi left Yoo Sung-yoon, who was talking to the doctor, and walked beside Jaehyeon. By the way, I was really worried that you died since you suddenly fainted. I am sorry for making you worry. According to Park Sung-yi, right after Jaehyeon came out, the dungeon gate closed. No one knew why, but there was a huge chance that it was Hel's work. At Jaehyeon's words, Park Sung-yi quickly waved his hand and responded, it's nothing. I didn't mention it to hear those words. It's just I wanted to say it was admirable. What? You did a great job, truly. At Park Sung-yi's honest words, Jaehyeon shyly bowed his head. Thank you. What's this you two tell me too? Having finished her conversation with the doctor, Yoo Sung-yoon approached the two as she spoke. Smiling slightly, Jaehyeon bowed low toward Park Sung-yi and Yoo Sung-yoon. The dungeon raid this time. I could do it thanks to the two of you. Thank you very much, of course. Well, that's that. How are you going to distribute the loot from the dungeon? Right, Jaehyeon thought for a moment. Normally, he would have to share the loot with the Yeonhwa Guild at a 8-2 ratio. But Yoo Sung-yoon and Park Sung-yi thought that the dungeon he entered was an E-ranked one. If he showed them the loot he got from Helheim, their reactions of shock would probably be interesting. What to do? Yoo Sung-yoon said airily toward Jaehyeon, who was deep in thought. You can have all the items you got from this dungeon raid. The loot from an E-ranked dungeon isn't worth all that much to begin with. It won't be much if we share it. Is that really okay? Of course. Jaehyeon decided that he wouldn't tell anyone that he'd been transported to the Helheim dungeon, the loot he got from defeating skeleton soldiers and wraiths plus the Night Shade. He would sell all of it through the black market. Although he didn't like how they took a big percentage of the sale, since they didn't ask for the seller's identity, the black market was the best choice in his current situation. I don't know how I am connected to Hel and the Aesir gods, but they will come to me when the time comes. Right now, it's more important to focus on what's happening in front of me. Jaehyeon turned on his smartphone and checked the timer shown on the upper portion of the screen. T-9 days. There were exactly 9 days left until he went to Mila's academy. Chapter 26, A United Front Part 1. T-7 days a week before the first day at Mila's academy. At the moment, Jaehyeon was at a department store that sold specialized items for raiders with Park Sung-yi. The reason the two were at such a place was simple. Yoo Sung-yoon had said that she wanted to buy Jaehyeon a congratulatory gift for entering Mila's academy. As a result, the two of them were moving around the department store with a gift card worth 100 million won. Though it's too bad that teacher couldn't come herself. Well, it can't be helped. Yoo Sung-yoon, the actual person giving the gift, couldn't come along due to some guild-related work. So Jaehyeon had to come to the department store with just Park Sung-yi. This looks good too. I think that would be useful to have as well though. Because he was buying things he needed in such a manner, they had already used up half of their 100 million won budget. Park Sung-yi exclaimed in surprise at his frugal spending habits. "You're really something. I didn't expect you to buy things this thriftily. Can you still keep going? Then shall we go to the equipment corner now?" Yi Hyun said placidly. The area he'd been looking around with Park Sung-yi was where ingredients related to potions and elixirs were sold. If they went up a few floors, they would reach the area selling equipment items. Of course, anything he could buy with 50 million won would only be just a little better than the basic equipment given by Milla's academy. But it was not like window shopping would cost him money. He planned to see what ranks the items sold at a high price in the department store were and what kind of effects were attached to them. Pointing at the wish list on his smartphone, Yi Hyun spoke. "Then that way, Jay, just a moment." At that moment, Park Sung-yi spoke in an urgent tone. His voice was so loud that some shoppers around them all turned to face him. But he himself put his hand in his blazer as if it had nothing to do with him, then took out his smartphone and put it to his ear. "Yes, hello, yes, I understand, such an emergency, I'll be there right away." Ending the call and putting his phone back in his pocket, Park Sung-yi spoke while scratching his head. I am so sorry, something urgent came up at the guild, so I have to leave right now. If it's all right, I'll leave the card with the rest of the money in it with you, and you can buy what you want by yourself. Yes, well, that's all right, but oh. Then I'll be leaving first. Please contact me if you need anything. After saying those words, Park Sung-yi quickly left the department store. Yi Hyun sighed softly and looked down at the card clasped in his hand. He crossed his arms as he mumbled. No matter how exhausting it is to be acting with his phone upside down, if it was too tiring, he could have just said so. Park Sung-yi had left after acting over the top blaringly, but the truth was that he'd simply escaped because of how exhausting roaming around the department store with Yi Hyun was. The amount left in the card he had tossed to Yi Hyun was around 50 million won. Although he could still use the amount now that Park Sung-yi had left, he was a bit unwilling to use it carelessly. "It would be thoughtless of me to use all of this up, wouldn't it? All right. I'll stop here and give the card back." Tomo Hidi planned to stop shopping at this point, but Yi Hyun abruptly fixed his hold on the card. "No. I should still look around upstairs, one never knows." VRRRRR. Getting on the escalator headed to the next floor, he took out his phone and checked his messages. "Kim Yu-young, hey, buy some Kleddor today too. Every flavor, you know what I like, right? Min Yi Hyun, just eat whatever I get, okay." After replying quickly and arriving at the next floor, Yi Hyun examined all the equipment as he went window shopping. From swords, arrows, and other weapons holding mana to armor, there was nothing that was missing. The problem was 300 million won. Each piece was priced outrageously high. Yi Hyun couldn't even try to buy anything with the amount of money he had. "Even if I use all the money I have, I wouldn't be able to buy a single A-rank item. Of course, 50 million won isn't a small amount of money, but if it's like this, I won't be able to get high-ranked equipment unless I obtain it myself." It couldn't be helped. Even so, the number of equipment and magical tools a raider could use could be counted on one hand. From there, the probability of getting one's hand on an item higher than C rank was very low. In particular, the ones above A rank can only be obtained from boss monster drops or appraising unassessed items with low prospects, so the price is that much higher. It's not that I can't understand why it's so expensive. It was at the level that, at the moment, Yi Hyun couldn't think about buying a B-ranked item with the money in his hand, never mind an A-ranked one. Decent B-rank items could easily go for several hundreds of million won, so an A-rank equipment going for several billions of won was normal. But Yi Hyun didn't pay it much heed. From the start, Yi Hyun hadn't planned on purchasing an expensive item. He'd only come to take a look and decide which item he would purchase once he had the money for it. In all respects, he looked more relaxed than worried. "I truly realized from clearing the dungeon this time, I can now take care of E-ranked and D-ranked dungeons by myself without too much trouble." Yi Hyun nodded slightly. Some time ago, he had defeated the C-rank boss Night Shade in the Helheim dungeon. Even among C-rank bosses, the Night Shade ranked pretty high up. If he sold the drops, he would probably get more than 1 billion won. 3. In the country, the fraction of raiders who can defeat bosses C-rank and above is around 5%. Even among Milla's graduates, it could be recorded in the middle and upper ranks. Although it hadn't been that long since his return to the past, Yi Hyun had succeeded in becoming a part of that tier by defeating the Night Shade. Of course, the system was of great help. The Nornir system had been giving Yi Hyun quests to help him actively grow stronger. For example, the first quest he got gave him a blank card for simply recovering his health points, and in his encounter with Hel, he received a new skill for clearing her trial. All of this was probably to make Yi Hyun quickly grow into his role as the adversary. "It's fortunate that we are currently making use of each other," but Yi Hyun thought for a moment. Right now, the gods against the Aesir were helping him grow stronger since they had something they wanted from him. But what if he lost his use? What would happen then? Jaehyeon gulped and analyzed his situation objectively. They can throw me away at any time. I have to get stronger quickly, enough so that even the system can't touch me. Jaehyeon decided to grow powerful enough that even they would think twice before going against him. And defeating the Night Shade this time was the first step toward that goal. Now that I think about it, I still haven't checked the items I got from clearing the dungeon. Because the past 2 days had been so busy, Jaehyeon hadn't had the time for it. Since it would take quite a bit of time until he was issued an ID to use at the black market either way, he didn't pay much attention to the loot. But now that he remembered, he became curious about the performance of the items. Expectant, his eyes navigated through the system's window and opened his inventory. Let's check the first one, shall we? Equipment item. Name, Shadow Armor. Rating, be the armor that protected the Night Shade. When equipped, the user gains the skill Stealth. Effects: 1. Physical and magic defense plus 102 acquires the active skill Stealth. Active skill, name, Stealth rank B stat. Completely hides the user from enemy senses for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. If the enemy uses the detection skill, the use time shrinks to 1 minute. Reading the skill's information, Jaehyeon smiled elatedly. Nice. A B rank armor goes for at least several billions of won. Plus, the active skill Stealth, it's famous for its usefulness. The shadow armor which he got from the Night Shade had better options than Jaehyeon initially expected. The active skill it came with played a special role in that. Normally, equipment above B rank had a low probability of coming with a skill attached. The chance of finding such an item was only around 2%. But his first boss item drop had a skill attached. My start's pretty good, huh? Now the next is what he checked after that was the Night Shade's core. It didn't have much information and merely stated that it contained a concentrated amount of mana. Normally, core items are sent to research centers where magic tools are researched to generate a mana field. Since he was going to sell it anyway, Jaehyeon quickly skimmed through the information before checking the last item. The one he was most curious about among the three was a title which did not appear in the Aesir system. Title. Name, the one who overcame the first trial rank. Be title given to the adversary who completes the first trial given by Hell. All stats plus 10 fuck. A few people passing by frowned and turned around at Jaehyeon's words, but he couldn't help it. It was an item that increased all stats. It would be stranger if he wasn't in awe. This is probably another trick from the Nornir system. Mimir, I don't know what he's playing at, but I should receive it gratefully for now. The corners of Jaehyeon's lips went up. When he first returned to the past, the X-ranked passive skill One Watched by the Gods, which increased all stats, helped him grow stronger at a much faster rate than other people. But to think that he got another item that could increase all his stats on top of that, wasn't that like adding wings to his growth rate? Jaehyeon thought about it. Until recently, nothing ever went this smoothly. Originally, before regression, Jaehyeon was extremely unlucky. But he could really feel that he'd become insanely lucky recently, manifesting the detection skill at the right time at the magic shopping district, easily obtaining a difficult-to-get item just like now. Jaehyeon assumed that all of this was related to the Nornir system, from when he gained Odin's Lost Eye at the beginning all the way up to now. The gods against the Aesir, including Mimir, were giving him items and skills to help him quickly grow stronger. Okay, that's all good. Items and skills are all good. They're all good, but he was seized by a single worrisome detail. He crossed his arms and sighed with an uneasy expression. None of the weapon items suit me is the thing. The other day, as Yu Sung-yoon was teaching him, she told him that an ordinary magician raider's equipment did not suit him. Jaehyeon had also felt that punching with his fists was more familiar to him than waving a staff around. I've managed until now with mana weapon since it's a skill that assists physical attacks, but how should I move forward? He couldn't just use items meant for warriors. If both magician and warrior equipment did not fit him, he would just have to find another way. Really this is a bit of a conundrum. Even if it's fine in low-ranking dungeons, it would be difficult to fight in a high-ranking one without a weapon. Even an item that would increase my magic would be fine. As Jaehyeon was thinking so wooing, what's this? He heard a mysterious vibrating noise. It wasn't coming from his smartphone. Jaehyeon furrowed his brow. Is this a system alert? Just as he was thinking that, together with the mysterious vibration, he heard a system notification. Odin's Lost Eye is resonating with an unappraised item. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. The system was leading him somewhere. The destination was the shop window right in front of where he was standing. Inside the shop, he could see an unappraised item hanging on the wall. Jaehyeon's intuition was telling him that was the item resonating with Odin's Lost Eye. He hurried into the shop. Woo-woong. As he got closer, the vibration from the system started to become more intense. Wanting to check the item, Jaehyeon talked to the shop employee. "Hello, I would like to take a look at that item." "Oh yes, just a moment please," a robotic answer was given. The female employee didn't seem very happy to see Jaehyeon. Oh well. He was a pretty young customer, and he wanted to take a look at an unappraised item that was hard to sell. It was truthfully difficult to avoid feeling annoyed in such a situation. A moment later, she brought the item and put it down in front of Jaehyeon. "Here it is. But this item is unappraised and there's a problem with it, so I don't really recommend buying it." "What kind of problem?" "Although it's an unappraised item, appraisal skills don't work on it. That's why it's sold in such a state. You have to keep that in mind if you wish to buy it. An unappraised item that couldn't be appraised." It was honestly an antique that couldn't be made sense of. As he had experienced at Rienu, unappraised items were a very big gamble. If you did well, it would be great. If you failed, you would be throwing money away. It was a very addicting gamble. But would there be a person who would buy a lottery ticket that didn't have the possibility of winning? It was also a bit strange that such an item was being sold in a shop at a department store. Plus, it's being sold at quite a high price of 50 million won. I personally wouldn't recommend it. The salesgirl seemed to think that Jaehyeon wouldn't buy this item. On the other hand, Jaehyeon fell into deep thought. Just looking at it, it seems like a scammer brought the item in, but the system is reacting to it quite strongly. What the hell is this? Although he was worried, Jaehyeon had already made up his mind. Thinking about it, the system had not failed him even once. The price of the unappraised item was exactly how much he had left. Should I buy this or should I not, as he was worrying over something that was already decided? Wooing. The vibration became fiercer, and an item information window popped up together with the system alert. The skill detection has been invoked automatically. Appraising the item equipment, item Misteltane has been successfully appraised. Chapter 27, A United Front Part 2 Clank. As the swords collided, sparks flew in different directions. The two who were sparring were trying to find each other's blind spots in the hopes of winning. But one side was leading the spar. The moment their blades first met, the winner had been decided. There was a huge difference in ability between the two. Of course, both had known this fact already. They were simply doing their best in this spar. As expected, Cadet On Ho Yeon is in the lead. Even though his opponent is 2 years older and a graduate of Milla's academy, there is such a gap. He really deserves to be called Wonder Kid, exactly. Jeong Ho Cheol didn't do too badly in the spar either, but one really can't win against someone blessed with talent. Well, he's the first cadet predicted to be an S-ranker in quite a while. The data analysts gathered at the sparring grounds shared their opinions for a moment. Although it was a spar between An Ho Yeon, who was still a prospective cadet at Milla's academy, and Jeong Ho Cheol, who was about to graduate, people were unexpectedly gathered here with much interest. The reason was simple. One of the people in the spar, An Ho Yeon, was quite famous. There was no one as famous in the media. A combat genius expected to be another S-rank raider in Korea. According to the figures released to the media, he recorded a 92 in the warrior aptitude test as a middle schooler, breaking Korea's own record. Adding to that his height and handsome appearance, there was no need to talk about his commercial value. Clang, clack, clack, the two continued to spar. With a trembling hand holding onto his sword, Jeong Ho Cheol whispered in a low voice so others couldn't hear him. "Hey, can't you stop with this much and let me win? If I lose here, what would happen to my reputation as a senior? Will you also make such excuses as you fight with monsters? If you have time to say such things, you should practice more. Don't think about taking it easy." An Ho Yeon put more force into the hand holding his sword and pushed Jeong Ho Cheol back with it. It was a rough and honest reply that implied he had no plans to take it easy on his senior. Clank. Parrying the blow with his sword, An Ho Yeon quickly put his blade against the staggering Jeong Ho Cheol's neck. At a speed that was hard to believe came from a student with no formal training, it was a powerful attack that would be difficult without outstanding strength and dexterity stats. Jeong Ho Cheol couldn't do anything even as he stared at the sword flying toward him. He could only stare at An Ho Yeon with resentment. Cold sweat flowed down Jeong Ho Cheol's back. Damn, this is way too fast. Jeong Ho Cheol gave up on counterattacking and stood in his spot devastated due to the horizontal slashes executed at a dizzying speed. An Ho Yeon was a monster. He was someone with overwhelming talent. On the other hand, Jeong Ho Cheol was born with merely a bit of talent. Swoosh. The sword shot through the air like an arrow, seemingly bending, and quickly came to a stop right at Jeong Ho Cheol's neck. Just before stabbing into his neck, a system alert rang to announce the end of the spar. The battle has ended. The winner is Cadet An Ho Yeon. Right after the end of the spar, the evaluator and data analyst showed pleased expressions. An Ho Yeon, however, didn't show a sliver of happiness or joy. He took off the safety gear he was wearing and hung it carelessly. Then he walked toward a man who had been waiting for him. The man spoke first. "You did well." "Thank you, father," An Ho Yeon replied in an emotionless voice. His father, On Seok-gu, was no different. Although they were father and son, they didn't have a very close relationship, and it showed, especially in conversations like these. On Seok-gu scanned the SPAR's system analysis sheet he'd just gotten and spoke. "Don't get excited. This was an obvious win, I know." On Ho-yeon frowned slightly but didn't reply further. He removed the electrodes that were stuck to his body. It was a kind of device that recorded biosignals and was something that could record the movement patterns of a raider. In other words, it could be seen as an auxiliary method of detecting a cadet's weakness and habits to help them fight more accurately. An Seok-gu crossed his arms and stared at An Ho-yeon with a dark expression. To become an S-rank raider, you must win against such opponents easily. You were born with one-of-a-kind talent. You have to work hard to raise our family to a higher status. You understand what I mean, right? I'm going to go take a shower first. Let's talk later. Bowing his head, An Ho-yeon left the sparring ground and stood in front of the shower room. Shwea, the water from the shower head dampened his bright hair. And Ho-yeon let out a small sigh as he glanced at his messed-up hair. When did things start to become like this? But he didn't have the time to think about it too deeply. He had planned to go to the Raider department store with his dad soon to buy some things. He quickly showered and changed his clothes. His father's words were unpleasant, as always. Equipment, item, weapon, name, mistletoe rating. B. Growth type, the mistletoe branch that ended the life of Odin's son, Baldur, grows alongside its user and contains an immeasurable amount of magic. Effect, physical and magic attack plus 150, acquire the passive skill Mana Perception. Level required to equip 30 passive skill. Name, Mana Perception rank, a stat, raises the user's ability to detect mana to the highest possible extent, allows one to see mana threads, and greatly increases the user's sensitivity to mana. As he read the description for the item and skill, Jaehyeon held his chin for a moment. Is this the mistletoe from Norse mythology? Jaehyeon thought for a moment. The mistletoe that appeared in Norse mythology was something created from a branch of mistletoe that ended the life of Baldur, Odin's son. Ending the life of the god loved by all, it was an item that could be said to be cursed. To think that this item would be obtained by Jaehyeon, who was chosen to be the adversary of the Aesir. Is this another trick by the Nornir system? He didn't believe he found mistletoe by chance. The fact that the item had resonated with Odin's lost eye and was acquired by him, the adversary of the Aesir, heavily implied a connection. It was the weapon that led to the cause of the battle between the Aesir and their enemies Ragnarok. This meant that Jaehyeon getting mistletoe now had a deep connection with the gods. The enemies of the Aesir, Mimir, and the Nornir system probably wanted Jaehyeon to go against the Aesir with this item. He wasn't sure, but if he followed the myth, there was a possibility that was what they wanted. Apart from that, the item was so excellent that it was almost too good to be true, possessing a passive skill that increases mana sensitivity and allows him to see mana threads. Even looking at the item objectively, there was nothing that would make him want to throw it away. Do you still wish to purchase the item? The salesperson asked nervously. Spending so much time on one person meant that she couldn't take care of other customers when she didn't even think that Jaehyeon would spend so much money on such a suspicious item. At this Raider department store, spending a lot of time with someone who seemingly wouldn't buy anything was not ideal. But looking at her expression, Jaehyeon quickly nodded his head and said, "I'll buy it," with a check card. The balance should be enough. Yes, of course you want. Then wait, what? You want to buy this item? The eyes of the salesperson who had been answering absent-mindedly widened, and her expression changed to one of shock. Of course, 50 million won was a small amount that couldn't even buy an item above C rank. But even so, there shouldn't be any reason to make a gamble worth 50 million won. Is this the hobby of a rich family's young master? No matter how I look at him, he doesn't seem to be a third generation of a chaebol family one. The impression Jaehyeon gave off was quite normal, but to burn 50 million won on such a gamble. However, she didn't show any of her thoughts on the outside. She was a salesperson, and if there was a customer who wanted to buy an item, that was it. There was no reason she had to take responsibility for what would happen afterwards. I understand. I'll go wrap up the item then, please wait a moment. Bowing towards Jaehyeon, the salesperson moved to the back with the item. Jaehyeon hummed in delight as he watched her leave. He had gotten a great item unexpectedly. Mistletoe is a growth-type item that evolves along with its owner. It's not something that's easy to obtain. Plus, it's an item the Nornir system and Odin's lost eye led me to. There shouldn't be a loss. Although 50 million won was a large amount to him at the moment, this would be worth it in the future. After entering Milla's academy, Jaehyeon would grow much quicker. Plenty of formidable enemies incomparably stronger than the Nightshade had been prepared as goddamn events at the academy. One wouldn't have to worry about money if they could get a decent grade from those events. In addition, he'd been worrying about not having a weapon. There was no reason for him not to buy an item that would increase both his physical and magic attack power. The only problem now is what type of weapon this will be. There was a big chance that Misteltein was a gift from the Nornir system. Would that make this a magic-type weapon? Fortunately, perhaps since it was an item given by the system, it could be equipped without a lot of requirements. There was only a level requirement. However, there was a limit to what he could see with the detection skill. For example, he couldn't see what it looked like / merely read about what kind of skill and effects it had. So Jaehyeon had no idea what kind of weapon it actually was. It could be a sword, bow, or staff, or something totally different. Well, there's probably no reason for me to think too much about it. It probably wouldn't take Jaehyeon a long time to reach level 30, but since there was still some time before then, he concluded that he didn't have to worry about it just yet. "Here's your item, sir." The salesperson, who had finished wrapping and ringing up the item, handed Jaehyeon a paper bag. Since the item wasn't that big, she seemed to have wrapped it up swiftly. "Now that I've bought everything I wanted, I should head home." Leaving the shop, Jaehyeon planned to start heading home. Most of the things he had bought were to be delivered to his home, so the only thing he was carrying was Misteltein. "I got everything I came here for. I should go back and check to see if I missed anything." Just as Jaehyeon was about to head home, while thinking so, an ear-piercing scream caused Jaehyeon's heart to skip a beat. "Kaya, save me, monsters, goblins have appeared." The continuous screams started to spread in the department store and nearby alleys. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. What's happening? Are there monsters? Jaehyeon calmly took in the people's reactions as he quickly scanned his surroundings. He could see frightened people running into the building. "It seems like something's happened outside. I should go check it out." He quickly poured a bit of mana into his legs and jumped over the crowd pushing into the building. Jaehyeon focused on his hearing as he looked for the source of the screams. The area where the screams came from was the alley connected to the department store's rear entrance. Jaehyeon swiftly headed outside. He soon arrived at the alley, and what came into his sight was dozens of goblins attacking innocent bystanders. Jaehyeon bit his lip. "I can't take care of so many enemies by myself. If I use force, I might be able to take care of most of them, but a few will surely be able to escape." He started to analyze the situation as he gathered his mana. If even a single one escapes, there will be civilian casualties. What should I do? Even if he wanted to use the terrain against the goblins, this place was too open. Although it was an alley, it was directly connected to the downtown area. Realistically, in these days where manpower was sorely lacking, it would take at least 2 hours for the raiders sent by the government to arrive. And if the dungeon break was left as is, the corpses that would appear could fill a truck. Jaehyeon hurriedly studied his surroundings, hoping to find someone who could support him. And at that moment, a small exclamation left Jaehyeon's lips. A boy came into Jaehyeon's sight as he looked around, a boy around the same age as him with a robust physique and handsome appearance. That guy is An Ho-yeon. He was a prospective cadet at Milla's academy, same as Jaehyeon, and was a genius born in Korea with great potential as a warrior. Instantly, numerous ideas started to run through Jaehyeon's mind. Soon after, he came up with the best strategy to solve the current situation. A smile started to appear on Jaehyeon's face. An Ho-yeon right after Lee Yi sang things aren't going too badly. He planned to make good use of An Ho-yeon. Chapter 28, A United Front Part 3. Near the department store Jaehyeon had been shopping at a moment ago, An Seok-gu and An Ho-yeon could be seen browsing through items. "This and this one and that one as well. Please wrap all of them up. Do we need to buy that much?" As An Seok-gu picked a lot of items, Ho-yeon asked with a worried expression. Their family was recently doing very well financially, so he felt worried since the money that was earned was all being spent on himself. But Seok-gu simply nodded with no regard to his worry. "Everything will be of use to you. You mustn't think it's a waste. Besides, you will be earning double this money after a while. If you become an S-rank raider, this much will be nothing. Even so, you're having a hard time because of me. Mother is also having difficulties. That's for me to worry about. Don't let it bother you, just focus on training." That was what An Seok-gu had said, but he didn't look concerned in the least. Ho-yeon sighed and bowed his head powerlessly. "Father regards me as a tool. A tool that would be thrown away if it doesn't become an S-rank raider. Must I continue to live like this in the future?" He knew that he shouldn't be thinking such thoughts. But what could he do when his resolve kept weakening? From the moment his father found out he had talent as a raider, he was forced to train. At first, it was fine. He was a ray of light to a family that was dirt poor. His mother was elated when she found out that he had talent as a raider. However, it wasn't like that now. He couldn't remember why he wanted to become a raider anymore. He was simply living a life of robotically training repeatedly. It had been a long time since he lost all his noble goals and values. Nowadays, praise from others simply goes in one ear and comes out the other. How many more years did he have to keep training and crossing swords with others before this kind of life ended? An Ho-yeon probably wouldn't be able to escape from this life until he took his last breath as a raider. If so, what did it mean to be a raider? Was it simply someone who hunted monsters and stole treasure from dungeons? No. That was all wrong. Raiders were people who helped others. It was a noble profession wherein they helped people in crises and saved lives. But nowadays, people considered raiders to be idols who played with death. Appearing on TV laughing and chattering, not wanting to enter low-level dungeons that didn't earn them a lot of money. Were these people who were desperately running after money truly raiders? I know, my current thoughts are too immature. An Ho-yeon understood how things were. Nothing in this world moved without money. That fact didn't change even in the present world where monsters had appeared. Father ill come back after resting for a moment. The training from yesterday seems to have tired me out a bit. Okay, ill finish up quickly and go back, wait somewhere close to the station. Okay, An Seok-gu nodded his head. Although he had yelled at his son yesterday, the opponent was still a cadet about to graduate from Milla's academy. Not being tired would be stranger. Bowing his head as if to a stranger, Ho-yeon left. Walking down the shabby roads by the shop and going inside a little bit, he could see a fountain. We used to come here often before Mom got sick. Of course, the past he was reminiscing on was more than 10 years ago. It was before his mother had to be hospitalized. At the time, An Ho-yeon was still young and reckless. I was really happy back then. Those words had come from the bottom of his heart. In the past, even though he didn't receive this much attention from others, he was happy. But what about now? Look over there. Isn't that An Ho-yeon? Ah, that combat genius. I didn't think I'd see him at a place like this. Although he had adapted to the flashes of the camera, he was already like a monkey at a zoo. No, he felt he had become an existence even lower than that. He was judged not as an object of envy but as one of utility. I still have to spend 3 years at Milla's academy. More arduous training is probably waiting for me there. Will I be able to do well with this kind of mindset? As he sighed while worrying, Kaya, help. Please, anyone's fine, please just save me. It's a monster. A monster's appeared. An Ho-yeon's whole body trembled. Demonic creatures. Does this mean that demonic creatures had appeared in the middle of the city? No way, a dungeon break. Dungeon breaks occurred when a dungeon was not cleared and the time limit expired. Such an explanation might not indicate how serious it was, but a dungeon break tossed all the monsters in said dungeon out. This neighborhood was a downtown area, a place filled with plenty of civilians. It'll take quite a while before the raiders from the government arrive. If left alone, the civilians on this street, I have to go there right away. If his father were here, he would have surely tried to stop him, saying that it was a fight with no reward and that he wouldn't be able to take part in the Milla's enrollment event coming up in a few days if he got injured here. But An Ho-yeon didn't want to run from this fight. He wanted acknowledgement, he wanted reassurance, on why he was currently trying to become a raider, on whether his determination from his childhood was still valid. Tujudu, after running in haste for about 2 minutes. At an out-of-the-way alley connected to downtown, he encountered dozens of goblins surrounding the area. With green skin and sharp canines, dozens of red eyes turned to An Ho-yeon simultaneously. Ho-yeon's heart thumped in his chest. What should I do? At the same time, unexpected words fell from his lips in a shaky voice. My body isn't moving. He had wanted acknowledgement for his existence. So he came here even though he knew it was dangerous. But now that he was actually here, his body wasn't moving in this dangerous situation. What on earth was happening? However, Ho-yeon already knew what it was. I am scared. His body couldn't move due to fear. Although he had sparred with several cadets from the academy, this was the first time he actually saw a monster. It would be stranger if he wasn't scared. But of course, he couldn't have expected things to this point. The situation was too sudden, and he had been filled with confidence that he could defeat the monsters. Subconsciously, he thought he would have no difficulty in taking care of low-level monsters. Karuk, however, he had been completely wrong. His unmoving legs were proof of it. Flinching, An Ho-yeon trembled. A few of the goblins who met his gaze started to run towards him. With legs that were scared stiff even without the recent development, Ho-yeon tried to move as his whole body was shaking. Move, please move. He could see goblins waving the swords in their hands as they headed towards him. Ho-yeon finally succeeded in moving, but it stopped at merely taking a few steps back. Simultaneously, a despondent cry fell from his lips. Fuck. At last, just as a goblin flashing teeth dyed red was about to strike pow. A loud sound of collision was followed by the figure of a guy wavered into his line of sight. An Ho-yeon's pupils dilated. With a face as handsome as his own, the boy who saved him was about half a span shorter than him and seemed a lot weaker, but he was fighting against the monsters by himself. Reaper Scan's translator Rainapup proofreader lies is that lightning chain. What on earth is happening right now? An Ho-yeon couldn't believe what he was seeing. Normally, when a dungeon break like this occurred, warrior raiders were first assigned rather than magician raiders. Magicians had trouble quickly defeating monsters since incanting in a rush was difficult, and if several didn't gather together, their power would drastically decrease. But what the hell was this guy in front of his eyes? Although he was a magician, he was incanting at a rapid pace and killing monsters left and right. A guy who looked around his age was able to do such a thing. Of course, just in terms of attack power, magic is stronger than combat. But incanting always holds magicians back in a fast-paced situation like an actual fight. But for that guy, there's almost no casting delay. Is this really possible? BZZZZZT. The chain flowing with lightning was floating around Jaehyeon as it killed the monsters. With a loud bang, the goblins' heads exploded one after another. Cleaning up the monsters on the street took about a minute. Jaehyeon walked toward An Ho-yeon without letting his guard down. Tag, okay, now that we're done playing freeze tag, you should also help. And you are? Now isn't the time for that. You're a warrior, right? I need your help. At Jaehyeon's words, Ho-yeon thought for a moment. What kind of help could he give to such a powerful guy? But the rest of his words were enough to make An Ho-yeon move. It would be difficult for me to take care of all the goblins alone like this. I need the skill taunt. Quickly nodding his head, Ho-yeon stood behind Jaehyeon and gathered his mana. No matter how strong Jaehyeon was, it didn't mean that he had eyes on the back of his head. If a few goblins escaped from here, the streets would quickly run with blood. The other guy had planned up to that point and came to him to ask him to use the taunt skill. That meant that there was no reason to hesitate. The reason he came here was also to stop the death of innocent passers-by. An Ho-yeon nodded his head as he looked at Jaehyeon. If I can be of help. Active skill taunting roar has been activated. Monsters in a 50 million radius are watching you. 30% of magic and physical attack damage has decreased. The moment he activated the skill, a red light started to wrap around An Ho-yeon's body. Jaehyeon smiled as he watched Ho-yeon activate his skill. As expected of An Ho-yeon, he really has great talent as a warrior. An Ho-yeon had quickly gathered his mana and activated Taunting Roar, a skill that made him the focus of all monsters within a 50 million radius of himself. Jaehyeon carefully observed the path of the approaching monsters. Remember, we can't allow these things to go to the square. Yes, contrary to his petrified expression a moment ago, An Ho-yeon was now filled with confidence. Although he was still sweating and his legs were still shaking, his posture was quite all right. That was probably what talent was. Jaehyeon suddenly realized how important luck was in life. Those who didn't have anything kept being poor, and those who were rich continued to increase their worth. This was the life humans experienced after the Yggdrasil rose and monsters appeared. And he was someone who had the interest of a god at the highest peak of that luck. Let's go then. At Jaehyeon's words, An Ho-yeon quickly took out a shield from his inventory and equipped it. Yeah, this is what a raider is. What I have to do is save people. It was the moment a bright light shone from An Ho-yeon's melancholic face. Chapter 29, A United Front Part 4. Cooperating with each other to save lives, Min, Jaehyeon, and An Ho-yeon started to hunt the monsters. When Ho-yeon provoked the enemy, Jaehyeon killed them with his spells, and when Jaehyeon led by blocking a monster with a chain, Ho-yeon crushed them. This kind of pattern repeated continuously. Jaehyeon spoke with a calm expression. 4 remaining opponents, let's finish this quickly. At Jaehyeon's words, Ho-yeon nodded and quickly used Taunting Roar once more. Jaehyeon could not but admire his capability. Just how much mana did he have that he could use such a high-level skill continuously? For a cadet who hadn't gone to Milla's yet, An Ho-yeon's mana capacity was rather enormous. A talented person really is different. But his mindset is as weak as I've heard. As they continued to fight, Jaehyeon recalled Ho-yeon's pale face from a moment ago, frightened by the goblin attack. Even before he returned to the past, An Ho-yeon was unable to reach the top ranks, although he had great potential and talent. His weak mentality had held him back. As a result, even though An Ho-yeon could have grown much stronger, he was stunted as a B-rank raider. But if I can bring him to my side, I can change that. Jaehyeon purposely approached An Ho-yeon with a plan to bring him over to his side. Personal connections. In this world where the law of the jungle is everything, nothing is more important than personal connections. A weak temperament. He just had to crush it. Even before he returned to the past, Jaehyeon had a good grasp on how to socialize. He'd previously also managed to slowly persuade Li Yi-sang over to his side after all. Even before then, there were many times wherein Jaehyeon brought people who he didn't get along with over to his side, never mind convincing such a weak person. Moreover, Jaehyeon knew how dangerous Milla's academy was. It was impossible to succeed there alone. Milla's was a place Jaehyeon had to pass through to become a strong raider, but at the same time, it was the most dangerous place he could go. As he was organizing his thoughts, Ho-yeon glanced at Jaehyeon and hurriedly yelled, "Behind, I have it covered." Jaehyeon smirked as he struck the heart of a goblin attacking him from behind. A single blow was all it took. Jaehyeon cleanly pierced the demonic creature's heart with no unnecessary movements. An Ho-yeon stared at Jaehyeon with an expression of shock. What on earth is that guy? How can he manifest such a move? Dazed by Jaehyeon, Ho-yeon promptly turned his head. Soon after they finished taking care of all the goblins on the street. You did good, I am Min Jaehyeon, I am An Ho-yeon. A moment later. The raiders dispatched by the government association arrived. They took the two statements and asked in disbelief. Are you really okay? I am a bit uncomfortable due to the bloody smell, but no, that's not what I meant. I am asking if you have any injuries. No, as you can see. Park Kyung-hoon, a C-ranked warrior dispatched to the area, scratched his head with his ballpen. A moment ago, when they were contacted at the association, the situation was still dire. A dungeon break had occurred, and dozens of goblins had run out, turning the streets into a wasteland. As a result, Hyuho was waiting to get off work, received the order to quickly dispatch to this area. That was surely what had happened. Damn. I don't know how to report this to the higher-ups. He couldn't believe it at all. The two students in front of him seemed to be maybe high schoolers, but these two somehow defeated almost 30 goblins by themselves. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed it to be true. Hadn't he also quickly gathered his team to come here as soon as he received the mission from his superiors? No matter how hard I look, it seems there really are no injuries. Yes, I am completely fine. So it seems, but did the two of you really kill all of those monsters scattered there? As a matter of fact, I wanted to talk about that. Jaehyeon didn't seem at all nervous as he spoke to Park Kyung-hoon. Park Kyung-hoon tilted his head as he saw Jaehyeon smiling at him. Just like Raider Park Kyung-hoon, no one would believe that we killed all these goblins ourselves. So you should take all the credit. What? Park Kyung-hoon blinked slowly and looked at the boy in front of him, who continued to appear calm. Kyung-hoon quickly replied with a slightly bewildered expression. But that's clearly against Raider Law Article 21. You're saying that in case any of the CCTVs here are working, I assume. Earlier, Jaehyeon had intentionally destroyed all the CCTVs in the vicinity while fighting, reckoning this situation would happen and hoping to make use of it. That's in the air was the tone of someone very skilled in dealing with people. Jaehyeon was used to these kinds of conversations. It was one of the few skills he learned when he worked as a raider in the past. Think about it. If you deliver the report that all these goblins were taken care of without missing a single one, wouldn't Raider Park Kyung-hoon's promotion come a bit quicker? How do you know about things like that too? This kid, he's an unusual one. Park Kyung-hoon realized this intuitively. The kid in front of him was much more cunning and insightful than he thought. But how does such a young student know so much about the detailed inner workings of the National Raiders Association? To begin with, how did he defeat all of these monsters? There were several unknowns, but Park Kyung-hoon stayed true to his ambitions. Okay, then what is it that I have to do for you? You're easy to talk to. A slight smile appeared on Jaehyeon's face. Even as Park Kyung-hoon was suspicious of him, he planned to make use of this situation. Not missing the chance, Jaehyeon spoke as he put his hand in his pocket. Please send all the money to this guy's account after selling the goblins' corpses and removing the tax. That is my condition, is that all? Having thought that a bigger reward would be asked, Park Kyung-hoon blinked owlishly. Jaehyeon nodded. Of course, raiders from the association already get a pittance. I can't possibly ask for more. After saying so, Jaehyeon turned around and headed home. But as he did so, An Ho-yeon grabbed him by the shoulder and muttered. Jay, just a moment, what does that mean? You're the one who actually took care of all the goblins a moment ago, so why just take it? I can't do that. An Ho-yeon shook his head. No matter how many difficulties his family had right now due to their finances, this went against his principles. But he couldn't help but freeze up at Jaehyeon's reply. Is it really okay? Don't you need the money for your mother's hospital bills? How did you? At Ho-yeon's words, Jaehyeon smirked. You're a pretty famous kid. An Ho-yeon, the genius prospective raider with a combat aptitude of 92. I saw a documentary about you a few days ago on TV. In all honesty, An Ho-yeon was currently a celebrity that everyone in the country knew. From a very young age, he went in and out of different broadcasting stations, and he recently starred in a documentary. The broadcasting stations had recorded it ahead of time so that they could continuously show it on TV once he became an S-rank raider. The documentary that Jaehyeon said he watched was one about An Ho-yeon and his family situation. In it, An Ho-yeon's mother could be seen not doing well, with a scene stating that An Ho-yeon had decided to become a raider because of it. To think that the documentary I'd watched back then would be of help like this. It's a good thing I watched it even if it made me jealous. Jaehyeon smiled internally. Meeting An Ho-yeon now was really good luck. I need to bring him over to my side. If he managed him well, he would become a card of many uses. If he could bring An Ho-yeon over to his side, he planned to make good use of him at Milla's academy. But Ho-yeon had no way of knowing Jaehyeon's dark intentions. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Thank you for the thought, but I don't want your help. I will treat my mother after becoming a raider with my own skills. So if you miss this chance, your mother might die. Jaehyeon's sudden words struck like a dagger to Ho-yeon's heart. Jaehyeon looked at him with pity. Although the words were crude, they were not a lie. Ho-yeon's mother dies right before he becomes a raider. If there was a god of fate, it made one want to ask why they were so cruel to him. On the first day Ho-yeon went to fight as a respectable raider, his mother died in her own fight against her disease. The illness your mother is suffering from is something that can be cured with enough money. I understand how you feel, but it might be too late if you wait. Think about it carefully and decide. Thank you. Ho-yeon bit his lip and bowed deeply. Declining after hearing such words would be immoral and disrespectful. In addition, Ho-yeon truly loved his mother immensely. If his mother and all her love for him suddenly left his side, what would he do? Would he be able to maintain his sanity and continue living? It was why he disliked his father. Even as he spent millions of dollars to make Ho-yeon an S-rank raider, he didn't pay his wife's hospital fees on time. What the hell was fame and money that it made a person so cruel? That was what made Ho-yeon become fed up with the occupation of raiders. However, the boy in front of his eyes was different. With the righteousness and cool-headedness to quickly run over to save people in danger. Along with that unworldly aura, it was as if he was actually meeting the raider he dreamed of being. Ho-yeon felt moved by Jaehyeon's demeanor and actions. Then I'll be leaving first. Jaehyeon left Ho-yeon behind and nodded slightly toward Park Kyung-hoon. Startled at his words, Ho-yeon raised his head. See, could I at least have your contact number? I will pay you back whenever I can. It's fine and you don't have to keep using polite speech. I am the same age as you. We're also both hoping to be raiders and prospective cadets at Milla's Academy, so we should be seeing each other often once school starts. What? Ho-yeon looked at Jaehyeon with a shocked expression. I had a feeling, but we were actually the same age, and he's a raider hopeful like me, but his fighting skills, he simply couldn't believe it. But there was no reason for Jaehyeon to lie about this right now. As if Jaehyeon read his mind, he smiled self-consciously and scratched his cheek. I know what you want to say. If possible, I'd prefer it if you could keep what happened today a secret. There are some things I have to consider. Okay. I'll do that. Ho-yeon nodded his head. It's actually more strange that such a talented person wasn't discovered by the mass media. He really must have his own circumstances. However, the truth was that Jaehyeon just found it burdensome, since it was an excessively worshipful gaze when he only helped to make use of him. A moment later, the two went their separate ways after sharing their contact information. Jaehyeon walked down the main street beside the department store and headed home. On Ho-yeon, since I've analyzed his combat potential, there will be many places where he'd be useful. This was an unexpected harvest. Jaehyeon turned on his phone with a smile and checked the calendar. All preparations are finished. There were 7 days left until the start of Milla's Academy. Jaehyeon was waiting for it after preparing everything as perfectly as he could. It was still fresh in his mind, the terrible event right ahead of him. Chapter 30 Entrance Ceremony. The week went by quickly in his excitement. It was already the day of the Milla's Academy entrance ceremony. After finishing all his preparations, Jaehyeon left home with a slightly nervous expression. Kim Yoo-young was waiting for him in front of his house. They were both going to Milla's Academy, and there was no reason why they had to go separately. Of course, the biggest reason Yoo-young wanted to go together with Jaehyeon was her lack of a sense of direction, but Jaehyeon decided not to mention it. It was a new start after all. There was no reason for him to argue and tire himself out. Kim Yoo-young smiled brightly as she saw Jaehyeon, who came out right on time. She even had makeup on, making her face slightly paler and her cheeks a bit red. She probably did so to make a better first impression on others. You're not late today, let's go. Okay, he replied calmly, standing beside Yoo-young when she asked worriedly. Auntie is really worried about you, isn't she? Yeah. You know she often gets upset easily. As Jaehyeon talked to Yoo-young, he recalled his mother's face. For the past few days before he had to leave, Lee Seon-hwa had kept worrying about her son and reminding him to be careful. Jaehyeon had told her not to get distressed, but Lee Seon-hwa couldn't help her heavy heart. There were several reasons for it. First, Milla's Academy was located in Daegu, which was several kilometers away from Seoul. Daegu was the very first city in Korea in which monsters rampaged. It was a land of death where it wouldn't be strange for monsters to rush out at any moment. Of course, that was also the reason prospective cadets could freely train without concerns, but it didn't change the fact that it was a dangerous place. Second, Milla's Academy cadets must all live in the dormitory. They who were no longer called students but cadets instead, had to work hard to become raiders while following strict regulations, and they experienced many hardships at this stage of their journey. This was something many had trouble adjusting to since they were used to going right home after school. Third, several accidents happened at Milla's academy every year, and there were also those who lost their lives. It was no different from the incidents that kept occurring during military service in the past. After all, it was a place where hundreds of awakeners were gathered. To say that there were no mishaps would be a blatant lie. It was especially so when I was attending. Jaehyeon let out a small sigh as he recalled his past. Back then, he had lived through all the trouble somehow, but would he be able to do the same this time? Jaehyeon looked at Kim Yoo-young's face as she walked beside him for a moment before turning away. They arrived at the station to take the portal instead of the train that had stopped running due to the monsters. A woman, seemingly an employee, asked them after a slight bow, "Hello, where do you plan to go?" "Ah, we are planning to go to Daegu. You must be Raider hopefuls then, I understand. If you show me your student ID, you can use the portal without any other fees." Academy cadets and active raiders were important assets to the country. As a result, they received a lot of different benefits, and using the portals for free was one of them. Additionally, there were several other benefits, like getting an 80% discount on hospital fees and the extreme reduction in any costs related to government institutions and their facilities. Here, Kim Yoo-young showed the employee her student ID first. When Jaehyeon also showed his student ID, she smiled brightly and bowed her head. "Thank you for your continuous effort. Now please come this way." The greeting at the beginning was a kind of custom, a greeting of thanks to the raiders who fought on the front lines and kept civilians safe. An event started by a celebrity on TV through SNS became a part of reality in that manner. "VRRRRR, it's in here." The employee pointed to the blue crystal as she spoke. This crystal was a portal stone with coordinates recorded to it. It could be considered an experimental product of an attempt at inventing the warp stone that Park Sung-yi had given him before. Its price could thus easily go over several tens of billions. FZZZZT. When he placed his hand on the portal stone, a strange sensation that was both hot and cold wrapped around his body. A warp stone forcefully sucked a body through a part of the mana field and instantly transported it to the recorded coordinates. It made one extremely dizzy, so most didn't really like using it. As a result, Yoo-young was stuck behind Jaehyeon because she didn't want to take it first. After watching Jaehyeon use the portal and thinking for a moment, Kim Yoo-young closed her eyes tightly and pushed her own body through the portal. A moment later, after the slight motion sickness that accompanied the use of the portal disappeared, the two saw that they had arrived at the destroyed city of Daegu. Collapsed buildings were seen on the streets, and the weed growing in the gaps was different from what they were used to. One could say that it was like a city destroyed and abandoned after a nuclear war in a science fiction movie. Looking around, there were already several people gathered in the ravaged city. There were also some familiar faces among them. One such example was the muscular man in front who was directing the students, Instructor Kim Seok-gi. It's really been a long time. Although it was a familiar face, Jaehyeon was not at all happy to see him. Back when he was attending Milla's academy before returning to the past, the one who taught the beginner endurance class was Instructor Kim Seok-gi. He was someone who gave severe criticism while using hardcore training methods like making you run around the whole field until you felt like you were dying or making you hang from a cliff for up to an hour. Kim Seok-gi looked back and forth between Kim Yoo-young and Jaehyeon and asked, "Are you freshmen at Milla's academy?" "Yes, please get on the bus over here. We will leave at the scheduled time." It was a brusque instruction. The two got on the bus with their heads bowed low and scanned the interior. Jaehyeon saw many familiar faces of people who'd made a name for themselves before he regressed, but even amongst them, there was one who especially caught his eye. It was Seona, a genius born with a magic aptitude of 92 and someone who became an S-rank raider representing the country. Such a person was currently sitting by a window nervously, playing with her phone. It seems she's not the type to talk a lot. She's exactly like she was on TV. Feeling a gaze on her, Seona met Jaehyeon's eye for a moment. Her face turned red in an instant and she looked away abruptly, fixing her eyes back on her phone. "What are you doing? Aren't you going in?" Kim Yoo-young, who followed after him, asked as he stood still. "Oh yeah." After answering her, he continued to walk toward the back of the bus. Seona felt someone stealing a glance at her. The two sat in their seats and waited. They each read the Milla's Academy guidebook and observed the faces of all the students who had followed them onto the bus. And when the clock finally struck 9, Instructor Kim Seok-gi got on the bus himself. "Fortunately, everyone got here just fine. We will get going now. As we make our way to the academy, read the guidebook one more time and ask if you are curious about anything." Freezing at the instructor's stiff tone, the atmosphere in the bus became colder. Yoo-young poked Jaehyeon in the side and asked with a worried expression, "By the way, what should we do about that?" "What do you mean by that?" When Jaehyeon replied dryly, Yoo-young glared at him with dull eyes. "What do you mean, what?" Of course, Jaehyeon already knew what she wanted to say even without hearing the words from her. It was about that event, which was one of the largest ones hosted by Milla's Academy and watched by numerous guilds. I've already finished all preparations. Jaehyeon stared out the window, lightly propping his chin up. But his eyes were filled with determination. He had to come first in that event no matter what. Reaper scans translator Rainipup proofreader lies the cadets who got off the bus arrived at the school gate and headed for the auditorium. They were waiting for the chairman Gu Yaoen's speech there. There was still 10 minutes before the expected time of 10 o'clock for the speech. The magician cadets including Kim Yu-young and Jaehyeon were standing in rows to the right, while warrior cadets like An Ho-yeon were to the left. The instructors standing among the nervous cadets were observing everything with wide eyes. It was to prepare for any unexpected outbreaks. As they were waiting, the mumbling voices of the cadets started to get louder. Hey, is that him? That genius warrior, An Ho-yeon, Shiva, he's totally a different species than us. Does an aptitude of 92 even make sense? True, he's really good looking though. The topic of the conversation was the face that appeared on TV An Ho-yeon. He was already a genius with a combat aptitude of 92, but he was handsome on top of that. Such interest was expected. And as they talked about An Ho-yeon and deified him, it wasn't such a bad thing for Jaehyeon. Right now, I am An Ho-yeon's savior. If I make good use of this, that guy will be a great card for me at Milla's Academy. Previously, when he had encountered Ho-yeon in the alley, Jaehyeon had saved his life. Unable to move in the face of the goblin's attack, he gave Ho-yeon courage and fought alongside him. Although no one said it, An Ho-yeon probably had deep trust in him as a result. Of course, even if I didn't save him, he wouldn't have died. Jaehyeon smiled slightly. Originally, although An Ho-yeon would be covered in blood, he would have survived. The reason Jaehyeon approached him was only to increase his personal connections. There's still at least 5 years before the downfall of warriors. Until then, if I bring An Ho-yeon along well, I won't be treated coldly even as a magician. Jaehyeon proceeded to move his gaze to the woman standing in front of him with black hair and a mysterious aura. Seoane, seeming introverted, looked around with her arms crossed. Seoane's really pretty though, huh? With a special aura that flowed out of her deep black hair and hazel eyes, she was someone whose name was always on the list of most popular raiders continuously from 2024. But Kim Yu-young had an attractive face too. With a pale complexion, round face, and a thin and healthy body, she had been quite popular even back at school. Well, it wasn't something Jaehyeon had to be caring about now, though. After shaking his head, Jaehyeon recalled the information he had about Seoane and fell into deep contemplation. If I can bring Seoane over to my side as well, the cards I can use would increase, but with that kind of personality, approaching her would be difficult. Although he was a little regretful, there was nothing he could do. With her personality, she would only get suspicious of him if he approached her too much. For now, it was best to just gather information about her from afar. Plus, Jaehyeon currently had cards like Yu Sung-yoon, An Ho-yeon, and Lee Yi-sang in his hands. There was no reason for him to force things. Looking at Jaehyeon staring a hole into Seoane, Yu-young spoke to him in a fed-up tone. Hey, no matter how pretty she is, it's a bit disgusting if you keep looking at her like that. Huh, what are you saying? It's not like that, it's just as Jaehyeon was about to rebut her words, the podium lit up and a familiar voice started to ring out. Good morning, new cadets of Milla's Academy, I am Gu Yaoen. Jaehyeon suddenly frowned fiercely. The chairman had appeared. That's right, that's what this bastard's face looked like. Now I remember. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth as he glared at the chairman. He was hiding by being declared missing in the future, but that man who was looking all virtuous now was the piece of shit that dragged several cadets into hell. He probably wasn't dead even when Jaehyeon returned to the past, likely conspiring with others and keeping up his villainous deeds. Why did Jaehyeon have to overcome so many things back when he first attended Milla's Academy? The reason was standing in front of him. Gu Yaoen, the chairman of Milla's Academy, one of the sources of all that evil. From now on, Jaehyeon had to go against him. Chapter 31 Freshman Hunt Part 1 Good morning, new cadets. I am the chairman of Milla's Academy, Gu Yaoen. He looked around the auditorium while smiling affably. Chairman Gu Yaoen. He was the ringleader of all the tragedies that would happen henceforth. Dozens of cadets died every year due to his greed for power. It was especially worse in the years Jaehyeon attended the academy in which several hundreds lost their lives. This time, it's most important that I find a way to force Gu Yaoen out of office as quickly as possible. If I don't, it's uncertain how many more innocent cadets will lose their lives. It would affect my future plans as well. A cold gaze was focused on Gu Yaoen's sly face. He heard an applause from all around, but Jaehyeon simply glared at him without clapping along. The cadets here still didn't know the hidden truth about Gu Yaoen. But there's no way to fix things right now. I have to wait for the right time. It was something that he couldn't do anything about. Milla's Academy held immense prestige even around the world. Yi Hyan was still too weak to be able to expose Gu Yaoen's corrupt nature as things stood. Right now, I should focus on raising my strength and keep Gu Yaoen in check. Fortunately, the academy had several facilities that could help him grow. He would use all that he could to strengthen himself. Yi Hyan was ready to do everything possible to grow stronger. Mila's was not an exception to that. In addition, I can't leave Yu Young by herself. He had another problem. In the near future, Kim Yu Young would lose her life in a tragic event at the academy, and while she was trying to save Yi Hyan at that. This time, I won't let her die. Yi Hyan firmed his resolve. It was his decision to enter a death game in which one didn't know when they would die. Wanting to save Kim Yu Young and becoming stronger to be able to protect his mother were all a part of that. It was all his choice. Yi Hyan spoke as he placed his hand on Yu Young's shoulder. You have to be resolute, you know right, that no one knows what accident might happen at Mila's. What's up with you? You're actually taking care of me. Don't worry, I am gonna do really well. Kim Yu Young laughed heartily at Yi Hyan's words as she replied. That easygoing and honest smile was part of her appeal. At her reaction, Yi Hyan nodded with a slightly relieved expression. Okay, I guess so. The truth was that before all the tragedies happened, Kim Yu Young was a genius who made it to the top 3 magicians ranking. So her safety wasn't something that Yi Hyan, who had just recently changed his career path, had to worry about right now. Now then, everyone. We shall wholly begin Mila's Academy's entrance ceremony is what I would like to say, but such a stiff atmosphere is honestly not very interesting, is it? Disgusting bastard. Yi Hyan clicked his tongue. He knew very well how dangerous the event Gu Yaoen had prepared truly was. Although there wouldn't be as many casualties as would appear once things were in full swing, it had been quite a shock for the freshmen. But there was no way Gu Yaoen would care about the cadets' comfort. He merely used them as tools. Everyone should already know about the special event prepared for Mila's Academy's entrance ceremony. That event will now begin. One of the biggest events at Mila's Academy and the cause of despair for numerous cadets. That was Gu Yaoen's face was filled with delight. His greedy lips moved more slowly than before. The freshman hunt will now begin. A dark silence filled the auditorium like a heavy rain cloud. The freshman hunt. One of the representative events at Mila's Academy, it was to be Blunthel for the freshmen. Every year, around 5% of cadets are lost here. With such a level of difficulty, it made one realize their limits. I can't relax for even a moment. I shall now explain the rules of the freshman hunt. Gu Yaoen inspected the cadets' expressions and continued with an expression of satisfaction. The freshman hunt is a game in which seniors and freshmen are put in the same demi-plane and have to steal each other's name tag. The participants gain a point every time they steal a name tag, and those points will get you access to a better dormitory and facilities. Truthfully, there was quite a difference in the facilities one could use depending on their grades at Mila's Academy. For example, if you got an A or higher in the monthly tests, you could use a huge hotel room with a swimming pool attached all by yourself. On the other hand, if you got a D or lower, you had to live with 4 other roommates. This point system could remedy such terrible living conditions. While enrolled at Mila's, points could be used for all necessities. Since it was cut off from the outside world, the cadets here had to be almost self-sufficient. If one wanted to eat tastier food, wear better clothes, or have a more comfortable living space, more points would be required. Damn PTSD, of course. Yi Hyan had never used this system to his advantage, and before he regressed, he was one of those living at the lowest ranks. His starting line had been different from the rankers since the beginning. But everyone should have a few questions they would like to ask. First, the current seniors would surely be stronger. How would the event be balanced to be fair to both sides? Gu Yaoen smirked with skills. Both freshmen and seniors can only use skills below C rank within the demi-plane. This means that the skills that can be used will be mostly similar. This was no good news for Yi Hyan. To interpret Gu Yaoen's words, other than the basic skills Yi Hyan had learned, skills like lightning chain were practically sealed. Of course, there weren't any special constraints regarding X-rank skills or unique skills. Since unique skills could only be used by the individual, it was a rule that no constraints were put on them. And X-rank was a new rank of skills given by the Nornir system only to Yi Hyan. At a glance, it seemed that someone took special care in balancing things out for fairness, but there was a big contradiction in Gu Yaoen's words. The rule mentioned skills, but there was nothing about stats. This meant that there were no regulations for it. This was thus obviously in favor of the seniors who had received several more years of expert training. As Yi Hyan pondered, Gu Yaoen continued his explanation. Furthermore, the demi-plane is an area where special mana flows. All skills used there will be decreased to 1/10 of their normal power. This was prepared for your safety, and so you do not have to worry about getting hurt. Most cadets, including Kim Yu Young, let out a sigh of relief, but Yi Hyan simply continued to glare blasely at Gu Yaoen's disgusting eyes. Bullshit. Even if there were such rules, the situation could change at any point in time depending on Gu Yaoen's whims. That was how much dominion Gu Yaoen held at Milla's academy. In the academy, at least, he had absolute power. Taking a step forward, Gu Yaoen continued with his explanation. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they will receive 10,000 points. On the other hand, when a freshman takes a senior's name tag, they can get 100,000 points. This is all to encourage the freshman's participation. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth. Most of what Gu Yaoen said was a straight-out lie. What that man wanted from this event was probably only one thing: discovering talented freshmen and fostering them from the early stages. The rest of the cadets were there merely to set up the talented ones to shine brighter. So annoying in the past, Jaehyeon also held the stupid role of helping them shine. An hour after he was sent to the demiplane, he was taken out of the game by a team of seniors and was laughed at by others. This time, I won't play second fiddle for anybody. My goal is first place no matter what. Jaehyeon made up his mind. Although the freshmen could earn more points, this event was absolutely tilted towards the seniors' favor. Moreover, there was no need to mention how unfair it was to magicians who needed to incant in a one-on-1 fight. Jaehyeon turned to Kim Yu-young, who was standing beside him, and spoke. Yu-young, we have to move together with a few trustworthy people. When we land in the demiplane, magicians and warriors will be mixed together. You know what I mean, right? Of course. There's almost no chance for a magician to win in a one-on-1 fight if they come across a warrior of a similar level. On the other hand, the more magicians there are on a team, the stronger it becomes. At Kim Yu-young's clear answer, Jaehyeon nodded. It was a pretty great answer for a cadet who hadn't even been to a dungeon before. It was just like she said. In this game, it wasn't possible to survive alone. The biggest keyword for this event was cooperation. Jaehyeon already knew how to win this game. He also had a few cards prepared in case of any unexpected changes to the plan. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoen looked at all the bewildered freshmen and the seniors participating in the event. Interest showed on Gu Yaoen's face for a moment before it disappeared. His watch vibrated to let him know that it was time. Smiling refreshingly, Gu Yaoen clapped his hands once. We will now begin the event. I wish all freshmen good luck. The moment he finished his words, a huge black magic circle shot up and began to suck in all the cadets in the auditorium. Jaehyeon quickly grabbed Kim Yu-young by the waist and hugged her to his side. This is a type of crowd transportation magic. If you hold on to someone as you are transported, you can be taken to the same area. Jaehyeon planned to make good use of this game's rules. However, an unexpected variable that Jaehyeon had never thought of happened here. Due to the fuss Kim Yu-young made when she was grabbed by the waist, Jaehyeon tripped. Just before they got transported, Jaehyeon bumped into someone. Woo-woo-woo, a dark blackness swallowed them whole. And when they opened their eyes, Jaehyeon could see who it was that he had bumped into right before they got transported. With black hair and hazel eyes, it was Cona, Guildmaster of Yeon Hwa Yu Sung-yoon's office. Park Sung-yi started to brief Yu Sung-yoon on the things that had happened until then as he passed her a file. To begin with, the rumors about your illness have all disappeared. We are also in the middle of suing all the reporters who gave false reports. The situation should be cleared up in a few months. Thank you. And I am sorry for what my little brother did. It's nothing. Things like this that are hard to solve by yourself are the reason I am here after all. Please rely on me a bit more in situations like these. Park Sung-yi said as he bowed his head. Yu Sung-yoon let out a long sigh as she propped her forehead up with a hand. No matter how crude her little brother Yu Sun-yi was, she never thought that he would let out false reports like that about her. She truthfully couldn't even think of that abominable person as her sibling. She shivered in disgust. Park Sung-yi noticed her thoughts and changed the topic. Oh, and today is finally the day Min Jaehyeon attends Milla's academy. Huh. It's already time for him to go. Shocked, Yu Sung-yoon quickly grabbed her phone and turned it on. However, it was already a few minutes past 10. Yu Sung-yoon mumbled a bit regretfully. I wanted to wish him good luck before he started school. He probably won't be able to see us now. Will it also take 3 days this time? If you mean the freshman hunt, then yes. It will take place in the demiplane for 3 days. Well, he wouldn't be able to use his phone in there anyways. I should just speak to him once he comes back. Seemingly knowing this would happen, Park Sung-yi stood up straight and replied confidently. Actually, I figured this would happen, so I sent him a message in your stead. What? Really? What about a reply? What did Jaehyeon say? He said we shouldn't worry. At those words, Yu Sung-yoon smiled. The event at Milla's academy that 99 out of 100 new cadets feared, the freshman hunt. It was an unfair game that put freshmen up against their seniors. To tell them not to worry when he was just a freshman, that's quite a trustworthy answer. Truly, if Jaehyeon shows all the skills he has, then without a doubt he'll come in first. Yu Sung-yoon intercepted his words. The two laughed as they looked at each other for a moment. Then they both stretched. Yu Sung-yoon glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall and smiled lightly. Then, I'll wait expectantly for how great of a showing my student will give. Chapter 32 Freshman Hunt Part 2 To elaborate, a demiplane usually referred to a world fabricated with a human's magic. In this space, reality could be distorted in many ways, not short of transcending time and lifting the constraints on space. Using such distortions, Jaehyeon hosted the event Freshman Hunt. A huge field was created in the demiplane and the cadets were all piled in. Then he had them steal each other's name tags. The field created in this manner was about 21,500,000 million. It was on an overwhelming scale that easily surpassed that of 20 average universities in Korea combined. In addition, there were several pieces of equipment in the field. For example, there were traps that bestowed different debuffs on those caught, snares, healing springs, nightmare forest, shelters meant for freshmen, etc. Using these things, Jaehyeon planned to hunt for seniors with Kim Yoo-young. However, a variable had suddenly appeared. Cona was here after warping with them. Truthfully, having Cona with us would benefit us, but just from a glance it seemed difficult to approach her. If he talked to her for no reason and made a mistake, it would be difficult to approach her again in the future. A bad first impression of him would take a long time to change afterwards. After thinking for a moment, Jaehyeon nodded his head. We'll go our separate ways here. Although Cona is important due to her potential, my plan can also work without her. Thinking so, Jaehyeon quietly whispered to Yoo-young. Let's go, we have to stay here for 3 days. It's best to find a shelter first. A shelter was a place where freshmen could hide from the seniors and get rest. Although there were a few conditions to survive in an event that would take 3 days, a shelter was necessary. In the past, Jaehyeon wasn't able to last long because he hadn't been able to find a shelter. That was also expected since the number of shelters were not enough for the number of cadets participating in this event. So now that the event had just begun, it was best to find a shelter first. We have to set up a base first so we can take care of any variables that pop up. That was his conclusion. Jaehyeon planned to move quickly and leave this place. It was because the area was open on all sides and there was almost no place to hide. But then, as he was about to leave, Yoo-young suddenly grabbed Jaehyeon's arm. Just a sec. Min Jaehyeon, wouldn't it be safer to take that person with us? What? By that person do you mean? Jaehyeon followed the direction Kim Yoo-young pointed at with her chin. As expected. Cona was there staring at the field with bewildered eyes. Kim Yoo-young added, right now we need more people. She's a magician like us, so winning her over would be good. Why did Kim Yoo-young have to make rational decisions at a time like this? Although Cona was truly an excellent card to have, she was also that much unpredictable. According to the rumors Jaehyeon heard before regressing, she could sometimes be quite cruel. Jaehyeon thought for a moment. What if Cona betrayed them after they teamed up? Then no matter what Jaehyeon thought, there was almost nothing he could do to fix things. According to the rules, skills above B rank couldn't be used in this place. The damage-dealing skill he had, Lightning Chain, was a rank. Although Jaehyeon had high stats, he couldn't say for certain that he could win against Cona in this place. To bring someone into our team in here, it must be someone that I can control. Yoo-young was an exception since they'd known each other since they were really young. Her strength didn't matter, but Cona was different. That person is too strong. If she betrays us, then there'll be nothing we can do. Although not to the same level as An Ho-yeon, Cona was also quite famous. There was no way Kim Yoo-young, who had a lot of interest in magic, wouldn't know her. No way, she is a magic freshman like us. As long as she's not stupid, she should also know well. That if we meet a senior who's a warrior, that would be the end. We have to work together here, she wasn't wrong. If they could gather a few more people who could help here, they could take it easy from then on. Jaehyeon was also aware of that. But he didn't have the confidence to convince Cona to work with them. Before regressing, there wasn't a lot of information available about Cona. Among what little there was the fact that she was reticent and skeptical. Cona usually didn't trust others. It's probably related to her family background. It's not something I can do anything about. Jaehyeon knew a little about her situation. Although he'd only read about it in the news and seen it on TV, at the very least, he probably knew more about her than any other cadet here. He looked at the aloof girl for a moment regretfully. If only information about things she liked or her hobbies were broadcast, then he would have an easier time approaching her. But only the things that Jaehyeon had already mentioned were known about Cona. What should we do? It would really be a shame if I gave up on her here. But as he was lost in worries, Kim Yoo-young approached Cona first. Hi. I am also a magic freshman, Kim Yoo-young. I am Cona. Her gaze clearly contained some hostility. Jaehyeon realized that Cona was someone like him. Just looking at how she didn't trust others easily and put them at a distance told him so. It would not be easy to win Cona over. Jaehyeon realized it intuitively. But Kim Yoo-young, who didn't know this, asked with a naive expression, "If it's all right with you, would you like to come with us? That guy's also a magician." What but her act of lacing her thoughts with hesitation made Jaehyeon think to himself, I can see for certain that she's cautious and unsocial. Jaehyeon was currently unceasingly updating the information he had on Cona. As he was doing so, Yu Young continued to convince Cona. No matter how you look at it, this event is unfair to freshmen, so sticking together seems to be the best way forward. Especially for magicians, since it's easier for us to fight if there are more of us. That's true, but the way she answered Kim Yu Young's question appeared very awkward. He had also felt it when he saw her on the bus, but Cona seemed to have a very introverted personality. It was giving him a headache, but there wasn't any more time to think. Jaehyeon sighed and pointed upwards. It seems that deciding whether y'all be coming with us or not will have to be left for later. What? Cona stared at Jaehyeon with a slightly dazed expression. It was a face that showed she couldn't understand what he meant. Kim Yu Young had already taken her staff out and was holding it in her hand. Soon Cona also realized what Jaehyeon meant and looked up. Something is coming this way. Swoosh crash. They could hear the sound of something ripping through the air. Then, together with the sound of something heavy falling, an unknown object landed in front of them. The sound came twice. Jaehyeon put up a barrier so that the dust in the air didn't block his line of sight. When he did so, he started to be able to see things clearly. He could see a guy with lumps of fat attached to his body and a blonde girl with really dark circles under her eyes. The girl spoke first. It seems we'll have an easy time earning points this year. To think we've already found 3 freshmen. I know, let's eat something delicious after the hunt. Yu Young and Cona quickly analyzed the situation and took on a fighting stance. But Jaehyeon tilted his head, seemingly thinking that something was strange, and simply stared at the 2 seniors. He was clearly having different thoughts than the 2 beside him. Aren't they too weak considering they're a seniors? Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://dscgg/reapercomics. The 2 seniors' names were written on their name tags. The girl was Kwon So-yeol and the boy was Shin Jun-sang. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. Kwon So-yeol and Shin Jun-sang, they were familiar names. Jaehyeon had heard their names before his regression. Those seniors are warriors. Wouldn't it be best if we escape from here first? Yu Young asked worriedly. Her words were said after rationally analyzing the situation. However, Jaehyeon shook his head. They had gone up against the wrong people. No, we have to catch them here. Aside from his swordsmanship, Shin Jun-sang wouldn't be a problem. Although evading his attacks would be a bit difficult, taking care of him was possible. The problem was Kwon So-yeol. If I remember correctly, Kwon So-yeol has a unique skill called Search that allows her to find any target she focuses on within 300 km. If we don't get rid of them here, there is a chance they will meet up with other seniors and attack us. We have to end things here no matter what. Kwon So-yeol smirked and started to slowly move toward him. Not getting pushed back by her act, Jaehyeon took a step forward as he gathered his mana. I can't show that I can cast spells without incanting here. It would be problematic if he showed Chairman Guya in all the cards he held in his hands. Here, Jaehyeon had to act like a magic cadet with extreme talent, not someone who suddenly gained strength one day due to a mythic item. Whoosh, the gathered mana started to flow out like watercolor that's touched water. Kwon So-yeol frowned for a moment, then her expression returned to normal. This guy seems to want to fight, he even has quite a bit of mana. There would certainly be a reason why that freshman wasn't running away. After coming to that conclusion, Kwon So-yeol quickly took out her sword and held it in her hand. Like a lion staring at its prey about to attack at any moment, she was overflowing with mana. Shin Jun-sang also reacted similarly. Within the anxious atmosphere, a fight of 3 against 2 was formed. Kim Yu Young stood beside Jaehyeon thinking that there wasn't any other choice. Okay, why not, so what should we do, just wait first. Although Yu Young was doubtful, she followed Jaehyeon's instructions. Jaehyeon looked at the 2 in front of him without a sign of anxiety. Honestly, I can take care of guys like these in a minute if I wanted. An idea suddenly went through his mind at that point. Jaehyeon decided to make this fight a bit more dramatic. He planned to demonstrate his worth to Gu Yaoen and the instructors of Milla's academy. Shin Jun-sang sighed as if annoyed before taking his sword out. These guys seem to want to fight. What a pain in the ass. Don't let your guard down, especially that handsome guy. He looks a bit dangerous. He's still just a freshman. Hey, it's not like we've run this event just once or twice. Look carefully. It'll take care of them all in an instant. After Shin Jun-sang waved his hand a couple of times to show he wasn't worried, he immediately stomped on the ground. A fierce sword attack headed for Jaehyeon. Although the ordinary white longsword had a blue light from mana, compared to everything before Jaehyeon regressed, it was a dull attack. It's been a while since anyone attacked me with a blade. Jaehyeon smiled dubiously and easily dodged the attack. He moved his feet and turned his body, the continuous movements all looking incredibly natural. Looking at him, Shin Jun-sang started to narrow his eyes. What? My sword attacks, he's dodging all of them, swish, swish. The sword only kept cutting through the air and didn't cut a single hair on Jaehyeon. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon dodged Shin Junsang's attacks with ease and then kicked him. Thud, huh. A confused sound came out of Shin Junsang's mouth. Getting pushed back, he fixed his posture. Dizzily, he then coughed up some blood. What is this? A kick from a magician freshman injured his tough warrior body. What had just happened? If you leave behind your name tag right now, I'll let you go without tormenting you anymore. I'll give you 3 seconds. At Jaehyeon's sudden words, Kwon So-yeol and Shin Junsang both became astonished. What kind of bastard was this that was showing such a domineering attitude to seniors like them? He was nothing but a freshman cadet. Jaehyeon approached the two people standing in shock and slowly started to count. 3, 2, 1, time's up. Chapter 33 Freshman Hunt Part 3 What the hell is happening right now? A mere freshman is dodging my attack. Shin Junsang looked at Jaehyeon with a bewildered expression on his face. A drop of cold sweat went down his back. His attack a while ago was a vertical cut that accurately slashed at his opponent from a close range. It was a technique with a high accuracy rate being used up close. That was certainly how it was supposed to work. So how was that freshman able to perfectly avoid the attack and even manage to counterattack? He dodged my attack. No. Fuck no, there's no way. There's no way I wouldn't know the name of a freshman talented enough to counter my attack. It was just luck. He shook his head and glared at Jaehyeon. Shin Junsang was one of the cadets in Milla's academy born with great talent. Natural talent that everyone looked up to allowed him to be stronger than others without that much effort. Having several passive swordsman skills, there weren't many who could rival him. In a situation like the current one where they couldn't use any active skills, his swordsmanship could almost be considered unbeatable. But he had encountered the wrong opponent. He's pretty fast and heavy, but that's it. Jaehyeon was a veteran who had lived as an active warrior raider for 7 years. Reading the attack pattern of a cadet like that wasn't too hard for him. Hey, Shin Junsang, be careful, something's strange about that guy. He might be hiding something, Kwon So-yeol yelled, but Shin Junsang didn't listen. He was fully focused on recalling the moves from a while ago. Did I subconsciously put less strength in my attack? No, there's no way I did that. But then how? Shin Junsang scowled at Jaehyeon. An attack like that was usually enough to fluster and defeat a freshman. But not only was this one not shaken up, he was even smiling. And that smile was clearly filled with a sense of victory. Shin Junsang quickly put more distance between himself and Jaehyeon at the ominous feeling he got from him. Jaehyeon smiled calmly in response. Sloppy. Was that guy's ranking in the 40-50s? It's not that great a skill level. Of course, as a prodigy, he had a lot of different skills. But to become a raider with a high rank, the equivalent effort was necessary. With such a fat physique, there was a clear limit to his fighting ability. In the first place, enduring in Milla's academy with such a body is surprising in and of itself. Milla Academy was a place where cadets wouldn't be able to endure if they didn't push themselves to their very limits. To be able to endure at such a place with such a body was something to be surprised about. But that was all. He was just a fat scarecrow. That was the evaluation Shin Junsang received from Jaehyeon's viewpoint. To other freshmen, he might feel like someone nightmarishly strong. But having already fought and even won against Jaehyeon Min and the Night Shade, Jaehyeon saw him as nothing but an unskilled brat. Remember, I gave you a chance. I also told you to leave your name tags and go. You're the ones who stayed. At Jaehyeon's domineering words, Shin Junsang's and Kwon So-yeol's faces stiffened. How can that bastard stay so calm? No matter how skilled he is, he's a mere freshman plus, he's just a magician, yet he has such an attitude. But Shin Junsang didn't retreat in the face of Jaehyeon's arrogance. Kwon So-yeol also remained. It was not just because of their pride as seniors. The freshman hunt was a huge event that Chairman Gu Yaon personally observed. Retreating here would surely cause a lot of problems at the academy afterwards. Even so, that bastard's a mere magician. This will end with just one proper cut of my sword. Shin Junsang put more force into the hand holding his sword. He swiftly leaped once more and slashed several times in Jaehyeon's direction. The blade, glowing with a blue effect, rapidly swept toward Jaehyeon repeatedly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But there was no error in Jaehyeon's movements. He simply observed Shin Junsang's movements without letting a single attack reach him. All the sword attacks were predictable and slow to Jaehyeon. My damn past is being useful in such a way, huh? He felt a sense of accomplishment but didn't show it outwardly. Jaehyeon immediately gathered his mana and looked at Shin Junsang. When Shin Junsang cautiously tried to put some distance between them, Jaehyeon stretched out a hand and held him in place. Then now. Shin Junsang smirked in an unsightly way. The problem with freshmen was this. Although they had talent, they had no battle experience. Stretching out a hand to one's opponent so confidently, Shin Junsang couldn't let such a good chance go. SHHHK, the sword made a sharp sound as it sliced the air with a fierce strike. It was an attack with all of his strength behind it. If Jaehyeon got hit with this, he would likely lose all his health points. However, Jaehyeon was still smiling as he watched the sword attack heading at himself. Shin Junsang became incredibly flustered. What is this? Why was he smiling? In the next moment, Shin Junsang realized why. Jaehyeon had caught the blade with his bare hand. And crack! Soon after, Shin Junsang's sword let out a sharp sound as it shattered into pieces. An eerie afterimage was created as the blue slivers of mana dispersed in the air. Shin Junsang's face was filled with fear. Jaehyeon didn't delay any longer and sent a punch flying toward his face. Bang! With a fierce sound that one couldn't believe was created with a punch, Shin Junsang slammed into the ground and let out a groan of pain. Kyuhuk, Shin Junsang's body promptly lost all strength and slowly started to disappear. Player Shin Junsang has been eliminated. Player Min Jaehyeon has obtained 100,000 points. The shocked gazes of the three remaining people were aimed at Jaehyeon. Somehow Shin Junsang's name tag was held in Jaehyeon's hand. Join our Discord for updates on releases, https://dscgg/Reaper Comics in the enormous transmitting tower connected to Milla's Academy's central control room. The big event of the freshman hunt was being broadcasted to several areas in the academy. Gu Yaon and several instructors could be seen seated in the middle of the control room. Instructor Kim Seok-gi sat down after looking around the room. He began to talk as he read the file he had received. This batch of cadets seemed to be especially talented. An Ho-yeon and Cha Yu-won are promising enough to receive attention from other countries, and although they're just magicians, Seo-in-a and Kim Yu-young are also cadets to watch out for. Right, it does feel like the cadets are more talented than last year's. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo, who was sitting across from him, replied while turning a page. All the instructors in the control room were looking at both the screens currently broadcasting the freshman hunt and the cadets' profiles. The capabilities of the cadets shown on the tablet were roughly similar. The ones who were eye-catching among the cadets were An Ho-yeon and Cha Yu-won from the combat department and Seo-in-a, Kim Yu-young and Lee Soo-hyuk from the magic department. They all had an aptitude score of over 90 or almost reaching 90%. A few of the cadet profiles were yet to be uploaded because they had changed departments midway and the information hadn't been updated yet. Jaehyeon's profile was included in those numbers, but the instructors didn't pay a lot of attention to the ones that were thus omitted. If they had changed their department at the last minute, there was a big possibility that they weren't very talented. Last year, the aptitude scores were really on the low side. Thankfully, it's different this year. This year, the average aptitude score of each department was over 60%. In other words, as long as there was an opportunity, they would at least be able to become C-rank raiders. Of course, it was possible for the more talented cadets to become B-rank or A-rank raiders. More talented cadets enrolled this year compared to the last, however there will still be those who are a step above the rest. Talent would show itself, and true talent would shine no matter what. The cadets enrolled at Milla's Academy were quite talented on average, but even among them there were those who showed prodigious abilities and left their peers in the dust. For example, An Ho-yeon. Gu Yaon stared at the wall, which was mounted with several TV screens with a meaningful expression. One could see the field in which the freshman hunt was taking place on the screens. For reference, all the events hosted at the academy were filmed with drones. This year's freshman hunt was no exception, so the instructors were able to watch the cadets' performance through the screen. The amount of points gained here would roughly show how strong a cadet could become. Of course, there were occasionally a few cadets who realized their potential belatedly and then reached a high rank, but those cases were very rare. It was more common for cadets who got a good score on the events to reach a high rank. It was a bit different every year, but a freshman who could get over 100,000 points was B rank. More than 300,000 points would usually lead to the cadets becoming an A-rank raider. To be an S-rank, one had to get a colossal amount of over 1 million points. Until now, there have only been 3 cadets who could get over 1 million points in the freshman hunt, and all of them grew to become S-rank raiders. Through this year's freshman hunt, Gu Yaon was searching for such a cadet who could become an S-rank raider. The one he had the most expectations for was An Ho-yeon. He was a cadet born with a talent that appeared once every few years. Gu Yaon thought for a moment with his eyes closed, "We have to produce more S-rank raiders. I can't keep that person waiting any longer." Gu Yaon recalled the savior of his life. It was the person who had quite a big influence on the foundation of Milla's Academy and a big impact on him to this day. Gu Yaon had been thus far trying to foster raiders with high ranks for that person. The freshman hunt and all similar events were made for that purpose, pushing the cadets to the extreme and having them face opponents that they couldn't defeat. Using such methods, Gu Yaon forced the cadets to reawaken. Reawakening. It was a phenomenon in which a raider on the verge of death grew stronger by breaking through their limits. There was a very low chance of it occurring, and it usually only happened to cadets with low ranks. Gu Yaoen's goal was to foster strong raiders to meet the expectations of that person. Tens and hundreds of cadets dying in the process was simply a matter of course. He would throw away 100 C-rank raiders to raise a single A-rank raider. That was Gu Yaoen's methodology. It is an inevitable sacrifice anyway. Raiders have to prove their existence at every moment. Those that died simply weren't able to do so. Coming out of his thoughts, Gu Yaoen's determined eyes fixed themselves on the TV screen. It had been around 30 minutes since the event started. Fortunately, there were many cadets who could get a good score this year. Things were going differently from the past 4 years wherein no S-rank cadet had been produced. At that moment, Jeong Yi-soo, who was sitting in front of him, spoke in a light tone as she propped her chin on her hand. By the way, which cadet do you think will be the first to steal a name tag from a senior this year? Warriors have filled the top ranks every year. With a soft smile, Gu Yaoen looked at all the instructors in the room. That's quite an interesting topic. What does everyone think? Oh, are we going to bet? How about the winner gets to choose the venue for the next work dinner? That's a good idea. Jeong Yi-soo and Kim Seok-gi nodded with satisfied expressions. The new instructors who were sitting beside them, Kim Jae-yeon and Park Ha-jun, also agreed. Kim Seok-gi continued to speak, intrigued. Then, let's make our choice after we've decided. According to last year's standards, the first senior who will be eliminated will come out in about an hour. Every year, the first senior to be eliminated in the freshman hunt came out an hour after the event started. Of course, it happened mostly because they let their guard down rather than due to a lack of talent. Then I shall start. Gu Yaoen spoke first. He looked at a screen divided into two that showed on Ho-yeon and Cha-yu-won and planned to choose one of them. Seona also had an immensely high aptitude score, but a one-on-one with a warrior would be difficult. Moreover, creating an alliance and working together within 30 minutes was not possible. Gu Yaoen nodded his head as he made his choice. Then he'll go with the safe choice of An-ho Crash. Before he could even finish speaking, Gu Yaoen was forced to close his mouth. Player Shin Junsang has been eliminated. Player Min Yi-hyun has obtained 100,000 points. A message rang out of nowhere. It was an elimination announcement from the control room. Gu Yaoen quickly came to his senses and organized his thoughts. One person has been eliminated, and another has gained 100,000 points. In other words, the first sniper has appeared. It meant that a freshman had succeeded in stealing a name tag. Interest shown in Gu Yaoen's eyes. Min Yi-hyun Chapter 34 Freshman Hunt Part 4. You what the hell are you? How could you eliminate Shin Junsang in a single strike when you're just a freshman? Kwon So-yeol's sharp voice rang through the field. She couldn't understand what had just happened at all. No matter how foolish he could get, Shin Junsang was quite talented when it came to swords. To think such a guy would lose in a one-on-1 fight to a freshman and a magician at that. Kim Yu-young. It'll help you, so let's end this quickly. I sent you a party invite, accept quickly. Huh, oh, okay. Even with an expression stating she didn't understand his reasoning, Yu-young knew for certain that in the current situation things were going in their favor. A moment ago, Yi-hyun had eliminated Shin Junsang with overwhelming martial arts. He didn't seem to think they would lose right now either. Was Min Yi-hyun always this strong? He had always struggled in the past because he couldn't give a good showing as a warrior. But it wasn't enough that he decided to become a magician out of nowhere, he also adapted this fast. Of course, he learned at a shocking speed whenever I tutored him, but I didn't think he could send a senior flying in a single strike. However, she didn't have the time to think about it too deeply at the moment. There was an opponent right in front of her eyes. It wouldn't be too late to continue her thoughts after eliminating Kwon So-yeol. You have succeeded in forming a party. Party 2/2 leader, Min Yi-hyun member. Kim Yu-young accepted the party invite and turned to Kwon So-yeol, whose eyes shifted back and forth between Kim Yu-young and Yi-hyun in a fluster. This might work. As Kim Yu-young observed her movements, she took a deep breath and took a fighting stance. Now the situation had been reversed. There was only one enemy while there were 3 of them. I'm not sure if that person behind us will help, but going out alone here would be a crazy thing to do. She'll probably make a wise decision instead. Yu-young nodded slightly and turned to Yi-hyun. Kwon So-yeol bit her lips as she confronted them. No matter how good I am, 3-1 is dangerous. I have to retreat first. Even if this was a fight between freshmen and a senior or between magicians and a warrior, it was still a dangerous situation. It wasn't just because she had too many opponents, she had also just seen what Yi-hyun could do. Right after she made her decision, Kwon So-yeol quickly started to run toward Kim Yu-young. With a dagger held tightly in her hand, she appeared as if she was about to fiercely attack her opponent. Yi-hyun smirked when he saw it unfold. Planning to eliminate one person and disappearing in the confusion, huh? Well, it's not a bad plan, but that would only work if Kim Yu-young was just an ordinary person. Kim Yu-young was a genius magician with an aptitude of 85%. Her true value was simply obscured because of Seoane and Jaehyeon, incantation, mana, and physical balance. She had marvelous and well-rounded talent when it came to anything related to magic. Clank. Using a dirty trick, Kwon So-yeol swiftly tried to stab Kim Yu-young in the neck, but Yu-young's barrier blocked her attack first. Jaehyeon was surprised by Kim Yu-young's ability to manipulate mana. The strength of a protective barrier depends on how much mana the caster puts into it. To be able to block Kwon So-yeol's attack, it means that Kim Yu-young's currently among the highest ranks in Milas. She really is talented. As he was lost in thought, Kim Yu-young went on and gathered her mana once more. A small chain glowing with a blue light appeared and rapidly shot forward. The chain instantly tied Kwon So-yeol up. Cuke this. Jaehyeon looked at the flustered Kwon So-yeol and smirked. What Kim Yu-young had just shown was one of her go-to skills. Mana Chain, originally invented to tie up monsters, it was a spell used to restrict one's opponent. Adding the lightning attribute to this Mana Chain would create the A-rank skill lightning chain that Jaehyeon had. If the water attribute was added, Flood Chain, and if mixed with the ice attribute, Chains of Ice. Even though Mana Chain was mainly just a C-rank skill, being the base of several high-rank skills, it was quite a useful skill to have. Jaehyeon turned his focus to his fingers as he gathered his mana. Although Kim Yu-young was doing well right now, she was not yet used to attacking while blocking simultaneously. It would be faster and easier if Jaehyeon finished off their opponent. Then shall I enthai just as Jaehyeon was about to cast a spell and fire it toward Kwon So-yeol, he started to hear Seoane's voice from behind. To his surprise, she was incanting to cast a spell. Holy Light of Ulfheim, form a radiant holy sword. KZZZZT. A sword with a resplendent glow manifested in the air where it floated, before it flew toward Kwon So-yeol's heart at an unbelievable speed. It was so fast that even a warrior like Kwon So-yeol couldn't react at all. Kim Yu-young quickly ducked as Seoane's attack, which had appeared without warning, rushed in Kwon So-yeol's direction. Jaehyeon looked at Seoane with wide eyes. I knew that Seoane would quickly grow stronger, but I didn't think she was already this powerful. In the past, no one took much interest in magic cadets, so it wasn't widely known. But what Jaehyeon had just seen from Seoane was more than he'd expected. Even though she hadn't reached her full potential yet, that very potential of hers was shining brightly already. Schlink. A clear sound rang as the attack ripped through the air. Soon Seoane's attack pierced Kwon So-yeol in the neck. Crash, together with the explosion, a whirlwind of dust swallowed the group. Seoane, Kim Yu-young, and Min Jaehyeon all looked in the same direction. There's no way. Kwon So-yeol fainted as she said those words. A moment later, her body proceeded to become translucent before disappearing like Shin Jun-sang's. The system announcement rang out at the same time. Player Kwon So-yeol has been eliminated. Player Kim Yu-young has obtained 50,000 points. Player Seoane has obtained 50,000 points. Did I interrupt? Seoane asked as she dispersed the holy sword back into mana. Kim Yu-young stared at her blankly for a moment, then spoke while waving her hand. Nah, no way, I won thanks to you. Thank you, your offer from before. About teaming up together, is that still valid? At her words, Jaehyeon started to smile. Seoane was looking at Jaehyeon and Kim Yu-young with a gaze filled with interest. I think I need to update the information I have about Seoane. Taciturn, distrusting, and very curious. I'll be in your care. Jaehyeon stretched a hand in her direction. Seoane did not reject his hand. Just like that, Kim Yu-young, Seoane, and Min Jaehyeon formed a party and moved together. A party in the freshman hunt could be considered a framework for preparing against enemy attacks, sharing points, and planning counterattacks. The system could automatically divide the points according to one's contribution to the battle, like with Kim Yu-young and Seoane earlier, but that was only a temporary method. It was better to create a party so that the points were distributed evenly. Moreover, one can't attack a member of their own party. The possibility that Seoane could betray us will disappear. Creating a party was something Jaehyeon considered a matter of course. Things would become very complicated if Seoane decided to betray them later on, after all. It was best to get rid of such uncertain elements early on. Thank God we were able to find a shelter so quickly, otherwise we'd have really died. Kim Yu-young remarked idly. The area the group was currently in was a shelter near the Nightmare Forest. Kim Yu-young's right. Fortunately, we were able to find one before it got dark. It could have been annoying if we weren't able to find one tonight. The shelter they had just arrived at was one with a narrow entrance like a cave. Traps around the entrance made it difficult for others to find, and almost no light could enter the shelter due to the trees around it. They probably made it so this shelter isn't easy to find. The place was quite well hidden and didn't even register on search spells. No matter how sensitive a magician was to mana, locating such a place quickly would be quite a difficult task. Of course, Jaehyeon had known the locations of a few shelters by combing through his memories and was able to easily find this place. While he was organizing his thoughts, Seoane suddenly fixed her eyes outside the shelter. There they could see the group of seniors who had launched a surprise attack a moment ago. Seoane turned to Jaehyeon and asked, "We're safe for now, but what do you think we should do next?" "Yeah. We evaded those people and reached a shelter, but what do you think?" Kim Yu-young and Seoane both pushed the leadership role onto Jaehyeon. After all, just looking at the battle from a while ago, the leader of this party was Jaehyeon. Since they hadn't decided on who would be the leader ahead of time, it was only right that they decided their movements centered around the one who showed the most skill. Jaehyeon thought for a moment, then nodded his head. "You're probably already aware, but we can't stay here for too long. Shelters have a utilization time limit. We can use it with no worries from midnight to 8 in the morning, but after that, the traps around this place will become weaker and we will be discovered by those outside." If one considered it carefully, it was understandable. The freshman hunt was basically meant to filter out the promising cadets from the rest. Although there were shelters, if they continued to hide in one, it went against the event's main purpose. And so, a penalty was put in place to dissuade cadets from being able to hide forever. If we keep waiting for our opponents to leave, the camouflage effect of the shelter will disappear. We have to attack before that happens. And well, we do have to gather points anyway. Jaehyeon calmly thought about his strategy. If his plan failed, he might lose the other two's trust. We have to win. Jaehyeon nodded with a resolute expression and actively started to explain his strategy. Fortunately, Kim Yu-young and Seoane quickly understood Jaehyeon's plan. "By the way, why is Seoane following my instructions so obediently?" Kim Yu-young likely didn't resist because they'd been friends for so long, but he found it strange that Seoane listened to him so well. "Is she planning something? But no matter how I look at it, that doesn't seem to be the case." Seoane was actively asking about the parts that she was curious about or making other suggestions. As Jaehyeon was locked in his thoughts, staring at her face, Kim Yu-young abruptly grabbed Seoane's hands and said, But if you're a freshman, you were born in 2004, right?" "Ah, yes. You're the same age as me and him. Would it be alright if we spoke casually?" T/N, in Korea you can speak politely or casually. Polite speech is usually used when talking to one's elders, strangers, and those in high positions. Not doing so is considered very rude. Casual speech is used between friends of the same age/younger, so Kim Yu-young asking Seoane if they can speak casually is like saying let's be friends. That's noticing that Seoane had difficulty answering. Jaehyeon pinched Kim Yu-young's cheeks and stretched them. "Hey, it might make her uncomfortable, don't pressure her so suddenly." Dundia, Kim Yu-young muttered while chuckling. Her pronunciation was so slurred that they didn't know what she said, but they could understand what she meant. Seoane kept looking at Jaehyeon's face as the two continued to tease each other, then nodded her head slightly. "No, I don't find it uncomfortable. I mean, I'm fine, thanks. You don't have to force yourself, it's fine. I'm a bit introverted, so it's hard for me to get close to others quickly." "Really? Then I'll also speak casually. Does this mean we've become a bit close with her?" It's difficult to say that we're on the same side with this, but it's not bad. As Yu-young and Ane were conversing awkwardly, Jaehyeon continued to think about the best way to fight against the enemies waiting for them outside. A moment later, Jaehyeon organized his thoughts and spoke. "I'll continue to explain the plan." Jaehyeon explained the latest plan that he'd come up with. The two nodded as they marveled at his extensive knowledge and the plan he thought of. It was a novel scheme that the two couldn't have even imagined. Chapter 35 Freshman Hunt Part 5 Listen carefully. The freshman hunt isn't something we can win easily. Both of you are extremely talented, but that alone isn't enough to win this. Of course, just looking at skills will tell you that. C rank and below if only the limit was B rank instead. Kim Yu-young said resentfully. It was no surprise, considering that most of the spells she used were above B rank. Although it would have been dangerous to keep using them for 3 days after using up so much mana, it was better to have more choices available. But in this demi-plane, all skills above B rank were restricted just as Gu Yaen said. Kim Yu-young could only use basic attack spells and change in this place. It was fortunate that Seoane had the Falchion of Ulfheim in her arsenal. Falchion of Ulfheim is a unique skill. In addition, it doesn't require repeated incantation like most spells. We have to make good use of it. It was currently a C-rank skill, but being an evolving skill which wasn't common even among unique skillset was overwhelmingly powerful compared to skills of the same rank. There was no reason not to use such a skill in a regulated area like this one. We can succeed, right? Seoane's hazel eyes were fixed on Jaehyeon. He felt slightly awkward at her strangely trusting gaze but still nodded his head. There's no plan that can be put into motion perfectly, but this is the best way forward in our current situation. Okay, I'll believe you, don't worry, Ine. Even if he looks a bit stupid like that, he's pretty smart. If you're going to praise someone, do it properly. Do you want to get pinched again? While Yu Young and Yi Hyun started bickering, Seo Ine tilted her head at Kim Yu Young's words and looked at Yi Hyun's face. What about that face did that girl think looked stupid? Seo Ine stared at his distinct face shape filled with vivid features. He's pretty handsome. The moment she thought so, her face turned red. Yu Young and Yi Hyun paused while quarreling, turned to Seo Ine and asked, "What's wrong, Ine?" It's nothing." Yi Hyun felt the strangeness in the way she was acting but didn't pay it much attention. Besides, they would have to start putting the plan he just told them soon. He didn't have the time to worry about trivial details right now. Well, put the plan into action in 30 minutes. Keep everything I told you in mind. Kim Yu Young, you know that your role is important, right? Don't play around, do it properly. Got it? Hey, of course. Did you forget that I am the one who taught you magical theory? Do I have to make you speak to me politely again? Shut up. As they chuckled and chattered, time quickly passed, and it was already time for them to start acting. Kim Yu Young, Seo Ine, and Yi Hyun all looked outside the shelter with seriousness in their eyes. They could still see several seniors prowling outside. Talking to each other while armed was the group that had been chasing them. Not wanting to lose their prey, they were scouring their surroundings meticulously. Considering that Yi Hyun and the others were a group of magicians, it would be stranger if the seniors didn't think of them as easy prey. Since I've gone over this plan with Li Yi-sang, there's nothing wrong with it. The rest is up to how well these two can perform. Yi Hyun planned to use two items to completely take care of the seniors outside. One was the field, the other was the sap of ash trees, near the shelter in the nightmare forest. One could see some seniors who had found traces of freshmen in the bleak forest. Did you find those brats from a while ago? The leader of the group, Ojin Hyuk, asked. Park Sung Hyuk shook his head. No. I think they went into a shelter, Tusk. At any rate, they're as sly as foxes. Ojin Hyuk clicked his tongue. A moment ago, he had found a really satisfactory prey, a freshman party made up of 3 puny magicians. He thought that if they did this properly, they would be able to easily get points without working too hard. But in the end, they were more cunning than he expected. The freshmen had screwed them over with their spells and then hid in a shelter. He was extremely annoyed. They dared to play around with their seniors. Ojin Hyuk clenched his fists and trembled in anger. He planned to make those impudent freshmen suffer. Tell the others to stop searching for the time being and to just keep an eye on the surroundings. Oh, okay. There was no way to find them if they were in a shelter right now anyway. The shelter would completely hide them within the time limit. There was no reason to continue to search here and there uselessly. It was more efficient to keep watch here. They'd have to come out if the time's up anyway. Ojin Hyuk chuckled to himself and shouted toward a group member standing nearby. We'll win this game as long as we wait an hour. Everyone keep careful watch, and when Park Sung-hyo was about to answer from right beside him, he narrowed his eyes. Oh, over there, what are you talking about, Crash? He didn't even receive a chance to reply. In the next moment, an unbelievably fast magic spear accurately pierced through the neck of the person standing beside him. Soon after, the body of the one who was attacked became translucent, and the system's announcement rang. Player Kim Sung-hoon has been eliminated. Players Min Yi-hyun, Kim Yu-young, and Seo In-ae have obtained 100,000 points. These bastards, Ojin Hyuk yelled while gritting his teeth. Let's go, Russell. The one who shot the magic spear and eliminated someone was Kim Yu-young, who was hiding in the forest. She quickly started to run away at a pace that let them follow after her. At the same time, Hyuk, that's Lee Yi-sang, who had been watching the freshman hunt while snacking on potato chips in his personal atelier, seemed wide-eyed as he exclaimed. HHHH, how can he fight like that? Forgetting to close his mouth, he was watching Yi Hyun's fight dazedly. The scene he'd just seen was that of when Yi Hyun fought against Shin Junsang. Unbelievable. Yi Sang mumbled as he stuttered worse than normal. Yi Hyun's fighting style was something he'd never seen or heard about. A magician raider going to the front line and dodging a warrior's attack and eliminating his opponent with a monolaced punch. Was this really possible? Lee Yi-sang seriously considered the possibility that he was dreaming as he mumbled. JJJA Yi Hyun is RR really something else. WHWHWHWH what he asked me that day was also strange. Not long ago, Yi Hyun had come looking for Yi Sang at his base saying that he had something to ask. At that time, Yi Hyun had asked about the field wherein the freshman hunt took place and a few of the herbs that grew there. And Lee Yi Sang had answered honestly, even as he wondered why he was asking about such things. When Yi Sang finally asked, Yi Hyun had told him his plan. Hearing the plan, Lee Yi Sang fell into deep thought. No matter how he thought about it, it was a ridiculous plan. Because for the plan to work, a freshman would have to be able to take care of a senior or two by themselves. Truthfully, when he first heard of the plan from Yi Hyun, he thought that it wasn't something that could be put to practice. But now he didn't think the same way. Jaehyeon came out of the shelter and moved to attack the seniors first. It seemed like he intended to make use of the plan Hee told Yi Sang about. Lee Yi Sang felt goosebumps appear all over his body. He was unable to utter a word even as he stared blankly at the TV for a while. He simply focused on all of Jaehyeon's moves. FF for real. He's going to do it for real. Jaehyeon is gonna hunt seniors. Yi Sang clearly knew what planned to do. Jaehyeon wasn't moving to escape from his opponents. He was simply Jaehyeon is simply making it impossible for his opponents to ease escape. Lee Yi Sang fixed his gaze on the TV with a face of shock. There was no hesitation in Jaehyeon's actions as he executed his plan. 5 seniors were on Kim Yoo-young's tail. Oh Jin-hyuk, Park Sung-hyuk, and 3 others had gathered to chase after her. Min Jaehyeon and Seona, who were hiding in a corner of the forest, watched how things were going. If Kim Yoo-young failed here, their plan wouldn't work. Since they couldn't stay in the shelter for too long, they hadn't had the time to think of a plan B. From this point on, they would have to adjust their plans according to the situation. That's that, but they're really playing dirty. Jaehyeon frowned as he saw the 5 guys chasing after Yoo-young. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't good. 5 seniors were running after a single freshman to catch her. Of course, they might claim that it was alright since Kim Yoo-young had eliminated a member of their team, but still, was it alright for those who called themselves seniors to use so much effort on one mere freshman? Everyone in the academy is probably watching this. Isn't it a bit too unsightly? There was no way the cadets in the academy would ignore such a big event. They were probably watching the fight through TVs. From an observer's point of view, their actions did not seem very just. The 6 who moved noisily had already gone pretty far. Jaehyeon nodded towards Seona and spoke, "Let's split up here, you know what to do, right? You just have to stick to what I said a while ago. Don't worry." Although her reply took a while, Seona was quite a trustworthy ally, with the ability to defeat a senior or two and with excellent judgment. Jaehyeon headed to the right side of the forest while nodding. Ine had her own thing to do, so she headed to the left. Others who watch us will really think that we are taking a gamble. There were only 3 people in their team. Other freshmen were probably working in teams with dozens of members. However, Jaehyeon had ruled out teaming up with others once Seona became a member of their party. The reason was simple. Hunting for seniors is something I can do by myself. What I need right now are companions who won't hold me back. If this strategy succeeded, his team would instantly gain a lot of points. The freshman hunt only lasted for 3 days, but the field is excessively huge. It would be difficult for us to look for seniors to take their name tags. If so, Jaehyeon gathered his mana as he smiled. I have to make the bastards come looking for me. He was thinking of kiting the seniors. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://dscgg/reapercomics. Ah, really? They're like dogs after a bone. Kim Yoo-young said resentfully as she glanced behind. She had shouted it out on purpose so they could hear her, and it seemed pretty effective seeing as how all 5 of their faces turned red as they chased her. How stupid getting so agitated mid-battle. The 5 seniors chasing after Yoo-young did not suspect that there was anything strange about the fact that she was moving by herself. They were simply chasing her because they were angry that she had defeated one of their companions. "Stop running, fuck, crazy bitch." She didn't pay much attention to what they were saying, but their curses were a bit annoying. Did they have a mop in their mouths? Usually when going against an underclassman, didn't an introduction come first? Kim Yoo-young sighed as she eyed her shaky leg muscles. My endurance is slowly reaching its limits. Although Kim Yoo-young was highly skilled compared to other cadets, she was still a magician. Winning against seniors from the combat department was impossible from the start. She took a glimpse behind her once again. The seniors chasing after her still looked fine. A drop of sweat fell from Kim Yoo-young's forehead. If this continues, let's see, they'll catch me in about 5 minutes, I guess. But her destination was right in front of her, so it was fine. Let's try a bit harder, shall we? A green effect glowed on Kim Yoo-young's legs and she moved with an explosive speed. Wind boost. It was the speed-boosting skill Jaehyeon had used in his fight against the Nightshade. As the distance between them increased, the seniors chasing after her started to shout, "What the hell? Fuck, that bitch is suddenly, that's just her last move. Well, catch her soon, keep chasing, huh, gee guys, just a second." Oh Jin-hyuk slowed down when he heard someone calling out. A cadet who had been keeping pace with everyone pointed to a sign hanging in front of them and asked, "Isn't it dangerous here?" Oh Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes and turned to the sign. Warning, a Class 1 organism that bestows a debuff lives here. Paralyzing spore mushroom Class 1, a debuff, yeah. We're all done for if we make a mistake. Stopping here would what? You're saying we're supposed to let her go when we've almost caught her? Stop saying bullshit, we lost a teammate for fuck's sake. His teammates' infuriated shouts rang out. Their running slowed down and their anxious gazes turned to their leader. Oh Jin-hyuk thought for a moment and nodded as he decided, Don't worry, I already prepared just in case something like this happened. First, well catch that bitch. But if we get a debuff, it would be difficult for us to survive. The paralyzing spore mushroom gives a debuff to everything within a 500 million radius. That bitch would be paralyzed along with us. That was when his teammates all quieted down. Thinking something like this might happen, Ojin Hyuk had assigned a teammate outside. He made Park Sung Hyuk, who was like his hands and feet, keep watch from somewhere far away. If the freshman planned to attack after hiding somewhere, it would be a very stupid choice. Park Sung Hyuk was an excellent warrior raider. He was almost at the same level as Ojin Hyuk. For him, taking care of a couple of magician freshmen would be a piece of cake. Ojin Hyuk smiled slyly. If Sung Hyuk finds any of that bitch's companions hiding, he will take care of them. These bastards, I don't know what they're thinking, but I won't let them go. And thus the chase continued. Ojin Hyuk and his three teammates quickly closed the distance between them and Kim Yoo-young. Although Yoo-young had run ahead and even used magic, the group of seniors were starting to catch up to her. Endurance was the problem. It was the incorrigible Achilles heel of magician raiders. And just as there was only 20 million between them, they appeared in a wide open area in the middle of the forest. The refreshing green grass and shimmering flower pollen floated in the air, and countless paralyzing spore mushrooms were spread all over the place. A smile spread across Kim Yoo-young's face. You're all finished. The ones who were cursing a while ago, raise your hands first. Who was it? Chapter 36 Freshman Hunt Part 6 At last, Kim Yoo-young and the five seniors all met in one place. They examined each other in an attempt to find the other side's weaknesses. They all had the intention of immediately attacking if they found the smallest gap in the other's defenses. A certain tension filled the air. Ojin Hyuk took a step forward with an intimidating expression as he spoke. Fuck. A shitty brat like you really made us work for it, huh? Would it have hurt to just let us catch you? What, do you have a rag in your mouth? Kim Yoo-young countered with a frown. Even if she had eliminated one of their teammates, there was no need to treat someone who had absolutely no regard for their opponent with any respect. Moreover, she had received orders from Jaehyeon to provoke the seniors, and that included Ojin Hyuk. The more they got infuriated and unable to make sound decisions, the better it was for her party. At Yoo-young's provocation, Ojin Hyuk bristled in anger and took a step forward with a clenched fist. Where did a freshman like you learn to speak like that? I'll fucking beat you up myself. It isn't a good idea to come any closer. Paralyzing spore mushrooms are spread all over this place. If I burst one of these, all of us are dead. Are you still fine with that? Kim Yoo-young spoke with a relaxed expression. However, Ojin Hyuk didn't retreat. If that bitch bursts a mushroom, she won't be safe either. It's just a hollow threat. Jin Hyuk sneered scornfully. Whether it's based on skills or experience, this isn't a fight we will lose. It's an easy victory. Ojin Hyuk was the most skilled warrior raider in the team. On the other hand, Kim Yoo-young was a magician freshman who was weak in a fight. No matter how you looked at it, the game was leaning towards their side. Then let's go. Ojin Hyuk controlled his breathing for a moment, then raised the longsword he was holding high in the air. Thud. With a quick stomp on the ground, he started to shorten the distance between him and Kim Yoo-young. Acting like he would immediately reach her, he was overflowing with mana that seemed to want to catch its prey. But Kim Yoo-young didn't move at all. She simply waited until the very last moment when the attack was just about to hit her. Schlink, just before Ojin Hyuk's sword touched Yoo-young, she reached out and touched a paralyzing spore mushroom. Jin Hyuk and his companions who were confidently running towards her all froze. Kim Yoo-young smiled as she tightened her fist around a mushroom. Swish yellow powder that gave off a feeling of danger spread throughout the area in an instant. A message rang out at the same time. Warning. A paralyzing spore mushroom has burst. All organisms within a 50 million radius have been paralyzed for 2 hours. Damn, this crazy bitch really burst one. Of course, Kim Yoo-young also couldn't escape from being paralyzed. But since it was part of the plan and she'd been prepared for it, there was no problem. Just before she was completely paralyzed, she gathered her mana and used an active skill. Baton Pass. I am sorry, but it's not my turn anymore. The active skill change has been activated. The player's location will be swapped with the designated player, Min Jaehyeon. It's mine. Jaehyeon traded locations with Kim Yoo-young in a flash of light. With a smile, he slapped Ojin Hyuk's rushing fist away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't you think too many of you are ganging up on a little freshman? As the paralyzing spore mushroom burst, it let out spores. Immobilized, Jin Hyuk was grabbed by the collar by Jaehyeon. He was unable to understand what had just happened before his eyes. Where did the girl they were chasing disappear to, and where did this haughty bastard come from? Just then, Ojin Hyuk frowned as he thought of something. No way did they use change. Change was a spell that swapped one's location with that of a designated party member. If that's how they did it, it all makes sense. Damn, did I get too careless? Jaehyeon smiled at Ojin Hyuk, who was biting his lip resentfully. As if he knew what he was thinking, Jaehyeon spoke apathetically. It doesn't matter if you've figured it out now. However, Jin Hyuk had no plans to retreat. He was a cadet who had survived for several years at Milla's academy. It wasn't difficult for him to analyze the situation he was currently in, but of course, he didn't know what kind of unexpected scene would be coming. I know that you tried to strategize, but won't it be useless if you also get paralyzed? Just because the person changes doesn't mean that the paralyzing spore mushroom loses its effect. That bastard will also slowly become paralyzed. Then, if I call Park Sung-hyuk over here and eliminate that bastard, however Jaehyeon crushed Jin Hyuk's plan to pieces. Oh, but I won't be paralyzed, same with the other debuffs. Jaehyeon smiled slightly at the system alert. You have been paralyzed. Thanks to Hell's blessing, you have completely resisted the paralysis debuff. The skill he gained from defeating the Night Shade in Hell's trial, Hell's blessing, was a cheat-like skill that allowed him to resist all debuff statuses completely. It was X rank. A mere paralyzing spore mushroom could not break this skill and affect him. There's no way. How does that make sense? You should ask the gods. Jaehyeon smirked. Jin Hyuk quickly tried to think of something. I have to survive no matter what. I can't show weakness here. The main focus was already on the freshman, but if he showed a disgraceful appearance here on top of that, his reputation would hit rock bottom at the academy. It seems you're trying to trap us, but it won't be that easy. My friend is keeping watch outside. The moment he gets here, you're all finished. Jin Hyuk clenched his teeth and exclaimed with anger in his voice. If Jaehyeon begged him here, he planned to let him go. However, Jaehyeon simply laughed wickedly, finding the whole situation funny. I am sorry, but that guy's not coming. What, the guy that's your friend? He can't come here, Arig. As soon as Jaehyeon finished speaking, a frightened scream rang out, making Jin Hyuk's heart drop to his stomach. An ominous feeling followed, and that feeling wasn't wrong. Player Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated. Players Min Jaehyeon, Kim Yoo-young, and Seo In-ae have obtained 100,000 points. Phew, we've taken care of quite a couple. I think there's 3 left. I thought it would be harder. I guess I worried for nothing. How are you going to make up for it? Jaehyeon approached the paralyzed seniors on the field with greed on his face. Don't come over, Uak, Kyuk, Kyuhyuk, each let out a different sound as they were eliminated by Jaehyeon's fists. And so the number of points they earned was now 300,000. It didn't make a dent in the amount Jaehyeon wanted, but it was satisfactory for a start. He checked his ranking as he smiled. Freshman Hunt ranking. Freshman first, Min Jaehyeon second, Kim Yoo-young / Seo In-ae third, On Ho-yeon fourth, Cha Yu-won / Lee Soo-hyuk fifth, Jang Ho-san first place. But it's still just the beginning. Deep in the Nightmare Forest where there weren't a lot of traces of humans. This was the place Kim Yoo-young had cleared with an air blaster ahead of time. An area overgrown with thickets hiding them from enemy sight. It was an area Jaehyeon had kept in mind as they were running from the seniors and looking for a shelter. I didn't think that plan would really work. As expected of Min Jaehyeon, he's really good at thinking up tricks. After trading places with Jaehyeon a while ago, Yoo-young had drunk some sap from an ash tree. Jaehyeon had said that the sap from an ash tree had the effect of curing the paralysis debuff. At first, she didn't really believe him, but she realized that he was right after testing it out herself. Her paralysis really did disappear. As a result, the 3 of them were able to follow the plan and lure their opponents away to eliminate them. All right, I think I'm okay now, really. Then should we get going? Seo In-ae asked as she supported Kim Yoo-young. Yoo-young nodded her head. The numbness in her body was almost fully gone, and she had also met up with In-ae, who had eliminated a senior. The only thing they had to do now was meet up with Jaehyeon at the shelter. By the way, how do you think Min Jaehyeon knew that the sap from an ash tree could get rid of paralysis? I don't know. I don't remember reading it anywhere. Plus, Jaehyeon said he wouldn't get caught in other status effects either. It's probably because of a skill, right? At Yoo-young's question, Seo In-ae stated her agreement. As they were creating the plan a while ago, Jaehyeon had Kim Yoo-young act as the bait. It was an important role wherein she had to lure the enemy, burst the paralyzing spore mushroom, and use change to trade places with Jaehyeon. Afterwards, Seo In-ae would take care of the opponent lying in ambush. Jaehyeon planned to gain points by eliminating the paralyzed opponents. But this plan had 3 problems. First, even if Kim Yoo-young cast change and traded places with Jaehyeon, it would still take 2 hours for her to get rid of the paralysis debuff. Second, Jaehyeon would also become paralyzed, so how on earth would he be able to eliminate the enemy? Third, the enemy would be lying in wait as long as they were paralyzed, so how would they fight against them? However, Jaehyeon had resolved all these problems and succeeded in defeating the group of seniors. Everything happened like Jaehyeon said. Can he see the future? It's scary. Yoo-young wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. In-ae also admired Jaehyeon's surprising plan. She tried to think about it carefully. How was Min Yi-hyun able to come up with such an extraordinary plan? It had only been a few hours since they'd shared what skills they had with each other. But he was able to come up with such an excellent strategy in that short time. Amazing. But I still can't trust him fully. That was Seo Ine's decision. Her grandmother had always told her that she had to be careful of guys who were handsome and eloquent. Yi-hyun clearly fell into this category. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Kim Yoo-young looked at Ine's resolute face and smiled hesitantly. It seems she doesn't fully trust us yet. She hasn't fully opened up. Yoo-young thought that Seo Ine was a lot like how Yi-hyun was in the past. Yi-hyun was also a kid who would first distrust others rather than get close to them. Of course, he was now openly close with her and seemed better with other people than before. Seemingly finding the sudden silence in the moment a bit awkward, Seo Ine spoke. Yi-hyun seems really good at manipulating mana. I mean, he did manage to take care of the warrior seniors by himself. Now what? It hasn't been 3 months since he decided to become a magician. What? Then you mean that Yi-hyun was actually planning to be a warrior? When Ine asked while blinking in surprise, Yoo-young waved her hands. Yeah. Even just a few months ago, he was pretty devoted to combat. Back then, he didn't even pay a bit of attention to magic, but he then suddenly changed his mind though. I do admit that he adapted faster than expected. So. At that time, Seo Ine recalled Shin Junsang and Kwon So-yeol, who they had met as soon as they landed in the demi-plane. While fighting Junsang, Yi-hyun had easily dodged the sword attacks as if he could predict all the moves. If he used to be a warrior, it might be possible for him to predict the trajectories of the sword. Of course, she wasn't familiar with how warriors worked, but she thought it was plausible. But at the same time, another question made her wonder. Why on earth did Min Yi-hyun decide to become a magician? If he had the ability to predict attacks, it would have been better for him to continue being a warrior. What's wrong, Ine? Let's go quickly. That guy Min Yi-hyun hates it when people are late. Oh, okay, anyway, I should be careful. After Seo Ine had made a decision on what to do about Min Yi-hyun, she quickly followed Kim Yoo-young. Yoo-young had recovered in the meantime and led the way. Soon after, they could see Yi-hyun appear at a distance. He was waving at them with a smile on his face. Chapter 37 Freshman Hunt Part 7. All right. This way we won't have any problems going forward. Yi-hyun nodded in satisfaction. A moment ago, he had started the event with satisfactory results while carrying Seo Ine and Kim Yoo-young. When I think about it again, the plan this time wasn't bad. Asking Yi Sang-hyung about the ash tree sap beforehand was pivotal. He recalled the conversation he had with Lee Yi-sang a few days ago and chuckled. Ash tree sap has the effect of removing the paralysis debuff. It's probably quite common in the nightmare forest. As a result, Yi-hyun could quickly find ash trees and get some of their sap. And he was able to use it to remove the paralysis state from Kim Yoo-young, who had traded places with him. Then, Seo Ine could proceed to get rid of the guy hiding in ambush. The cooperation between the three was also quite decent, but if it weren't for the information Lee Yi-sang had provided, there was a chance that they would have ended up in a difficult fight. It's really nice to know an alchemist. I should keep on making good use of him. Yi-hyun smirked, and it wasn't just because of Lee Yi-sang. Yoo-young and Ine also played active roles. Seo Ine's destructive power and Kim Yoo-young's knowledge of practical skills made luring the enemies easy. Everyone agreed to an equal share distribution, so there wouldn't be any problems going forward. 2 days left. We have to dominate this field in the remaining time. We need to hunt down more seniors and collect more points. Even if simply to crush Gu Yaoen's plans. Yi-hyun reaffirmed his resolve as he arrived at the appointed location in front of the shelter, and at that moment he could hear Yoo-young's clear voice. Hey Min Yi-hyun. At the sound of his name being called, Yi-hyun smiled and welcomed his party members. The two who had returned after the successful attack surprisingly didn't look that tired. The two of them really are monsters. Good job. You don't seem exhausted either. Well, I just used magic once after running a lot. What about you, Ine? Yeah, I'm fine too. The three of them all proceeded to head into the shelter. It was currently 4 minutes past midnight. They could use the shelter freely. The two let out a soft sigh as they followed after Yi-hyun. Having been chased by and hiding from seniors the whole day, their muscles were pretty stiff. Yi-hyun expected this would happen, so he had picked ingredients good for physical recovery nearby ahead of time. Having crushed the ingredients and placed them in his inventory, he took out the items and poured them into a bowl. Next, he made a fire and stirred the mixture when it reached the right temperature. A moment later, the herbs had completely turned into a paste and started to give off a red glow. What are you doing? Seo Ine asked first with her immense curiosity. Just in case we need it in the future, it's something to help with stamina recovery that I know how to make. How? I know someone who's an alchemist. He's weird but also very skilled. I learned from him. Of course, it took him hundreds of tries before he could finally make a single basic recovery potion, but he didn't mention that part. At Yi Hyan's words, Yu Young smiled and teased him. Hey, how can you know someone? You don't even have friends. Unlike how you have plenty of friends aside from me. That was a bit unfair, wasn't it? Kim Yu Young acted as if something had struck her heart. Seoane covered her mouth and softly laughed. By the way, you were pretty amazing, Yi Hyan. It's like you're not even someone our age. You're so mature as if you've lived a decade more. At the sudden and accurate remark, Yi Hyan was flustered and unable to reply. He didn't think someone would suddenly ask him something like that. Did Seoane always have such great intuition? She even almost got the period of 10 years correct. For a moment he got goosebumps all over. Yi Hyan held the back of his neck for a bit and complained about the innocent Kim Yu Young seated at the back. Hey, why don't you prepare something to eat? We need to eat if we plan to get anything done tomorrow. How can I cook? You know I made a purple cookie in home economics back in middle school. Did you put blueberries in it? No, she's just not good at cooking. I am also the same though, Yi Hyan said with a sigh. He guessed he shouldn't expect something palatable for tonight's dinner, but Seoane suddenly said something unexpected. If it's cooking, I know a little. Can I go ahead? Ine, are you good at cooking? I cooked for my grandma every day while I was living with her. Yi Hyan was startled. He knew a bit about Seoane's family life since some of it was widespread, but she said she lived with her grandma. Did that mean something had happened to her parents? He couldn't know for sure, but the fact that she knew how to cook was what was important right now. Yi Hyan nodded his head. Sure, I already gathered all the edible stuff a while ago. Yeah. I think this will be more than enough. And thus Seoane began her late-night cooking. The quickly prepared meal was a light stew. Since they had caught a rabbit nearby, they were able to get some protein in as well. Try it. I'm not sure if it'll taste good, but still. That was what Ine had said, but she looked quite confident. The pair took a spoonful of the steaming stew and put it in their mouths. Yi Hyan's and Kim Yu Young's faces were simultaneously struck with shock. It's delicious. Kim Yu Young grabbed Seoane into a hug out of nowhere. It was that good. Yi Hyan also had tears in his eyes. It truthfully tasted better than even his mom's cooking since she wasn't an exceptional cook to begin with. I am sorry, Mom. While apologizing on the inside, Yi Hyan quickly shoveled more stew into his mouth. Seoane smiled slightly as she saw the two eat. How long had it been since someone had so happily eaten the food she made? Milla's Academy's control room. The surprised instructors stared at Gu Yaoen's pinched expression. They all fell into deep thought as they paled. The much-anticipated cadet on Ho Yeon is in 4th place, and an unheard-of magician cadet is in 1st place. How is this possible? In addition, it's very suspicious that the 1st to 3rd place are all magicians. I wonder if they cheated somehow. Is there a possibility that it's a system error? Otherwise, how can something like this be explained? There have only ever been 3 cadets who managed to get over 200,000 points. The 3 mentioned by Kim Seok-gi had managed to get almost 300,000 points on just the first day and showed great talent, becoming S-rank raiders and some of the top stars in Korea in the end. However, in this year's freshman hunt, there were 3 geniuses who got over 300,000 points. Moreover, they were all magicians who would easily believe such a fact. Until now, such scores were only shown by warriors. Those had also formed parties of 5-6 members to attack seniors. It was more difficult than one thought to steal a name tag from a senior. But now, a party with 3 magicians was leading the event by taking out a group of seniors from the get-go. Most of the opponents they met were warriors as well. What kind of kid is that Min Yi Hyan? Even as the instructors were lost in debate, Gu Yaoen did not move his gaze away from the TV screen. The scene being shown was the fight wherein Min Yi Hyan, Seoane, and Kim Yu Young had used the paralysis mushrooms. To think of something like that in such a situation. Plus, the ability to overwhelm a warrior. Is he really a freshman? Gu Yaoen lightly rested his chin on his hand. Until now, there has not been a single magician who ranked first in the freshman hunt. All the S-rank raiders from the academy are also all warriors. But something's different about that bastard. Gu Yaoen lightly tapped the arm of his chair as he waited for Min Yi Hyan's profile. The brat's profile is also completely blank. I honestly don't know what's going on. A moment ago, when the first senior was eliminated, Gu Yaoen checked Min Yi Hyan's profile. What kind of talent did he have to be able to defeat a senior in just 30 minutes? It was hard to believe since it was a magician who had done it. But the real problem was that Min Yi Hyan's profile did not have his magic aptitude score. Ordinarily, there were only 2 reasons why a cadet's profile at Milla's Academy didn't have the aptitude score written on it. Either he paid his way into the academy, or he suddenly changed departments. As his curiosity was reaching its peak, the new instructor who had gone to the data processing room to check the information hurriedly entered the room and said, "Chairman Gu Yaoen, Cadet Min Yi Hyan's profile is here, but it doesn't seem to be an accurate file." What do you mean, not an accurate file? The new instructor's words were strange enough to even bewilder Gu Yaoen. Did he mean that someone had dared to fake the information written on the application to Milla's academy? To begin with, the test taken in middle school was done by the government. Faking that information would be the illegal forging of official documents. Moreover, even if he managed to enroll in the academy, it would be revealed as he competes with the other monster-like cadets, so would there really be anyone stupid enough to do something like that? Jaehyeon looked at the flustered instructor and asked calmly, "Calm down, what on earth do you mean? What was written on the profile? It was 97%. What?" Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. What nonsense was this instructor spouting? Seemingly having expected his reaction, the new instructor quickly explained, "Cadet Min Jaehyeon, who you mentioned. His magic aptitude test score was 97%, 9-97%. Shock quickly took over Jaehyeon. If his magic aptitude score is 97%, that means it's the highest in the world. It's understandable that someone would suspect it to be an error. Was the profile update also pushed back because of this? Thinking so was natural. What other reason would there be for the cadet profile update to be postponed? Jaehyeon didn't think that it was possible for Min Jaehyeon to have transferred departments. He stood up from his seat and smiled. Min Jaehyeon, the more I find out about him, the more interesting he gets. Instructor Kim Seok-gi trembled seeing the brutal face on Jaehyeon. It's been a long time since I saw the chairman make such an expression. Does that mean that cadet is that great? It was a similar expression to the one he made when he saw the latest S-rank raider Kang Ha-seol 4 years ago. The cadet named Min Jaehyeon, I want to see just how talented he is. What do you mean, do you wish to do that? Kim Seok-gi said in a trembling voice. There was no indecision in Jaehyeon's eyes. Kim Seok-gi could only gulp as he looked at the man's face. Because of that bastard, it seems the cadets this year will have a harder time. Jaehyeon planned to test Min Jaehyeon a bit more, even if he had to interfere in the freshman hunt this time for it. Chapter 38 Freshman Hunt Part 8 Before the morning of the third day, Jaehyeon, Kim Yoo-young, and Seona had managed to get 1,000,000 points. The time it took being 35 hours and 17 minutes, they had made a new record for reaching the score of 1,000,000. With this, we've earned 1.1 million points. Kim Yoo-young spoke as she showed the name tag she had just stolen from a senior and smiled. It somehow seemed savage in a way, but one thing Jaehyeon was absolutely sure of was that everything was going in the right direction. With just the combo of the three and the paralyzing spore mushroom, they were able to get around 1,000,000 points in the forest. We made it this far. With this, it's certain that we're in first place. Jaehyeon took a deep breath as he relaxed his body and then clenched his fist. If it was him in the past, this would have been an unimaginable achievement, getting first place at an event hosted at Milla's. Back then, it would have been easier to find Jaehyeon's rank by counting from the bottom. However, he was now showing such results as if it was just a matter of course. It feels pretty weird. It also looks like Seona is slowly trusting me more as well. Jaehyeon briefly glanced behind at Ane. He made eye contact with her for a moment, but she didn't look away like she did at the beginning. As expected, the root of trust for raiders was ability. For the past 2 days, Jaehyeon had shown Yoo-young and Ane how skilled he was, not just with his ability to fight in the front lines, but also his ability to strategize and instruct them efficiently. As a result, the two seem to have put a lot of trust in him. But Min Jaehyeon, do we really have to leave this place? Yoo-young asked with an expression of regret. The three were currently planning on leaving the Nightmare Forest. Kim Yoo-young didn't seem to want to leave the forest since they had already caught a lot of seniors and gained a lot of points there. However, they couldn't stay in this area any longer. A senior who escaped before had spread rumors that there were dangerous freshmen in the forest. As a result, the number of customers who came to the Nightmare Forest had reduced quite a lot. It can't be helped. The seniors are too afraid to come here anymore. I agree with Jaehyeon on this. If we want to gain more points either way, there would be no further need to use the shelter since it was the last day. The cooperation amongst the three was also quite effective, so they could deal with most situations without a problem. By the way, Seona is pretty competitive, huh? Jaehyeon simply admired her. It was the morning of the third day, and they were looking for a new opponent even though they'd quickly gained more than 1,000,000 points. Jaehyeon had planned to set a record from the very beginning, but he didn't expect Seona to be that fired up as well. Although Yoo-young seemed annoyed by it, when it was time to fight, she still did quite well. If we continue like this, we won't meet any dilemmas, but we should still stay on guard. It was what he had regretted bitterly in his previous life. Carelessness was one's worst enemy. In the past, he had almost died in a dungeon that he thought would be easy to clear. If it weren't for regressing with the Nornir system, he would have surely died. Hey, what's the record for the highest points obtained in a freshman hunt? 1.14 million points. Unexpectedly, Seona had swiftly answered the question. Yoo-young let out a big sigh, so we need 5 or 6 more, so annoying. If it's annoying, don't do it. Besides, the points earned here will be vital in the future. At those words, Seona asked while tilting her head. Jaehyeon, you seem to know a lot about this and that. Yeah, I heard a lot of things. He tried to sound as innocent as possible. It wasn't like he could be honest about how he had experienced everything before. As he was thinking so, he felt strange mana coming from behind. The source of the enormous mana was approaching the group. Jaehyeon took up a battle stance as he instructed in a low voice. Get ready, it's coming. A sword attack glowing with a blue light headed straight for Jaehyeon. The sword that flew in an arc towards them was at a level above what they had gone up against until now. What is that? This is obviously an A-rank skill. How? Woon. Barely dodging the sword, Jaehyeon's pupils contracted. I didn't think we'd meet here. In front of him was a handsome guy with brilliantly shining black hair. An unexpected name slowly fell from Jaehyeon's stiff lips. An Ho-yeon. What the hell is happening right now? How can freshman Min Jaehyeon, are you okay? He heard the worried shouts from Seona and Kim Yu-young. However, Jaehyeon didn't have any time to worry about anything like that. There was only one question that went through his mind at that moment. Why was An Ho-yeon swinging his sword at him? Both he and An Ho-yeon were freshmen. There was no reason why they had to fight. An Ho-yeon. What the hell are you doing all of a sudden? Although Jaehyeon yelled, An Ho-yeon just stoically swung his sword. A face with a terrified expression and a hand that attacked without second thought. Clearly there was something wrong. What is happening? Can he not hear me? No way. Woon, quickly taking a few steps back, Jaehyeon dodged a sword attack as he recalled information from before he regressed. He distinctly remembered something like this having happened. It was probably at a Milla's Academy festival. He remembered a few half-crazy bastards crawling about like this. Crash, parrying a sword with a mana-infused fist, Jaehyeon struck An Ho-yeon in the solar plexus. Wham! An Ho-yeon retreated a few steps back as his leg shook with the pain. At this level of strength, no matter how hard An Ho-yeon's skin was, he would have some difficulty moving for a while. He had to think from this point on. Why was An Ho-yeon doing something so stupid and vain? The answer soon appeared in his head. Fuck, this is Gu Yaoen's work. That bastard playing such an aggressive trick. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth in anger. The chairman of Milla's Academy had interfered with this year's freshman hunt. Before regression, something similar had happened during a campus event. Dozens of cadets were suddenly overcome by a blank look on their faces as they attacked their peers and killed them. The cause of the incident was Gu Yaoen. He had used his unique skill Indoctrinate to control cadets into creating an accident and caused several innocent cadets to die. An Ho-yeon was showing the exact same symptoms as the cadets who had been controlled back then. Let's keep calm. Jaehyeon took a deep breath. He really wanted to strike An Ho-yeon down and steal his name tag to send him back right away. But if he did, he would only be playing into Gu Yaoen's hands. Gu Yaoen's goal was pitting him and An Ho-yeon against each other to see who was stronger. This went without saying, but Jaehyeon had no plans of going along with what he wanted. However, damn, he was really not in the best situation at the moment. The cadet in front of him was truly a monster. Even if he hadn't shown his best when faced with goblins because of his weak mentality, he was still an immensely talented genius. Jaehyeon gathered his mana as he tensed up. What could he do to defeat the prodigy in front of him? Right now, it would be difficult to hold back and avoid killing An Ho-yeon if they really started to fight. Just as Jaehyeon was trying to think of a plan, the connection to the demiplane is unstable. The restriction on the player is broken. Look at this. Jaehyeon shook his head at the nonsense Gu Yaoen was spouting and got into focus. He probably prepared this surprise event because he wanted to figure out who was stronger between me and An Ho-yeon, and he must have decided that a fight with only skills C rank and below would be too boring. Hey, Min Jaehyeon, did you hear the announcement? The connection in the demiplane is unstable right now. You have to be careful. That guy doesn't seem to be in his right mind. As if he is being controlled by something. Don't worry. If things are like this, it's more advantageous for me. Huh, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Yu-young couldn't continue her sentence. She saw Jaehyeon's resolute eyes. It was strange. The opponent in front of them was An Ho-yeon, the genius that every freshman in Milla's knew about. He was stronger than most seniors, so why was Jaehyeon smiling? If it's like this, things are different. I think this might work. Jaehyeon had a smile on his face. If he could use skills above B rank, that meant that the situation was in his favor. Although An Ho-yeon was a genius, he wouldn't have a lot of skills that were B rank or A rank. This was a fight Jaehyeon could win. Defeating an enemy without taking their life was something he could easily do. A binding skill like Lightning Chain would make it possible without much difficulty. Jaehyeon, watching An Ho-yeon quickly fixing his grip on his sword, Jaehyeon was prickled with goosebumps. His recovery speed is insane, though this much should be expected of the top warrior. The sword of the most talented person who he envied flew toward him. Jaehyeon exhaled and observed his opponent's movements. He had a perfect stance with no visible flaws. From the start, he was almost fully trained. His weak mentality, which was his only weakness, is also missing right now due to the mind control, but I have no plans to go easy on him for it. With a calm expression, he started to gather his mana. Bzzzzz, a torrent of mana flowed into Jaehyeon, shocking Kim Yoo-young and Seona, who were standing behind him, into subconsciously taking a few steps back. What is this mana? Seona's pupils dilated, and her face was filled with astonishment at the sight of the blue effect and lightning attack that wrapped around Jaehyeon. What the hell was happening right now? Did this mean that he had not shown all his skills thus far? As expected, he was still hiding something at that moment. Jaehyeon calmly instructed them. You guys, quickly leave, get as far away as possible. If you can, earn some points too while you're at it. Kim Yoo-young instantly shouted back, What the hell does that mean? Don't you know who that is? It's On Ho-yeon, the #1 in the warrior rankings. How do you plan on defeating him by yourself? You don't think I can? Yoo-young's expression stiffened for a moment. Jaehyeon looked more serious than ever. Seona thought for a moment, then nodded first before she spoke. Okay. Well, go what? Ine, what do you? Kim Yoo-young stared at Seona with bewildered eyes. However, Seona simply looked back at her with a placid expression. In the end, Yoo-young quickly turned away. Okay, I'll go. Well, earn some points however we can. Beat him up or steal his name tag, win somehow, and come find us. Yeah, it won't take too long. At Yoo-young's words, Ine nodded along. The two darted away from the field. On Ho-yeon and Jaehyeon were fighting in. Fortunately, On Ho-yeon's target seemed to be only Jaehyeon, so he didn't chase after them. Clench your teeth. You'll get hurt otherwise. As if answering Jaehyeon's thoughts, a translucent quest window appeared in front of his eyes. Sub-quest, save the cadet under mind control. There is a cadet nearby who is under a mind control spell. Break the spell and save him. Difficulty, see reward. Blank card, 1 remaining time, 1:59 and 59 seconds failure penalty. Chapter 39, Freshman Hunt Part 9. Then, does this make a total of 600,000 points? A few moments ago, On Ho-yeon had been roaming around the demiplane by himself while attacking seniors. Different from the others who created parties, he faced the seniors with only his own skills. The reason for it was simple. I have to know how far my skills can take me ahead of time. To survive at Milla's academy, it was important to have an objective view of oneself. How far would one's skill take them? Would they be able to win in fights, etc.? One had to grasp these things so that even if problems occurred, they could quickly resolve them. Still, I managed to stay alive somehow. I just have to hold on for one more day. Of course, there were a few dangerous situations in the middle, but with his immense talent and keen senses, he was able to succeed in coming out the victor. As a result, by the morning of the third day, he had earned 600,000 points, which was more than his estimated 500,000 points. Even so, the name that caught On Ho-yeon's interest was Min Jaehyeon. He really is something else. In a situation where his skills are limited, he managed to rank first as a magician. And he even carried his teammates to the top rankings as well. Even as he said so, he couldn't believe the results he was seeing. The amount of points Jaehyeon had earned until now in the freshman hunt was more than 1,100,000 points. If it were someone else, he would have suspected a system error. But as soon as he saw Min Jaehyeon's name on the ranking list, such a possibility was erased from his mind. The way Jaehyeon had taken care of the dozens of monsters that day was fresh in On Ho-yeon's mind. Killing all the goblins pouring out with just one A-rank active skill, Jaehyeon showed a meticulousness that did not allow for a single mistake. He knew exactly how strong he was and didn't neglect any sudden turn of events. Ho-yeon couldn't help but be surprised. A raider's strength was not merely determined by their power and skills. A meticulous mind that avoided carelessness. Without it, even the strongest of raiders could lose their life in a low-level dungeon. On that front, Jaehyeon gave off the feeling of a pro. On Ho-yeon bit his lip as he felt his competitiveness stir up. I also only have one A-rank skill, and I am still not very familiar with it. Martial Ascendance was a skill that wrapped the user's body with aura and allowed them to reach a higher peak in their swordsmanship proficiency. It was the only A-rank skill On Ho-yeon had, as well as his last resort. But even so, he could only use the skill for a mere 5 minutes. On the other hand, Jaehyeon was able to use Lightning Chain very skillfully that day. At only 17, he was able to use an A-rank skill like it came naturally to him, almost as if he had been using it for a very long time. If my guess is correct, that guy is at least a C-rank. He could even be on the cusp of being a B-rank already. To be able to become a C-rank raider as a cadet and a freshman at that, truthfully, even if he told someone, they wouldn't be able to believe him easily. However, On Ho-yeon truly believed that Min Jaehyeon had reached that kind of a height. With the overwhelming force he exhibited that day, as well as the relaxed attitude he had the whole time. Either way, he's an exceptional guy. If I don't want to lose, I have to work hard. Ho-yeon spoke with determination as he stood up in the shelter near the fairy's fountain he had been staying at for 2 days. He had to leave now. If he wanted to keep raising his score until the end, he had to diligently seize name tags from seniors. Hup right as Ho Yeon was about to leave, has infiltrated your mind. Huh. He was instantly overwhelmed by a sensation akin to his brain being scorched. With the great pain that overcame him out of nowhere, An Ho Yeon's eyes rolled back as he started to let out groans of anguish followed by another message. Your mind has been corrupted. Schlink. Twisting his body to dodge the slash aiming for his left arm, he faced forward. The blue sword aura that was wrapped around An Ho Yeon meant that he had martial ascendance activated, making him a level stronger than usual right now. Damn, this is annoying. Jaehyeon tilted his head to avoid the sword aiming for his neck, then stomped on the ground to put some distance between them. The brainwashed An Ho Yeon's sword tenaciously came after Jaehyeon. With an excellent physique behind it, the attacks were powerful and swift. It was quite difficult for a magician like Jaehyeon to keep on dodging. Bzzzzzzz. However, Jaehyeon didn't back down. He parried Ho Yeon's attacks with a chain of lightning as he waited for an opening. When Jaehyeon's vigor showed no signs of waning even after the battle went on for some time, Ho Yeon became puzzled. Jaehyeon smirked slightly as he saw his expression. An Ho Yeon doesn't have any real fighting experience outside of spars right now. It also seems like this is his first time fighting against an opponent with an A-rank skill. Things are in my favor. With no plans of letting Ho Yeon recover from his bewilderment, he quickly pushed mana into his legs. Wind boost has been activated. I have to back him into a corner first. Jaehyeon dashed forward and shortened the distance between him and his opponent at a speed even most senior warrior cadets would not be able to follow. However, crash. An Ho Yeon was more talented than Jaehyeon had assumed. The moment Jaehyeon rushed over and entered his attack range, a sword had struck the ground, sending rocks straight at him. Jaehyeon looked forward while sweating. He struck the ground with his sword to block my move. He has an innate battle sense. He really isn't someone I can take it easy with, huh? Jaehyeon bit his lips. He was clearly in a predicament right now. Just a few moments ago, he was thinking that he could easily take care of the situation. Jaehyeon now had no choice but to admit that he'd been wrong. It's impossible to deal with him without wounding him. After coming to a quick decision, Jaehyeon swiftly gathered his mana. The mana was clearly different from what he had brought out a moment ago. The blue energy that instantly wrapped around Jaehyeon's body started to glare at An Ho Yeon as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Bzzzzzt. The high-pitched sound of mana followed. Let's do this properly now. An Ho Yeon also strengthened the grip he had on his sword and his mana turned a shade darker. The goal is to finish this as quickly as possible. The most important thing is to break the indoctrinate spell he's under with the least amount of damage. And to do so, he had to activate his skill Lightning Chain. The problem was that to use the spell, he had to get closer to Ho Yeon. To reduce the damage as much as possible during all that would be harder than it seemed. If he wasn't careful, he could miss the chance altogether. An Ho Yeon rapidly started to emanate a blue sword aura. Left arm, left leg, neck, and torso, the sword aura flew toward him, aiming for those parts one after the other like arrows. However, Jaehyeon blocked all of those attacks with a barrier without dodging. The translucent bluish shield parried all the incoming attacks and created a small opening, one so small that others might not have even been able to see it. But Jaehyeon didn't miss it and rushed to make good use of it. Bzzz, the lightning attack rushed forcefully toward Ho Yeon. An Ho Yeon, who'd been taking care of the mana that was reflected back by the barrier, could not block the fast attack. Jaehyeon made use of the small gap to dash toward Ho Yeon and bound him with a chain. Swish! 6 chains wrapped around An Ho Yeon's body and stopped him from moving in an instant. And then Jaehyeon followed up with a punch to his abdomen. Pow! Having been punched head-on, Ho Yeon flew back and hit the huge rock in the background. Kyuhyuk, spitting out some blood on impact, Ho Yeon passed out on the spot. Looking at him, Jaehyeon scratched his cheek with an awkward expression. I didn't plan on using this much force. Well, you're a pretty sturdy though, so y'all wake up soon enough. It seemed that An Ho Yeon had somehow completely lost consciousness, but that was what Jaehyeon had been aiming for from the start. The skill Indoctrinate loses its power on its victim momentarily when said victim loses consciousness. Now he just had to put his hand on Ho Yeon's head and break the spell on him. However, Jaehyeon decided to equip one more safety precaution beforehand. He placed his hand on the ground and started to materialize his mana. A white light appeared on his fingers and spread out in a circle around him. It was a skill he had used while fighting the Night Shade. The active skill Flash Bomb has been activated. Boom! A loud explosion rang out at the same time. His surroundings were blocked by the dust-filled air mixed with the white light. And in that moment, the hidden cameras and drones recording in the demiplane all stopped working. Jaehyeon smirked and then placed his hand on An Ho Yeon's head. The active skill Universal Derivation has been activated. Would you like to deconstruct the mind-controlling spell Indoctrinate? As all the instructors were busy with their work, Gu Yaoen was still unable to take his eyes off the TV in the control room. On the screen, Min Yi-hyun was fighting against An Ho-yeon, who he had put under his control a moment ago. He propped his chin up as he watched with great interest. An Ho-yeon is considered a special talent with the potential to become an S-rank raider. He could easily win against most seniors even if 3 of them ganged up on him. So what is that? Gu Yaoen had forced them to fight to see how skilled the two were. An Ho-yeon, who the media exalted as someone who would become the next S-rank raider, and Min Yi-hyun, who appeared like a meteor out of nowhere and took first place in the freshman hunt. To him, testing how skilled the two were was very important, a magician who fights in the front lines like a warrior. Watching Yi-hyun's actions, Gu Yaoen's lips curled up in a covetous smile. Great excitement started to rush through him. The instruction he had given to An Ho-yeon a moment ago was simple: find and kill the bastard who ranks first in the freshman hunt. However, the results came out more easily than I expected. It made it less interesting. The Min Yi-hyun shown on the screen had defeated An Ho-yeon too easily. In addition, he had lessened the amount of damage he delivered in a show of respect. What on earth did he do to demonstrate such skills and moves as a freshman? The magic aptitude score they derived from his profile was 97%. At first, he didn't truly believe it, but now, seeing his abilities firsthand, he was left with no choice but to do so interesting. Gu Yaoen found himself mumbling without meaning to. The other instructors were also all thunderstruck. A few like Kim Seok-gi and Kim Jae-yeon kept sneaking a glance at the screen even as they worked. It was that shocking. They had originally anticipated that if someone could get over 1 million points in this year's freshman hunt, it would be An Ho-yeon, or with a lower probability Cha Yu-won. They never expected it to be a magician cadet appearing out of nowhere. Kim Seok-gi exclaimed in shock. If he remembered correctly, Min Yi-hyun was that pansy-looking brat from before. He was completely oblivious at the time of bus pickup to the fact that there was such a monster on board. What's more, Chairman Gu Yaoen is showing interest in him personally. Kim Seok-gi gulped. That was because it was very rare for Gu Yaoen to show interest in a cadet like this. We can only observe for now. A calm silence fell in the room for a few moments, as everyone quietly looked at Yi-hyun, who had defeated An Ho-yeon. Boom. With an explosion of unknown origin, the Academy's entire system including the control room crashed. And thus, the recording that was sent through the transmitting tower turned white. Kim Seok-gi eyed the employees, gaping at the screen with bewildered expressions. What on earth is happening? Why did the screen blank out like this all of a sudden? That's it seems that a spell that blocks sight has been activated. What? At that moment, Gu Yaoen's expression fiercened and he crushed the remote in his grasp. Flash bomb. So that's how you're going to do things, huh? Min Yi-hyun had used a flash bomb to block everyone's sight after he had fought with and defeated An Ho-yeon. The reason? Instructor Kim Seok-gi, that cadet named Min Yi-hyun. Bring him to my office right after the event is over. Kim Seok-gi had understood what Gu Yaoen meant right away. He asked as cold sweat flowed down his back. You understood. But would it really be alright to decide so quickly? Instructor Kim Seok-gi. Goosebump instantly went up Kim Seok-gi's whole body as the chairman's placid voice entered his ears. Gu Yaoen continued without even turning to look at him. Why do you think Cadet Min Yi-hyun blocked our sight when he had already won? What? He knows. Gu Yaoen stood from his seat. His fierce gaze landed on Kim Seok-gi. The way to increase his own worth. Chapter 40 Freshman Hunt Part 10. The active skill universal derivation has been activated. Would you like to deconstruct the mind-controlling spell Indoctrinate? Yi-hyun nodded his head slightly at the clear voice ringing in his ears. ZZZT. Soon after, mana filled with vitality started to emanate from the hand Yi-hyun had placed on An Ho-yeon's forehead. Shwaya, the mana spread quickly and completely covered his face. The thin strands of mana thread wrapped around Ho-yeon's head, and the spell he was under was quickly deconstructed. A few moments later, together with the sound of glass breaking, a translucent screen appeared in front of Yi-hyun. You have cleared the subquest Save the Cadet under mind control. You have received a blank card as a reward. The messages rang out one after another. Yi-hyun let out a long exhale and watched as Ho-yeon started to move. A moment later, the remaining mana started to disappear. The surroundings, which had been dyed white, slowly returned to normal, and the hidden cameras in the demiplane started to turn this way and that as power returned to them. This is the best I can do right now. It would be bad if I showed all of my skills here. Yi-hyun had used Flashbomb to block Gu Yaoen's sight a moment ago because he didn't have the slightest intention of letting anyone know about his X-rank skill universal derivation. One should keep the cards they have close to their heart as much as possible, after all. To survive as a raider, it was more advantageous to have more secrets. Universal derivation is especially useful in a fight. There's no way I would show Gu Ya in something like that. Yug, as he was organizing his thoughts, a groan came from An Ho Yon. His recovery speed is shockingly fast. It hasn't even been 30 minutes since he passed out, yet he's already waking up. Yi Hyun nodded as he simply admired his endurance. Seo, Ine, and An Ho Yon really are the cream of the crop. Innate talent is seriously something else. Even at Milla's academy, where those with monstrous talent were gathered, the two stood out. They were truly great geniuses that were the target of others' envy. Yi Hyun placidly asked Ho Yon, who was getting back on his feet after waking up. Are you feeling better? What about you? His unfocused eyes quickly returned to normal. An Ho Yon, who swayed for a moment, took in the sight of Yi Hyun standing before him and tilted his head. This is the Nightmare Forest, around it to be more precise. And just so you know, you suddenly attacked me, got beat up and passed out. What? I attacked you? An Ho Yon resisted his terrible migraine and tried to recall what he was doing a moment ago. A voice. I heard a strange voice. Then my body started to move by itself like it was being controlled by someone else at his words. Yi Hyun replied without any surprise, it's nothing. You were under a mind-manipulating spell. You mean I was being controlled to attack you? But Ho Yon couldn't quite believe Yi Hyun's words. Normally, the rank of spells that could manipulate other people's bodies or minds were very high, at least above B rank. Most of the spells that were really useful were above A rank at the very least. But wasn't this a demiplane where skills only C rank and below could be used? Using a spell like the one Yi Hyun had described in such a place was impossible. In addition, there's no way a cadet who could use such a spell would exist to begin with. An Ho Yon lifted his head and observed Yi Hyun, who was looking down at him. Responding to the gaze that was asking for an explanation, Yi Hyun continued, albeit seemingly annoyed. Someone interfered with the freshman hunt this time, someone who cadets wouldn't even dare to go against meddled in the event. Though we can't be sure of why they would do so. Yi Hyun added at the end so as to reduce the suspicion he would be receiving. Ho Yon blinked as he proceeded to ask who that person is and why they would interfere. Do you know? No. Yi Hyun answered right away. No matter how many times he were to say that it was Chairman Gu Yaon who did it, it would be useless. Besides, An Ho Yon would also realize this fact after experiencing a few more events at the academy. There was no reason to scare him right now. What was important at the moment was that they were both all right and that he had just received a blank card a moment ago, just in time. With this, I can copy another high-level skill. A smile spread on Yi Hyun's lips. On the other hand, Ho Yon was lost in thought with his head bowed. He reflected on what had just happened and turned back to face Yi Hyun. Just before he lost consciousness, a voice in his head had ceaselessly ordered him to attack Min Yi Hyun. An Ho Yon lost complete control of himself to the sweet yet venomous eerie voice. He had attacked Min Yi Hyun as soon as he saw him, even breaking the rules and using an A-rank skill. But even though he attacked with killing intent, he still wasn't able to win against Yi Hyun. Is this my current limit? Ho Yon stood up as he spoke. I am sorry. Yurei, it's fine, I'm not hurt. Rather, Yurei probably the one in pain with how you got hit. No, I'll recover quickly if it's just this much cuke. As he was standing up, Ho Yon curled up and coughed. Yi Hyun scratched his nose with an awkward expression on his face as he watched him. Did I hit him too hard? Gathering his strength to stand up properly again, Ho Yon slightly bowed his head. Thanks, it would have been really bad if you'd been careless. Stop being gross, it's fine, you should be fine, right? Even if you get eliminated right now, you should have earned more than enough points already. Nah, you have way more points than me. To think you got more than 1,000,000 points, Yurei, really amazing. An Ho Yon responded while waving his hand. I wonder if the girls are doing okay. Yi Hyun opened the system window to see how the two were faring. The current amount of points he had was 1.3 million. It seems they're doing alright, I should go and meet up with them quickly. Yi Hyun turned around with a satisfied expression. Then I'll be leaving now, let's do our best in the time remaining. At his dry words, Ho Yon hurriedly grabbed his wrist. W8, take this. He passed something he'd been holding in his hand to Yi Hyun. Yi Hyun's expression stiffened. What are you doing? Yi Hyun stared with bewilderment at the item on Ho Yon had passed to him. He continued placidly. If you don't have your name tag, you'll be eliminated. It doesn't matter. Like you said, I've earned quite a bit of points anyways. Plus, after a very short moment, An Ho Yon's eyes were filled with competitiveness. I lost. Even if it's not a rule, it doesn't matter. Since I lost, this is yours. Yi Hyun was unsure how he should react in this unexpected situation. He'd been certain that An Ho Yon was weak-tempered and cowardly, but he wasn't the type to suffer a loss. I lost this time, but I want next time. I am gonna win. That's why I am giving it to you. That's not something you should say to your savior, but well, do your best. He discerned that An Ho Yon had a pretty cheesy side to him and took the name tag Ho Yon was holding out to him while scratching his head. The item itself was only worth 10,000 points. However, the thought he put into the decision was probably worth a lot more than that. The next time An Ho-yeon is talking about is probably the Milla's campus festival. There the two would inevitably fight once more. Jaehyeon pondered. Would he be able to win against An Ho-yeon then too? A moment later, the clear system alert announced the results of the fight. Player An Ho-yeon has been eliminated. Players Min Jaehyeon Cona and Kim Yu-young have received 10,000 points. Slowly becoming translucent, Ho-yeon then completely disappeared from the demiplane. A meaningful smile spread on Jaehyeon's face. In his hand was the name tag that An Ho-yeon had held out to him a moment ago. He had earned a measly 10,000 points, but Jaehyeon was filled with excitement. An Ho-yeon, the one called the Star of the Warriors and who he'd been so envious of. Such a person had given him the name tag while admitting defeat while claiming to be eagerly awaiting their next match. This is the beginning, huh? For the first time, he could be sure that he was taking steps toward his goal. Draugr, skeletal soldiers, the Nightshade he defeated a variety of enemies, but it felt very different from those fights this time. He was taking a step forward after erasing the past wherein he was so weak, diligently and one step at a time. For a moment, Jaehyeon stared at the spot where An Ho-yeon disappeared, then turned around. There were only 2 hours left. Jaehyeon resumed moving so he could continue snatching name tags from seniors. The 72-hour event freshman hunt has ended. You are being transported to the real world. Calculating the points you have acquired, you have earned 1.53 million points. You have earned the highest number of points on record. VRRRR together with the messages, the demiplane started to close. The wide-open abyss closed and the gathered mana dispersed. The allotted time had passed. Jaehyeon had quickly met up with his party after his fight with An Ho-yeon and eliminated more seniors. Since it was the last day, there were many seniors who had come to hunt for freshmen leaving the shelters. As a result, the three were able to gain quite a lot of points and maintain their rank. They succeeded in defeating the previous record of 1.14 million points, with a total of 1.53 million points. It was an amount that a group of 6 warriors would normally be unable to obtain. Of course, this was only possible due to Jaehyeon's careful preparations and how well synced the three were. Jaehyeon looked at his name at the top of the ranking and mumbled quietly. 1.53 million points, this much should be good enough. Hey, it's still the highest recorded number of points. Shouldn't you be happier, Ine, don't you think so too? Kim Yu-young pouted. Ine slid her thumb and pointer on her chin as she spoke with a serious expression. If Wed had 1 more hour, we could have gotten 1.6 million points. These guys really are insane. Yu-young clicked her tongue at them in disbelief. It was the record-breaking score they'd gotten with a lot of work, so wasn't it right to be happier about it? There's a limit to how competitive you can be. Yu-young shook her head in disbelief. Then, as if she had just recalled something, she suddenly turned to Jaehyeon with excitement. More than that. With this much points, we should be able to live quite luxuriously for a while, right? Well, normally, if you multiplied the amount of points by 10, it would be kind of similar to actual money. I think it's okay to say that we've just earned about 15.3 million won. We earned so much. Ine seemed shocked as she asked with wide eyes. Jaehyeon added without a care, I am in first place and you two are in second, so there should probably be additional points. Huh, there's additional points too. Yu-young asked wide-eyed since she hadn't known about that. Jaehyeon nodded. Yeah, I think it was 1 million points. Oh, 1 million? 1 million points were usually awarded to those who ranked in the top 3 at events in Milla's academy. Listening to Jaehyeon's words, Yu-young and Ine stared at each other with visible shock. We were rich? Yeah, the two hugged each other with delight. Looking at them, Jaehyeon shook his head in surprise. Ah, really guys? It's embarrassing, so could you guys stop it? They were already getting a lot of attention from the others since they got first place in the event. Was there a reason to gain even more attention by overreacting like this? Jaehyeon looked around and sneakily took a few steps away, pretending he wasn't in the same group as the two girls. And at that moment, he felt the aura of a man heading toward them. Yi-hoon turned to the direction the footsteps were coming from and bit his lips slightly. Here he comes. A familiar middle-aged man stopped in front of the group. Kim Seok-gi nodded slightly as he looked at them with a smile. Hello, everyone. I am Instructor Kim Seok-gi. I am the one who came to pick up the freshmen on the first day. Ah, yes, sir. Hello. The two girls finally let go of each other. Instructor Kim Seok-gi examined them, then spoke in a low voice so no one else could hear him. I have something I wish to speak to the three of you about, though shall we go somewhere else instead? Is it related to the amount of points we got at the freshman hunt? Jaehyeon asked sharply. Kim Seok-gi nodded slightly. That's correct. Let's go then. Jaehyeon led the way. Kim Seok-gi and the girls followed him with surprised expressions. Ine carefully approached Jaehyeon and asked in a whisper, shouldn't we ask where we're going first? The chairman's office. Jaehyeon purposely stated in a louder voice. At his words, Kim Seok-gi narrowed his eyes and glared at him. A smile appeared on Jaehyeon's lips. Am I wrong? Silence followed for a moment. Kim Seok-gi then nodded again and looked at the three cadets. You are correct. Cadets Min Yi-hyun, Kim Yu-young and Seo In-ae, Chairman Gu Yaon would like to speak with you. Chapter 41. Gu Yaon Part 1. Gu Yaon's office was so clean that one could suspect he had mysophobia. The walls were covered in white wallpaper with a few paintings by unknown artists hanging on them. An expensive-looking bookcase and cushioned chairs made of cedar were seen in the room. The floor was covered with an antique-looking carpet, and the combination created a unique atmosphere. They did say he had mysophobia and paranoia. It seems they weren't wrong. Yi-hyun looked around for quite a while, then took a seat on the gray sofa at the center of the room. He didn't ask for permission. The office didn't belong to Kim Seok-gi after all, and he had received an invitation to be in the room. Of course, the two who came with him seemed to think differently. Why is he suddenly acting like that? Seo In-ae and Kim Yu-young merely looked at Yi-hyun awkwardly. Did Yi-hyun eat something that disagreed with him yesterday? Why else would he show such an attitude when he came to meet the chairman of the Miller's Academy? Gu Yaon was one of the most powerful people in the country and the person who helped create 3 S-rank raiders. He wasn't someone who should be met with that kind of attitude. The two of you should also take a seat. Kim Seok-gi instructed a little too late. He narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Yi-hyun. Oh. Yes, sir. Kim Yu-young replied quickly as she pulled Seo In-ae to her side. After the two sat, Yi-hyun was positioned to the left with Yu-young in the middle and In-ae on the other end. Instructor Kim stood in front of them as they waited for Gu Yaon. His sharp glare was fixed on Yi-hyun, but Yi-hyun didn't pay it any mind. A tense atmosphere that brought about discomfort fell in the office. Kim Yu-young and Seo In-ae simply traded looks with each other as they remained silent. It sort of made sense. This was the chairman of Miller's Academy's private office. It was one of the places that was difficult to enter in the academy. It made sense to be nervous. Yi-hyun being so calm was the strange thing here. It isn't as big as I thought. Yi-hyun had already visited Yeonhwa Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon's office at the guild's headquarters. There, he was awed by the size and sophistication of the top guild in the country. Miller's Academy's office could be said to be comparable, but there were several areas that were lacking. Since Yi-hyun was used to Yeonhwa Guild, it was normal that he didn't feel intimidated by his surroundings. He stopped looking around and asked in a disinterested tone, "He's the one who called us here, so where is the chairman?" This doesn't seem very polite of him. At his words, Kim Seok-gi frowned fiercely. This bastard Kim Seok-gi also knew that Yi-hyun was an extraordinarily talented cadet. He had previously understood that it was possible for an immensely talented raider to appear among the magicians, and that Cadet Min Yi-hyun would become an S-rank raider in the future. However, Kim Seok-gi erased that possibility from his mind. He had trained numerous cadets until now, but those with an arrogant attitude never grew very strong. Those prospects that the press were expectant about, every single one of them was unable to reach their full potential, owing to their own laziness, and died in dungeons that were of a lower rank than they were. Kim Seok-gi was the type to lecture cadets about persistence and effort. I thought he was talented, but he doesn't seem to have a good personality. It would be difficult to grow with that kind of attitude. In the moment, Yi-hyun smirked as he looked at Instructor Kim Seok-gi. Instructor Kim Seok-gi is still the same. The chairman's loyal lapdog. The reason he trains the cadets in such a Spartan manner is probably so he can show Gu Yaon good results. Before his regression, back when Gu Yaon's corruption was reported in the news, Instructor Kim Seok-gi was also unable to escape from his crimes and ended up in jail, on the charge of aiding and abetting the chairman in his crimes. In reality, he was someone who would jump into a blazing fire if Gu Yaon told him to. The typical third-rate villain who sold the cadets off due to their desire for power. That was Kim Seok-gi's role. One day I have to reveal Instructor Kim Seok-gi's corruption as well. To do so, he had to continue to grow stronger. Even though he didn't act like it, Kim Seok-gi was also an A-rank warrior. At the very least, he wasn't someone that Yi-hyun could win against at the moment. On the other hand, Yu-young and In-ae seemed flustered by Yi-hyun's insolency. As far as Kim Yu-young knew, although Yi-hyun could be cynical and seemingly rude, he was usually very polite. He wasn't someone who acted impudently toward adults, so why was he acting like that right now? At the same time, she also contemplated, since he was showing such an attitude, was there a reason behind it? As Kim Yu-young was lost in thought, the sound of the door suddenly opening was heard. From the other side of the door, a muscular man that was about 190 cm tall showed up. "You're already here, I apologize. I'm a little late. Hello, I'm Magic Cadet Kim Yu-young. I'm Seo In-ae. Yes, I know quite well who you are." As the two quickly greeted him with bowed heads, Gu Yaon entered with a smile. On the other hand, Yi-hyun spoke in an annoyed tone as he propped his chin up with his left hand. "I know you should have come earlier. Why did you call us here just to make us wait? I apologize. I needed some time to prepare. Seemingly expecting Jaehyeon to act like this from the start, Jaehyeon replied without changing his expression. Jaehyeon crossed his legs and scanned Jaehyeon up and down. A wine-red shirt with a three-piece suit, an expensive watch on his wrist, and penny loafers. It was similar to an outfit a typical man of wealth would wear in a drama. Unexpectedly, he's coming out from a lower position. It seems he really tends to bow down in front of someone he deems useful while stepping on others. Jaehyeon frowned as he looked at Jaehyeon. I would like to hear the reason why you called us here. Yes. I was just about to mention it. I don't know what it is, but it must be something great. Since you called the three of us who have just come out of the demiplane after 3 days without even giving us any time to wash up. Jaehyeon, who'd been maintaining his expression from the start, twitched. It was a very slight movement, but Jaehyeon caught it and smiled slightly. On the other hand, Kim Yoo-young, Seona, and even Kim Seok-gi looked at Jaehyeon with shocked expressions. Jaehyeon was practically the owner of the academy and the one who had the most power here. Acting like this and using such a tone in front of such a person was more than dangerous. However, Jaehyeon already knew. No matter how rude I act, Jaehyeon won't do anything. At this point, Jaehyeon was in an anxious situation of not being able to produce an S-rank raider in the last 4 years. So the government had reduced the academy's budget, and he was in danger of being fired. In such circumstances, how could he expel a cadet who showed promise of becoming an S-rank raider? If he did so, he would have to take responsibility for everything. In other words, this wasn't a game he could afford to throw. Jaehyeon also currently had the great backing of Yoo Sung-yoon in his hands. He had nothing to lose in this situation. Jaehyeon seemed to know this as he simply acknowledged his mistake and continued. It seems I was a bit rude, I apologize, but once you hear what I have to say, you won't be disappointed. So I shall get straight to the point. Clearing his throat, he started to speak. First off, congratulations, you are the elite of the elite who secured the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt. Especially Min Jaehyeon, who took first place. It was all thanks to my party members. I wouldn't have been able to do it by myself, he spoke truthfully. If it weren't for the two, his plan to hunt seniors would have been impossible. However, Jaehyeon didn't think so. With narrowed eyes, he looked at Jaehyeon with a smile. It seems he wants to hide his true talents. Jaehyeon had matched on Ho-yeon up against Jaehyeon in a fight to get a better idea of his real abilities, but he wasn't able to see the extent of his skills through it. And that was clearly Jaehyeon's strategy. You are of course correct, I have watched all of your actions. Jaehyeon took a sip from the cup of coffee in front of the sofa. He continued with a smile, you all did great. For the first time in our academy's history, magicians were able to get over 1 million points in the freshman hunt and stand proud. Not only that, you also beat the record for the highest number of points earned. Truly a surprise. It was a great showing, thank you. Seona spoke first and Kim Yoo-young stiffly bowed in thanks after her. Jaehyeon was the only one who still had his head raised. Jaehyeon continued. So the academy would like to give you a special reward. The reward would be Seona let her sentence run on. Jaehyeon replied with a contented expression. I would like to offer you a few privileges. This time Kim Yoo-young asked with wide eyes. Jaehyeon nodded. He started to explain in detail the privileges he was offering the 3 of them. First, a suite would be offered to them for free within the academy. Considering their necessities, this was quite a tempting offer. It was only offered to about 5 freshmen so far. Second, they would have priority in the use of the academy's facilities. This offer was something that sounded good to anyone who wished to become stronger. No matter how large Milla's academy was, it was very difficult to make use of its facilities whenever they wanted. It was a basic rule to reserve any facility a cadet would like to make use of beforehand. Third, should they be unable to get a satisfactory score at the school test, they would get a chance to retake the test. This was not something that really appealed to Kim Yoo-young and Min Jaehyeon, who were pretty academically bright, but it was different for Seona. Before his regression, he had seen that although Seona did well in the practical tests, she didn't do as good in the theoretical portions. Jaehyeon knew that she wasn't very good at theory or math. For her, this offer was probably quite tempting. These are our provisions. If you agree to our offer, you will be signing a partnership contract with our Milla's agency, and when you look for a guild later on, please we refuse. Jaehyeon rejected Jaehyeon's offer without a thought. He was so quick in his refusal that it was a bit embarrassing for the other party. Jaehyeon frowned for the first time since he entered the room. Forgetting to maintain his composure, he glared at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon continued to meet his eyes with a calm expression. It was as if Jaehyeon wanted to read his mind. There was a moment of silence. Then Jaehyeon started to speak in a calm voice. Your provisions are all very good, however with our level of skills they are all things that we can earn through our own efforts. I don't see a reason why we should get them while paying an unnecessary extra fee. It was as Yi Hyan had said. In the partnership contract that Gu Yaon suggested, they would become a member of Milla's agency. After entering a guild and working as raiders, they would have to pay about 30% of their earnings to the school for at least 5 years. If calculated according to the amount a normal rank raider earned in a year, it was at least 10 billion won. If so, the school would be taking a total of about 15 billion won in 5 years. There's no way I'm gonna fall for such bullshit. Yi Hyan smirked. He didn't know if Gu Yaon realized that his nefarious plan was uncovered or not, but he could see annoyance on his face. Yi Hyan put his hands together as he looked at Gu Yaon, who was gazing at him murderously. Soon, an overbearing sentence close to a warning left his lips. It seems to me like Chairman Gu Yaon doesn't want to help us but instead strike us down. Am I mistaken? Chapter 42, Gu Yaon Part 2. If that's what you think, there's nothing I can do. I am not forcing you to sign the contract. I will leave the decision in your hands. Even as Gu Yaon said so, his expression wasn't too great. It was obviously because he was rejected instantly, even when he offered conditions that any other cadet would have died for. In addition, Yi Hyan was obviously going against him however he could. It's a pity, but I also refuse. I also don't think I will sign the contract. At the girl's answers, Gu Yaon's expression worsened. Sparks were flying out of his fierce, covetous eyes. Yi Hyan merely smiled slightly as if he had been expecting all this. But then Gu Yaon's expression changed and he smiled evilly. He crossed his arms as he spoke. That's a shame. Those were the best conditions Milla's academy could offer. I will give you another chance to think about it just in case you change your mind. As he said so, the 3 cadets started to feel a strange sensation in their minds. However, Yi Hyan had already expected something like this to happen. Has infiltrated your mind. Thanks to Hell's blessing, you have completely resisted the debuff. Yi Hyan smirked. I knew this was going to happen. From the start, Yi Hyan provoked Gu Yaon by acting as offensively as he did. The reason for it was simple. He wanted to provoke Gu Yaon into using his skill indoctrination so he could copy it. Indoctrination is a spell that will be of great help in any situation later on. It would be best if I could get it now. Not knowing Yi Hyan's insidious plan, Gu Yaon continued to cast indoctrination on Yi Hyan. It was a maneuver to control Yi Hyan into agreeing to become his subordinate. However, the X-rank skill Hell's blessing simply got rid of any and all debuffs. No matter how great of a unique skill indoctrination was, that fact didn't change. Yi Hyan put his hand in his pocket and thought as he touched a card. Use blank card. A blank card has been used. The corners of Yi Hyan's lips slowly started to go up. The glowing card in his pocket actively started copying the other's skill. It deconstructed the spell's formula and then rebuilt it. And finally, you have acquired the new active skill indoctrination. Active skill. Name, indoctrination rank. Unique skill enables you to manipulate someone weaker than you into doing your bidding. Effects deprives the other party of their emotions and controls them into doing whatever the user wants. Should both parties agree to a master-servant relationship, the skill changes into subordination, with which the servant can be restrained to follow the user's command with their will intact. As he heard the clear voice of the system, Yi Hyan stood up from his seat, having gotten what he had come here for. Then, we will be leaving now. We're a bit tired since we spent 4 days in the demi-plane. When Yi Hyan started to head toward the exit, the girls bowed in goodbye and followed after him. Without being able to check why his skill didn't work, Gu Yaon stared at Yi Hyan's disappearing back with his mouth open. He got first place in the freshman hunt as a freshman and even managed to resist my skill. However, he soon recovered his mild demeanor. Interesting. Min Yi Hyan, I can't let you go. Someone had once said, humans find that which they cannot possess the most attractive. And currently, for Gu Yaon, that was none other than Min Yi Hyan, a green cadet who wasn't even a legal adult yet. On the way to their assigned dormitory after leaving the chairman's office, one could see mayflies gathering around the streetlights as they turned on one by one. This place was one of the few resting areas within Milla's academy. Going through this and then up the street that forked was the cadet dormitory. Yi Hyan was leading the way when he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the 2 who were following behind him. Kim Yu-young and Seo In-ae were both observing the surroundings of the cadet dormitory as they were led by Yi Hyan. Yi Hyan thought for a moment, then asked, "Are you guys really okay though? With what?" Yu-young asked back as she looked up at him. Yi Hyan continued placidly, "Gu Yaon's offer, you both rejected it. Is that really okay? Well, that's at first I was a bit tempted. But when I heard what you said, I thought you were more on the mark." Chairman Gu Ya, it seemed like he was going to sweet-talk us into agreeing, but how does it make sense to take 30% of our wages for 5 years? Yu-young stated in an offended tone. Yi Hyan smirked. Behind them, In-ae also nodded in agreement. There seemed to be a lot of problems with that contract's conditions. I am also of the opinion that it was better not to have signed it. Moreover, if we receive that much special treatment, it means someone is suffering that much loss, and that's not very honorable. Jaehyeon was slightly surprised at the sudden righteousness. It was hard to find such virtue in this world that had become very petty to the weak. Of course, Jaehyeon had no plans to righteously tear down the wrongs in front of him like she did. Everyone had their own methods, and Jaehyeon had to do whatever he could to reach his goals. He looked back and forth between Yu-young and Ine, then smiled slightly. That's a relief. I'd honestly hoped you guys would reject that offer. That's that, but isn't there something really strange about Chairman Gu Yaon? He looked rather devious, and when you rejected his offer, his expression was totally sickening. It really seemed a bit strange. If you think about it, there was a problem with the demiplane from the first day and the instructors didn't say a single thing about it. These guys have pretty good instincts. Their intuition was sharper than he thought. He was organizing his thoughts when Ine asked him a question. By any chance do you know something, Jaehyeon, about Chairman Gu Yaon? Oh, what? Why do you think that? You were pretty calm, much unlike a freshman. So I thought you knew something we don't. That's true. Hey, Min Jaehyeon, if you know something, tell us. At the girl's words, Jaehyeon thought for a moment. Would it be alright to tell Kim Yu-young and Seo Ine what he knew about Gu Yaon from the future? He thought about it for several minutes, but then decided it was still too early. The two were still unfamiliar with how things worked at Milla's academy. If he told them that the school was a dangerous place and that people would die in the future, would they believe him? Jaehyeon looked at them and replied calmly. Yeah, some things, but I'm not too certain if it's true, so it's hard to say anything at this point. Is that so? Ine seemed a bit disappointed, but Jaehyeon had no other choice. It would have been different if it were just Kim Yu-young who he'd known for such a long time. However, he'd only known Seo Ine for 3 days. From what he'd seen from her so far, she didn't seem like someone who could be a traitor, but before returning to the past, Jeong Woo-min hadn't seemed like such an evil bastard either. It was always the most lethal when those that looked kind betrayed others. It's best if I hide the information I have from the future as much as possible. However, Jaehyeon decided to tell the two about one thing alone. He took a deep breath, then he spoke as he eyed the two. I'll say this though, you should both keep one thing in mind. Don't trust anyone here, whether it's the chairman or the instructors. Then you as well, Jaehyeon. It was a question he hadn't expected. Seo Ine looked up at him with mysterious amber-colored eyes. With full intent, Jaehyeon maintained eye contact with her. As he was about to reply with a smile, Yu-young interrupted him. That's right. Don't trust him either. First, he's a guy and he looks fierce. He once left me stranded without taking me home. Hey, why are you suddenly bringing that up? It was a long time ago. Shut up. I had a panic attack back then and I really thought I was going to die. Kim Yu-young had really suffered a lot that day when Jaehyeon went to meet Yu Sung-yoon. She was swept away by the pouring crowd and the way home seemed distant. In the end, she was unable to move a single step until her mom came to fetch her. As she was glaring at him with rage, Jaehyeon instantly stopped walking and uttered, "Okay, go in, we're here, we've already arrived." Yu-young blinked and looked around. They soon took in brightly lit lights and several bulletin boards stretched out in front of them. They could see a huge park fountain that separated the dormitory and a few tiles. A light blinked on and off repeatedly. Yeah, you guys should go and rest as well, Jaehyeon said in a calm voice. Just then an unexpected question came from behind him. Then I guess we have to go our separate ways here. Ine asked with a sad, disappointed look. Yu-young suddenly interrupted, elbowing Jaehyeon in the side as she joked. Hey, why is it like a teen romance novel in here? Let me join in too. The girls' dormitory is on the left. Boys' dormitory on the right. Jaehyeon forced a smile as he pushed the two forward. So go in quickly and rest. Tusk, okay, well go, Yu-young grumbled. Ine turned back around and said goodbye to Jaehyeon. Well, leave first. You should rest as well, Jaehyeon. Tomorrow's the first day of class. Yeah, see you tomorrow then. After waving off to the two, Jaehyeon started to go up the slightly inclined path on the right. After about 5 minutes, he began to see the actual building. With the exterior wrapped in a light blue tarp, the grayish-white buildings with an apartment-type dormitory and basic facilities were exactly as Jaehyeon remembered. It's been a while since I was last here. Since it was the basic dormitory provided by the academy, everything was ordinary. The only special thing here was the anti-mana system. Other than that, the apartments and hotels that one could rent with points were much better. The accomplished cadets getting better housing was a matter of course. That was what Chairman Gu Yaon and the instructors thought. Still, I did pretty well in the first event. I should stay focused at all times from now on. I can't be careless. He thought resolutely as he placed his ID against the reader, making the door open. Taking a step inside, he noticed a musty and moldy scent, as well as rags hanging everywhere. This place usually did give off this kind of depressing atmosphere. Those who remained in this dormitory after a few years were leftovers who couldn't get a high rank, and Gu Yaon and the rest of the academy openly discriminated against them. It was also true that there was a tendency for the cadets to look down on those with a low level. Walking down the corridor, Jaehyeon found RM 302, which had been assigned to him. Putting his hand on the doorknob and touching the card reader with his ID, the door opened with a familiar sound. "It's really been a damn long time taking in the interior," Jaehyeon mumbled in an odd tone mixed with remorse. He put down his things and sat on the hard floor. Remembering how hell-like this place had been to him in the past, his whole body shivered in anxiety. The dormitory he'd returned to was not a place he had missed at all. However, the horrifying memories merely strengthened his resolve. "I should start looking for a new place tomorrow. I can't keep living here. Plus, I don't have to worry since I have a lot of points." Nothing good would come of it if he just saved his astonishing amount of 2.53 million points without spending at all. In addition, the room would be the place he returned to every day. Spending points on other things would mean nothing if he skipped out on this. Fortunately, Jaehyeon knew a few hotels that were close to the classrooms. What was the class tomorrow again? Suddenly becoming curious about class, Jaehyeon crossed his arms and thought. Tomorrow was finally the first day he would receive lessons as a magic cadet. Checking his schedule, the name of the class was Basic Mana Acclimation. He thought about studying in advance, but then shook his head. He was tired and it was better to go to sleep a bit earlier. After all, he'd fought quite fiercely for the past 3 days. Taking a shower and lying in bed, he felt sleepy right away. He set the alarm and fell asleep. However, the next day, Jaehyeon couldn't help but be surprised by the contents of the first class he was attending. What the hell is this? Chapter 43, First Class Part 1. The next day, Jaehyeon woke up early and got ready for class. He had a total of 2 classes today. They were easy things like orientation and aptitude tests. Since this was a military academy, there would probably be a lot of instances when they would have to move about, but compared to the training they would be getting later on, this week's classes were very easy. Down the line, there would be numerous classes where they required superhuman abilities. For example, classes like Instructor Kim Seokji's Basic Endurance Training and Instructor Park Ha-jun's Battle Strategy were infamous among the cadets for their brutal training. I should warm up a little first. Since there was the possibility he would have to move around a lot, he went for a short run around the park. He'd woken up at around 6 in the morning. Having slept at midnight, he'd slept almost exactly 6 hours. However, there was almost no trace of exhaustion in Jaehyeon's body. This was because a raider's recovery rate was much faster than an ordinary person's. After jogging for an hour, his whole body was covered in sweat. Returning to his room, he took a shower and then sat at his desk. Since he'd received all the necessary books for his theory classes like history, he decided he had more than enough time to read up a bit before class. Jaehyeon stretched and then began to study in earnest. "I worked as a raider for 7 years, so this should be easy." Even though Jaehyeon wasn't as intelligent as Kim Yu-young, he was still quite smart. He was especially good with theory classes and was often in the top 10 of the year even without putting in extra effort. As a result, he'd heard a lot of his classmates groan about how the rest of them were to live when someone was both handsome and smart. Jaehyeon himself never thought much about it though. Intelligence was advantageous no matter what kind of world one lived in, but in the current world filled with monsters, strength was more important. One had to be strong so that there was less of a threat to their lives and less of a need to fight with others. Yggdrasil and the monsters had completely changed the laws of this world. Still, today should be less tiring since there's only 2 classes. Jaehyeon stretched his arms as he checked his timetable. The academy probably relaxed the schedule for the day since the freshman hunt had just finished yesterday. Unless the academy was full of idiots, there was no way they would schedule difficult classes right after an event. Although the academy was normally a military school with a rigid hierarchy, there were still some who weren't used to that system. There weren't that many, but there were already a few among the seniors who were stronger than the instructors. There was nothing dumber than inciting these people with a harsh schedule. "I should get going." Quite a bit of time had passed as he'd been reading. 7:30 a.m. If he didn't want to be late for the first class which started at 8, he had to move. "Good morning, it's nice to meet you. I am Instructor Kim Jaehyeon. As you know, I will be teaching Basic Mana Acclimation. Let's try to get along." An applause followed the introduction. Of course, Jaehyeon didn't know anything about what kind of person Instructor Kim Jaehyeon was. Since he'd attended combat classes before regressing, he didn't have much need to meet her. He only knew a few rumors he'd heard about the instructors in the magic department. Even so, he didn't remember anything about someone named Kim Jaehyeon. She could be a new instructor. Hall quit soon. Jaehyeon was soon convinced that that was the case. Long-term instructors at Milla's academy could be counted on one hand. The pay was low and the welfare wasn't that good either. The reason Kim Seokji and a few other instructors remained was quite clear. It was the existence of Jaehyeon. They were greedy for any crumbs he was willing to give them. Well, it has nothing to do with me. It held no significance to Jaehyeon. Ahem. Clearing her throat, instructor Kim Jaehyeon started talking about the class. The reason I am conducting our first class outdoors is simple. It is to test your mana sensitivity. Please look over there. Jaehyeon turned to look at the direction Kim Jaehyeon was pointing in. A row of rooms with transparent walls in front of them came into sight. There was a door between the rooms like a barrier, and they could hear the unending sound of mana buzzing from inside. That was probably a mana room. It was seemingly a device used to test their mana sensitivity. It feels pretty similar to that mana cube from before. For a moment, Jaehyeon's eyes fixated on the mana room that felt familiar. Before signing a first priority contract with the Yonhwa Guild, he had broken out of a mana cube to prove his skills. Compared to then, the mana flowing out of those rooms was nothing. Jaehyeon crossed his arms as he observed the other cadets' surprised expressions. The worried voices of the cadets rang out from different directions. What, isn't this too difficult from the get-go? I know, right, telling us to go into mana rooms on the first class itself. Didn't they say that you could get addicted if you weren't careful? Is this really safe? Jaehyeon nodded slightly. That was probably the reaction of those with ordinary aptitude. A mana room was literally a room filled to the brim with mana, so it was possible for the people who went in to get addicted to all the mana in it. Of course, since the instructors were with them right now, there wouldn't be any accidents, but it was still very true that this was dangerous on a whole. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon took in the cadets' reactions before continuing with her explanation. This is called a mana room, and it was created using a monster core. With the doors as the mark, the concentration of mana changes. At Kim Jaehyeon's explanation, most of the cadets nodded in understanding. Naturally, the concentration of mana increases as you go deeper into the room. In this test, we will ascertain how sensitive you are to mana. In other words, the objective of this test was to see how familiar a user was with mana. In addition, they were trying to see how much mana they could use later on. The average level a first-year Milla's Academy cadet can normally reach is 3. Before graduating, they can reach level 7. This test will help you accurately determine your current level. Jaehyeon stared at the rooms lined up in front of him. There was a total of 19 rooms prepared for them. Since the average rank of a newly graduated raider was C or D, one could infer that reaching level 7 was the same as being a C-rank raider. A mana room, I wonder how much I've grown by now. It was a simple thought. Since returning to the past, Jaehyeon had worked tirelessly to grow stronger. He had defeated the Nightshade, was taught by Yu Sung-yoon, and received an X-rank skill from Hell. The mana room was a chance to see how much he had grown compared to others. Kim Jaehyeon spoke as she tapped on the tablet she had brought. Now then, let's start the test. Cadets, follow me. If you have trouble during the test, please raise your hand. Afterwards, you just have to follow the assistant instructors out of the room. BZZZT. The 30 or so cadets all went into the room filled with blue mana. Mana room level 1, an area filled with mana that was slightly thicker than normal. This much was not a problem to those who had chosen magic as their major. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon led them further into the room. A few of the cadets were already having some trouble breathing properly. On the other hand, Kim Yu-young and Seo In-ae seemed fine as they looked around the room in amazement. Jaehyeon was the same. There's nothing to be felt. Compared to the mana cube, this is child's play. Although they did say that even active magicians have trouble breaking out of a mana cube, so that should be expected. No one was eliminated at level 1. It seemed that it was still a level everyone could endure. Jaehyeon followed instructor Kim Jaehyeon into mana room level 2. Cough, cuke. The moment they stepped into the room, about 20% of the cadets were unable to endure and raised their hands. Most of the cadets, including Jaehyeon, gestured that they were still fine. Kim Jaehyeon handed over those who raised their hands to the assistant instructors and made her way further in. Mana room level 3. About half raised their hands and were led out by the assistant instructors. Since the average level of a freshman was level 3, raising their hand at this point meant they were not worse than most. It meant that they were the average Joes at Milla's Academy where monsters gathered together. Jaehyeon, In-ae, and Yu-young still didn't feel any pressure. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon started to lead the cadets deeper into the room. And so level 4 to level 5, I can't feel a difference yet. Even as Jaehyeon watched most of the class raise their hands, he merely tilted his head in confusion. It was strange, back in the mana cube and right now. He wondered why he didn't feel any negative effects of mana addiction. Back in the deep sea of mana in the cube, Jaehyeon could still breathe comfortably. He didn't know the exact reason, but there was a big possibility it was due to his innate talent. A magic aptitude score of 97%, if it's not because of that, it's hard to explain. He started to realize how great his talent actually was. Even in the past, his aptitude score of 97% was one of the best. Just then Jaehyeon heard a whisper come from beside him. Turning to see who it was, Yu Young spoke with a slightly pale face. Hey, don't you feel like it's starting to get hard to breathe? No, I don't think so. At Yu Young's question, Jaehyeon shook his head. Yu Sung-yoon had said it before, but Jaehyeon was more talented than others. It wasn't just his aptitude score. Thanks to his X-rank skill, one watched by the gods, Jaehyeon's stats were a lot higher than that of someone at the same level. Plus, if one looked at the spells he knew, he was already a competent magician. I've probably almost reached C rank by now, but I can't be satisfied with this. Jaehyeon thought as he stepped into Mana Room level 6. Min Seongo, the one who killed his mother and even came after his life. The one he wanted to take revenge against. As an A-rank raider, he was a big shot Jaehyeon couldn't touch at the moment. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth. If I want to win against father and make him pay, I have to get stronger. I also can't let Gu Yaen go. Ruminating over his goal once more, Jaehyeon headed for level 7. From here, no matter how talented they were, breathing became difficult. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon glanced at the remaining cadets in astonishment. There were 4 cadets remaining. Min Jaehyeon, Kim Yu-young, Seo-in-a, Lee Soo-hyuk. Because Min Jaehyeon had shown such great skill during the freshman hunt, she clearly remembered him. The rest, she remembered the names of due to their high aptitude scores. Kim Jae-yeon paid more attention to Min Jaehyeon even among those remaining. In the freshman hunt, he was able to defeat combat cadets by himself. The transcendental reflexes which allowed him to eliminate the first player weren't something a magician was to be capable of. Chairman Gu Yaen also said we should pay special attention to him. This meant there was something special about him. Kim Jae-yeon gulped. They were now almost at level 8. They were past the level of talent and into actual genius. Starting from level 8, the concentration of mana repeatedly became lighter and deeper. It was supposed to mimic a real dungeon. However, instructors were banned from telling cadets about this fact. The reason was simple. The test would only be considered a success if the cadets realized it for themselves, but it was also possible for their lives to be in danger if they were careless. To Gu Yaen, though, cadets were merely expendable tools. Easily put, he could replace them at any time. Rather than their safety, it was more important to know how strong they could become. It was a rule that was covertly clear to everyone at Milla's Academy: survival of the strongest. The strong 1% took precedent over the rest. That was the absolute law that governed this school. Then we will enter Mana Room level 8. Is there a cadet who is having difficulties? She waited for a moment, but out of the 3 plus Lee Soo-hyuk, no one raised their hand. Before Jaehyeon's regression, Lee Soo-hyuk was someone who had reached B rank. His magic aptitude score was 82%, so it was justifiable that he would be confident in his mana sensitivity. Then let's go. Mana Room level 8. If the previous 3 levels were difficult areas, this place was hell. This area seemed to be truly agonizing as the 3 except for Jaehyeon all let out a groan of pain. In the end, Kim Yu-young and Lee Soo-hyuk raised their hands. It was hard for them to endure it. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon was A rank, but she also found it difficult to breathe in level 8. From here on, one needed more actual experience. Even if they are geniuses, it should be difficult from this point. Thinking so, Kim Jae-yeon was about to lead everyone out when a cadet caught her eye. The black-haired boy was looking around in amazement without a single sign of difficulty in breathing. What on earth was happening? Usually, everyone lost all their breath and slumped to the ground at this point. On that note, Kim Yu-young and Lee Soo-hyuk were really amazing. Having the presence of mind to raise their hands while in pain was already worthy of praise. But Min Jaehyeon was different. He didn't look tired at all. Like a veteran raider who's already cleared a dungeon, Jaehyeon was walking around calmly within the vacillating mana. Although his posture was bad with his hand in his pocket, his sensitivity was unbelievably good. Kim Jae-yeon looked to his left. She could see Seo-in-a, who was breathing with some difficulty as she held her chest and looked at Jaehyeon. In-a was enduring past her limit and wanted to go to the next level. Kim Jae-yeon could only be surprised by Seo-in-a's perseverance and Min Jaehyeon's sensitivity. Seo-in-a, Min Jaehyeon, they really have unbelievable talent like their profiles said, she thought as she wondered. How far would those two reach as they grew? She was also once a cadet who was called a genius and created waves among magicians. But her first score at the Mana Room was level 7, but those two were getting ready to enter level 9. She got goosebumps all over but didn't show any signs of it externally. Phew. Kim Jae-yeon exhaled and took a step forward. She pushed the door open. Click. It was the moment the door to Mana Room level 9 was opened. Chapter 44, First Class Part 2. Seo-in-a was desperately doing her best to keep breathing. They were now in Mana Room level 9. The highly concentrated mana was endlessly piercing through her lungs, suffocating her. Every time she inhaled, her chest and abdomen hurt while her head spun. It felt like her breath was stuck in her throat, and her blood had mixed with mana and was circulating in reverse throughout her body. It hurt. She could feel her consciousness slipping through her fingers. Overwhelming mana, that felt like it would swallow her whole if she was careless for just a moment, poured in from all directions and stabbed her everywhere. Kim Jae-yeon glanced at Ine, who was holding her chest with worry. It seemed like she had become exhausted and forgotten the signal, merely focused on holding on. It seems Co Ine's limit is level 9. Well, it's already a tremendously high score when compared to other freshmen or even graduates. Instructor Jaehyeon simply watched her suffer quietly. It was Millie's rule that one had to respect a cadet's decision, no matter how miserable they looked, until they raised their hand in defeat. As if refusing to step back and admit defeat at this moment, Co Ine's eyes were filled with determination. I don't want to lose. She stared at the black-haired boy beside her as she took a breath with difficulty. Min Jaehyeon. She owed him a debt from the freshman hunt. At the time, Ine was able to easily earn points due to his strategy and ability. As a result, she was able to get the unbelievable position of second place during the first event. But besides just feeling thankful, she found herself feeling sort of inferior when with Jaehyeon. She, who had never lost when it came to magic, had tasted defeat for the first time. Min Jaehyeon was someone she had to beat no matter what. I can't lose. Her breathing became irregular and she started to choke. To maintain consciousness, Co Ine twisted her body, clenched her fists, and bit her lip. Seeing her like that, the expressions on Instructor Jaehyeon's and Jaehyeon's faces darkened. Truthfully, there was a reason Co Ine, who had already gotten an excellent score, was acting like this survival. Everyone she knew had always told her that today's world was one where only the strong could survive. The weak were merely destined to live in servitude before being eaten alive. It was the silent rule that governed the present-day Raider Snow, the law that sustained the mutated society. The weak had no future ahead of them. That was why Co Ine's grandmother had passed away and left her an orphan. Everything happened because she was weak, because she didn't have the strength to protect her grandmother. I have to endure it. No matter what, that was why she didn't want to lose. She had never lost since she chose to become a magician, and no one would recognize her worth anywhere else. Standing in front of her, Jaehyeon looked at her sadly without the slightest change in posture, his eyes filled with pity but not of the overbearing kind. Did she have to lose here, when she could not receive any recognition anywhere else? Everything's fuzzy. Meanwhile, her grip on her consciousness loosened and her eyes kept shutting. Slowly, she forgot to even think about what she should do next. This time as well, I've lost. Concurrently, she fell to the floor with a pitiful sound. Jaehyeon gazed at Co Ine with melancholy eyes. Ine, what happened to you in the past? Before regressing, he heard that Co Ine had had a tough life before she became a raider. But to think it was so hard that she would abuse herself, so exactly how difficult was her life, that she refused to lose to such an extent. They were only doing a simple test right now. It wasn't a part of their overall grade, and if she wanted to look good in front of the instructor, she had already managed to do so. Nevertheless, she was disappointed in herself in the end. And like that, Co Ine lost consciousness in Mana Room Level 9. The assistant instructors brought a stretcher and carried her to the nurse's office. Now only Instructor Kim Jae-yeon and Min Jaehyeon were left. Next is Level 10. Do you think you can continue? Jaehyeon asked, figuring that Jaehyeon would give up at this point, but the answer was different from what she expected. Yes. Kim Jae-yeon stared at him in shock. He still looked as calm as he did at the beginning. The red eyes filled with determination left her with goosebumps all over her body. Right now, he was ready to go to the next level. Jaehyeon himself merely had a single question in his mind. Why don't I feel any pain? Why was I so unaffected? This was what he pensively thought as he went past level 9 and into level 10. It's really strange. Simply crediting it to inborn talent did not do it justice. According to the information Jaehyeon had heard before returning to the past, the concentration of mana fluctuated starting from level 8, and in the worst-case scenario, one could even lose their lives. However, Jaehyeon only felt a slight increase of mana in his chest before it fully disappeared. Seeing as how his breathing and sense of touch were normal, it couldn't be mana insensitivity. What the hell is this? As he was lost in thought, Instructor Kim Jae-yeon asked him in a whisper, Cadet Min Jaehyeon, are you all right? Yes. Well, when Jaehyeon replied verbally, Jae-yeon showed great surprise. What had she said a moment ago when she was announcing the safety rules of the mana room? If they reached past level 5, they had to lessen verbal communication as much as possible and simply use hand gestures. This was to lessen the possibility of contracting mana addiction. To begin with, it's incredible that he can speak with such a loud voice in Mana Room Level 10. It was truly very strange. Normally, one would find it difficult to even open their mouth. Even she, who was an A rank, couldn't help the slight sense of suffocation starting from level 10. This place imitated the mana concentration levels of a B-rank dungeon. She forgot her own breathlessness as she stared at Jaehyeon dazedly. Anyone else would have fainted in the previous level. A normal cadet would not have been able to last in mana room level 10, yet why is that kid so unaffected? Unaware of Kim Jae-yeon's shock, Jaehyeon rubbed his chin while deep in thought. I do want to know just how far I can go, but it's not like I can keep going until level 19 here. People might become suspicious of me too. I think it'll be best to stop here. He had to hide his trump cards from Gu Yaoen and the instructors. He had also gotten a great score in the test with this already. There was no reason to endure more than necessary. I would also like to leave now. As he said so, Jaehyeon raised his hand with ease. Then let's go out together, Cadet Min Jaehyeon. Kim Jae-yeon's answer was curt, but internally she was in shock. To her, it seemed as if Jaehyeon was totally unaffected. I was wrong. Min Jaehyeon, he isn't forcing himself to endure, she bit her lip. He's just not in any pain whatsoever. What on earth could it be? How could Min Jaehyeon continue to give such great results one after the other? It'll be worth it to look into him a bit more. Kim Jae-yeon inferred while she looked at Jaehyeon's back as he led the way out of the mana room. He walked steadily with proper posture and he continued forward without stopping. Is Ine all right? Jaehyeon asked Kim Yoo-young as soon as he stepped out of the mana room. Yoo-young also seemed a bit surprised as she replied hesitantly. Yeah, they said it's just a normal symptom of mana addiction. She seems to have worked too hard with it being the first day. Still, that's reassuring. Jaehyeon let out a sigh of relief. With a white towel placed over her, Yoo-young asked him with narrowed eyes, are you okay? You seemed pretty fine earlier. Well, your magic aptitude score is 97%. Kim Yoo-young had already heard about Jaehyeon's aptitude score around the time they finished the magic tutoring class. At the time, I figured there was a problem with the machine, but looking at his performance in the freshman hunt following the sudden change in department, I guess it's real. I'm so jealous. Jaehyeon shrugged as he answered her question, I am fine. And take off that white towel around your neck. You're not some construction site uncle. Hey, at Jaehyeon's jest, Yoo-young exclaimed in a huff, this bastard is that something to say when I was just worrying about you. Really, I shouldn't have bothered. What about you? Are you alright? Huh? Yeah, they said there's nothing wrong with me. You know I'm pretty fit, that's a relief. After replying clearly, he tied a loose shoelace and took a look around. Most of the magic cadets had their gaze on Jaehyeon. Somehow that was to be expected. Jaehyeon had just created a record score that one couldn't believe came from a freshman, mana room level 10. It was something usually only a B-rank raider could endure. Feeling the pain that pricked one's whole body and in the worst case, immediately losing one's life. It was the place most magicians considered Helheim. To come and go from such a place as a cadet without a single scratch, even if Gu Yaoen or other high-rank magicians were here, their reactions would have been the same. A moment later, Kim Jae-yeon called Jaehyeon to the front and had him stand beside her. A round of applause, everyone. Cadet Min Jaehyeon succeeded in entering mana room level 10. This means that he is on par with a B-rank raider at the least. I hope everyone else works hard to catch up to him as well. The envious and awed cadets all clapped. With an awkward expression, Jaehyeon acted embarrassed before returning to his seat. Having returned from the nurse's office, Ine was standing with an IV line attached to her arm. Thankfully, she's not hurt. But with that kind of personality, it will be hard to control her later, of course. Jaehyeon hadn't planned to make her dance to his tune. But he did want to bring her over to his side and help her grow stronger smoothly. He planned to do the same for Kim Yoo-young, An Ho-yeon, and Lee Yi-sang. I should think of a plan just in case. A piece of steel that was too rigid would not bend but break instead. If he continued and left Ine like this, a tragedy wasn't improbable. While it was a good thing to push oneself to grow, her method would likely cause her body to break down. Although nothing bad would happen if Ine's life flowed like it did before he returned to the past, there's no certainty that things will go exactly like I remember. That was the biggest problem. What if a future that was different from his past were to happen? Would Jaehyeon be able to make the correct choice then? Everything was filled with uncertainty. The meeting with Hell and the Nornir system. Regression, the role of adversary. Jaehyeon had to find the answer behind the events that had happened in succession but seemed unconnected. He couldn't tell when things would suddenly change. And the one who was making those changes right now was none other than Jaehyeon himself. If he didn't think of an adequate backup plan, an unclear future would be in store for them. I think I should speed things up a bit. Huh, what did you say? When Jaehyeon murmured to himself, Yoo-young asked from beside him with her wide eyes. She has keen ears for real. I really can't say anything around her. As he thought so, Jaehyeon lightly mussed up her head. The hair that Yoo-young had diligently curled and dried instantly turned into a lion's mane. Kim Yoo-young naturally had slightly curly hair, so it usually took her about an hour in the morning to straighten her hair, and Jaehyeon messed it up on purpose knowing this fact. However, Yu Young's reaction wasn't that great today for some reason. He was left thinking that he had taken the joke too far. Hey, this motherfu, do you know how much time I spent setting my hair this morning? Do you have a death wish? Sorry, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Are you calling me ugly right now? He tried to fully mobilize his good looks, but it had absolutely no effect. Although he was handsome enough to stop others in their tracks, to Yu Young, he was just a face that she saw every day. He was sort of like a naughty little brother. That's not right. His birthday comes first, so does that make me the little sister? While she was lost in thought and disgruntled, Yi Hyan had already escaped to quite a few paces away. Yu Young saw the darting Yi Hyan and yelled with clenched fists. Hey, Min Yi Hyan, stop right there. The duo's bickering had started the moment Kim Jaehyeon announced the end of class. Seona stared at the two running away with a dust trail behind them and smiled slightly. I am the one who had to go to the nurse's office, so why do I think Yi Hyan will be the one in pain? In that instant, Seona could imagine Yi Hyan's bleak future. She chuckled slightly while looking sad and stiff for reasons unknown. Chapter 45, First Class Part 3, a few moments ago. The face watching the three from a few meters away crumpled into a frown. It was Lee Soo-hyuk, the cadet who had reached Mana Room Level 8 along with Kim Yu-young. Right now, he was focused not on the score he received but on something else. Min Yi-hyan, the exalted guy who reached level 10 as a mere freshman. That bastard, how did he reach level 10? Mana Room Level 10 was a place where even the instructors had to focus on regulating their breathing. But to return from such a place without a hint of sweat, Lee Soo-hyuk thought for a moment, reached his own conclusion and nodded his head. He obviously used an expensive custom item in secret. Albeit very rare, there were items that could help users gain some resistance to mana addiction. For example, if one entered a dungeon with equipment items like Unicorn Horn or Cloth of Light, it was possible for them to move naturally within the concentrated mana. Although this was a method used by warriors since they were weak against mana, there were those even among magicians who weren't familiar with the use of mana, or were new to dungeons who used such equipment to heighten their chances of survival. That's right, if you weren't overgeared, how would an insignificant guy reach level 10, when even that Seona only managed level 9? Seona, the biggest star amongst the magic cadets this year, with excellent talent in magic. He didn't want to admit it, but Seona was several times stronger than him at the moment. With an evolving unique skill like Falchion of Ulfheim, her mana capacity and aptitude were all better than his own. Thus, Lee Soo-hyuk acknowledged her as the best and considered himself second. But a moment ago, he scored a mere third place. It's already annoying enough that I got the same score as that Kim Yu-young, but some nobody snatched first place on top of that. He couldn't help but be annoyed. A familiar voice suddenly rang from behind him. What are you thinking so deeply about? Soo-hyuk turned around to the sight of a familiar face. It was Kim Min-soo, Lee Soo-hyuk's childhood friend. Kim Min-soo, who always took good care of his violent friend, looked at the direction Soo-hyuk was staring in for a moment, then spoke while putting his hands in his pockets. I was wondering who you were staring at. So it was Min Yi-hyan. Min Yi-hyan, Lee Soo-hyuk tilted his head as he asked. Min-soo replied with a surprised look. Didn't you watch the recording of the freshman hunt? You don't know Min Yi-hyan. He's the crazy bastard who got first place in the event and broke the academy's record. What? That's the guy. When Soo-hyuk asked back with wide eyes, Min-soo let out a sigh and wrapped his arm around his shoulder. There's a TV in the cadet dormitory too. Use it. Figuring out the strengths of the other cadets is one of the things we should do at the academy. Lee Soo-hyuk fell into deep thought without replying. Of course, he'd heard that a magic cadet got first place in the freshman hunt. But Lee Soo-hyuk was the hard-headed type who only believed what he saw with his own eyes, so he hadn't planned to look into the magician who got first place. He furrowed his brow slightly as he mumbled, I should confirm whether he's really skilled. Why do you have to confirm it again? Just mind your own business. Even you're no match for him. Do you think it makes sense to be looking for a fight against someone who got first place at Milla's academy? I won't know if I don't try. Lee Soo-hyuk's eyes were filled with competitive spirit. Kim Min-soo shook his head in annoyance. Now that it's reached this point, he won't listen no matter what I say. Soo-hyuk had always been like that. He always had to be the best and he never listened to what anyone said. He already felt pretty inferior comparing himself with Seona. But now that Min Yi-hyan has suddenly appeared, Soo-hyuk was probably going to find some absurd reason to fight with Yi-hyan. Min-soo had watched him do similar things in the past. Fortunately, Soo-hyuk won most of the time. However, this time, I don't think he can win no matter what he does. The other day, Kim Min-soo had watched a video of the freshman hunt that was edited to focus only on Min Yi-hyan. It showed how Yi-hyan had easily eliminated the senior cadet Shin Junsang and used paralysis mushrooms to kite seniors. As much of a genius Lee Soo-hyuk was, Kim Min-soo didn't think that he would hold up against Yi-hyan. Phew, why did I have to become friends with a guy like this? Minsu sighed deeply and glowered at Lee Soo-hyuk. Damn Chunity/N, short for Chunabu, it is an often derisive Japanese slang term for the embarrassing behavior of 13-tominous 14-year-olds. The term literally means middle school, 2nd year, syndrome often translated as 8th grader syndrome in US media. What did you just say? Nothing, I didn't say anything, Minsu responded unabashed. Lee Soo-hyuk narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything else. A moment later, Kim Jaehyeon eyed the clock and proclaimed, "Okay, well, end our first class here. Everyone did a good job today. We will be having a theory class next week, so make sure to bring your books. Dismissed." Hey, Min Yi-hyun, stop right there. The moment Kim Jaehyeon had finished speaking, Min Yi-hyun could be seen running toward the sports field with Kim Yoo-young howling as she chased after him. It was a hard-to-see sight in Milla's academy, which was famous for its strict discipline. The cadets watched the two and burst out laughing. Yi-hyun, who had finished his first class with ease, headed to the security office on the second floor of Yeonhwa Guild headquarters at Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon's summons. Yoo Sung-yoon, Park Sung-yi, and an unfamiliar woman were already there drinking coffee. She looks familiar. He was sure this was their first time meeting one another, but something about her appearance and aura was familiar. Almost as if it reminded him of someone. Sung-yoon took a sip of her coffee before she saw Yi-hyun's face, and her face lit up. "Oh, Yi-hyun, you're here. Yes, have you been well? But more importantly, this is the first time I've seen this person. May I ask who this is?" At Yi-hyun's question, Yoo Sung-yoon placed her hand on the woman's shoulder and smiled. "Ah, this is our Yeonhwa Guild's top scout. Her name is Park Hana. Hello, I am Park Hana. You're a Min Yi-hyun, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you." "Ah, yes." Park Hana gave Yi-hyun her business card right away and spoke formally. She's rather prim. Her stiffness made him a bit uncomfortable, but he shook her hand and sat down. Yi-hyun started trying to figure out what kind of person the Park Hana sitting in front of him was. With round glasses and a bob arranged primly, she wore a black skirt that stopped exactly 5 cm above the knees as if it had been measured with a ruler, and a white blouse. He didn't know her much, but he felt that she would be a tiresome colleague to have. Just then, Park Sung-yi saw the look on Yi-hyun's face and laughed heartily. "She seems pretty meticulous and someone tiresome to work with, doesn't she?" "Hyuk, what?" Yi-hyun was shocked and wondered whether Sung-yi had let his thoughts slip out. Becoming flustered, he glanced at Yoo Sung-yoon while waving his hands with an expression that seemed to ask, "Why is that person being like this out of nowhere?" So Sung-yoon lightly pinched Park Hana's face with a bright smile. "Actually, Park Sung-yi and Park Hana are siblings. Oh, Guildmaster, don't play around, we're in the middle of work." "Oh, right." Feeling like he'd been tricked, Yi-hyun started to become slightly annoyed and listless. Now it's starting to make some sense. I mean, manager Park Sung-yi isn't someone who would act so rudely to someone. Although he was very flustered when he first met Yi-hyun, that was because it was related to Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon's illness. In other situations, never mind anger, he almost seemed emotionless. That was the person Park Sung-yi was. Of course, there was also that time at the Raider department store when he ran away because he was tired of all the shopping. After thinking for a moment, Yi-hyun looked back and forth between Yoo Sung-yoon, Park Sung-yi and Park Hana before speaking. "You called me here because you wanted to hear about what happened at the freshman hunt, right?" "Of course. I really wanted to see it in person, but Milla's Academy said that the recording broadcast would be delayed by a week due to an error. And you didn't even send a message. I thought the curiosity would drive me insane. The distribution of the recordings being delayed was to be expected." Gu Yaon had made Yi-hyun fight against An Ho-yeon in the freshman hunt. In the process of doing so, he used his unique skill indoctrination. If he had released the recording of the freshman hunt without enough editing, there was the risk that someone would figure out that he had meddled in the event. Thus, he covered it up by stating some error had occurred. Yi-hyun scratched his head. He was going to contact Yoo Sung-yoon, but things had been so hectic that he completely forgot. "I am sorry, it's all right. It's more interesting to hear it in person anyway," Sung-yoon replied with no hard feelings visible. Yi-hyun took a deep breath, then looked at her with a bright smile. "You probably already expected it, but I got first place." "Ooh. As expected, you did great," Park Sung-yi gleefully interrupted. He praised Yi-hyun genuinely. Yoo Sung-yoon also nodded her head as she replied, "Congratulations. You took the best first step in Milla's Academy, which is known for being hard to survive. As your teacher, I am proud of you. That's a relief. I actually was worried that you would scold me if I got second place or something." At Yi-hyun's gesturing demeanor, Park Hana started to relax. At first, she couldn't understand how such a feeble guy had gotten the first priority contract with the Yeonhwa Guild. But seeing how relaxed and eloquent he was, she was able to somewhat understand. Hana smiled slightly and passed a black tablet to Yi-hyun. Taking it, Yi-hyun narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is this?" "It looks like the Milla's Academy's cadet profiles. We have a favor to ask of you." A favor? Jaehyeon tilted his head in confusion. Park Hana nodded as she continued. We would like to know who among these cadets would be worth recruiting into our Yeonhwa guild. The list contained 50 cadets with high aptitude scores. A smile spread on Jaehyeon's face. So they want to use me as a scout, huh? Well, telling you that much isn't anything difficult. It really wasn't. But there was no reason he had to do so without any benefits in return. Even if Yu Sung-yoon had taught him magic and they now knew each other well, there was no obligation for Jaehyeon to do scouting work for Yeonhwa. What will the Yeonhwa guild provide me? At his words, a smile slowly started to spread on Yu Sung-yoon's face. As expected of my student, you're easy to talk with, thank you, Jaehyeon shrugged. If there was any benefit to be had, he would take it before moving on to the next step. This was one of the ironclad rules for surviving as a raider, and Jaehyeon planned to make good use of it. Chapter 46, First Class Part 4. What will the Yeonhwa Guild provide me? Jaehyeon showed his wish to cooperate in a slow voice. Of course, he would also benefit if Yeonhwa became stronger. If the guild's power grew, Jaehyeon would correspondingly get more benefits, and his position in the guild would be that much more stable. But the guild's business was just that, the guild's business. Moreover, with Jaehyeon's score in the freshman hunt, he was getting more attention from everyone. If he wanted, he could easily join another guild without a problem. There was no obligation for him to work so hard for Yeonhwa. Of course, teacher probably asked, knowing all of this already. Jaehyeon knew how covetous the clever Yu Sung-yoon actually was. An almost instinctual greed that made her do everything she could to get the things she wanted. That was the driving force behind her and the Yeonhwa Guild's rise to power. And that made what she was asking of Jaehyeon that much more shocking. With a faint smile, Sung-yoon uttered in a captivating voice, "As expected of my student, you're easy to talk with, thank you." Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Park Hana sat beside them aghast. Having encountered Jaehyeon's rhetoric numerous times before, Park Sung-yi was used to it already, but it seemed to have given Park Hana quite the shock. He acts like that in front of Yu Sung-yoon, the guildmaster of Yeonhwa. Is he really a cadet that's just enrolled in high school? Hana bit her nails and fixed her gaze on Jaehyeon. At merely 17 years of age, he was confidently stating his negotiation terms and conditions in front of the Yu Sung-yoon. In addition, he was aware of how great his own worth was. He's a scary kid, she gulped as she took in his calm and collected demeanor when she suddenly heard someone speak again. Sung-yi Appa, yes, guildmaster. Yu Sung-yoon had gestured slightly toward Park Sung-yi, who then passed a file to Jaehyeon. Inside it was a thick bundle of documents printed on a fur-sized paper. Sung-yoon smiled brightly. You don't have to worry. These conditions are definitely going to be to your liking. Jaehyeon took the file Sung-yi had passed to him and busily read the documents. It was extraordinary right from the title, related to the renewal of priority contract. A moment later, Jaehyeon turned pale as he was reading the contract. He looked at Yu Sung-yoon and asked in a high-pitched voice, "You really plan to give me such conditions? You're giving me 2% of Yeonhwa Guild shares." "That's right, y'all notice as you read, but depending on the results of your debut as a raider, the percentage might change. In other words, once you sign this contract, y'all become a part of Yeonhwa right away." Jaehyeon couldn't help but smirk. "I think I know how Yu Sung-yoon turned the Yeonhwa Guild into the top guild in the country." Yu Sung-yoon was a talented raider and a great businesswoman at the same time. She wouldn't have been able to offer such a great condition otherwise. 2% of Yeonhwa's shares will easily go for several billions of won. Teacher is betting that much money on a greenhorn cadet that hasn't even graduated yet. I must do everything possible not to make an enemy of her. Jaehyeon tried his best not to show his thoughts on his face. "Why are you offering me such an immense condition? I am barely even a cadet. I know that you wouldn't be pulled over to our guild if we offered you twice, no, thrice that amount in the future." Saying so, a greedy glint shone from Sung-yoon's eyes, akin to an eagle that swiftly dove to catch its prey. "So I would prefer if you signed it right away and didn't sit on the fence like last time." "What do you think?" "Okay, I'll sign." Jaehyeon agreed right away. Yu Sung-yoon had already offered almost everything she could. If he stepped away at this point, he would just be looking down on her and damaging his future at the same time. There was nothing good that would come of becoming enemies with the Yeonhwa Guild at this point in time either. He wasn't sure why she had given him an offer he couldn't refuse right from the start, but taking it was absolute. There was no reason for him to hesitate. In addition, becoming stronger for my revenge will take a lot of time anyway, but to have to worry about things because of a lack of money, that would just be stupid. With this, even if he graduated right now, he could live without worrying about money. There was no reason for him to be greedier and create enemies for himself. He would merely lose everything that way. Before he even signed the contract, Jaehyeon leaned forward and spoke in a quiet voice. "Then I'll tell you." As he spoke, a smile slowly spread on Jaehyeon's face. The three opposite him took slower and softer breaths to better hear what he was saying. He made a slightly vexed expression before relaxing, then spoke. Magician Seona, Magician Kim Yu-young, Warrior on Ho-yeon. Those three are worth recruiting into Yeonhwa Guild. And there's one among the seniors that's pretty useful as well. What do you think? Well, give them a big welcome. A smile also appeared on Yoo Sung-yoon's face. This was what she had wanted from the beginning. Seona, Kim Yu-young, and An Ho-yeon were cadets that other guilds would also want. There was no need to ask Yi Hyun before including them in the list of recruits. But with Yi Hyun's insight, I figured he would have already found some hidden gems, and Sung-yoon's guess was not wrong. The three stared at Yi Hyun with eager eyes. S-rank raider Lee Yi-shin's youngest son, Lee Yi-sang. We need to recruit him. At the unexpected revelation, three sets of surprised eyes stared at him. Park Hana's expression was the most interesting. She was looking at Yi Hyun with furrowed brows to show her disbelief. If it's Lee Yi-shin's youngest son, isn't he the one they call the disgrace? Lee Yi-sang was someone she had already looked into last year while scouting the freshmen that year. However, she recalled that he didn't have any skills in battle. Why is he mentioning that name here? As if he heard the question, Yi Hyun quickly added, that guy, Lee Yi-sang, will become the greatest alchemist in Korea in the near future. Yi Hyun smiled as he observed the shocked faces present in the room. Then I will be charging 1 million points as the contract fee. The monthly rent is 40,000 points. If you hunt in permitted dungeons and fields or participate in class, you will be able to earn more points. Okay, I understand. Right after he'd come back from the guild, Yi Hyun went to a real estate agency to find a place for him to stay. The real estate agency inside Milla's academy was not that different from the ones outside. There were two different ways to rent a house. Paying a deposit and then paying a monthly rent, or paying a lot of points at the beginning and only paying the maintenance costs and taxes. Buying was, of course, not possible. After graduating, they would have to go out in society anyway. It would be meaningless to buy one in the academy, and incoming cadets needed a place to stay while the residences were a fixed amount. It has been successfully registered. If you use your cadet ID, you can open the door lock. If you want, you can also change the lock to one with a passcode or fingerprint, but you would have to install it yourself. Okay, thank you. I'll be going then. Yi Hyun bid adieu to the real estate agent and went outside. It wasn't the best room with the softest bed, but a sweet room right below it instead. Of course, he did have to pay almost half the points he had. But he would only have to pay a rent of 40,000 points every month, and he would be able to get the rest back later on. I'll be earning huge amounts of points anyway. Yi Hyun planned to go into a low-level dungeon as soon as the probationary period was over next month. That was why he befriended people like Seona and An Ho-yeon. As a rule, one couldn't enter a dungeon alone even if they were a Milla's cadet. Moreover, there had to be at least one warrior in the party. An Ho-yeon and the other warriors and magicians he had met would be of great help when the time comes. In the meantime, I can gather points by participating in class and not using up too much. If that doesn't work, I can move somewhere a level lower. Yi Hyun pushed his plans back into his head and plotted to move carefully. If he wanted to survive in Milla's academy, the more he had, the more favorable it was. Having the brains to effectively make use of what you have and the wits to avoid sudden danger was much better for Milla's, a jungle-like place where you weren't sure what would happen next. Okay, everything's going smoothly so far. With a satisfied smile, Yi Hyun headed to the hotel lobby of his rented suite. When he arrived 20 minutes later, his lips curved up without his notice. This is much better than I expected. The classrooms are close by too. When he'd been looking for a room to rent, he had asked for one close to the school's main building. After all, if a cadet was late for class, either their points would be deducted or they would be required to do volunteer work after class. And since the rooms further away weren't necessarily better, he didn't have to think too much about it. Though the rooms further away are cheaper, well, it's better to pay more than to waste time. He was currently faced with many complicated situations. To get out of those, he had to make good use of every second to train and become stronger. In such times, losing points due to something like tardiness would clearly be a mistake. Room 802. The room Yi Hyun had rented was neither too high up nor too low. Stepping inside, the suite seemed to be much cozier than he'd expected. With gray-toned blackout curtains throughout, there was a double bed, an expensive massage chair and foot bath, and a computer he could use comfortably. The best part was that he didn't have to do any chores like laundry or cleaning. This was a hotel within Milla's academy. The room service was pretty top-notch. As expected, having a lot of money is awesome. In my case it would be points. Yi Hyun lay down in bed for a while before getting back up. It's almost dinner time. What should I do? Right, this hotel has a restaurant, let's try it out. He hadn't thought about it for a long time. There was no real reason he had to save the immense amount of points he had. At Jaehyeon's level with his skills, earning points was not difficult. He also had a lot of points on hand for getting top scores in the freshman hunt and the mana room test. After changing his clothes, he took the elevator and went upstairs. The restaurant was already quite full. Of course, Jaehyeon was the only freshman there. Everyone present was an elite. In other words, they were the top predators in Milla's. One of Jaehyeon's future foes could also be among them. Just then, Jaehyeon heard a commotion from amidst his seniors. "Hey, that ID color, isn't he a freshman?" "Yeah, that's right. How did a freshman manage to rent a room?" "Oh, he's that guy Min Jaehyeon, the one that got first place in this year's freshman hunt. No wonder. If it wasn't at that level, there's no way a freshman could rent a room at this hotel." Jaehyeon smirked at the words Hee overheard. In the past, he had only been looked down upon. But now Hee become a topic of interest for everyone. You really never know how things might change. "Would you like a table?" A middle-aged woman wearing a suit prompted. "Yes, please." He was led to a table for two by a window, covered with a white tablecloth and with utensils already placed on it. In front of him, there was an explanation of menu items that needed additional points to buy since they needed out-of-season ingredients. Cadets could be seen talking excitedly with their friends at each table surrounded by delicate orange lighting. Jaehyeon ordered a simple main dish and some additions. At first, he bought a pickled tomato salad which was prepared as an appetizer. He forked some vegetables, tomato, and bacon and shoved it in his mouth. "Delicious," he had exclaimed without meaning to. With the right amount of acidity from the salad plus the ricotta cheese on top, there was the perfect combination of ingredients with the refreshing salad dressing. It was just an appetizer, but it was delicious enough to be a main dish. It was very different from the cup noodles and triangle gimbap that he used to eat every day. As he was starting to get sentimental, here is the main dish you ordered: Wagyu sirloin steak. The main dish really lived up to its name and seemed to be on a whole nother level compared to the other dishes. Sizzle, sizzle, the sizzling sound from the freshly cooked steak made him salivate. Jaehyeon cut a small piece and took a bite. The moment he put it in his mouth, a tear gathered in the corner of his eye. Whoa, those rich guys have been eating stuff like this. The moment his teeth bit into the meat, the juice burst out inside his mouth. The abundant flavors instantly appeared and awakened all five senses. A strong sense of satisfaction filled him. How it was the greatest reaction Jaehyeon could give. It felt as if every pain he had endured thus far had melted away, all thanks to this beautiful setting of delicious food and stunning view. Jaehyeon realized how great his achievements were, and exactly how much of a meritocracy Milla's academy was. Outside the window, he could see numerous ravaged buildings. The night sky and moonlight filled his sight. After he finished his meal, Jaehyeon fell into deep thought with a visible smile. He thought about what he should do the next morning for the endurance test. Chapter 47, Endurance Test, Part 1. The day of the endurance test at Milla's academy, Jaehyeon put on his cadet combat suit and headed to the facility attached to the campus. The place he was heading to was not the main building but the annex where all the testing equipment were placed. It was usually used for the cadets' private assessments. As it took about 5 minutes from the hotel, he started to see a field covered in grass promptly. Although it was often called a sports field by the cadets and instructors, it did not resemble one from an ordinary middle or high school. It was an open area filled with equipment for cadet training that was easily more than 10 times larger than other schools. According to rumors, it took around 70 billion won just installing everything. Well, Jaehyeon probably embezzled at least 30% of that though. There were already quite a few cadets on the field. Looking around, he saw Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-ae sitting side by side chatting with each other. Seeing Jaehyeon walking over, In-ae called out to him first. "Jaehyeon, you're here. You guys are here awfully early," Jaehyeon said as he sat beside the two. At his words, Yoo-young crossed her arms and proclaimed haughtily, "Of course, don't you know how diligent I am? I've never been tardy, even back in middle school." "Hey. That's because whenever you were about to be late, you pretended to be sick." At Jaehyeon's sharp admonition, Yoo-young coughed awkwardly. She quickly changed the subject and asked Seo In-ae, "So In-ae, why don't we move to a hotel right next to each other? We both earned a lot of points. What do you think?" "I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure where we should go, though." The two were talking about moving. Regardless of gender, the most important among the essentials of food, clothing, and shelter was obviously one's home. While the two didn't have as many points as Jaehyeon did, they still had quite a lot. It was expected that they would want a better place to stay. "Why are you worrying so much? Let's just look around a bit and move somewhere that looks okay. You shouldn't sign a contract so easily. That will only cause trouble later on." Jaehyeon cut in while Yoo-young was talking and advised in a serious tone. Of course, contrary to the worry he raised, there was no chance for cadets to get scammed while in Milla's academy. However, Jaehyeon didn't think getting used to the academy's system was a good thing. "The first house I rented after graduating from Milla's academy was a dual contract. I couldn't get any of the deposit back either. I almost became homeless after I got kicked out with nothing on me truthfully. He'd already experienced terrible things. Before regressing, Jaehyeon had once lost all the money he'd earned through a real estate scam. As a result, he learned the basic life lesson that one should never sign something without reading the contract. Kim Yoo-young looked at Jaehyeon's suddenly solemn face and uttered, "Hey, even if you say things like that, you don't know a place with good facilities. It hasn't even been a month since class started and there are a lot of new buildings, so freshmen can only experience things for themselves, and I know though. I already rented a place yesterday. I even came from my new place today." At Jaehyeon's reply, Yoo-young was a bit doubtful but looked interested. Seo and A also focused on Jaehyeon's words with a surprised expression. Their reactions were normal. As Kim Yoo-young had said, there were a lot of newly built places this year. From restaurants to fashion shops, arcades, karaokes, and hotels, several facilities had popped up as well. As a result, no one knew which place was good without experiencing it for themselves. Yet Jaehyeon had already found a place and was even coming from there today. They thought that if the hotel Jaehyeon was staying at was good, it wouldn't be a bad idea to rent rooms there themselves. This was a good chance for them to save the time they would otherwise have to spend searching for a place to stay. On the other hand, how much did Jaehyeon run around for him to already have a new place? Ine clicked her tongue as she marveled at Jaehyeon's information-gathering ability. She hadn't been able to move a single muscle after the mana room test yesterday, but Jaehyeon had gone a room more than her and was still able to find a new dorm afterwards. Of course, Jaehyeon himself didn't think much about it. Before regressing, he had already directly and indirectly experienced all the facilities in Milla's academy. Which hotel room was good and cost-effective, which location was the best for a dormitory, which restaurant was best, etc. Jaehyeon knew all the miscellaneous information there was about Milla's academy. Of course, at the time, I could only stay at the regular cadet dormitory since I didn't have any points, and I can count how many times I enjoyed the entertainment facilities on one hand. Jaehyeon shivered as he recalled those times in the past wherein he was filled with the wish of moving to a better dorm while he looked at the pamphlets. "Hey, help me and Ine find a room later. If there are still rooms there, the hotel you're staying at is also good. Okay, that's not too difficult, but give me some points. 100,000 per person, what?" Asking for 100,000 points was no different from asking for 1,000,001. Kim Yoo-young narrowed her eyes and glared at Jaehyeon as if she was about to eat him alive. This time, even the mild Seone looked at him as if he was being too greedy. Jaehyeon looked at the two's expressions for a moment and soon started to chuckle. "It was a joke. Just buy me a meal next time. You should have said that from the start. Jaehyeon, you're not that good at jokes, huh?" Yoo-young's reaction was something he was used to, but Seone's words made him feel a bit guilty. Jaehyeon scratched his head and gave them an apologetic look. "Sorry, I just felt like pranking you guys when I saw you." Why? Now that he was being asked for a reason, he didn't know why either. Jaehyeon looked at her with a bewildered expression. As expected of Seone, who is horrible at interpersonal relations, asking why friends prank each other, that guys always like that, so don't mind him, okay? "It does seem like it," Yoo-young added with a laugh, and Seone nodded right away. Jaehyeon placed his hand above his heart and acted hurt at the girl's words, but the girls merely trashed his acting skills. As the three were chatting, instructor Kim Seok-gi finally appeared with the ringing of the bell. The cadet stood up furtively. "Hello, everyone. I am instructor Kim Seok-gi, who is responsible for basic endurance training. Yeonhwa Guild Office." Yoo Sung-yoon, Park Sung-yi, and Park Hana were talking as they sat on a sofa. The topic of their conversation was Min Jaehyeon with his new recently signed contract. Sung-yoon, who had been tapping the table with her finger, suddenly asked Sung-yi, "With such conditions, even curator won't be able to approach Jaehyeon, right?" "Of course, theoretically, it's possible. But since the penalty for breach of contract is 100 billion won, I think you don't have to worry." Jaehyeon also seems to like the Yeonhwa Guild. That would be a relief, but Sung-yi Appa, you're aware, right? We can't let Jaehyeon go. He's someone who would strengthen any guild he goes to. Yeonhwa must do everything to keep him. You're on the mark. I will also try my best to prevent Jaehyeon from thinking of leaving, so please don't worry about it too much. Even as he said so, Park Sung-yi couldn't be certain. Yoo Sung-yoon was also clearly nervous. Why did it have to be the curator of all guilds? Not so long ago, Sung-yoon had learned from Sung-yi that another guild was eyeing Jaehyeon, and it was none other than curator. One of the biggest merchant groups in Korea, it was a guild with great financial power. As soon as Yoo Sung-yoon heard about it, she prepared a contract for Jaehyeon. If he and his overwhelming talent that could lift the Yeonhwa Guild's power were stolen by another guild, it was possible that he would quickly grow stronger and overcome the Yeonhwa Guild. If that happened, Yeonhwa's position as a first-tier guild would also be shaken. So she decided to offer Jaehyeon the best contract she could, with the offer of 2% of the guild's shares to him. This would put Jaehyeon and Yeonhwa Guild on the same boat. Fortunately, Jaehyeon didn't reject her offer and signed the contract, wrapping up the situation. Of course, if the very rich curator wanted to take Jaehyeon, even Yeonhwa couldn't really do anything about it. Listening attentively to their conversation, Park Hana asked with curiosity, "By the way, why did the curator want to approach Min Jaehyeon, who awakened as a battle type? I'm not sure, but seeing how they'd approached us so openly, it's unusual. There's a big possibility that Jaehyeon has a skill or ability that is of interest to them. If there's more things that he's hiding, he's a really scary kid, that Min Jaehyeon. That's right. Oppa and Hana, please take good care of Jaehyeon. Make it so his affection for Yeonhwa doesn't let him leave the guild." Got it. I'm not sure about that. Jaehyeon doesn't seem like someone who would turn down potential benefits for affection, that is true. But still, do as I say. It's an order from your guildmaster, understood. The three of them made a few backup plans to prevent others from stealing Jaehyeon. In their minds, Jaehyeon was someone dangerous who could destroy the balance of influence and power the guilds had been maintaining up until now. My class will be more difficult than the others, but I can say for certain that it will be of great use to you in the future. Let's all try our best. Kim Seok-gi, that bastard, seeing him already give us a warning like that, it seems we won't be able to finish this endurance test easily. Even before regression, he'd gained the resentment of the cadets with highly difficult training. Instructor Kim Seok-gi nodded in satisfaction as he observed the hundreds of pairs of eyes on him. Today's class will be an endurance test, as you have all been informed of. I hope everyone shows good results. Now, let's get right to it. Kim Seok-gi started to explain how the endurance test would be conducted right away. Today's endurance test has a total of 2 stages. In the first will be long-distance running to test your cardiopulmonary endurance. The second, an evasion test using the air combat system to see how quickly you can move to avoid attacks. Kim Seok-gi paused for a moment before continuing. The highest score in each stage is 100 points. The perfect score is, of course, 200, and the top 10 cadets with the best scores will be specially awarded 100,000 points. At his last statement, the cadets gulped. To them who were starting to learn the importance of points, this was enough to make them restless. However, Jaehyeon was more focused on the test and not the points. "The endurance stat I've raised until now is its time to shine." A smile hung from his lips. Instructor Seok-gi looked at all the cadets and declared in a stern tone, "Now we shall begin the endurance test." Chapter 48, Endurance Test Part 2. Now we shall begin the endurance test. Right before the test began, a magic cadet raised their hand in doubt. Kim Seok-gi gestured with his chin in acceptance. Standing from their seat, the cadet hesitantly asked, "In such a test, warriors will be at a great advantage. Would it not be unfair?" All the magic cadets who'd wanted to ask the same thing started nodding their heads. Jaehyeon looked around. Across from the area where all the magic cadets, including him, were sitting were the combat cadets. This endurance test was part of the evaluation, which gave no relevance to the cadets department. Hence, the magicians and warriors took the class together. As a result, it wasn't included in their grades. It was, however, true that the points would be taken by the warriors, but Gu Yaon wasn't someone who would consider this a problem. To him, the worth of a magic cadet was lower than that of a combat cadet. There was no reason for Yaon to create an advantage for magicians. Jaehyeon crossed his arms and observed the expressions of the magic cadets and Kim Seok-gi. True, it's a question that a freshman who's just started at Milla's academy might ask. Since a warrior is physically better than a magician, testing both departments in the same way is not sound logic, but haha. Everyone, it seems there's something you are misunderstanding right now. Kim Seok-gi's eyes suddenly turned cold and a terrifying voice rang out. "A raider hunts monsters for a living. It's a dangerous job where one has to go into dungeons and fields. Milla's is a place to train you into deadly weapons that can handle such a job." It wasn't wrong to say Kim Seok-gi's words were slightly excessive. But the effect was obvious. Simply hearing that they would be turned into deadly weapons brought them great terror. Kim Yu-young and Seo In-ae also looked quite stiff. However, Jaehyeon didn't show much reaction and concentrated on the following words. Kim Seok-gi's eyes were dull. "Do you think the monsters will go easy on you because of your physical weakness? Do you think you can stop the swing of a sword because you are a magician? No, no monster cares about such things." Although Kim Seok-gi's words were exaggerated, they weren't wrong. In the past, Jaehyeon had seen numerous people die in dungeons because they put too much faith in their magic and ran out of stamina. Even in the period where warriors were on a decline and magicians were on the rise, the mortality rate of magicians was much higher than that of warriors at the start. Magicians were weak alone. They had overwhelming strength in groups, but it was true that this did not ensure their safety in dungeons. This was also the reason Jaehyeon had entered the A-rank dungeon before his regression. All tests in Milla's academy are set to assess whether you are able to eliminate monsters or not, so please do not ask any more questions similar to the previous one. It's a stupid question. At Seokji's criticism, the cadet who had asked the question turned red, but it was hard to say anything, or rather, it was hard to argue against the instructor. Jaehyeon was already aware. Entering a dungeon to hunt for monsters or going to fields overtaken by monsters was almost an act of suicide. Surviving in those situations was extremely difficult, and such complaints did not work. A dungeon and field was where several of these people who had worked hard as elites in their schools in the past would die. As a pro raider, Kim Seok-gi was someone who had faced countless life-or-death situations and come out on top. It was better to take every word of his as gospel when it came to fighting. This was true, no matter how much of a lapdog he was for Jaehyeon. All assessments will be graded fairly. This fairness will be decided not by you but by Milla's academy, and in the future, the dungeon and field as well as the strength of the monsters there. Encountering such an unforeseen incident, everyone let out a sigh. The combat cadets mocked the magic cadets, and the magic cadets did not hide their complaints. Annoyance towards each other filled the air. Jaehyeon took a look at the situation and pondered. Fights between warriors and magicians would only continue. There was, for example, the approaching event, Milla's Academy Festival, as well as the Academy's one-on-one sparring. Warriors were currently subconsciously looking down on magicians, while the magicians felt inferior in front of the warriors. However, none of this mattered. In the future, magicians would rise up. Warriors would fall to the bottom of the barrel, and only the best among them would survive. Jaehyeon chuckled and raised his middle finger toward the combat cadets who were gesturing toward the magic cadets. Let's see in just 5 years. All of you will be finished. Although it felt like he was telling off his past self, he paid it no mind since it had nothing to do with his current life. While he was in thought, instructor Kim Seok-gi held the timer and did some light warm-ups. Then let's start the first test. Everyone will begin together, you just have to run after me. You will be ranked based on the number of laps you manage to complete. Kim Seok-gi taught them some light stretches before taking off. The cadets followed with unhappy faces, but Jaehyeon had been waiting for this. His current endurance stat was one of the best in the academy. Even among the warriors, only a handful would be able to match him. An Ho-yeon and Cha Yu-won might have more than him, but it was likely not that big of a difference. There's a need to give these jerks who look down on magicians a beating. If warriors and magicians continued to fight the way they were right now, problems would occur in dungeon raids and field clearing in the future. If that happened, there would be several deaths in the coming events without much care for the department the cadets were from. Any way he looked at it, there was a need to deflate the warriors' ego a bit. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 20 laps. Half of the magic cadets had dropped out, along with a few combat cadets with low endurance. On the other hand, Jaehyeon was still doing fine. Having excellent stamina because he had originally planned to be a warrior, having increased his endurance stat, and having helpful passive skills all had an effect. And as they got to 50 laps, even several combat cadets started to drop out. Jaehyeon was the only magician left. Seo In-ae and Kim Yu-young both dropped out at 26 and 35 laps respectively. It seemed like Yu-young's base stamina was a bit better than In-ae's. Looking at the combat cadets who were running with him, Jaehyeon smiled slyly. These bastards probably don't want to lose. He'll have to show them what it feels like to lose to one of the magicians they look down on so much. And like that, they finished 70 laps. An Ho-yeon and Cha Yu-won slowly seemed to feel tired as their breathing got rough. Jaehyeon felt a twinge in his lungs, but he could still hold on. 80 laps, Jaehyeon bit his lip. Running in front of them, Kim Seok-gi didn't look the least bit tired, as expected of instructor Seok-gi. His skills are no joke. Instructor Kim Seok-gi was in fact one of the higher-level warriors among ranked raiders. One of 3 great elites among the instructors, he currently stood at a height Jaehyeon could not even look up toward. 90 laps, on the 90th lap, Cha Yu-won dropped out. Now only An Ho-yeon and Jaehyeon were left. He really is amazing. I didn't expect him to last until now. Ho-yeon grit his teeth as he glanced at Jaehyeon, who kept pace with him. Being a magician lasting this long means Jaehyeon's trained extremely hard. Someone like me could never be his opponent. I lost back then too. An Ho-yeon had clearly lost to Jaehyeon during the day of the freshman hunt. It was a total defeat from the very start. Few he wouldn't feel so defeated if he had managed to hit Jaehyeon at least once, but he had only dodged Jaehyeon's attacks without being able to do anything else. That wasn't all. Above all else, his mentality was much weaker than Jaehyeon's. The spell that had controlled An Ho-yeon at the time was one that wouldn't have worked on those with a strong mentality. Of course, he didn't know who had used such a spell on him, but what if it had been Jaehyeon on the receiving end? If that person had used the same spell on Jaehyeon, would Jaehyeon also have fallen under the spell like he did? No way, Ho-yeon smirked as he darted a bit ahead. Jaehyeon, who'd been running beside him, started to fall back. Having already run 97 laps, Jaehyeon was starting to feel the limitation of a magician, with his muscles starting to spasm. Jaehyeon's combat talent was almost rock bottom if he didn't consider his passive skills. Since he used his muscles in such a state for so long, problems occurring irrelevant of his endurance stat were to be expected. Damn. If I knew something like this was going to happen, I would have raised my strength and dexterity, as well his endurance was not low even when compared to An Ho-yeon or Cha Yu-won. They likely had pretty much similar stats. But Jaehyeon had not invested any points in strength. As a result, even though he had such a high endurance, he couldn't make full use of it. The higher one's strength is, the better the performance ability of one's muscles. Currently my endurance is high, but because my strength is too low, my body can't take it. Damn, I was too short-sighted. Strength was needed for muscle growth and basic physical damage, while dexterity was needed for basic speed and slowing down one's opponents. Jaehyeon had not touched those two stats and had only focused on magic and endurance. Since lightning chain and sacrifice needed quite a bit of mana, magic was necessary, and endurance was needed for quickly leveling up. So it couldn't be helped. How in the end, Jaehyeon, who'd been running hard, stopped first. An Ho-yeon ran exactly 2 more laps before he stopped too. Kim Seok-gi stopped running and yelled in the direction of the cadets right away. First place An Ho-yeon 101 laps. Second place, Min Jaehyeon 99 laps. Jaehyeon came back panting and kept his head down after drinking some water. Yu-young approached him and exclaimed about how he'd managed to run for so long and asked him to share his secret. But he merely stood with his head bowed for a while without saying a word. There was only one thought running through his head. I lost. For an instant, an image of the time he had lost his whole party overlapped with reality. The memories of the numerous times where he and his companions narrowly escaped death appeared in his mind, making his breath catch in his throat. While it was true that Jaehyeon had an excellent score as a magician, and had succeeded in receiving an overwhelmingly good score of second in the whole grade, he was totally unsatisfied. The current An Ho-yeon is about D rank among the warriors. I knew I was still lacking, but to think I've lost to another cadet, damn. Jaehyeon clenched his fist and let out a deep breath. Then he lifted his head. Staring at him, Ine's pupils shook. Jaehyeon's left eye seemed to glow with a golden light for a moment. This is the first time I've seen Jaehyeon make such an expression, no way. Gulping wide-eyed, Seo Ine stared at Jaehyeon, whose own eyes were fixed on Ho-yeon. On Ho-yeon and Min Jaehyeon. In that short instant, sparks flew between their locked gazes. Ine was left with a bewildered expression. She trembled slightly as she looked at Jaehyeon. Is Jaehyeon acting like this not because he's tired, but because he didn't get first place? Chapter 49 Endurance Test Part 3, after the hellish race was over. It was time for the Yar Battle System test to evaluate the cadets' evasion skills. All the cadets, without a care for their department, followed after instructor Kim Seok-gi, and finally an overwhelming sight spread out before them. It's been a while since I've been here. Jaehyeon mumbled as he took in the sight of the open space before his eyes. Equipped with dozens of state-of-the-art cameras everywhere, this was the Yar Battle System test field that Milla's Academy was proud of. There are several varied facilities and programs prepared to test the combat abilities of cadets in Milla's Academy. The most famous among them is this AR equipment. Jaehyeon gulped and looked around the room prepared in front of him. You could expect no less from Milla's Academy. Even if it's not your first time seeing it, it's still overwhelming. Jaehyeon clicked his tongue. Goddamn, this is insane, a voice suddenly rang out from beside him. Jaehyeon sighed. Kim Yu-young. Watch your mouth, you surprised me. Oh sorry, hey, how do you expect me not to be surprised after seeing that? She's right. It's hard to hold back your awe when you see something of that size. As expected, Ine took her side. The two girls who'd suddenly appeared beside him looked at the cameras floating in midair and the equipment arranged on the floor. Then they turned back toward Jaehyeon. AR evasion test, I wonder how it will go. As if instructor Kim Seok-gi had heard the two, he promptly started to explain. This AR combat measurement system in front of you will help test your ability through virtual battles with opponents created within augmented reality. The instructor explained with pride, as if he was the one who'd invented the system. He continued while pointing at the drones and cameras in the air. Normally, what you would do is eliminate the monsters materialized by the drones while analyzing their pattern of attack, but since we are doing an endurance test today, we will only focus on assessing your evasion ability. Instructor Kim did not forget to mention that they would get additional points for eliminating the monsters. Although this was an evasion test, evading without ever attacking would only harm them as raiders. Raiders were people who normally hunted monsters and sought equipment and elixirs. As such, evasion was used merely to prepare for an attack. Evasion is important in offense. It can help me predict the flow of the enemy's attacks or set the starting point for my own. It is especially important when up against monsters C rank or higher. The instructor started to pass an item to the cadets with the assistant instructor's help. What's this thing that looks like an earphone? Yu Young tilted her head in curiosity. Ine also didn't know. Looking at their reaction, it was clear both of them knew nothing about the device. Jaehyeon spoke up with a blank expression. It's a type of receiver, a device that analyzes and records the combat simulation. Kim Seok-gi raised an eyebrow when he heard Jaehyeon's words. Cadet Min Jaehyeon, you're quite well informed, that's correct. That is a receiver used to implement augmented reality. It stimulates the brain and, using the projector, creates the realistic illusion of an actual monster. Yeltion scanned the equipment instructor Kim was pointing at with his arms crossed. The AR combat system recreates lifelike monsters via drones with cameras that augment 3D images with the surroundings. The use of such devices was conducted in safety. Although it was said that the monsters and their patterns had been recreated as realistically as possible, they were still just illusions. Since they were not real, there was no danger of the cadets getting hurt. Of course, only a fifth of the monster's attack damage is transmitted through the device. But the point of this device was not to stimulate the cadets, it was to create a certain level of caution so as to increase their probability of survival in dungeons. Yuug, what's wrong? Do you have a cold? Yu Young asked. Jaehyeon shivered at the chill that had suddenly come to him. Before regressing, he had been beaten up numerous times by monsters under the AR combat system. Every day he was ripped apart, crushed, and stabbed. Although there were no actual wounds, it was still quite a huge shame. I trained almost to the point of neurosis, and the result of that was D rank. Sudden dejection rushed through him. In the past, Jaehyeon had worked super hard just to peak as a D rank raider. He spent time studying without sleeping, focused on finding the enemy's weakness. But his more talented peers easily became much stronger than him, pushing him into despair. But Jaehyeon didn't plan on letting the same things happen yet again. In the present day he had regressed to. The talent he didn't have in the past was something he currently held in his hand. Instructor Kim Seok-ji's voice brought Jaehyeon out of his thoughts. You can set up the level of this AR system yourself. The system has a total of 100 stages, and we will evaluate you only until stage 10. After waiting for a moment, he nodded when there were no further questions. Then, we will now begin the test. The test will be done in teams of 4. You will now be grouped into teams and called in order for the test. The teams were made up of 2 warriors and 2 magicians. They had tried to balance things out. Jaehyeon was in Team 3. The members aside from Jaehyeon were magician Lee Soo-hyuk, warrior Young-soo Jin, and Kang Ju-yeon. It was an interesting party where the 2 warriors were girls and the 2 magicians were boys. The composition itself wasn't bad, but Jaehyeon's expression was cold and stiff. It was because of a familiar cadet walking toward him. Hey, are you Min Jaehyeon? Cadet Lee Soo-hyuk asked out of nowhere. Jaehyeon frowned in displeasure as he stared at the other guy for a moment. Lee Soo-hyuk, why did I have to be placed in the same team as this guy? Recalling the past, he felt annoyed. Lee Soo-hyuk was one of his enemies from before regression. In a combined class where warriors and magicians trained together, the 2 of them had had a big fight. Lee Soo-hyuk cursed Jaehyeon's family and friends, while Jaehyeon wasn't able to let it go and punched him. The problem was that Jaehyeon, who was a warrior at the time, had lost to Lee Soo-hyuk, who was a magician. As a result, there was a rumor around the whole academy for a while that Jaehyeon was the disgrace of the combat department. He had suffered quite a lot of mental torment from this incident. However, it's different now. Even if I wanted to lose, I can't. Jaehyeon smirked. Soo-hyuk swaggered toward Jaehyeon in an attempt to provoke him. That bastard also wasn't able to reach his full potential in the end. Inferiority complex. The thing that broke Soo-hyuk was the inferiority he felt toward Ine. Although he had great potential, a crooked sense of defeat turned him into a villain. The future Lee Soo-hyuk's raider rank was merely B. He had stopped only 2 ranks higher than Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon looked at the approaching Soo-hyuk and spoke in a placid voice. That's right, I'm Min Jaehyeon. Do you have something to say to me? Soo-hyuk replied as if he had been waiting for those words from Jaehyeon. It's because they said you got first place during the freshman hunt. I figured you had some special method, so I wanted to ask. I don't have anything like that. If I had to say, it'd be my ability. Soo-hyuk smirked and replied, oh really, then I guess I'll get first place in the AR test as well. If you're really as skilled as you say you are, that is. Maybe nothing's certain. Jaehyeon said with a cold smile. If a team member were to hold me back and create problems, it would be hard to say. Soo-hyuk flinched. No matter how you looked at it, Jaehyeon was targeting him with those words. That attitude, I can't understand it. Does this mean he really didn't use a customized item? Soo-hyuk bit his lip. When he had first heard that a magic cadet got first place in the freshman hunt, he was certain some dirty tactic had been used. But what was up with that relaxed attitude? Did it mean that he was confident that no one would figure out what tactic he'd used? Trying his best to act calm, Soo-hyuk responded, "It seems like you're saying that with me in mind. If that's how you felt, I apologize. But don't you think it's also your fault for asking so abruptly?" At those words, Soo-hyuk's face crumpled into a frown. He pushed his hair back with his left hand as he spoke. "I'll listen carefully. I don't know what kind of tactic you used to get first place in the freshman hunt," but Soo-hyuk narrowed his eyes. "It'd be best if you didn't think the same trick would work twice." "Well, I'll keep that in mind." At Jaehyeon's sarcastic answer, the other team members who were standing behind them looked at them and gulped. The two whispered to each other and tried to read the air. Why the hell are those two acting like that, dunno. Maybe they just don't get along. Young Soo-jin and Kang Se-in both sighed and equipped their items as they waited. A moment later, the team heard Kim Seok-ji's voice calling for them. "Team 3, please come up on the field." Soo-hyuk and Jaehyeon maintained a distance of over 1 meter between them as they climbed up on the field. Feeling nervous even without such troubles, Soo-jin and Jaehyeon quickly had teary expressions. "It will be fine." These guys standing on the field and in formation, Instructor Kim's voice rang out clearly. "Then we will start the test." The sound of a motor running could be heard as drones shone with a blue light. The brain wave transmitted through the transmitters in their ears stimulated their eyes and took the shape of a monster in front of their eyes. AR Room Evasion Test Stage 1 will start in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A skeletal soldier has appeared. A brilliant light flashed. Simultaneously, dozens of skeletal soldiers appeared before them. The two warriors in formation shivered. Danger. Although they were warriors, they were still newbies who had never hunted monsters in a dungeon. Trembling in fear was natural and expected. Even Lee Soo-hyuk was gripping his staff tightly with a stiff expression. There was nothing more to say. However, Jaehyeon didn't show any sign of fear. He went past Jaehyeon and Soo-jin, who were bracing themselves at the front of the team formation. "W8, Jaehyeon, what are you doing?" Jaehyeon didn't pay the voices from behind him any attention. "It's best if I show a bit of my ability here." Jaehyeon glanced at Soo-hyuk from the corner of his eyes and smiled slightly. "I hate it when idiots provoke me looking for a fight." There was a need to show the difference in their abilities here, even if it was just for their grades. The skeletal soldiers got ready to attack Jaehyeon, who had stood away from the rest of his group, and gathered mana with their swords raised. Of course, when compared to the amount they used in dungeons, it was far less. But to the others who were experiencing it for the first time, it was obviously frightening. That bastard, what the hell is he planning to do? It was an insane act that even Soo-hyuk clicked his tongue at. What did a magician plan to do after leaving the safety of the vanguard? It would be great if he didn't turn into a pincushion stabbed with swords. However, Jaehyeon merely had a smile on his face. He gathered about half of his mana and smiled lightly. "So shall we start?" Chapter 50 Endurance Test Part 4 AR Room Evasion Test Stage 1 will begin in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A skeletal soldier has appeared. Jaehyeon and Soo-jin weren't able to grab Jaehyeon as he dashed past them. When their gazes found him a step too late, Jaehyeon was already far away from them and surrounded by the enemy. Both of their brows furrowed at almost the same time. "See, come back, it's dangerous," but Jaehyeon didn't plan on stopping. The moment the system had initiated, he immediately rushed out and gathered his mana. BZZZT. The active skill Mana Weapon has been activated. All the muscles in his body swelled up, and he felt his heart beat faster. Mana Weapon was a special skill that an ordinary magician couldn't make use of, it being a useless skill that allowed a magician to create physical damage. However, it was different for Jaehyeon. He had worked as an active combat raider for around 7 years and was now an unprecedented magician who didn't need to incant when casting a spell. Since the normal limitation that applied to all magicians had no reign on him, Mana Weapon was an ideal skill for him. "That bastard, what the hell is he thinking?" Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth. He didn't know what the other guy was planning, but he knew that acting like that in a real dungeon would be like begging for a massacre. He'd been expecting more since Jaehyeon had gotten first place in the freshman hunt and second place when running laps, but was that all there was to him? He smiled evilly and mumbled, "Well, it's better this way." It seems like he rushed out wanting to show off, but it's impossible for a magician to win against that many enemies. Jaehyeon and Soo-jin were also of the same opinion. Even if Min Jaehyeon had created a new record in the freshman hunt as a magician, this was something totally different. From the very start, it was impossible for a magician to fight in a dungeon by themselves. Instructor Kim Seok-gi, who had been observing the situation, also internally agreed. But in the next moment, Jaehyeon's teammates could only watch his movements in shock. Jaehyeon started to use magic to scorch the ground in the AR room. Wham! The heads of the skeletal soldiers started to shatter under Jaehyeon's successive punches. The enemies who had been rushing toward him paused and stepped back. Although the monsters were created with augmented reality, they still possessed some intelligence. They weren't stupid enough to continue attacking an enemy that was stronger than themselves. But Jaehyeon didn't let go of the slight pause amidst the attacks and gathered his mana. The active skill lightning chain has been activated. BZZZZZT. A lightning attack appeared with the dull sound of steel against steel, seemingly wrapped in high-voltage electricity. The lightning chain emitting powerful mana started to eliminate all the enemies left. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr room. Suhayak gulped and tightened his grip on his staff. How is that possible? There were roughly 30 monsters. But he's defeated all of them in a few seconds. He could only stare at the ongoing fight with a blue-tinted face. Of course, it was still stage 1 and the enemies were just skeletal soldiers, so he hadn't been thinking it was hard. However, he didn't expect the other to eliminate all the monsters in a single instant. At the unbelievable scene, everyone including instructor Kim Seok-ji froze in place. Such a display could only be given by a magician at least C rank no B rank. But Jaehyeon merely waited for the stage 2 wave with his hands in his pockets. Insane Yu Young, who'd been watching Jaehyeon, exclaimed subconsciously. Ine was unable to say anything and just watched with her mouth agape. How the hell? Remaining calm, Jaehyeon muttered while observing the approaching Draugr, the enemies for stage 2. What's this? It's been a while. Shall we up the ante a bit then? Afterwards, Jaehyeon cleared everything until stage 10 at the fastest speed with ease. From the start, the monsters were 5 levels lower than the Night Shade. Since the opponents that appeared in stage 10 were simply orcs, there was nothing more to be said. This isn't too bad. My body's starting to feel lighter. I can feel myself improving a lot since starting to use the combat technique Miss Yu Sung-yoon taught me. Jaehyeon smiled in satisfaction. He was seeing the result of the training he'd been doing every chance he got. An all-rounded raider who was a magician that could also attack enemies on the frontlines. Yu Sung-yoon planned to raise Jaehyeon as such a battle mage and make him the face of the Yeonhwa Guild. Of course, she was excitedly making all these plans without telling Jaehyeon. Teacher is strangely excited whenever she teaches me. It's a bit terrifying, but her ability is undeniable. A shadow appeared in front of Jaehyeon, who was shivering at the thought of his spars with Yu Sung-yoon. It was Suhayak. You, what kind of dirty trick did you use that allowed you to fight like that? Jaehyeon shrugged. There's nothing more to what you just saw, though. As if it wasn't enough that you left the safety of the defense line, you completely annihilated the enemy all by yourself. Do you really think I'll believe you? Doing something like that is impossible without cheating somehow. Regardless, I have nothing more to say. I have nothing to hide. Don't make me repeat myself. A low sound filled with warning came out of Jaehyeon's mouth. I told you. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Jaehyeon smirked with a cold expression. Why, if you're curious, I can let you check right now. This fucking bastard, you two over there, is there a problem? Standing far away, Kim Seok-gi turned his head at the noise and asked. Suhayak furrowed his brow and clenched his fists. If he created a problem here, there'd be no way to salvage the situation. This place was where the strong were absolute. A mere cadet fighting in front of an instructor was not something that would be tolerated in a military academy for the awakened. If one was unfortunate enough to make a mistake, they would possibly be left unable to cope with the consequences. Damn, Suhayak could only keep his mouth shut. He was annoyed he couldn't get one over Jaehyeon, but for now there was nothing he could do. He could taste blood from where he'd clenched his teeth, but there was no more time to think about it. Jaehyeon was turning away. Suhayak took a step forward to combat the sense of inferiority that was overwhelming him. Soon, a sentence he hadn't meant to say burst out from his mouth. Don't think you've won. Jaehyeon paused for a moment and replied, I don't think I've lost either. The Milla's Academy Festival. Suhayak glared at Jaehyeon with clenched fists. Let's fight then. No. At Jaehyeon's quick answer, Suhayak's face crumpled into a frown. However, Jaehyeon just walked away with a slight smile. I've already made plans with someone else. In the old cadet dormitory, An Ho-yeon lay on his bed and recalled what Jaehyeon had said a while ago. No, I've already made plans with someone else. In a volatile situation with Lee Suhayak, Jaehyeon had said that. Ho-yeon couldn't help but feel his blood boil in excitement. The plans Jaehyeon had mentioned was probably referring to the promise the two had made during the freshman hunt. That's right, it means Jaehyeon also considers me competition. Ho-yeon clenched his fists. Jaehyeon was his benefactor who had saved him twice. First, in the fight with the goblins, and again when he was under the mind-controlling spell during the freshman hunt. Min Jaehyeon. To Ho-yeon, that name had the power of allowing him to find that which he had lost sight of in the past, why he had wanted to be a raider, what he had wanted to protect. When he remembered it all, Jaehyeon had already become his goal. I won't lose next time. That was what Ho Yeon had said at the time. Sitting up from the bed suddenly, he put on the cadet's combat suit and went out. His destination was the cadet training hall in the academy. Standing in front of the training dummy, he made a decision with his sword in hand. I can't let him down. The active skill martial ascendance has been activated. The sword covered in mana left a bluish effect in its wake as it devastated the dummy. There was no hesitation in his movements as he slashed with his sword while breathing heavily. His goal appeared to be clear once more. I won't lose next time. A small smile appeared on Ho Yeon's face. He planned to keep his promise with Jaehyeon. There are 3 cadets who received a full 200 points. On Ho Yeon, Cha Yu-won, and Min Jaehyeon. Even amongst them, Min Jaehyeon showed much better results. Thank you, Instructor Kim, you've worked hard. At the chairman's office, Seok-gi was in the middle of reporting the results of today's endurance test to Gu Yaon. It was important for them to separate the promising seedlings from the rest. To the cadets who showed the most promise, they poured more resources, and to those who didn't, they were cruel. This was how Mila's was usually run. Yaon didn't show much interest in An Ho Yeon or Cha Yu-won, who also got perfect scores. Of course, they would become strong. But in Yaon's mind, there was someone who would grow much more than they would Min Jaehyeon. The cadet who showed overwhelming results in the freshman hunt and got a perfect score in the endurance test. To Yaon, Min Jaehyeon was a very attractive prospect. Continue to report Min Jaehyeon's actions and results to me. If he ever acts strangely, tell me right away. Understood, Chairman, but is this really all right? Kim Seok-gi hesitated before continuing. Min Jaehyeon is truly a talented cadet. But it's also true that he doesn't have a great personality. He also argued with a teammate during the test today. Haha, here I thought it was something important. Instructor Kim Seok-gi, you already know. Our Mila's Academy's policy. Giving little regard to the others' words, Yaon continued with a solemn expression. Only the strong survive. Having a good character and disposition doesn't mean you will be better at hunting monsters. We are only responsible for creating living weapons. I was too short-sighted. If that is the Academy's policy, we are to follow it. I feel more confident knowing you are here to help, Instructor Kim. Keep up the good work. A moment later, after Kim Seok-gi left the chairman's office, Gu Yaon crossed his legs and organized what he knew about Min Jaehyeon in his mind. Jaehyeon plainly showed animosity from the very first time they met. Almost as if he knew me from somewhere. No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. What was his current position? He was the chairman of Mila's Academy who caught the envy of everyone. But to such an individual, Jaehyeon expressed annoyance and disregard. A cadet who was still enrolled at Mila's Academy at that. It was impossible unless there was some logic behind his actions. I also don't understand why he rejected the conditions offered by the Academy. For a kid that's just turned 17, he's too calm. I am certain there's a problem somewhere. Min Jaehyeon was a cadet with immense talent. But no matter how strong he was, it was meaningless if Gu Yaon couldn't control him. Yaon clearly understood this fact and planned to tame Jaehyeon into being what he wanted, and he would stop at nothing to make his plans come true. Fortunately, there's a good event coming up. Yaon smiled insidiously as he propped his chin up. Dungeon practicum, let's tame that brat in there.